Chapter 1. Benevolent Ancestors' Compassionate Hearts. It is unclear whether it is day or night. Within a castle that appears resplendent and extravagantly adorned, yet devoid of life. Dim, golden light filters through the vividly colored windows, casting a delicate glow upon the antiquated chamber. The castle's interior boasts intricately carved beams and painted pillars, with halls and pavilions steeped in ancient charm. In one of the pavilions, flickering candle flames dance in the darkness, while the ground is littered with dismembered limbs, cruelly hewn. Should a hapless, bewildered stranger stumble upon this place at that moment, the rush of air they bring would wail against the eaves and doors, mingling with the persistent sound of rustling emanating from within. The two sounds, intertwined and accompanied by such a sight, would surely startle anyone. The opulence of the decor, the gleaming floor, and the dim lighting, combined with this desolate ambience, create an unsettling atmosphere. Yet, for one diminutive figure illuminated by the candlelight, none of this holds any significance. Following the flickering light, a child, appearing to be no more than 3 or 4 years old, incessantly glides his fingertips over the wood in his hands. Each gentle caress of the wood's edges sends a flurry of shavings into the air. These seemingly lifelike, humanoid forms, could they all have been sculpted and polished by his own hands? If that were indeed the case, it is fortunate that no one bears witness to this scene. Otherwise, to anyone with even a modicum of understanding, it would undoubtedly raise alarms. In the realm of ninjas, one who can achieve such feats alone, regardless of their true age, would certainly not be regarded as an innocuous child. Such actions, coupled with the chakra blades emanating from his fingertips, indicate that he is a successful practitioner of chakra refinement. He is a ninja. Considering his age, to wield such control over chakra at this tender age marks him as a prodigious talent. To underestimate any ninja is to invite perilous threats upon oneself. After all, even among the 5 great ninja villages, few have managed to complete chakra refinement at such a young age. However, it appears that no one else is present in this place, and thus the sound of chakra blades continuously slicing through wood remains uninterrupted. The youth's movements are meticulous, his expression imbued with earnestness and reverence. Through the flickering candlelight, one can discern the pale complexion of the boy's face, revealing the toll of prolonged seclusion from sunlight. Yet, this unhealthy pallor, combined with his blue-white hair, white garments, and the Magatama design around his neck, somehow creates a certain harmony. Beneath his slender willow-like brows, the boy's eyes are tightly shut. Yet, as his eyelids flutter, what is seen is the profound darkness of empty eye sockets. He possesses no eyes. Yet, this considerable inconvenience seems to have been long since adapted to, a habit he has come to accept. His lack of sight does not hinder his dexterity, rather, his movements are remarkably deft. As his fingers glide over the final edge, a lifelike humanoid arm is fully formed. The boy casually places the arm upon a nearby table before picking up a circular wooden block. Once more, the chakra-concentrated carving tool materializes at his fingertips, and he begins to outline the facial features of the puppet. On either side of his chair, several finished wooden puppets are already arranged. These figures, crafted by his own hands, appear strikingly lifelike. Among them are the old and the young, male and female, varying in height and girth. The only commonality among them is their eerie and unnerving smiles. Moreover, their eye sockets have all been hollowed out. In this flickering candlelight, they resemble a throng of eyeless specters, all gazing intently at the boy seated in the chair. The boy remains silent, his nimble fingers conjuring sharp chakra blades as he continues to carve the circular piece of wood, and in mere moments, a rough outline emerges. Time passes unmarked. The candle flames seem to dim even further, yet the boy does not cease his work. Every movement he makes is imbued with sincerity, akin to completing a sacred ritual. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through the room, pushing the half-closed door ajar. The candelabrum remains steadfast, the flickering flames dancing in the breeze, yet showing no signs of extinguishing. However, what appeared to be an empty room is stirred by the wind, awakening another faint presence. A frail figure, with a head of white hair and a body hunched like a claw, struggles to prop itself up. The old man seems in dire straits, exerting considerable effort merely to support his own weight. As the wind blows upon him, he cannot help but cough repeatedly. "Shunren, Shunren, come here." The elder's voice is barely a whisper as he opens his pure, snow-white eyes to gaze upon the boy diligently carving in the front chamber. Only at this moment does a flicker of life appear in the elder's gaze. Upon hearing this, Shunren halts his work, casually placing the roughly carved head of a puppet upon the table beside him. "I'm coming, Gainfata." Shunren braces himself on the table, leaping down from the chair, and lightly dusts off his clothing, shaking off the wood shavings that have settled upon him. Then he exhales a long breath, raising his hand to form a hand seal. As he channels his hand seal and recites the incantation, it seems to connect with something extraordinary. In Shenron's void-like mental vision, a gentle layer of yellow light begins to ripple, and a black and white image emerges in his mind. In this image, all is tranquil and unremarkable. Only the flow of chakra within his own meridians and the waning chakra flame of the elder within the room are discernible. Having confirmed all this, Shunren steps forward, moving deeper into the room. With the assistance of this black and white outline, even without sight, he is not significantly hindered. In fact, he perceives the scene with greater clarity than an ordinary eye could provide. Especially upon witnessing the elder's nearly extinguished chakra, a flicker of joy stirs within Shenron's otherwise tranquil heart. My grandfather is truly remarkable. Others can only endure for a few months, yet he has steadfastly held on for 2 years. Were it not for his advanced age, he might have persisted even longer. Such strength must be what is referred to as a peak ninja, or perhaps even in class ninja. Truly, he is worthy of nurturing the future Shinran. Shinran lacks a comprehensive understanding of the ninja hierarchy and the corresponding levels of strength. His notion of class ninja is merely a personal estimation and is not wholly accurate. The Tsutsuki clan has indeed been isolated from the ninja world for far too long. Moreover, those who possess the Tsutsuki lineage tend to hold the so-called ninja techniques and jutsu in disdain. Compared to their utilization of chakra, the so-called fire release, water release, wind release, and the like, which require hand seals to activate, seem exceedingly inefficient. However, the future Shinran, aware of the ninja world, does not share this sentiment. Furthermore, he has his own objectives to fulfill, and in pursuit of these goals, he must expedite his plans. Consequently, the remaining elders of the Tsutsuki clan must be swiftly removed, hastening their passage into the next life. Only by shedding burdens can one move forward unimpeded. As for Shinran's parents, they were sacrificed by the clan elders at the moment of his birth. Their bloodline was utilized to sanctify Shunran, further enhancing the concentration of his lineage. This has allowed his bloodline to draw ever closer to that of the Tsutsuki clan. Setting aside moral considerations, in terms of their actions, the clan elders have indeed treated Shunran rather well. Yet, this goodness merely regards him as a tool to fulfill the will of the ancestors. Had it not been for their overpowering desire for control, treating him solely as an instrument for training, Shinran likely would not have awakened his compassion so early, seeking to liberate himself from shackles by guiding them toward the Pure Land. After all, the origins of his journey are akin to that of an orphan now. He merely embraces it all willingly. However, as he draws nearer to the elder, Shinran's emotions shift slightly from before. Compared to other clan elders with whom he shares little connection, this elder is truly the last of his kin. Now, witnessing the elder's chakra flame on the verge of extinguishing, Shinran's heart swells with compassion once more. Stepping into the inner room and approaching the bedside, Shunran reaches out to grasp the elder's withered hand. His empty eye sockets seem to glisten momentarily, and his tone is imbued with utmost filial piety and sincerity. "Grandfather, are you feeling any better? Shunran still has much to learn and is eagerly awaiting your recovery to teach me." The emotions of the elder certainly resonated with the old man, stirring within him an endless affection akin to that of a nurturing parent. Yet, the elder was acutely aware that his time was fleeting. Summoning all his strength, he opened his pristine white eyes, activating his ocular bloodline limit, with veins swelling at the corners of his eyes. After scrutinizing the entirety of the youth before him, the old man's countenance suddenly darkened further, and after instinctively deactivating his ocular limit, he fell into a fit of incessant coughing. Cough, 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 he rasped, covering his mouth with a silk handkerchief, a trace of dark crimson trickling down from the corner of his lips. Shuren, your grandfather desires to continue guiding you, but my health is deteriorating rapidly. I fear I may not endure much longer. As if sensing the inevitability of his demise, the elder's emotions surged, and he grasped Shiren's wrist tightly with his hand, which was marred by loose skin and creased with age. Shuren, regardless of what you've done to our kin in the past, the fact that you managed to keep it from my notice signifies that you possess the capability to survive in this world. Whatever your future aspirations may be, you must resolutely and completely uphold the will of our ancestors. A flicker of vitality illuminated the old man's withered visage as he gazed intently at the child before him, seemingly searching for something within him. However, Shiren's expression displayed no signs of anomaly. Only a profound sorrow and compassion for the elder, mingled with trepidation at the forceful transmission of ancestral will. Grandfather, you will recover. I vow to uphold the will of our ancestors. Shiren's demeanor shifted smoothly, and even through the bloodline limit of pale eyes, the elder sensed no hint of abnormality. Yet, at that moment, the old man, already teetering on the brink of oblivion, failed to perceive the flaws in Shiren's words. The youth did not deny any actions taken against their kin. Gradually, the elder relinquished his inquiries, recognizing that compared to the ultimate goal, the other matters were mere trifles. Summoning the last vestige of his strength, he questioned Shuren, "Can you truly promise me this?" Upon hearing this, Shiren's pallid face bore an expression of unwavering resolve as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Grandfather, I promise you, I will achieve it." The elder nodded, instructing, "Swear before the ancestors and the goddess of the moon." Gazing into the elder's earnest eyes, Shuren straightened his posture, forming an ancient oath seal with his hands. Ancient oath. The world created by the sage of the six paths has failed. This world must be brought to an end. In accordance with the will of our ancestors, as the last descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, I, Tsutsuki Shuren, hereby swear, I shall devote my life to exterminating all ninjas spawned from the world of the sage of the six paths, resolutely carrying forth the will of my ancestors to bring true nuclear peace to the ninja world. In the vast castle, the dim candlelight flickered, and the youthful voice of Tsutsuki Shuren echoed far and wide. Even the depths of the artificial sun seemed to resonate with the sound of his vow. Well done, Shuren, you truly are the last scion of our Tsutsuki clan. Come, I shall bestow upon you the final authority of our family's treasured rebirth. No, grandfather, you will recover, you must recover. Shiren's voice quivered with emotion, dismissing the elder's mention of authority. Witnessing Shiren's pure filial piety, the last remnants of the elder's wariness and doubt gradually dissipated. Shuren, you must bear the glory of the Tsutsuki clan. How can you weep? Help me up. Yes, grandfather. Shuren wiped away the tears from his face with his sleeve, stifling his sobs, and hurried to assist the elder. His small frame exuded a surprising strength, and in that fleeting moment, the old man seemed to glimpse within him the spirit capable of shaping worlds. Clearing his mind of distractions, the elder's eyes radiated a golden light, which descended upon Shiren's brow. Seeing everything in order, the elder's gaze quickly dulled. Shuren, the ninja world is fraught with peril. You must remain vigilant. The Outer Paths demonic statue, which our ancestors suppressed, was forcibly summoned away over a decade ago. An extremely terrifying force surely lurks within the ninja world now. The elder entrusted everything to the young child before him, sharing secrets known only to him. After my passing, remove my eyes and place them into the rebirth eye. As for your own eyes, you must venture into the ninja world to seek the purest Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. You possess the most pristine bloodline, cleansed through generations of our Tsutsuki clan. By merging it with the Hyuga clan's bloodline. You shall undoubtedly awaken the coveted rebirth eye. However, all of this relies solely on you. I truly wish to accompany you for a few more years. The elder's breaths grew increasingly labored, exhaling more than inhaling, the light in his eyes gradually fading. His grip on Chiron's hand loosened, resting limply upon the edge of the bed. After a moment, observing that the elder seemed to have truly drawn his last breath, Chiron's sobbing gradually subsided, his expression returning to tranquility, and a hint of relief flickered at the corners of his mouth. Skillfully retrieving a vial of potion from the side, the young man pried open the elder's eyelids. The chakra blade at his fingertips transformed into the shape of a scalpel, effortlessly extracting the two immaculate white eyes and placing them into the potion to preserve their vitality. "Grandfather, ever since you removed my eyes, I have been awaiting this day," he said, gently shaking the vial in his hand, his words tinged with compassion. "I shall not merge your eyes into the reincarnation eye after all these years. Losing just this one pair is not significant. Let them serve as my eyes for the time being." As he spoke, the young man's other hand rested upon the elder's body, sensing the surging chakra within. Due to his prior utilization of the reincarnation eye's power from the ancestral temple, this energy had not completely dissipated with the elder's passing. "As for your desire to accompany this aging body, though it may be frail, it remains the strongest vessel of our Otsutsuki clan. To simply destroy it would be a lamentable waste. I have already devised a means for you to accompany me indefinitely." With that, the flickering candlelight in the room wavered, illuminating the puppets arranged in the front hall once more. Chapter 2. The vow to obliterate the ninja world is no falsehood. An extravagant flying vehicle emerged from the artificial sun above, soaring over the desolate and dilapidated town. The young man stood atop the vehicle, gazing down with an expression of incredulity. He could hardly believe that the lunar base, which had once been a site of relentless struggle in his previous life, had now manifested in this world, and that such a community, constructed on the moon, could possess a town of this magnitude. His eyes sparkled with novelty. He had now donned his grandfather's white eyes, and after a fortnight of adaptation, all signs of rejection had vanished. This marks the first occasion since his birth in the ninja realm that he has beheld the world with his own eyes. One should not find it unreasonable to consider the exchange of eyes. In this legendary world of ocular prowess, the Byakugan, much like the Sharingan, possesses an inherent adaptability akin to plug-and-play functionality. However, due to his tender age and the considerable time elapsed since his eyes were extracted, he requires a minor surgical procedure and some time to acclimatize to the sensations of his new ocular faculties. Although his grandfather's Byakugan is of exceptionally high purity and has been extensively developed, its compatibility with him is not utterly flawless, owing to the many years of prior use. To remedy this, he has harnessed the powers of the Rinnegan to cleanse and refine the ocular transplant. At this moment, he wields the utmost authority of the Rinnegan and has gained a profound understanding of its myriad abilities. In his previous life, he had garnered some knowledge of this world, being aware that the Otsutsuki clan resided on the moon and that their lineage was substantial. However, in his former existence, devoid of sight and confined to a limited sphere of activity, he had never witnessed these marvels firsthand. Now, standing amidst the remnants of the Otsutsuki clan's habitation, he cannot help but feel a profound sense of awe. Sharon is not the true Sharon, nor is this his first traversal across worlds. Rather, he has been elevated to this realm as a premature child by a system whose intricacies remain elusive to him. In his past life, he resided in a world where superpowers were wielded in the sport of tennis. Through relentless training, he ascended to the pinnacle of that universe, prompting the activation of the system, which subsequently transported him to the current world of Naruto. However, upon his arrival, after the system had bestowed upon him an impeccable identity, it seemed to have exhausted all its power, reverting to a state of dormancy similar to his previous experience, offering no response to Sharon's various inquiries. Nonetheless, in contrast to his former world, this time the system has at least pointed him in a direction. It has issued a primary mission before its silence, and he retains access to certain abilities. The main quest, to become the sole origin of chakra in the Naruto world. Even though he has encountered this requirement within the mental realm numerous times, Sharon still finds himself somewhat at a loss for words regarding the demands of this task. This utterly absurd task is precisely the objective that the system has designated for his struggle. However, despite its outrageous nature, this goal aligns rather well with his identity. After all, the current aim of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is to obliterate the Shinobi world established by the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, this explains why, when the elder demanded that he swear an oath, he articulated it with remarkable ease. The two objectives are fundamentally congruent, and with adept maneuvering, he could potentially fulfill his own aspirations while simultaneously honoring the so-called oath to his ancestors. In this manner, oaths hold no binding power over him whatsoever. Moreover, in comparison to his mission of annihilating all ninjas in the ninja world to restore true peace, it is exceedingly simple. Furthermore, he can leverage external forces to accomplish such a task. Although time has elapsed and the gap of 2 lifetimes has rendered his understanding of the ninja world somewhat nebulous, he still retains memories of several significant events. For instance, Senja Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Naruto, the Fourth Great Ninja War, and his bloodline's progenitor, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Additionally, in order for Kagaya to regain her former glory, she must absorb the chakra of the entire ninja world and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi to bring tranquility to the realm. Thus, the most straightforward method for him to achieve his objective is to facilitate Kagaya's success. Subsequently, he would overpower Kagaya, devouring her and assimilating all her chakra. In doing so, he would naturally ascend to become the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world, the singular source. In this manner, would it not imply that one need do nothing at all and merely assist Obito and Madara at critical moments, allowing everything to fall into place? Could he simply recline in ease? However, such a fortunate scenario remains merely a fanciful thought, considering the formidable prowess of Uchiha Madara and the terrifying power of Kagaya's bloodline. Sharon remained lucid. The notion of reclining in ease is an impossibility throughout one's lifetime. Moreover, should Kagaya truly succeed, he would likely lack the capability to pose any threat to her. The bloodline that surpasses the six paths would undoubtedly require the assistance of the protagonist group, instigating a conflict between the clan and the heron, allowing him to reap the benefits. Sharon leapt from the flying vehicle, strolling through the desolate town, his mind persistently contemplating strategies, ultimately settling upon a seemingly viable plan. However, the foremost priority now was to ascertain the current time within the ninja world. Was Naruto even born yet? Abruptly halting his steps, Sharon picked up a broken kunai from the ground, applying a slight force with his fingertip. The severely corroded kunai shattered instantly. Observing the iron sand that fell through his fingers, Sharon clearly recognized the immediate course of action required. It appeared necessary to activate the Rinnegan to utilize its ability to monitor the ninja world, though the extent of its consumption remained uncertain. Given the might of the Rinnegan, Sharon had resolved to proceed. Yet, prior to undertaking all of this, he required a meeting with a certain individual. Casting a glance at the surrounding edifices, Sharon meticulously observed before making his way toward a dilapidated temple. As he approached the temple, the signs of numerous damaged houses and the scars of battle became increasingly discernible. Sharon was not surprised, for a grievous conflict had indeed transpired here. Both factions involved were from the Tsutsuki clan of the moon. Much like the Hyuga clan, the Tsutsuki clan also distinguished between the main family and the branch family. Sharon was born into the branch family. This was also the reason why his grandfather, before his passing, insisted that he seize the eyes of the Hyuga clan's main family. Only by merging the eyes of the main family with his own bloodline from the Tsutsuki branch could he complete his genetic makeup, drawing him closer to the traditional Tsutsuki lineage and the essence of Tsutsuki Hamura. Unlike the Hyuga clan on the ground, the Tsutsuki clan did not bear the curse mark of a caged bird. Consequently, the main family could not fully suppress the branch family as the Hyuga clan did. Nevertheless, as the main family of the Tsutsuki, they possessed the vast majority of the clan's authentic heritage, enabling them to maintain a comprehensive superiority over the branch family for an extended period. Moreover, at that time, the differences between the main and branch families were not as pronounced. It was only when both sides developed entirely divergent interpretations of the stone tablet left behind by Tsutsuki Hamura that their disparities became truly evident. The main family, witnessing the relentless strife on the earth, completely abandoned any semblance of their ancestors' ideals, believing that they should allow the world left by Sage of Six Paths to unfold without interference. In contrast, the branch family felt that the descendants of Tsutsuki Hamura had entirely deviated from the will of their forebears and should be thoroughly purged. The clash between these two fundamentally divergent viewpoints ignited a fervent collision, and as the power of the branch family expanded, they sought to entirely seize control over the discourse of the Tsutsuki clan. The contradictions between both sides accumulated over time through this collision, leading to an ever-widening chasm, which ultimately culminated in the outbreak of war. However, by the time of Sharon's birth, the war had long since erupted. Initially, the strength of the main branch of the Tsutsuki clan surpassed that of the branch family. Yet, having enjoyed a long period of peace, their complacency rendered them ineffectual in action compared to the branch family. In their desperate bid for victory in the civil strife, the branch family sacrificed a substantial number of their kin, utilizing the Byakugan of their clansmen to forge a colossal Rinnegan. Consequently, one might reasonably speculate that the High Ga clan's development of the caged bird curse mark was perhaps spurred by the looming threat posed by the Tsutsuki clan. After all, at that time, the branch family was in dire need of Byakugan, and the entirety of the branch family alone might not suffice. Of course, this remains merely Sharon's conjecture. After all, too much time has elapsed, and such dark matters have been left unchronicled. Once the colossal Rinnegan was successfully forged, its power transcended that of ordinary ninjas. The ancestors of the branch family wielded it to sweep across the battlefield, annihilating the main family with ruthless efficiency. Simultaneously, they channeled all their Byakugan into the Rinnegan, amplifying its might further. However, Sharon understood more than others of the Tsutsuki clan that the infusion of an excessive number of Byakugan from the main family, combined with the sealing techniques employed, had considerably diminished the Rinnegan's potency against its Byakugan bearers. This is also why, in the original timeline, Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan ability could aid others in evading harm. This is one of the drawbacks following the integration of the Otsutsuki clan's main family and the Byakugan. Hinata Hyuga is also a member of the main family. If the gigantic Rinnegan can be likened to a formidable nuclear weapon, then there exists a hierarchy of authority regarding its activation. The foremost authority prior to Sharon undoubtedly belonged to his grandfather. Presently, this power has passed into the hands of Otsutsuki Sharon. Beneath Sharon, the other members of the Otsutsuki clan have faded away, leaving the second authority to be held by the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Naturally, their rank is determined by the purity of their bloodline, which corresponds to the essence of the Byakugan. Thus, Sharon must learn from past mistakes and avoid exposing the gigantic Rinnegan to the eyes of other Hyuga clan members. A flicker of light danced within Sharon's pure white eyes as he quietly schemed. Before employing the Rinnegan, it would be prudent to visit that ancient ancestor. He has likely been hidden away for quite some time. One wonders if he might consider my youth and wish to exert some influence over me. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Sharon walked with measured steps, each stride perfectly even, as he traversed the remnants of the ruined town before him. Before him stood an immense tomb, inscribed solely with the emblem of the Tsutsuki sun. A tomb constructed entirely from an accumulation of countless heads, the burial site of the Tsutsuki clan. With a solemn expression, he paused for a moment to pay his respects to the grand mausoleum before entering the dilapidated stone temple behind it. This temple was dedicated to his ancestor, Tsutsuki Waimura. Having not paid homage for many years, and with the branch family relocating the ancestral shrine to the artificial sun in the sky, this place had been forsaken for far too long. Beside the idol, on the sacrificial stone altar, ancient inscriptions adorned its surface. These archaic vows, awakening through the eye of reincarnation, proclaimed that the fist of the moon would lead to the extinction of humanity. The clear voice reverberated within the temple as he recited the oath that had irrevocably severed ties between the clan and its branches. Gazing at the completely ruined, indecipherable fragments, he appeared somewhat at a loss. How peculiar that the most critical sections were ambiguous, leading to divergent interpretations among his kin. The so-called bypassing of humanity could also be perceived as disregarding the Shinobi world and allowing them to develop autonomously. Ultimately, the misunderstanding that resulted in such a tragic outcome could be attributed to the ancestors. Had they not left behind such a vow, perhaps this could have been avoided. Unperturbed by the presence of others, he expressed his thoughts, showcasing his sentiments to those who observed him from the shadows. In his innocence, he found solace, as if it were the perfect guise for this moment. Chapter 3. The Chakra of Tsutsuki Waimura inside the stone temple. Apart from the dim flicker of candlelight and the central altar, there were no other objects to be found. He retrieved the offerings he had meticulously prepared, ascending the altar to place them atop the highest platform. As a descendant of the Tsutsuki branch family, he sought to atone for the irreparable tragedy wrought by the misinterpretation of his ancestors' vow. With sincere heart, he bowed 3 times, his emotions betraying a profound compassion for the once fateful plight of the Tsutsuki clan. As he concluded his remembrance and prepared to depart, a gentle yet powerful surge of energy swept through his entire being. A vast and formidable chakra enveloped the entirety of the protagonist, instilling within him a sense of vigilance and contemplation. A fleeting expression of alarm crossed his visage, quickly morphing into a demeanor of calm and wariness. His fingers deftly formed a seal, poised to invoke the colossal Rinnegan at the slightest hint of danger. Thus, the two parties remained locked in a tense standoff for an extended duration. In the next moment, the altar abruptly fractured, revealing a concealed passageway leading downward. A resonant rumble echoed through the air. "Come forth, my descendant, dear child." Upon hearing these words, the protagonist's gaze sharpened, and an inner exhilaration surged within him. It was indeed fortuitous to be the sole heir of the Otsutsuki clan and to pay homage here at the very first opportunity. Gazing at the newly unveiled passageway, he could not suppress his astonishment at the formidable prowess of the individual residing below. He was acutely aware of who awaited him. Every action he had taken was meticulously orchestrated with this person in mind. As the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Waimura was a genuine Six Paths level powerhouse. Moreover, unlike Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had hastily dispersed her chakra among her descendants and others, Waimura had evidently lived for a far longer duration. As a true Six Paths level being, provided he encountered no unforeseen circumstances, his lifespan could extend significantly. Even in death, the remnants of his chakra could endure for an extended period. According to the original timeline, it was likely that he had only relinquished all hope after witnessing the protagonist's complete indoctrination by the will of the branch family, subsequently entrusting everything to Hinata Hyuga. With the chakra left to her by Waimura, Hinata had collaborated with Naruto to obliterate the colossal Rinnegan, thereby concluding what she perceived as a calamity. Considering the protagonist's current age, it was evident that at least 2 decades had elapsed since that pivotal moment. Otsutsuki Waimura's condition was undoubtedly more favorable than it had been back then. Consequently, the protagonist understood the necessity of first soothing him, ensuring that Waimura would not harbor animosity towards him. Ideally, it would be best to facilitate a reunion with his brother. Otherwise, with such an ancient being ever watchful, Should he uncover the protagonist's intentions, the consequences could be dire. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This necessitates a touch of emotional investment. This undoubtedly presents a significant advantage for the young man, whose current age possesses a deceptive quality. Thus, the cunning schemes directed at Otsutsuki Sharon are set in motion, heralding the reappearance of the benevolent and innocent Sharon-chan. As he listens intently to the echoes of aged calls, the newly transplanted eyes of Sharon reveal an infinite purity. What was that just now? Is there truly a hidden chamber beneath the altar? What is the nature of this call? Why do I feel such a sense of familiarity? At this moment, Sharon's exceptional acting skills erupt forth. From the perspective of onlookers, he appears to have shed his prematurely mature demeanor, with his emotional fluctuations genuinely reflecting his youthful age. A barrage of questions spills from Sharon's lips, yet no answers are forthcoming. Nevertheless, the subtle sensation of being watched lingers around him. As he understands that he is still under observation, Sharon realizes that this is not the end. The true trial is just beginning. His youthful visage contorts with conflict and struggle. This is indeed the sacred ground of the Otsutsuki clan. There ought not to be any others here. Could this voice belong to fellow clansmen? Members of the same clan should never harm one another. I must venture down to investigate. As he mutters these words, Sharon steps into the hidden passageway. However, upon uttering the phrase about kin not harming one another, a gentle current of chakra flows briefly before dissipating. Moments later, he traverses the descending corridor and arrives in a dimly lit hall. The obscured light does not hinder the observation of a user of the Byakugan. A mere glance reveals that this concealed hall beneath the altar is a meticulously arranged cemetery, with circular graves extending into the depths of darkness. Even with the Byakugan, Sharon cannot ascertain the number of souls buried here. Is this truly the ancestral grave of the clan? His lips tremble slightly, stirred by the scene before him. Taking a deep breath, he bows respectfully towards the graves. Suddenly, a figure emerges unsteadily from the shadows. Sensing the anomaly, Sharon calls out sharply, "Who goes there?" The figure approaches him slowly, murmuring, "It is the Byakugan, yet this is the ancestor of the Branch family. Can we truly trust him?" Sharon scrutinizes the peculiar individual before him. Appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, clad in the attire of the Otsutsuki clan, they are not a living person. Yet, they seem to possess some awareness, albeit more akin to a puppet under external control. A vast chakra envelopes them, shielding them from the ravages of time. Their face bears only empty eye sockets, devoid of eyes. After a prolonged contemplation, the figure suddenly opens their mouth, releasing a sphere of light that hovers momentarily in the air before abruptly exploding. Ah! The blinding light prompts Sharon to cry out, and in that instant, he perceives something extraordinary, rendering him momentarily transfixed. He witnesses the fierce battle between the main and branch families. Seeing the colossal Tensigan radiating a pale purple light, its mere presence overwhelming the members of the main family with despair. Understanding the appropriate expression to wear at this moment, Sharon's face reflects his reluctance as he exclaims, "Stop. Please, halt." Upon hearing Sharon's heartfelt plea, the figure disintegrates, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, at that moment, there is little regret upon their countenance. Instead, a look of relief graces their features as they tilt their head and declare, "As a descendant of the Branch family, to represent us in atonement is indeed a privilege. Let the grievances of the Otsutsuki clan end here. Carry forth the glory of Otsutsuki." Sharon hastens forward to inspect the figure, lost in a daze. At that moment, an ancient figure emerged from the shadows. And with his arrival, the entire world seemed to transform into a kaleidoscope of colors. A realm constructed purely of spirit enveloped the individual known as Shiren. However, Shiren did not glance sideways. Instead, he once again performed the highest gesture of respect from the Otsutsuki clan towards the corpse of the peculiar figure. The elder beside him made no urging gestures, but simply floated in a meditative posture. His gaze upon Shiren grew increasingly gentle. After a brief moment, upon noticing Shiren had regained his composure, the elder inquired, "Do you recognize me, Shiren?" The legacy of the Otsutsuki clan had not been severed. Thus Shiren was well aware of the visage of Otsutsuki Himura. Moreover, even if he were uncertain, the two horns atop the elder's head and the white eyes within his gaze were enough for him to surmise the truth. Consequently, he expressed sorrow and remorse. Crying out to the elder, "Ancestral spirit," was the imagery within the light or genuine? Otsutsuki Himura nodded and then shook his head, stating, "I am not the true Otsutsuki Himura. I am merely the chakra he left behind in the world. The true Otsutsuki Himura perished centuries ago. As for the visions you witnessed, they are indeed authentic. I have safeguarded the world of ninjas created by my brother for millennia and accompanied my mother for thousands of years. Yet I never anticipated that my death would bring calamity upon the Otsutsuki clan. Just as you mentioned, it is precisely because I left behind a vow open to misinterpretation that the rift between the branch and main families has deepened. All responsibility lies with me." It seemed that Otsutsuki Himura had not spoken for many years, and at that moment, encountering a descendant who could comprehend his plight, he unburdened himself of his thoughts. Hearing such heartfelt confessions from him, Shirin felt a slight relief. He had accurately discerned that Hamura, having long resided upon the moon, had only witnessed the internecine strife of its Tsutsuki clan, in contrast to the various deceptions and intrigues he had observed while lingering in the fissures of the ninja world. Tsutsuki Yui was far more innocent, daring to employ this method of proactive inquiry. It now appeared that Shiren's gamble had paid off. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Shiren stepped forward and grasped the sleeve of Hamura's robe, displaying an expression of reverence akin to that of a descendant before an elder. In a soft voice, he reassured, "Ancestral spirit, there is no need for self-reproach. Everything will be well once again." Upon witnessing Shiren's unexpected comfort, a warm current flowed through the heart of Tsutsuki Hamura. He nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed. How fortunate it is to have you." Chapter 4. The Unveiling of Truth. The measurement of chakra quantity. Though Shiren's emotional intelligence was not particularly high, the experiences of 2 lifetimes had rendered him capable of engaging with anyone. Especially in the presence of such a solitary elder, his current age held a deceptive charm. Observing such an understanding descendant, Tsutsuki Hamura's previously calm demeanor was reignited. Subsequently, he recounted the tale of how he and the Sage of 6 Paths jointly honored their mother, the establishment of the ninja sect by the sage, and the circumstances that led him to the moon. The scene unfolds akin to the original narrative, reminiscent of when the Sage of 6 Paths entrusted everything to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. The expression on Sharon's face shifted in tandem with the account narrated by Kagaya Otsutsuki. At times, there was laughter, at others, tension, and at moments, exhilaration. Upon absorbing all that Kagaya Otsutsuki had conveyed, his countenance transformed entirely into one of admiration and resolve. He calmly inquired, "Forbear, having imparted so much to me, what is it that you wish Sharon to undertake?" Observing Sharon's remarkable intellect, Kagaya Otsutsuki felt an increased satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "The conflicts within the ninja world persist unabated. Presently, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra has yet to manifest, while Indra's chakra appears to be suppressed, seemingly vanishing from the ninja realm, leaving me unable to sense it. Nevertheless, someone has awakened eyes akin to my brother's and has successfully summoned the outer path golem. I can no longer foresee the future of the ninja world, nor do I comprehend the actions of the one who summoned the golem." After a brief pause, Kagaya continued, "I believe that should the destined reincarnate fail to appear, you must aid the ninja world in quelling this catastrophe, restoring the peace that my brother endeavored to create." At this juncture, Kagaya's gaze lost its prior gentleness, becoming stern and resolute. He would not permit anyone to disrupt the world established by his brother. His initial decision to bring a portion of his clan here was a precaution for his brother. Though only one clan member remained, such a resolution must be upheld. Kagaya Otsutsuki gazed intently into Sharon's eyes, punctuating his inquiry. "Can you promise me this, Sharon?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sharon declared, "Forbear, rest assured. I shall not allow others to disrupt the ninja world. I will ensure its restoration to a state of nuclear peace." Upon hearing Sharon's pledge, Kagaya's demeanor softened slightly. Then, recalling Sharon's recent vow before his grandfather, he pressed on, "And what of your oath to your grandfather?" Sharon had anticipated this question and replied with poise, "Of course. I shall adhere to my forbear. My grandfather and the others misinterpreted your words. Let the rectification commence with me. Moreover, I had promised my grandfather to bring nuclear peace to the ninja realm, and reaffirming my commitment to you does not constitute a breach of that vow." With Sharon's assurance, a flicker of joy appeared amidst Kagaya's stern expression. He had not expected matters to progress so smoothly, yet one potential peril remained. "Sharon, I have great faith in your promise, but the ninja world can no longer withstand further turmoil. Are you willing to destroy the giant renegade of the branch family?" Sharon's expression faltered momentarily. At first glance, Kagaya's request seemed reasonable. By obliterating the giant renegade, even if his prior promises were deemed insincere, he would no longer possess the capability to bring about the world's destruction. This would mitigate potential dangers and eliminate a formidable weapon. However, upon deeper reflection, an air of strangeness lingered in the request. This colossal renegade embodies the essence of all the Byakugan gathered from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, serving as a manifestation of their power. Should it be destroyed, the remnants of this branch of the Otsutsuki will vanish into oblivion. However, their bloodline endures, as evidenced by the existence of the Hyuga clan. This ancient figure, though seemingly pleased with me, remains guarded, reluctant to entrust the colossal renegade to my care. He would rather obliterate it than allow the ninja world to harbor another threat. Contemplating this, the thoughts of the protagonist crystallized, leading to a swift resolution. Currently, the Otsutsuki have yet to awaken the renegade. Otsutsuki Yuki is unaware that, according to the original narrative, he could transplant Hanabi's Byakugan to evolve into the renegade. The assertions made by his ancestors were merely experimental hypotheses, with no one having achieved true success. Furthermore, Otsutsuki Yuki's reluctance to destroy the renegade himself, instead leaving it to the protagonist, indicates either his inability or fear to approach it. The renegade's dominion over pure chakra is evident. As long as the Byakugan is not obstructed, even the most formidable chakra can be instantly siphoned away. While Otsutsuki Yuki is powerful, He is now but a mere conglomerate of chakra, having long since passed from the realm of the living. Thus, he cannot approach the Rinnegan and must rely on others to do so. This also elucidates the reason why he would eventually transfer a portion of his chakra to Hinata Hyuga, enabling her to annihilate the Rinnegan. The contemplation within his mind was concluded in a flash, and though a flicker of reluctance crossed his expression, he seemed to fully adhere to the ancestral decree, nodding affirmatively. Ancestral spirit, since you have requested this, I shall certainly obliterate the Rinnegan. However, he lamented, yet, my age is still too tender. I have only just completed the refinement of my chakra, and destroying it may prove quite challenging. His expression reflected his inner turmoil, and his reasoning was indeed sound. Upon hearing Sharon's agreement, Otsutsuki Yumura finally smiled genuinely, demonstrating understanding regarding the difficulty Sharon had mentioned. Nevertheless, to swiftly eliminate the impending threat, Otsutsuki Yumura resolved to act decisively. Fear not, Sharon, I shall assist you. Come, extend your hand. Ancestral spirit? Sharon's face bore a hint of confusion, yet he promptly extended his small hand. Suddenly, a potent surge of chakra erupted from Otsutsuki Yumura, only to retract swiftly, enveloping Sharon's hand and flowing robustly into his being. With this chakra, Sharon, you are now capable of destroying the Rinnegan. Furthermore, this energy will fortify you against future perils. The extent of your growth will ultimately depend on your own endeavors. It appeared to be an arduous endeavor, for after partitioning a portion of his chakra, Otsutsuki Yumura appeared significantly aged. In that moment, Sharon felt the surging chakra within him. Overwhelmed with joy, the chakra emanating from him was remarkably gentle, its purity surpassing his expectations. Particularly, Otsutsuki Yuin did not rudely force chakra into him. Rather, it flowed gracefully through the meridians of his entire being before settling within. It felt as though his body was being nurtured, a boon for his future. Shirin understood that this could be regarded as a slight compensation from Otsutsuki Yuin. However, just as Shirin was preparing to continue his performance, the previously dormant system suddenly stirred. It detected the active sharing of chakra from a primary branch source, and upon confirming the target's demise, it assumed a willing sacrifice for the host. The ability to absorb and store chakra was activated. The host was urged to collect this branch source promptly. This system could store a maximum of 30 units of chakra from the ninja world. The host was advised to utilize it judiciously and to convert it expeditiously. Shirin's eyes sparkled. He had initially intended to feign ignorance towards Otsutsuki Yuin, but unexpectedly, receiving the chakra brought him unforeseen delight. After being transported to this world, his system had merely assigned him a task and converted all his previous gains into the purest forms of yin release, yang release, and a unique source of chakra that belonged to him. The yin release and chakra had fused with his body at the moment of his birth, while the yang release and other portions of chakra had yet to blend due to his insufficient strength and inherent attribute differences. Moreover, abilities such as assessing an opponent's strength had not manifested. Consequently, Shirin had not given much thought to the system. Now, he decided to investigate the total chakra scale of Otsutsuki Yuin. He resolved to adapt. While Otsutsuki Yuin had granted him a portion of chakra, he certainly would not perish. Yet he was bound to experience weakness. It was even possible that, in the time to come, his chakra would continue to dissipate, gradually vanishing. His chakra would inevitably flow into the ninja world or the bloodlines of his descendants, further augmenting the total chakra within the realm. To preserve the opportunity to retain his chakra, it is feared that this chance may never arise again. As the thought surged like a tide, the system had already completed its investigation. The chakra conglomerate of Otsutsuki Yu village, deceased, bears the identity of the progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya's son, brother of the sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and one of the primary sources of chakra. The total chakra capacity is capped at 35. Currently in a state of continuous decay, now below 20. The chakra tributaries flow towards the Hyuga clan, the Kagaya clan, and the Otsutsuki clan. Upon glancing at the content presented by the system, Shirin pondered briefly and grasped its implications. Otsutsuki Yu village inherited chakra branches from Kagaya in his prime. His total chakra capacity undoubtedly reached a remarkable 35. In comparison, the Sage of Six Paths must possess even greater strength and a larger chakra volume. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had not yet borne two sons, her chakra total would certainly be at 100. Even accounting for the inheritance by her two sons, her chakra volume would still surpass that of both brothers. The direction of the chakra tributaries signifies the flow of chakra through his lineage from Otsutsuki Yu village. Next, Shirin examined his own chakra total. Otsutsuki Shirin, childhood phase, has a normal mature chakra capacity capped at 6, including Otsutsuki Hagoromo's 4, not yet activated, with growth and refinement restricted. This indicates that even upon reaching adulthood, his maximum chakra total would only be 6, and in reality, it stands at a mere 2. If my capacity is 6, does that not imply that I occupy for parts of Otsutsuki Yu village's diminished 15? Indeed. I am the last remaining member of the Otsutsuki clan, and the numbers of the Kagaya clan are also few. It is likely that the Hyuga clan possesses the majority. Yet, I wonder how my growth and the absorption of Yu village's chakra would compare to that of Senja Hashirama or Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, Shirin understood that Hashirama and Naruto cannot be assessed by conventional means. He quickly adjusted his mindset and lifted his gaze towards the increasingly dim Otsutsuki-yu village. A trace of compassion flickered in his eyes, a reward for his ability to activate the hidden capabilities of his system. Ancestral spirit, I am grateful for your bestowal. Rest assured, I shall strive to restore nuclear peace to the ninja world. Shirin's expression radiated kindness, and with a smile, he reiterated his pledge. Upon hearing this, the last remnants of concern from Otsutsuki-yu village vanished entirely, leaving him immensely gratified. However, before he could utter another word, Shirin's voice grew increasingly cold. From now on, I shall guard the ninja world. Ancestral spirit, you may depart in peace. Collect. What? The chakra conglomerate of Otsutsuki-yu village had yet to respond before it vanished completely. At that moment, within the system space visible only to Shiran, the previously vacant chakra storage container scale surged dramatically. An emblem depicting the intertwining sun and moon appeared within the container, shimmering brilliantly. The sun and moon intertwined represent the emblem of the Otsutsuki clan, with the main branch symbolizing the sun and the branch family enveloping it with the moon. Chapter 5, The Giant Rinnegan, Konoha 50 years later. After departing from the underground palace, Shirin exited the town without lingering and boarded a flying vehicle. The vehicle ascended towards the sun in the sky, passing through a barrier before finally arriving outside the castle where he now resided. Shirin opened his Byakugan, allowing its vision to penetrate the concealment, clearly revealing the sentries surrounding the artificial sun. However, when the Byakugan focused inward, all sight was distorted, rendering everything invisible. This did not surprise Shiran, as this was the Otsutsuki clan's method of safeguarding their domain. As a possessor of the Byakugan, they were well aware of how to defend against its scrutiny. Moreover, even after breaching the barrier, the path was not entirely clear, as the dimly lit castle exterior was teeming with Rinnegan puppets, numbering in the hundreds. These puppets are creations of the Tsutsuki clan. Although puppetry is not their primary legacy, every descendant of the Tsutsuki must undoubtedly learn and comprehend it. This is also the reason why the Sage of Six Paths creates puppets. Moreover, compared to the puppet techniques of the Sand Village in the ninja world, their puppets are powered by the Rinnegan. As long as the Rinnegan exists, the puppets can operate. Additionally, these puppets can be endowed with a modicum of independent consciousness, allowing the wielder of the Rinnegan to channel their own awareness into the puppets. By infusing their consciousness, one can utilize the puppets as a second body with relative ease. Above the castle, enveloped in a protective barrier, the sky is similarly dotted with dark figures. These figures are all Rinnegan puppets riding on flying birds, and their numbers are indeed considerable. The castle where the Sage of Six Paths currently resides is undoubtedly secure. Not only is it safeguarded by a massive protective barrier, but it is also surrounded by countless Rinnegan puppets. Such a formidable defense makes it impossible for anyone to infiltrate. Moreover, apart from the Hyuga clan and Kagaya's essence, others in the ninja world remain oblivious to their existence. Even the Hyuga clan itself is entirely unaware of the location of this bloodline relative. The only one who might know is Kagaya, but he would neither dare nor wish to approach this place. The figure aboard the flying vehicle paid little heed to these puppets, instead directing the craft towards a specific destination. Once he departed from the protective barrier, his field of vision expanded dramatically. Below lay the towering castle he called home, surrounded by colossal floating stone mountains. Each of these mountains bore edifices, some were towers, while others resembled temples. The floating stone mountains are interconnected by drifting fragments of rock, creating a breathtaking and majestic spectacle. The floating temple of Otsutsuki Yukamura only ascends around the castle during the annual rituals, wandering aimlessly at other times. Consequently, in order for the seeker to ascend, he must utilize the Rinnegan to slow its pace. While forcibly moving it closer is indeed feasible, it is advisable to refrain from doing so unless one wishes to disrupt the intricate patterns of movement. As the seeker approaches, the surrounding floating debris begins to disperse, and a powerful surge of chakra entwines with him, gradually drawing him nearer to the flying platform beneath his feet. With a firm step, the seeker leaps onto the stone platform of the ancestral temple. After surveying his surroundings, he suppresses his excitement and cautiously ventures deeper into the temple. Due to the presence of the colossal Rinnegan, the Seeker's Byakugan ability is significantly hampered within the temple's interior. Not only is his observational capacity diminished, but the range is also severely restricted. Meanwhile, on the massive beams overhead, exquisite Rinnegan puppets stand guard. These puppets granted sure and unimpeded access, allowing him to journey smoothly to the grand hall that housed the colossal Rinnegan. In stark contrast to the dimly lit interior of the sun, the hall radiated a resplendent golden light. The pervasive darkness was illuminated by the magnificent golden Rinnegan suspended at the center of the hall. Unlike the pale purple hue of the Rinnegan he had observed in his memories within the underground palace, the pupils of the present colossal Rinnegan shimmered with a radiant golden color. Intricate patterns resembling shurikens adorned the pupils, while the once white scara was now suffused with pure golden brilliance. It exuded an aura of nobility, sanctity, and terror. This was the first impression that the Rinnegan imparted to the protagonist. After several ascents and descents, he leaped onto a massive beam, closely observing the gigantic Rinnegan before him. It was even more terrifying than what I had witnessed in the memories of the clan members, as he felt the overwhelming power and dread emanating from the Rinnegan. He pondered briefly and discerned the reason for the disparity. When he had defeated the clan, it was merely the initial colossal Rinnegan. Subsequently, numerous Byakugan from the clan had been gathered, culminating in this magnificent Rinnegan. Such formidable power could rival that of the true Sage of Six Paths and his own Rinnegan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, the sheer strength of the Rinnegan posed a dilemma for the protagonist. How much chakra would be required to activate such a fearsome power? However, he was not one to hesitate. After gazing at the radiant, star-like Rinnegan for a moment, chakra began to surge from his palm. Overthinking proved futile. It was better to directly test this treasure of the Tsutsuki clan. As he infused his chakra into the Rinnegan, it became increasingly animated. Within the vast pupil, the patterns resembling shurikens of the six paths began to glow and spin rapidly. Streams of luminous energy, akin to stars, erupted forth as chakra poured from the protagonist like a river bursting its banks. Alas, his expression changed. Although he had anticipated this, the tremendous consumption still left him apprehensive. Fortunately, he had prepared well. The elders of the Tsutsuki clan whom he had discreetly eliminated had suffered excessive chakra depletion. The chakra they lost had been collected by him. Now, he could not afford to hold back. All the chakra he had gathered flowed into the Rinnegan. Moments later, the starry radiance grew even more brilliant, gradually enveloping him. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he could perceive events occurring anywhere within the ninja world at will. To affirm his thoughts, the next instant revealed a lush, verdant forest in his vision. His gaze traversed the forest, and suddenly, a bustling and expansive village emerged before him. At the pinnacle of that village, 3 colossal faces were carved into a massive rock. Here lies the Hidden Leaf Village. During the spring of 50 years in the era of Konoha, it has been 4 or 5 years since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Although the 5 great shinobi villages have been embroiled in relentless skirmishes and confrontations, the prolonged standoff and conflict have taken a considerable toll on all parties involved. Both the feudal lords of the various nations and the leaders of the ninja villages yearn for a respite to rejuvenate and gather strength. However, the situation has escalated to such a critical point that retreat is no longer a simple matter. As the intensity of the war amplifies, the brutality of this conflict deepens. Even the mightiest of villages, Konoha, is daily haunted by reports of fallen ninjas on the front lines. An atmosphere of tension and sorrow perpetually envelopes the village. Furthermore, as the battles drag on, even the Konoha Ninja Academy, once vibrant with laughter and energy, has become devoid of joy. The continuous loss of personnel has compelled the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to amend the regulations established by the first and second Hokages, thus sending newly enrolled children, who have just mastered chakra refinement and the basic transformation techniques, onto the battlefield. This group of children, most of whom are merely 4 or 5 years old, seems to momentarily transport the older generation back to the Warring States period. It has been 50 years since the founding of the ninja villages. Following the tumult of the initial era, rarely have so many children ventured onto the battlefield en masse in nearly half a century. At this moment, within the heart of the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazes through a crystal ball using a telescope technique, observing the new generation of Konoha. Now devoid of its former vibrancy and steeped in an atmosphere of impending conflict, the once youthful Sarutobi reluctantly averts his gaze, turning instead to the mountain of paperwork before him and the several umbu standing at attention beside him. At this moment, a gentle breeze swept by, revealing a golden-haired youth who knelt before the third Hokage. Esteemed Third Lord, I bring the latest intelligence from the Land of Grass. Ah, it is you, Minato. Please hand it over. The third's hand waved lightly, causing the image within the crystal ball to vanish, and he took the scroll from Namikaze Minato. As he unfurled the scroll, the third's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. He could hardly believe that a Wagakure had abandoned their battle with Kimogakure, instead mobilizing 1,000 shinobi to converge on the borders of the Land of Grass. What could they be plotting? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his pipe onto the table in frustration. The third Hokage's anger caused those around him to lower their heads in silence. At that moment, a young man with a pineapple hairstyle approached Minato and took a glance at the intelligence in the third's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, Master Third, all indications suggest that the war is nearing its end. The 5 great villages are no longer able to withstand the toll of this great conflict. However, before it concludes, we can expect a fierce counterattack. If we do not subdue them completely, they will not relent. Oh, Kakashi, do elaborate. Yes, Master Third. According to the intelligence from the Land of High and the information relayed by Lord Minato, the Wagakure has disengaged from their battlefield with Kimogakure. Their next move is likely towards us. Consequently, we must not allow them to enter the Land of Fire. We must intercept them in the Land of Grass. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, scanning the map before him, and pointed to a location along the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth. Minato, led your Team 7 ahead to assist Orochimaru in repelling a Wagakure's assault. Your primary objective is to lure the enemy and disrupt as many of their support bases as possible. This mission is classified as S-Rank. Understood, Master Third. Chapter 6. To the Shinobi world, the front lines of battle unexpectedly, Naruto had yet to be born. But Iwagakure and Konoha were indeed at the brink of battle. The current timeline in the Shinobi world was astonishingly the final year of the Third Great Ninja War, coinciding with the tumultuous 50 years of Konoha. Sharon ceased the flow of chakra, and the celestial light emanating from the colossal Rinnegan gradually dimmed. The energy expenditure was immense. It seemed that the chakra of the three clan elders was barely sufficient to sustain the operation of the Rinnegan, suggesting it would be some time before they could utilize it again. After a prolonged period of recuperation, Sharon finally regained his composure. Although this was not his first experience activating the Rinnegan, it was indeed his first time monitoring the Shinobi world on such a grand scale. At this moment, he comprehended why his grandfather had insisted on the combined efforts of three during his initiation into the Rinnegan. Such a vast and powerful Rinnegan could not be sustained by a single individual. Furthermore, Sharon was not fully aware of the various power tiers within the Shinobi world. Had he known, he would understand that to unleash the Rinnegan's true might, the chakra of at least 3 genuine J-nin or higher was indispensable. Despite the considerable toll, the endeavor proved worthwhile. From the excitement in Sharon's expression, it was clear he had at least ascertained the timeline. There remained only a few battles until the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. 1 year remained until the deaths of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, and the birth of Naruto. The main storyline was still a good 14 to 15 years away. This is monumental news for Shiren, considering that his physical age is merely 3 years. By the time the narrative commences, he will have reached adulthood, at which point his physical capabilities and strength should have matured to their peak. He is entirely qualified and capable of participating in the significant events that will unfold in the ninja world. Contemplating this, Shiren feels a surge of diverse thoughts erupting in his mind. He cannot remain on the moon, idly waiting. He must accomplish something in the intervening years before the story begins to enhance the probability of achieving his goals. He is certain that his timeline does not involve rescuing Minato and Kushina. Shiren, of the Tsutsuki clan, is not so altruistic, and in fact, the death of the fourth Hokage would be more beneficial than detrimental to his ultimate objectives. If possible, he even wishes to hasten their demise, extracting the chakra of the 9 tails from them. The chakra of Minato Namikaze and the Uzumaki clan would be exquisite acquisitions. The battle at the Canopy Bridge. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara should be nearing his end at this moment, shouldn't he? It seems necessary to ascertain the location of his underground palace. As for this harbinger of destruction in the ninja world, the Uchiha king, Shiren has no immediate thoughts. Although an encounter between them might allow him to siphon off Madara's chakra while he is unguarded, it is more likely to alarm Kagaya's pawn, Black Zetsu. He is still too young, and his development in all aspects is incomplete. Thus, he cannot afford to rush. Time is on his side, and he understands that following the natural progression of events is most advantageous for him. By minimally disrupting the narrative, he can attain greater foresight and flexibility, allowing him to secure more benefits for himself. Moreover, seizing Madara's chakra would be optimal when he emerges in full strength. However, he must obtain a portion of Zetsu's cells first. The Zetsu of the Uzumaki clan fundamentally differs from the others. The so-called army of 100,000 Zetsu was merely a creation of Kagaya long ago through humanity. In contrast, the Zetsu of the Uzumaki clan, known as Obito's, was crafted from Hashirama's cells. His body is imbued with an abundance of Hashirama's cells, which he has utilized with perfection. For Shiren to attain the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, or even reach Kagaya's unparalleled bloodline limit, merely transplanting the Rinnegan would undoubtedly be insufficient. Even if he were to reach the level of the future Shiren, he would barely have crossed the threshold of the Sage's domain. And given that these are not his own eyes, they would present significant rejection issues. Thus, from the outset, Shiren did not intend to follow his grandfather's plans completely. Transplanting the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan represents a shortcut. While it can unlock the Rinnegan, it remains the most rudimentary form. At best, it would only place him on par with Obito, who possesses a half-formed Rinnegan. He would still fall short of the 6-tomo Rinnegan wielded by Naruto and Sasuke, let alone Kagaya's 9-tomo Rinnegan. Furthermore, they are both Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, endowed with unimaginable chakra and the power of yin and yang release. Although Hashirama's cells may not be entirely effective for him, as a universal tool in the ninja world, they are worthy of study. Moreover, Shiren has already identified a target for his deeper ancestral research. Clearly, the descendants of Tsutsuki Kanshiki would be more suitable for him than those of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Aside from the shared lineage with the Hyuga, only Kagaya's clan remains. Of course, the study of ancestry cannot be conducted by him alone. Although he possesses some foresight into the future, he lacks knowledge in the realm of technology, and research is not his forte. To confirm the location of Uchiha Madara's palace and devise a plan to infiltrate Konoha, a trip to the Hidden Mist is imperative. After regaining his composure, Shiren stands and walks towards the temple's exit. A journey to the ninja world is necessary. He did not expect that the promises made to his grandfather could be fulfilled so soon. At the front lines of the Iwagakure and Konohagakure battlefield, a boy of about 12 or 13, clad in Uchiha garb and wearing protective goggles, leans against a massive boulder, gasping for breath. Beside him, A cute girl with short hair and 2 blue stripes painted on her face is performing healing techniques on him. He seizes this chance to recover his waning stamina and chakra while cautiously surveying their surroundings. Upon turning to face the girl, he beams at her with a goofy smile. Lin, rest assured, we will undoubtedly complete our mission. Be quiet, Obito, I need to bandage you quickly. Kakashi is still holding off the enemy. We must rush to support him. Oh, Lin, that guy Kakashi has already been promoted to Chunin. It won't be long before he becomes a Jonin. He'll be fine, trust me. Hearing Lin mention Kakashi, Obito feels a twinge of jealousy. Though he acknowledges Kakashi as strength as he strives to close the gap between them, Yahiko Lin is used to Obito's personality and his feelings toward Kakashi, so she refrains from commenting further. However, her expression grows more serious, and she focuses intently on treating Obito's wounds, rather than engage in banter. She knows that tending to Obito's injuries will alleviate some pressure on Kakashi. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the air from directly in front of Obito. Startled, he disregards his injuries and throws himself protectively over Yahiko Lin as they both lunge forward. Just as they leap from their original position, a shuriken embedded with an explosive tag whizzes past them, striking the rock behind them and erupting in a tremendous blast, creating a sizable crater in the ground. Lin, are you alright? I'm fine, Obito, but your wound has reopened. Thanks to Obito's protection, Yahiko Lin suffers no harm. Yet upon seeing the stitches on his wound come undone, her eyes glisten with moisture. It's nothing, Lin. This minor injury can wait. Let me deal with them first. Humph, these kids are truly arrogant. A grim-looking Iwagakure Chunin steps out from behind a tree, sizing up Obito and Yahiko Lin. He chuckles darkly to his fellow Chunin. Konoha is so arrogant to send a bunch of kids to the battlefield. They clearly don't know what death means. His companion, however, is far more cautious. Ignoring the mockery, he scans the surroundings for any unusual activity. Only after ensuring their safety does he breathe a sigh of relief. Konoha ninjas, especially those from the Uchiha clan, should not be underestimated. Let us finish him off quickly and then report back to our captain to encircle that white-haired guy. Upon hearing this, the Iwagakure ninja immediately sobers up, nodding in agreement as they charge toward Obito and Yahiko Lin. Don't underestimate us, Uchiha. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chapter 7. The fireball technique is ineffectual against the living. On the moon, the protagonist deftly maneuvers a puppet bird, accompanied by a second puppet, its hands swathed in bandages, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his adult self. This is precisely the transformation that the scholar undertook based on his appearance, relying on the corporeal form of his grandfather and the creations of other puppets. However, at this moment, this puppet remains dormant. Having traversed the desolate city of giant wooden tubes, forests, and oceans, the scholar arrived at a coastal location that resembled an eye-like entrance. Here lies the connection between the moon and the earth, a bubble of space guarded by the enigmatic crab monster. Upon arrival, the young man dismounted from the puppet bird with a graceful leap. With the aid of the power of his reincarnation eye, he fully immersed his consciousness into this advanced puppet crafted from his grandfather's body, skillfully maneuvering this formidable form. The sensation was simply exquisite, such chakra coursing through him. The techniques from his lineage that he had yet to master were finally within reach. His awareness swept through every corner of the puppet's form, reveling in the surging power within, and the young man felt an exhilarating thrill. Although he had already begun his training in the Otsutsuki legacy, his tender age rendered many seemingly powerful techniques beyond his grasp. Furthermore, to prevent any hindrance to his physical development, he had refrained from practicing martial arts. Thus, at this moment, he was merely a spirited youth with a modicum of chakra, rich in knowledge, yet lacking practical combat experience. This is also one of the significant reasons why he must rely on a puppet to venture into the shinobi world. As the sole heir of the current Otsutsuki clan, he is exceedingly cautious about his own life. Moreover, given the present state of turmoil within the shinobi realm, it would indeed be perilous for someone of his age to undertake such a journey personally. Nevertheless, in light of the schemes unfolding in the shinobi world, he must inevitably prepare in advance to accumulate experience in combat and to develop offensive techniques. The inherited ninjutsu of the Otsutsuki lineage is, to be frank, quite formidable. However, the number of techniques that can genuinely be learned by ordinary individuals is exceedingly limited. Not to mention, the ultimate techniques such as the Heavenly Sovereign, the Path of Yomi, and the annihilation of Ashen Bones are entirely beyond the reach of mere mortals. These are exceptionally potent techniques of the bloodline limit. Even those of lesser strength are unable to master the esteemed 80 Gods Airstrike, a principal inheritance of both the Hyuga and Otsutsuki clans. The Hyuga clan has had to distill this technique to its most fundamental form, resulting in the creation of Gentle Fist. This is not to say that Gentle Fist is without its merits. It possesses the ability to infuse chakra into an opponent's body, inflicting damage upon their internal organs and chakra pathways. The internal organs of a ninja are inherently fragile and cannot be conditioned. Thus, once the chakra introduced by Gentle Fist wreaks havoc, it is often fatal. Moreover, the Gentle Fist, having evolved from the 80 Gods Airstrike, harmoniously integrates defense, offense, close combat, and ranged techniques. Close combat techniques include the gentle fist martial arts, the 8 trigrams 32 palms, the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and the 8 trigrams 128 palms. The 32, 64, and 128 palms are essentially variations of a single technique, with their potency entirely dependent on the individual capabilities of the Hyuga clan members. Furthermore, the speed of attack is not as languid as portrayed in animations. It is executed in mere seconds. For defense, there is the 8 trigrams palm heavenly spin, which can withstand the vast majority of physical assaults. As for ranged techniques, the 8 trigrams air palm employs manipulation of airflow, making it exceedingly difficult for first-time opponents to detect. The entire scenario, complemented by the exceptional immunity to illusions and the profound insight of the Byakugan bloodline limit, renders the Hyuga clan remarkably well-equipped in all aspects, placing them among the elite of ordinary shinobi. However, mastering the entirety of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist techniques is often a formidable challenge. Due to the division between the main family and the branch family, it is typically only the head of the family who possesses the complete repertoire of secret techniques. Practicing these esoteric skills is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. It demands both time and innate talent. After all, not everyone can ascend to the rank of J-nin at the tender age of 5 or 6, nor step into the realm of the 6 paths by the time they are 15 or 16. Even within the original world of Naruto, true shadows of formidable prowess are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 1 or 2, or at most 3 or 4, per village. The mainstay has always been the CH-nin and J-nin, while elite J-nin represent the true upper echelon. Should a prodigy emerge from the Hyuga clan, mastering the full legacy of the clan and possessing a slightly greater chakra reserve, ascending to the level of a shadow would not be an insurmountable challenge. Regrettably, the Hyuga clan has not seen particularly remarkable figures for several generations. The only individual who could be deemed a genius is from the branch family. Lacking the complete repertoire of gentle fist techniques and relying solely on self-derived comprehension, only to meet a tragic demise in the storyline. One could say it was both timing and fate at play. In comparison to the Hyuga clan of Konoha, the Tsutsuki clan possesses a considerably broader range of legacies available for study. Although he currently cannot learn the 80 Gods vacuum attack, he can still acquire a simplified version of the vacuum attack and the 8,000 spears technique. However, any technique associated with the divine, regardless of simplification, remains classified as a divine art of the Tsutsuki clan. Without a certain level of strength, its power may well approximate that of the empty palm or gentle fist techniques. As for other divine techniques such as Takamagara, Kazuhamiko, and Yutsuki, and Tokitsuke's, it seems he must await the awakening of his Rinnegan before he can aspire to learn them. The Tsutsuki clan does not lack successors, and in fact, the successor believes that what he truly lacks is combat experience. Perhaps, after centuries of peace, the Tsutsuki clan has allowed their ninjutsu to languish. Particularly after they acquired the monumental Rinnegan, they perceived little threat, leading them to primarily practice manipulating the Rinnegan's abilities as a means of attack. At other times, they either refine their chakra or delve into the study of puppetry, with only occasional sparring and taijutsu during moments of boredom. This truly resonates with the adage, those who seek war shall perish, and those who forget the art of battle shall face peril. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Otsutsuki Shinjiro, despite wielding the Rinnegan and possessing the God Tree's fruit, finds himself questioning his existence after being soundly defeated in hand-to-hand combat and sage techniques by Naruto, who no longer possesses the God Tree's fruit, yet harnesses a fraction of the Sage of Six Paths power. This situation is also quite evident in Kaguya Otsutsuki. Although she is significantly more powerful than Madara Uchiha, if their roles were reversed, Madara, possessing Kaguya's abilities and strength, might still hesitate to undertake the system's tasks. In comparison to the seasoned ninjas who have fought for years in the ninja world, the original characters, SH-Nin and Kaguya, are vastly inferior in terms of combat experience. This is one of the reasons why the protagonist must journey to the ninja world. The Third Great Ninja War is drawing to a close. What better opportunity is there to accumulate combat experience than now? With a resolute goal in mind, the protagonist maneuvered his puppet and sword into the cavern alongside the flying birds. Meanwhile, his true self continued to refine chakra, practicing the sacred arts of inheritance and studying various jutsu on the moon, such as the formless, attributeless jutsu, Rasengan. Inside the cavern, illuminated by an ethereal blue glow, lay a mysterious lake whose waters did not dampen the body, and a peculiar crab creature. The lake was also filled with countless yellow orbs, formed from bubbles expelled by the crab creature. The protagonist gazed curiously at this spectacle. It had no bearing on him as he leaped forward, stepping gracefully on circular stone spheres, soon emerging from the cave's entrance. Outside the cave, a vast lake stretched before him, encircled by a dense forest. Here lies the Crescent Moon Island, a territory belonging to the Land of the Moon. In this era, the village of Moon Shinobi has yet to come into existence. Following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, several elite ninjas from various villages, weary of a life filled with conflict and bloodshed, fled and established the Moon Shinobi village here. However, all of this is of no concern to Sharon, who, after a brief assessment of his bearings, maneuvered his puppet, the flying bird, directly towards the front lines of the battlefield. Several days had elapsed since he had witnessed the third Hokage issue the mission for Minato to engage in battle, and the war must have already commenced. He hoped to arrive in time. Sharon had no intention of intervening. His primary objective was to accumulate combat experience, with the secondary aim of ascertaining the location of Uchiha Madara's underground palace. As he approached the vicinity of the battlefield, still a dozen miles away, Sharon began to disguise and conceal himself. Possessing the Byakugan, he was acutely aware of its formidable scouting capabilities. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that allowed them to devise their own countermeasures against the Byakugan's abilities. Upon cloaking his form and diminishing his chakra frequency, Sharon utilized the power of the Rinnegan to disrupt the Byakugan's line of sight in his vicinity. At that moment, he chanced upon Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin being discovered by the IWA Shinobi. Do not underestimate us, Uchiha, shouted Obito, fire style, grand fireball technique. He quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball directed at the two IWA Shinobi. Humph, your fan betrays your identity. We have long been wary of your tricks. The two IWA Shinobi retorted, effortlessly leaping aside, springing off tree trunks to launch themselves towards Obito and Rin. Simultaneously, they hastily formed their own hand seals. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Earth style, Earthstone Pillar. Their teamwork was impeccable. The Earth Flow River softened the ground, hindering the movements of the duo, while sharp stone pillars erupted from the earth, piercing towards them. The spectacle before Sharon was nearly worthy of applause. Although he had been in the world of ninjas for 3 years, it was his first encounter with the diverse applications of ninjutsu. It felt as though a fantasy had materialized into reality. However, Sharon quickly adjusted his mindset, fixating on the composed demeanor of Uchiha Obito. While he was well aware of Obito's combat style and initial ninjutsu, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Obito, are you not aware that the fireball jutsu is the most benevolent of all ninjutsu? It is more merciful than even I, incapable of causing death or hitting anyone. Chapter 8. Exposure. Sharon concealed himself 2 kilometers away from the skirmish involving several individuals. The distance at hand is inconsequential to the awakened Byakugan of the Shinobi. Every movement, every expression, and even the flow of chakra within them is laid bare to his perception. Moreover, with the Byakugan activated, the Shinobi's field of vision expands significantly. Everything within a 2-kilometer radius becomes strikingly clear, encompassing a full 360 degrees without any blind spots. Under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, the distant battle appears almost as if it were occurring right before his eyes. Although Uchiha Obito's injuries remain unhealed, and his bandaging is far from complete, he manages to tenuously fend off the attacks from the 2 Iwagakure Shinobi alongside Noera Rin, relying on the Sharingan. However, due to the ambush and his injuries, Rin's strength is not formidable, barely reaching the pinnacle of a genin, akin to that of a nin. The primary defense against the duo's onslaught falls upon Obito, who soon finds his wounds exacerbated. The injuries he had initially treated begin to reopen just as they are on the verge of succumbing. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning surges rapidly toward their battleground. With a crackle, the lightning manifests, revealing a youth with silver hair, wearing a black mask and clad in a tight black combat uniform adorned with green nin armor. The red emblem of the Konoha Umbu etched onto his shoulders and back. The boy exudes a cold and fierce aura. After ensuring that the 2 behind him are not in mortal danger, he coldly charges toward the Iwagakure Shinobi, weapon in hand, remaining silent throughout. However, Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin breathe a sigh of relief at the sight of their ally's arrival. Rin hastily helps Obito to sit down, resuming her healing efforts. As she tends to his wounds while also keeping an eye on the battle, a flicker of jealousy crosses Obito's gaze. Observing his teammate's firm pressure on the Iwagakure duo, he bluntly remarks, Kakashi, you arrived too late. I was almost able to take care of them myself. Obito, be quiet, do not distract Kakashi. Rin rebukes, and sensing her irritation, Obito reluctantly falls silent. It becomes apparent that Kakashi possesses such formidable chakra and strength at this moment. From a distance, as Kakashi assists Obito and Rin in their retreat, the shinobi retracts his gaze. Having never encountered Kakashi in person, he had assumed that the renowned figure, often used as a unit of chakra measurement by jesters, despite his prowess, would not possess a substantial reserve of chakra. However, upon reflection, he realizes his misjudgment. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he discerns that Kakashi's chakra is significantly superior to that of the others present, and it is evident that he is not yet at his peak. As Kakashi continues to evolve, his chakra reserves will undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Such an immense quantity of chakra has unexpectedly been reduced to a mere unit of measurement for chakra. Does this imply that ordinary individuals possess an insufficient amount of chakra? Or is it that the ocular prowess of the Sharingan demands an excessive expenditure for those not of the Uchiha lineage? Perhaps I should seek out a pair of Sharingan to experiment with. Having merely a single pair of eyes is rather inconvenient. As the hidden facade of Sharon dissipates, he summons distant puppets resembling birds, preparing to pursue Team Kakashi. Yet, I am uncertain whether my in-release chakra can sustain the daily consumption of the Sharingan. At this moment, Sharon has gained a comprehensive understanding of Kakashi's prowess. Considering Kakashi's performance, Sharon has formed a rough estimate of the strength of the body he controls. which belonged to his grandfather. The two ninjas from Awagakure who perished moments ago mentioned that Kakashi's strength might soon reach the level of a Nin. Thus, he is to be regarded as a peak Nin, and Sharon's current body feels no trepidation towards him. After all, the amount of chakra he possesses presently is at least 3 to 4 times that of Kakashi. As the puppet birds come into view, Sharon's vigilance slightly eases. He prepares to leap into action as the birds approach, intent on catching up with Kakashi and his companions. The next moment, a sharp sound pierces the air, akin to a blade slicing through flesh, resonating in Sharon's ears. Concurrently, his senses erupt in alarm. Almost instinctively, he propels himself upward from the tree trunk. Oh, his reaction speed is unexpectedly commendable. Humph, is it the Byakugan? Regrettably, Lord Lus, while we possess countermeasures against the Byakugan of Konohagakure, it remains one of the most perceptive bloodline limits. Evading its scrutiny entirely with our numbers proves exceedingly difficult. 5 ninjas suddenly emerge from the earth, encircling Sharon's escape route. The ninja who previously attacked him has obliterated the very spot where he stood. Sharon glances up at the imposing figure confronting him. My word, he stands an imposing too. 17 meters tall, with arms, legs, and torso resembling that of a giant. Clad in earthy red attire, adorned with the stone forehead protectors of Awagakure. And given the opponent's earlier address, Sharon deduces his identity with little effort. He is the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki, and the father of the 4th Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi. In the original tale during the 4th Great Ninja War, this formidable warrior was capable of suppressing the Outer Path's Geto-Mazo with his earth release, even knocking away the tailed beast transformation of Kenshiki with a single punch. Although both the formulaic texts and Awagakure's external references classify him as an elite Nin. In terms of raw strength, during the 4th War, he undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of Nin, verging on the status of a Kage. Though only the 3rd war has transpired, the opponent's strength remains that of an elite Nin without question. Sharon did not anticipate that the first individual to seek him out for a sparring experience would be such a powerhouse. Upon recognizing his adversary, Sharon contemplates retreat. He truly lacks the confidence to defeat such a formidable foe. While others typically encounter mere foot soldiers to hone their skills, why does he face an elite boss right from the outset? Although he possesses ample information about Lus, his own intelligence remains undisclosed. Furthermore, this pair of Byakugan will likely lead the Awagakure forces to mistakenly categorize him as a member of the High Ga clan, misleading them. However, when confronting Lus, even with this knowledge, Sharon finds no means to counter him. On the contrary, while Lus primarily utilizes earth release, he has developed a well-rounded skill set. Yet, just as Sharon's rational thought urges him to retreat, it is swiftly overwhelmed by an impulsive fervor. What uses it to seek out weak adversaries? Is there any experience more exhilarating and conducive to growth than a life-or-death confrontation? In the moment this frenzied thought was conceived, the individual who had intended to flee straightened his back. During this contemplative standoff, the shoulder that had been previously marked by the earth began to heal rapidly under the influence of a transformative power. Witnessing this spectacle, the man of earth narrowed his eyes. Is it a healing ninjutsu? Another ninja from the hidden stone expressed a hint of regret, stating, Lord Earth, if only you favored poison, this could have incapacitated him. The man of earth shook his head, refraining from responding to this inquiry. Sensing that even poison would be ineffective against his opponent, with a wave of his hand, he intoned, no matter, you all pursue those 3-leaf ninjas. I shall handle this one. Upon resolving this matter, we shall regroup at the base. Yes, Lord Earth. The other 4 ninjas promptly accepted their orders and, with a swift leap, vanished like fleeting shadows. Unlike the characters of a romantic drama, ninjas adhered strictly to commands. Thus, within this mountainous forest, only the man of earth and the individual stood. The hidden stone, is it? The latter broke the silence first. As his words fell, he fervently summoned the chakra that lay dormant within his body. The man of earth appeared oblivious to this movement. From the Hyuga clan of the Leaf? He mused, noticing the absence of a forehead protector. It seems you are on some clandestine mission. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, as he unconsciously began to construct a rough outline in his mind, mapping out the trajectory of the man's actions. It is not entirely his fault. Primarily, the Byakugan's bloodline limit is exceedingly renowned, and the other 4 great shinobi villages aspire to acquire it, yet none have succeeded thus far. I can sense your strength is formidable, and your chakra is potent. However, the combat prowess of your Hyuga clan cannot possibly rival mine. It would be wiser for you to surrender. As Huang Tu spoke, he exhibited no signs of impatience, remaining unfazed by either praise or scorn. His confidence was unwavering, both in himself and in the pursuit of Kakashi and his companions. He stood as stable as a stone, seemingly having perfected the will of stone to its utmost form. As Huang Tu's aura intensified, Shirin felt his own presence wane slightly and promptly stepped forward. Chapter 9. The 8,000 Spear God Senior Huang Tu. I did not anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent in my first battle on the battlefield, Shirin said with a warm smile gracing his lips. It is an honor to engage with you. However, although you may not divulge it, I am curious as to how you discern my presence. At this moment, he appeared as a mature young man, possessing a handsome visage, short blue-white hair, and strikingly pure white eyes. Each of his movements exuded elegance and courtesy. Unmistakably the demeanor of a scion from a prestigious family. His manner of speaking bore no resemblance to that of a warrior on the battlefield. Rather, it seemed akin to a leisurely outing, and even Huang Tu could sense an air of refined grace and sunny disposition about him. Huang Tu gazed at him for a moment, his eyes filled with confusion and inquiry. It seems as though you are unaware that Iwagakure and Konohagakure are currently engaged in conflict. Furthermore, I have never encountered you on the battlefield before. You must be from the esteemed Hyuga clan, correct? The stoic Huang Tu silently nodded, deepening his impression of the individual before him. Moreover, you exude no aura of lethality. It appears you have yet to take a life. How could Konohagakure possibly send someone like you to the battlefield? It appears they are truly out of options. In light of this, come with me to Iwagakure. We are in need of a bearer of the Byakugan bloodline. As for how I discovered your presence, do not be misled into thinking the Byakugan is infallible. After all, our encounters have not been few. It is quite remarkable that the typically reticent Huang Tu has spoken so extensively to someone who is either marked for death or capture. If others from the rock-hidden village were to witness this, it would likely leave them astounded. However, the demeanor of the recluse is remarkably pure, resembling that of an untainted child. A ninja who has never taken a life, regardless of their strength, poses little threat in the eyes of Huang Tuesday. Upon hearing this, Shirin nodded in understanding. Subsequently, his smile grew even more radiant as he activated his Byakugan and gestured invitingly. In the next moment, the two vanished in an instant. The air momentarily stilled. Suddenly, Shirin's gaze sharpened, and through the lens of his Byakugan, he perceived all of Huang Tu's movements with startling clarity. At this moment, a fierce light seemed to erupt from Shirin's eyes, chakra surged within him, and his feet transitioned from stillness to motion, creating a tempest akin to a galloping steed. The swirling chakra conjured a powerful gust of wind, closing the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Huang Tu's pupils contracted sharply. He realized that Shirin's innate strength was formidable, otherwise, he would not have chosen to engage personally. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the explosive speed and formidable presence that emanated from Shirin, who appeared devoid of any combat experience. Nevertheless, Huang Tu was well aware of the Hyuga clan's characteristics, which primarily revolved around close-quarters combat. With a swift reaction, Huang Tu raised his hands. Earth-style chakra coalesced around them, enveloping his limbs in a thick layer of rock within moments. As Shirin charged towards him with surprising speed, Huang Tu did not flinch or evade. Instead, he launched a decisive punch aimed squarely at Shirin's temple, intent on knocking him unconscious and taking him back. However, Shirin's punch was equally swift, creating a sonic boom. Yet, their clash revealed the stark disparity in their respective experiences. Huang Tu's martial prowess was exceptional, and in an instant, he seized the initiative from Shirin. His hands, encased in rock, executed a long-range strike, unleashing a formidable force. Clearly intent on keeping Shirin at bay and denying him the opportunity to employ his gentle fist technique. If the Hyuga clan were to close the distance, it would spell danger. This is a lesson learned through the demise of countless ninjas. Transforming a fist into a palm, the chakra surged forth, manifesting as white flames that enveloped the palm. Subsequently, using his joints as the axis, he rotated his arm, the chakra at his fingertips subtly glowing as his palm morphed into a claw, swiftly seizing the forearm of the earth. A targeted strike was delivered to one of the chakra pathways. Although the heritage of the Tsutsuki clan diverges significantly from that of the Hyuga clan, their commonalities remain strikingly similar. In the realm of ninjutsu, pure physical techniques can be categorized into the steel fist style and the gentle fist style. Unlike the gentle fist, which is characterized by its subtlety, the steel fist is direct and purely corporeal in its assault. The Hyuga's gentle fist, on the other hand, involves infusing one's chakra into the enemy's body, thereby damaging their internal chakra pathways and vital organs. Moreover, they look down upon those who practice the steel fist. The Tsutsuki clan does not adhere to the rigid conventions of the Hyuga, possessing a broader legacy. They understand that both the steel and gentle fist are ultimately simplifications of the 80 Gods airstrike. Thus, the initial steel fist offensive from the protagonist caught the earth off guard. However, upon witnessing the attack on his chakra pathways, he displayed an expression of realization. Soon, the rocky armor covering his body expanded significantly. In the heat of battle, every ounce of chakra is invaluable, and if he could subdue the protagonist using sheer physical prowess, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Therefore, he refrained from employing his signature earth techniques, relying solely on his physical combat skills. Boom. Thud. If your physical techniques are so lacking, and you are not even proficient in your bagua palm, then you should follow me. After exchanging several blows, the earth discerned his distinction from other Hyuga, prompting him to taunt. Humph. When did you come to believe that the Hyuga clan's techniques were restricted to the gentle fist and bagua palm? 8,000 spears. The protagonist's Byakugan fixated intently on the earth's chakra pathways, and in the next moment, chakra surged from his joints. Instantly, it transformed into menacing chakra spikes, piercing through and shattering the rocky defenses enveloping the earth. His countenance changed as he swiftly retreated, twisting his arm in an attempt to escape. Yet, the protagonist was relentless. His grip on the Earth's wrist was unyieldingly firm. His feet moved swiftly, maintaining close proximity to the Earth's movements. Their eyes locked. The protagonist's gaze radiated a predatory ferocity, inducing a shiver down the Earth's spine. The once gentle demeanor of the protagonist had vanished, replaced by coldness and madness. 8,000 spears. The grip on the Earth's wrist tightened, drawing the protagonist closer once more, as his other hand struck out. A flurry of chakra spikes pierced through the Earth's garments, causing blood to flow profusely. However, this was the protagonist's first time utilizing chakra in such a manner, and his mastery of bodily control was still lacking. Uncertain of the optimal utilization of chakra, his reserves were depleting rapidly. Meanwhile, the multitude of chakra spears surrounding him seemed to multiply, compressing and sharpening, rendering half of the Earth's body a bloody mess. Earth-Re, the giant-like ninja's expression, softened slightly. However, the hand seals he performed grew increasingly rapid. Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. The moment the seals were completed, the Earth let out a thunderous roar as he slammed his hands onto the muddy ground. The soft earth beneath the feet of the departing individual swiftly hardened, transforming into solid ground, thereby halting his movement for a brief second. Meanwhile, the figure of the Earth surged forward like a freight truck, unembellished, delivering a powerful punch straight towards the face of the departing individual. The force behind this punch was immense and oppressive, its terrifying height exerting significant pressure on the Sharon. As it surged forward, it was accompanied by a sharp, piercing whistle. Sharon's expression shifted. Sensing the overwhelming power, he dared not confront it head-on. At this moment, his innate and formidable reflexes afforded him a fleeting opportunity. Wind, air dance. The chakra within him surged, and as the figure of the yellow Earth hurtled towards him, the compressing air generated a powerful wave that provided Sharon with excellent leverage. In that instant, he seemed to transform into a spirit of the wind, his entire body swaying with the currents. It was as if he were treading upon the very tips of the wind. With a deft twist of his foot, he glided over the hardened mire, effortlessly navigating around and appearing behind the yellow Earth. Without hesitation, Sharon pressed down with his palm. 8,000 spear gods. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Crack. A mere Earth Flow Wall could not possibly withstand Sharon's assault. The yellow Earth was acutely aware of this fact and did not evade, instead bracing himself to endure the strike. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Flow Walls. Understanding the sheer ferocity of Sharon's attack, the yellow Earth bellowed, summoning layer upon layer of earthen barriers to obstruct the onslaught. Yet, against the 8,000 spear gods, such defenses were no more substantial than wooden boards. Sensing the imminent danger, the yellow Earth clenched his fists, forming the necessary hand seals. With a single gesture, he unleashed a highly potent ninjutsu. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. This is the earth manipulation technique that Huang Tu excels at, and it is also the ninjutsu he will showcase at the pinnacle of his prowess in the future. With deft control over the terrain, he summoned two immense semicircular spheres from beneath the ground, attempting to ensnare Shirin between them. Shirin's advance was impeded, and as the colossal stones closed in on either side, he made a swift decision. The 8,000 spears, which had merely been resting in his hands, expanded outward. The massive boulders were once again shattered by Shirin, revealing a hollow of human size through which he burst forth. However, just as he escaped danger, he was met with Huang Tu's iron fist. Shirin hastily defended himself as Huang Tu's formidable physique, imbued with ferocious power, sent him flying with a single blow. Yet, this was not the end. As Shirin regained his footing, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Earth-style, rock missile. After traversing the earth flow and hardening, the rocks transformed into a barrage of colossal fragments, enveloped in explosive tags, hurtling towards him with a deafening roar. Danger! The boulders, along with the explosive tags, multiplied under Huang Tu's command. 2 became 4, 4 became 16, and in the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of destruction loomed. From Shirin's perspective, a sea of shadows emerged in his 360-degree field of vision. Huang Tu, undeniably one of the mightiest warriors beneath the rock-hidden village, demonstrated his extensive combat experience. Most crucially, his tactical acumen in battle was exceptionally high, although initially at a disadvantage due to a disparity in information. Upon witnessing Shirin's techniques, he promptly devised a method to counter them. To counter Shirin's Byakugan and his devastating physical prowess, unleashing this expansive ninjutsu barrage was the optimal strategy. The technique known as the rock missile possesses the formidable capability to bring down an entire mountain. Confronted with such a ferocious assault from Huang Tu, Sharon instinctively shielded his face with his arms, as a robust layer of chakra enveloped his limbs, body, and legs. This chakra continued to swell, transforming from a pale blue luminescence into a delicate shade of crimson as it surged forth. In mere moments, it coalesced around Sharon, manifesting as a billowing cloak that fluttered in the wind. Divine technique, Fire Rat Cloak. The instant the Fire Rat Cloak took form, a fierce gust of wind radiated outward. The densely packed rocks and explosive tags, before even nearing him, shattered and detonated. Sparks flew in all directions, the ground trembled violently, and the earth beneath him was etched with countless deep and shallow scars. What is this? Is this the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode? Huangtu was taken aback. Yet his keen perception quickly discerned the distinction between the two. The Hyuga clan possesses such extraordinary techniques. Are they not limited to merely defending against physical attacks with their Kaiden? While Huangtu diligently gathered intelligence, Sharon was not one to remain passive in the face of danger. The chakra within him surged forth relentlessly, intensifying the tempestuous winds surrounding him. In the next moment, he fixed his cold gaze upon Huangtu and gestured with his hand. Sky dance? Wind. No sooner had the words left his lips than the massive boulders and explosive tags that had been hurled towards him appeared to freeze midair. This is a simplified version of the Tsuchimikado's bloodline ninjutsu, the reverse effect of wind, sky dance. Under the fierce onslaught of the violent wind, boulders and explosive tags instantly reversed their trajectory, hurtling relentlessly towards the direction of the earth. Chapter 11. The Escape from Death Boom. The immense explosion sent shards of rock flying. The earth did not evade, it merely dissipated the attacking chakra from the explosive tags, staunchly guarding its vital points against what was originally meant to be its attack. For 20 seconds, the tempestuous assault from Sharon persisted, with thousands of boulders crashing against him. Yet he did not retreat an inch. However, the already injured earth, initially wounded from Sharon's attack, now found itself in a more precarious position. Damn it. The wounded earth had genuinely begun to feel anger. Initially, he had been somewhat enraged by the injury he sustained. At this moment, the members of the Hyuga clan, whom he believed should have been subdued, had the audacity to strike him again, kindling a true murderous intent within him. His initial plan to capture Sharon alive for breeding back in the village had vanished. After all, as a clan member, even in death, the Byakugan would not cease to exist. Yet, what transpired next left him with a sense of utter frustration. Just as he was prepared to deliver a lethal blow, Sharon managed to escape. Ah, are you still the proud Hyuga clan? Fleeing. Consumed by rage, the earth was determined not to let Sharon escape and quickly pursued him. Earth, have you lost your mind? If you cannot win, why continue fighting? Isn't that courting death? At this moment, Sharon was devoid of his previous indifference and ruthlessness, his aura rapidly diminishing. Nevertheless, he sprinted towards the distant cliff, his steps swift. Simultaneously, he utilized the scant chakra remaining to summon the skybound bird puppets for support. As he ran, Sharon continuously replayed the battle in his mind. He realized that aside from exploiting the information gap to catch his opponent off guard, he had been thoroughly defeated in every other aspect. However, as he sought to escape, the earth was unwilling to let him go. To run was sheer folly. Suppressing his inner fury, the earth gravely pursued the direction in which Sharon fled. Meanwhile, his fingers deftly formed seals, and he struck the ground once more. Earth release, earthquake core. Earth release, cracking earth palm. The two successive earth ninjutsu showcased the formidable prowess of the earth as an elite J-nin. Instantly, the ground trembled, and fissures erupted, transforming layers of earth into a barrage of palm strikes aimed at Sharon. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Sharon understood that if struck, he would likely be captured. Though merely a puppet, the Byakugan within its eyes was irreplaceable and could not be lost. Left with no choice, he turned once more, channeling the meager chakra that remained to unleash a palm strike. Divine Sky Strike. Boom. An invisible wave of energy manifested as a palm strike, targeting the earth and obliterating the earthen palm strikes in its path. Familiar with the techniques of the Hyuga clan, he quickly recognized the move. The 8 trigrams empty palm? Having engaged in 2 fierce battles, his combat experience was indeed substantial, especially since he had encountered the Hyuga clan on the battlefield, having witnessed both the 8 trigrams palm and the empty palm. Yet, a keen sense of danger alerted the earth to the peril that lay ahead. The Hinata clan appears to wield an extraordinary power with this technique. Huangtu, in a moment of clarity, decisively shields his face with his arms. Simultaneously, a dense layer of earthy chakra manifests across his arms, body, and legs, transforming into rock. A multitude of wind blades, akin to axes and swords, assails Huangtu. Striking the stone he has become and sending sparks flying. The surface of the stone is marred with countless fissures, soon to shatter entirely. In that instant, the chakra supporting the earth-based ninjutsu around him seems to dissipate. Huangtu's complexion pales, and he tastes blood in his mouth. Has the Hinata clan from Konoha developed yet another jutsu? Damn it, he must not be allowed to escape. Seeing that Sharon is about to vanish from view, Huangtu disregards his injuries and pursues him once more. He forms the hand seals for earth release, underground voyage, and simultaneously executes the decapitation technique in his mind. Sharon, sensing the impending danger, leaps into the air as the earth beneath him erupts. Observing this, Sharon becomes resolute. The remaining chakra coalesces in his hand, transforming his palm into a blade radiating a ghostly blue light, aimed at Huangtu's neck. The towering Huangtu does not flinch. His fist clenched as he employs earth release, rock fist to shatter Sharon's chakra blade. As the fragments of the blade scatter, obscuring vision, Huangtu seizes the opportunity to unleash earth release, heavy rock technique. Sharon feels an immense weight descend upon him, causing the very bones of his puppet body to begin cracking. Let it go. Huangtu snarls, bringing another rock fist down upon Sharon. 8,000 spears. In this dire moment, Sharon, with no regard for the circumstances, gathers his breath. And a sharp chakra spear erupts from his elbow, driving towards Huangtu's armpit. The 8,000 spears fail to pierce flesh smoothly, instead stirring a mound of mud. Huangtu evades the strike with an earth clone, yet the rock fist from the clone still crashes into the back of Sharon's neck. The ferocious force shatters the rocks beneath Sharon's feet, sending him plummeting off the cliff. As Huangtu breathes a sigh of relief watching Sharon fall, his expression shifts once more. Suddenly, a puppet bird descends from the sky, catching the falling Sharon and soaring into the air. At this moment, Sharon's heart finally finds peace. Puppet technique? When did Konoha acquire the puppet technique? Have you allied with Sunagakure? Upon seeing the puppet bird, a thought flashes through Huangtu's mind. As one of the captains of this Konoha mission, he is acutely aware of what this signifies. If Konoha and Sunagakure have truly joined forces, then the tides of war may shift. This news must be relayed swiftly. Noticing Huangtu's disheveled appearance and changing demeanor, Sharon surmises he might be overthinking. However, he has no intention of clarifying. Although he cannot defeat him now, Sharon is willing to add a bit of frustration to Huangtu's plight. Moreover, after today's battle, his control over this body has significantly improved. His true form still resides on the moon, and being merely 3 years old, he has ample time to grow. He believes that the next encounter with Huangtu will not mirror today's. With newfound confidence, Sharon speaks with greater conviction. Despite having exhausted his chakra, he knows that if he does not disclose this, Huangtu cannot possibly know. Huangtu, even if I spare you this time, I will certainly claim your head the next time we meet. As Huangtu contemplates retreat or desperation, he is startled by Sharon's bold response. As he controls the puppet hovering midair, do you still wish to claim you have not exerted your full strength? There is no need to wait for another encounter. If you possess the ability, let me experience it again. Earth release. When did I give you the impression that I have already exerted my full strength? Standing atop the puppet bird, Sharon activates the Byakugan, conjuring a pale yellow sphere of light in his hand. As Huangtu, preparing to employ earth release once again, forms hand seals, Sharon unceremoniously hurls the sphere downward. Boom. A terrifying explosion instantaneously carves a gap into the cliff. As the smoke dissipates, Huangtu sees Sharon and the puppet bird vanishing into the horizon, gazing at the extensively cracked rocks beneath him. Huangtu remains silent as he makes his way back to the base. Chapter 12. Weaken Konoha. Escalating war on the third floor of the Hokage building in Konoha. The third Hokage, clad in ceremonial robes, stands solemnly on the rooftop. Amidst the grim atmosphere, a Konoha Umbu ninja, dressed in black and wearing an animal mask, suddenly appears. Kneeling behind him, Lord Third, urgent news from the front lines. The Umbu ninja speaks with an urgency in his voice. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen grows uneasy. Speak. A small contingent of cloud and sand ninja has been spotted within the land of water and the land of rivers. Meanwhile, the rock ninja from the land of grass are currently being held at bay by Lord Minato and Lord Orochimaru, yet they are still reinforcing their numbers. The Umbu ninja reports hastily. Anoki, are the Reikage and Kazekage attempting to take advantage of the chaos, or do they simply wish to observe? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, a veteran of multiple Shinobi world wars, feels a chill run down his spine. Present-day Konoha is truly weaker than during the Second Shinobi World War. Especially after the suicide of Tsukumo Hatake 5 years ago and the departures of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Konoha's strength has diminished significantly. Furthermore, the Third Shinobi World War has persisted for nearly 5 years now, and Konoha faces threats from 4 great shinobi villages, with its available manpower nearly depleted. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the students of the Ninja Academy to graduate so early. Does he not realize that sending 5- or 6-year-old children to the battlefield is tantamount to a death sentence? The reality is that Konoha is in a state of decline. The older generation is nearly extinguished, and the new generation consists mainly of Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, and Fugaku Uchiha. Contemplating the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkens. Although they are an esteemed clan within Konoha, they do not inspire complete trust. According to information from Danzo, the Uchiha clan seems to have substantial grievances against the village. Moreover, placing them on the front lines against Kirigakure appears to be a strategy to deplete the Uchiha's living forces. Unexpectedly, another prodigy has emerged from the Uchiha clan, earning the moniker Shursue of the body flicker on the front lines against Kirigakure. However, based on reports from the Umbu, this Uchiha Shursue seems to be a potential ally. With this thought, the third's heart feels slightly reassured. Yet, it is too late to recall the Uchiha, and he is uncertain whether pulling them back would provoke Kirigakure into a full-scale assault. If Kirigakure enters the fray, Konoha would truly be besieged on all fronts. However, Konoha's current strength does not support simultaneous warfare on 3 fronts. Additionally, the situation on the Iwagakure battlefield has reached a critical juncture. It appears time has come for the village's great clans and us old-timers to take action. I must summon Kohara and Midokado. After careful contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu members beside him. Regardless of the circumstances, aside from the currently silent Mist Village, the other disturbances required immediate attention. Soon, Tsunade Shizen and Mito came and arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, the village's available funds have dwindled to just 600 million ryo, Tsunade Shizen stated. Fully aware of the purpose behind her summons, as the financial advisor of Konoha, allocate 100 million ryo for reserves, and deploy the rest immediately. Half of it must be sent to the front lines by tomorrow, and the medical teams must be mobilized as well. Hearing this, Hiruzen felt a twinge of frustration but quickly regained his composure, directing A.J. Nin waiting outside to carry out the orders. After issuing the commands, Hiruzen turned to Tsunade Shizun and said, "This is a critical moment. Please visit the Daime and procure additional funds. Otherwise, our defenses will falter." Tsunade nodded. As the steward of Konoha's finances, it was her paramount duty during wartime. After all, the daily expenditures for ninjas are substantial. Whether it be ninja tools, explosive tags, or military provisions, a considerable amount of funding is required. While savings can be made during peacetime, wartime expenditures are a matter of life and death. As Tsunade departed, Mito came and opened his eyes and glanced at Hiruzen. "What about my assignment, Hiruzen?" he inquired. "Cam, I just received intelligence indicating that both Cloud and Sand villages are exhibiting unusual movements. I need you to assist Orochimaru and Minato at the front lines, and if necessary, replace Minato as a precaution. Cloud and Sand, those wretched foes, leave this matter to me," Kamen replied, still youthful and capable of battle, showing no resistance to Hiruzen's orders. However, just before stepping out of the Hokage's office, he asked pointedly, "Hiruzen, it has been a long time since I've seen Danzo. Has he not recovered from his injuries?" Watching Mito Kamen and Tsunade Shizen depart, Hiruzen cast a somber glance toward the direction of the route. It was not long after the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War that the Mist Village was the first to exhibit signs of unrest. Initially, Danzo had received the intelligence and consulted with Hiruzen. Seizing the opportunity when the Three Tails Jinchuriki, the third Mizukage, was isolated, he eliminated the aged leader. The matter was conducted with utmost secrecy by Danzo, unbeknownst to many. However, this drastic action of severing one of the arms of the Mist Village effectively quelled its unrest. Nevertheless, the price Danzo paid was substantial. He himself was on the brink of death, and 2 elite shinobi from Root were lost. Although Tsunade was absent from the village, the current medical capabilities of the village, combined with Orochimaru's assistance in his recovery, allowed Danzo to recuperate swiftly. Yet, for reasons unknown, he has remained concealed within the confines of Root. Presently, even he is somewhat unclear about his own precise movements. It is only vaguely known that he is no longer within the village, and from his trajectory, it appears he is preparing to conspire with Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen is overwhelmed by the ravages of war and lacks the capacity to monitor Danzo. Moreover, Danzo's venture into the Land of Rain could prove advantageous for Konoha. The Land of Rain is adjacent to the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, and should an emergency arise, Danzo would undoubtedly intervene. Hiruzen is acutely aware that the strength of the Mist Ninjas is currently diminished. The policies of the Third Mizukage, which resulted in the Blood Mist, have severely weakened the Mist Village. Although reports suggest that the Three Tails has been rediscovered and rumors circulate that whoever becomes the new Jinchuriki will ascend to the position of Fourth Mizukage. No candidates have yet been determined. A tailed beast without a Jinchuriki cannot unleash its formidable power, and it remains uncertain whether they will partake in this impending ninja world war. Hiruzen is cautious, aware of his responsibilities as Hokage to safeguard Konoha. As long as he remains within the village, he can simultaneously deter the other 4 Kages. However, once he steps onto the battlefield, that deterrence will cease to exist. This is also the reason he cannot move easily. As long as he remains in Konoha, it signifies that the village still possesses some strength. Feeling a sense of urgency, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Hokage building with his pipe in mouth, heading towards the residence of the prominent clans within the village. His first stop was the Hyuga clan. On the front lines of the battlefield against Awagakure, Minato Namikaze, A.J. Nin, received a new mission shortly after repelling a wave of attacks from Awagakure. "Please proceed," he was told. It was anticipated that a batch of supplies would arrive by the next afternoon, accompanied by 5J Nin. Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes brightened. He had nearly ascended to the core decision-making echelon of Konoha and understood well that those who could support the front lines at this time were certainly not the Root or Umbu under Danzo and the Hokage. However, could it be Kushina? The thought of his wife crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head. She would not be sent to the battlefield until the moment was truly dire. Yet, when he glanced at the mission scroll, his expression changed. Are the Land of Wind and Land of Lightning also preparing to join this war? Realizing this, Minato hurried to Orochimaru's tent. After a brief wait, Orochimaru's raspy voice emanated from behind him. "Ah, it is you, Minato-kun. You have come at just the right time. Orochimaru-sama, I have received a new mission to confront Awagakure decisively and subsequently return to guard against the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning," Minato stated hastily. "Oh, understood. The old man has already informed me." Orochimaru's eyes glinted with a hint of intrigue, followed by a chilling smile. "Since we aim to prompt a swift confrontation with Awagakure, there is yet another task that requires your attention. Orochimaru-sama, please tell me." "Minato-kun, Awagakure has begun large-scale mobilization. They likely wish to reinforce their numbers." Orochimaru led Minato to a map, pointing to a specific location. To maintain the smoothness and speed of their supply routes, Iwagakure will undoubtedly march the shortest distance. The Kamizukikyo Bridge is their most vital route. My current forces must remain on guard against Iwagakure and cannot move just yet. The old man's support will take time. It is solely up to you. Your mission is to lure the enemy and disrupt their reinforcements, while Team 7's task is to destroy the bridge and sever the enemy's supply line. Once we destroy the Kamizukikyo Bridge, Iwagakure will no longer be able to prolong the conflict. Mission rank S. Understood. Team 7 accepts the mission. Yes, go forth and ensure your safety. We will need you to lead the assault team during the final confrontation. Orochimaru was acutely aware that the recent assassinations orchestrated by Minato had already inflicted considerable pain upon Iwagakure. Their large-scale mobilization now is likely a preparation for the ultimate battle. Cutting off the Kamizukikyo Bridge would mark the beginning of that final showdown. However, once Minato departed, a cold glint returned to Orochimaru's gaze. Teacher, it seems you have fully resolved to have Minato succeed your position. I, the frontline commander, received the same information as he did. Do you truly hold such faith in him? Yet, Orochimaru felt no profound sorrow, for he had discovered something far more captivating than the title of Hokage. Chapter 13, the First Akatsuki Organization and the Journey to Kamizukikyo Bridge. On the other side of the battlefield, Shirin eliminated another isolated Iwagakure Chunin. While absorbing this individual's memories, he meticulously recalled the details of the recent battle. It had been over 10 days since his confrontation with the earthy adversary. As a puppet, Shirin bore no injuries, aside from mental fatigue. In truth, had he not aimed to refine his combat skills, accumulate experience, and discreetly conceal his trump cards, he could have communicated with his Rinnegan at any moment to restore his puppet form. The battle with the earthy opponent greatly benefited Shirin. Such genuine life and death moments are not easily afforded to just anyone. After all, although he manipulated the puppet, the original strength could not truly be deemed that of a master. Following the encounter, Shirin significantly enhanced his chakra utilization during combat and the seamless execution of techniques. Furthermore, he adeptly mastered the distribution of chakra for each divine technique. Now, his chakra allocation has become strikingly more rational. Having evaded the earthy adversary's pursuit, Shirin utilized his Byakugan to seek out his next target. In a mere 10 days, he had dispatched over a dozen foes, predominantly lower and middle-ranking shinobi from both Iwagakure and Konoha, epitomizing a sense of equality among all. However, he had yet to encounter any J-nin, let alone special J-nin. These individuals on the battlefield are either captains or squad leaders, and their numbers are quite limited. However, at this moment, as they brazenly tally their spoils of war, one among them, the seer, is actually delving into the memories of the adversary and suddenly becomes alert. His eyes, now wide open, clearly capture two figures not far away. It seems the other party is aware that the seer has detected their presence. They exchange a glance and step forward. As they approach, the seer displays a hint of surprise. The two individuals bore unremarkable appearances, resembling the faces of the masses. Yet their headbands and attire were indeed distinctive. The 4 vertical striped patterns, reminiscent of raindrops, conveyed an air of casualness. They were not the customary headbands of the 5 great ninja villages, but rather those of the village hidden in the rain. Their garments were even more noteworthy, enveloping their forms in dark robes adorned with crimson clouds against a black backdrop. Were it not for their unique insignia, even those from the 5 great villages might fail to recognize their identities. However, the well-informed Saren could immediately discern the implications of their presence, the Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, it appeared that at this moment, Yahiko was still at the helm of the Akatsuki, as evidenced by the absence of the horizontal slash denoting rogue ninjas on their foreheads. They were not among the members of the Akatsuki that Saren was familiar with, suggesting that they belonged to the organization's original cohort. This hinted that Yahiko had not yet met his demise. It made sense, given that Obito was on the verge of encountering Madara, who was still alive, and Nagato had likely not yet summoned the outer path Gedomazo. Unbeknownst to the 2 Akatsuki members, the instant they revealed themselves, Saren had already unraveled their backgrounds. The Rain Village differed from the ninja villages affiliated with the 5 great nations. It harbored aspirations and potential to ascend as a major power. Their ambitions were not merely theoretical. They had made attempts to realize them. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo had directly declared war on the 5 great ninja villages, seeking to challenge the entire shinobi world single-handedly and replicate the monumental achievements of Hashirama Senju, aspiring to become the true god of ninjas. The outcome, as one might expect, was disastrous. The Rain Village became a battleground for the great nations, resulting in its once thriving development being utterly devastated. Now, Hanzo could only retreat into the shadows of the Rain Village, barely clinging to survival, which allowed for Yahiko to lead the rise of the Akatsuki. However, the current Akatsuki was beginning to subtly threaten Hanzo's dominion, though that would be a matter for another time. The mission assigned to the 2 members of the Akatsuki involved delivering supplies to a nearby base, as per the request of the Iwagakure. Upon completing their transport, while preparing to return to the village to report their task, they unexpectedly stumbled upon Saren engaged in combat with other ninjas. Initially, they assumed it was a typical skirmish among ninjas, but upon closer observation, they realized that Saren was unlike the others. he was indiscriminate in his approach, dealing with both foes and allies alike. Notably, Saren did not wear a headband, and despite being a wielder of the Byakugan from Konohagakure, he showed no mercy towards the ninjas of his own village. This indiscriminate approach led both individuals to believe that the protagonist should be deemed a rogue ninja. Although the Akatsuki organization is not currently a stronghold for rogue ninjas, they are aware that their leader is in urgent need of talent. Hence, their approach was also to recruit him. The puppet, Fein Yao, ascended once more with the protagonist, this time heading toward the hidden forces of a Wagakure. While reviewing memories, he unexpectedly stumbled upon some intriguing information. The recently slain Nin had been tasked with delivering intelligence to an elite squad, and the mission was connected to the battle at the Kamui Bridge. The protagonist realized that the death of Obito was imminent, as the conflict at the Kamui Bridge was about to commence. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to disguise himself and venture to the assembly point of the elite squad ahead, wishing to partake in this mission. After all, investigating Uchiha Obito's lair was one of his primary objectives in the ninja world. Over the course of several days of hunting, he had gathered a significant amount of Earth Release chakra and memories of Earth Release techniques. Although his own chakra nature remained unchanged, he found that he could utilize the gathered chakra to perform jutsu. The reason for his inability to complete the transformation was entirely due to the chakra nature of the Otsutsuki clan. In fact, both the Otsutsuki and Hyuga clans, including the Kagaya clan, primarily rely on their familial techniques. It is not that they are entirely incapable of transformation, rather, the process yields minimal results for the effort expended. Even with his dedicated efforts over several days, the protagonist found no success. However, as he absorbed more chakra, he discovered another application for the chakra storage system within his mental realm. Instead of converting and absorbing the chakra, he realized he could use it directly. Although this chakra dissipated entirely upon use, rendering it a one-time resource, he could envelop the chakra of a Wagakure shinobi, negating the need to mimic their chakra fluctuations. This proves to be of immense assistance to him as he attempts to infiltrate the village. Shirin dons the attire of the recently slain rock-hidden ninja, transforming his appearance to that of his counterpart. As for the two members of the Akatsuki organization who had come to recruit him, they have already been dealt with. He cannot afford to expose himself. The longer he remains hidden, the greater his safety becomes. Furthermore, the Akatsuki holds little allure for Shirin at this juncture. Rather than their overtures, he finds himself more intrigued by his memories of them. Seated upon the bird, he peruses the memories of the two individuals, intertwining them with his own knowledge, and he senses a foreboding truth. Yahiko may not have much time left. With the organization's rapid expansion, it is unlikely that Hanzo will tolerate their existence for long. Shirin smirks nonchalantly, pondering, but what concern is it of mine? A bit of chaos in the ninja world is rather delightful. Chapter 14, Shirin's patrol mission. Who goes there? As Shirin, masquerading as a rock-hidden ninja, approaches the stronghold of the elite team from his memory, a commanding voice halts his advance. In the next instant, probing energies sweep across his form. Secret order. Earth's radiance. Without hesitation, Shirin utters the command, and the formidable presences monitoring him dissipate, revealing a fissure in the concealed stronghold's barrier. Heavy footsteps echo from within. Shinjia, what orders does Lord Yellow Earth have for us? A voice, laced with mockery and a condescending tone, reaches Shirin's ears. A man with explosive brown hair, clad in a form-fitting gray-brown combat suit and matching vest, appears before him. His gaze is sharp, as piercing as a sword, and he crosses his arms, entirely disregarding Shirin's transformation into Shinjia. Behind him stand three others, similarly attired in gray-brown combat gear. Lord Firelight, Lord Leech, Lord Greatstone, Lord Suma. The memories flooding Shirin's mind instantly reveal the identities and strengths of the four members of the most formidable assault team from the rock-hidden village, all of whom are Jonin. Understanding their temperaments, he promptly presents the mission scroll. Lord Yellow Earth has a task. Firelight, as the captain, reaches out to take the scroll from Shirin's hands and opens it before the others without hesitation. Heh. Firelight sneers upon reading the task. After such a long wait, Lord Yellow Earth finally permits us to act. This time, we can truly unleash our fury. Those Leaf Village brats have been particularly audacious lately, especially that one known as the Yellow Flash. I've longed to cross paths with him. Indeed, what nonsense about being the fastest in the ninja world. They have yet to encounter us. He scoffs. Well, what are we waiting for? Let us depart. After a brief pause, Firelight scans the group with an air of superiority, then fixes a cold smirk upon Shirin. Shinjia, when you entrusted me with your care, come, let us lead you to earn some battle merits. What? Shirin had been contemplating how to keep pace with them, yet he did not anticipate this Firelight would take the initiative to guide him. However, observing the unabashedly malicious grin on the man's face, he realizes that this so-called care may not be as benevolent as it appears. Noticing Shirin's hesitation to comply immediately, Firelight's expression darkens. Are you disobeying orders? Of course not. Then follow us. Within the depths of the forest, Shirin struggles to maintain his speed to keep up with the four. The abundance of timber resources in the land of grass results in a dense thicket where, even in summer, sunlight scarcely penetrates. Such conditions are highly conducive to concealment. which is precisely the reason why Huaguang has chosen this path. After traversing for a while, the four of them abruptly halted, and moments later, Shirin arrived, panting heavily. Huaguang, have we arrived at our destination? Shirin asked, gazing around in confusion. The others paid no heed to his inquiry. Huaguang exchanged a glance with his companions, their long-standing tacit understanding enabling them to swiftly formulate a battle plan. Qingjia. Huaguang addressed, are you to assign me a task? Indeed, your mission is a patrol duty. Shirin expressed surprise but continued, patrol? Are we to guard against the Konoha ninjas? Huaguang smiled faintly, then warmly pulled him closer, gesturing towards the distance. Do you see that bridge yonder? That is our target, the Kamizukabashi, which serves as a crucial node in our supply line for this war. Lord Huang too has dispatched us to ensure that we protect the Kamizukabashi until the village's reinforcements arrive. Your task is to patrol and remain vigilant on the bridge. You will be visible while we operate from the shadows. Furthermore, you need not worry for your safety. I shall have Moj protect you discreetly. Upon finishing, Huaguang patted Shirin on the shoulder, saying, this mission is classified as S-rank. By bringing you along, you will gain an S-rank entry in your record upon successful completion. Observing Huaguang's seemingly well-intentioned demeanor, Shirin nearly succumbed to laughter. While others may be oblivious to the challenges posed by the Kamizukabashi, he was certainly not. The notion of covert protection was utterly absurd. Shirin glanced at the four Awagakure Jonin beside him, whether it was the stone-faced Dashur or the cross-eyed Emoji, who bore a long sword. Even Huaguang, the captain, despite having reaped many lives of Konoha ninjas, did not inspire confidence. Although these individuals are renowned elite shinobi, one and all fell in the battle at the Canopy Bridge. Their severed heads have become mere stepping stones for the illustrious accomplishments of their disciples. In contrast, the Konoha side suffered minimal casualties, save for one unfortunate soul. Yet, the protagonist remained undaunted, even feeling a twinge of exhilaration. His original plan was merely to partake in this mission, and should the opportunity arise, he aspired to engage in combat with the illustrious Minato Namikaze. Moments to personally gauge Minato's prowess were all too rare. Simultaneously, he sought a chance to closely investigate the lair of Uchiha Bito. Given the elusive nature of Kaigaya's manifestations, he feared that at a distance, he might lose the trail. Now, as a member of the Canopy Bridge Death Squad, he was not just in proximity, but could confront his fears directly. Moreover, he genuinely had the chance to face the terror of the Yellow Flash. During this period, as he engaged in hunting, the name of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, resonated like thunder. Coupled with the knowledge he possessed, his perception of Minato's prowess soared above that of others. He had long desired to experience it firsthand. However, the techniques of Minato were akin to a sudden death for any ninja. If the real Minato were to appear at this moment, he would undoubtedly choose to retreat without hesitation, even at the risk of exposure. Nevertheless, Lord Hikari, I accept the mission. Upon witnessing his acceptance of the task, Hikari and the others exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, they were aware that the information they had received was not entirely complete from the Leaf Village's headquarters. They had learned the identity of those sent to sabotage the bridge. Minato's relentless slaughter of rock ninja on the battlefield had instilled fear in many. There were even rumors suggesting that the village's higher-ups, pressured by the significant losses, were preparing to issue a special directive upon encountering the Yellow Flash. The whispers of this directive have reached the ears of the elite shinobi on the front lines. What nonsense it is to abandon a mission and flee upon encountering the Yellow Flash of Konoha without fear of retribution. The members of the Huaguang team regard this with disdain. Their pride leads them to perceive the elevation of Minato Namikaze by the village as an affront to their own prowess. Consequently, upon reviewing the details of the current mission, their thoughts began to stir with renewed intrigue. This time, they are tasked not only with completing their mission but also with seizing the radiant yellow head. Naturally, they are well aware that the individual capable of issuing such commands to the village must possess considerable strength. This is also the reason why the flame light would bring the bait here. Ultimately, he is merely a decoy. Once Namikaze Minato makes his appearance, they will swarm in. For against one, the advantage lies with them. The bait is, of course, unaware of their true intentions, and even if he were to know, he would merely chuckle. Life is filled with dreams, each person shining in their own way. As they all face death, it is better to indulge in beautiful imaginations, for it alleviates the pain before the end. In such a scenario, where everyone harbors ulterior motives, the bait stepped onto the Shinmu Bridge, awaiting the arrival of the 7th squad, marked by a yellow flash. Chapter 15, the first intimate encounter with Obito, my lord. The vegetation in our land of earth is severely lacking. If only we could fully incorporate the land of grass into our Iwagakure's domain, the bait remarked. Having completed a patrol of the Shinmu Bridge, returning to report to the Leech Lord with a sigh. Upon hearing his lament, the Leech Lord seemed to reminisce about the environment of Iwagakure. The land of grass is indeed a splendid territory, and its inhabitants are but a useless bunch. If it weren't for Konoha, they would have long since conquered the land of grass. Reflecting on past battles, the Leech Lord's expression soured at the mere mention of Konoha. Konoha. The bait clicked his tongue. I wonder when we will strike at their doorstep. As long as we achieve victory in this war, we shall have our chance. A fierce glint flashed in the Leech Lord's eyes as he gazed towards the southeast, but when he turned back to the bait, a hint of softness flickered in his gaze before swiftly vanishing. All right, go patrol. You need not return. We shall protect you from the shadows. The bait squinted and nodded. He merely listened to the Leech Lord's talk of victory. However, the words served as a reminder for the bait to seek opportunities to infiltrate Konoha on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to infiltrate after the war. Just as he contemplated how to flawlessly execute his infiltration plan, the bait's keen senses detected something amiss. Something is happening. Suddenly, he lifted his head towards a certain direction. Though his Byakugan was obscured by Earth-style chakra, its perception remained unblocked. He had sensed an approaching presence and discreetly gestured towards the Leech Lord. What? The Leech Lord, who had been observing the bait, appeared puzzled. Even with his heightened perception, he had failed to notice what the so-called trash ninja had detected. A combat team of 4? What a joke. The Leech Lord hesitated for a moment, deciding not to immediately inform the Flame Light and the others. He opted to observe further, to discern whether the bait's claim held any truth. If it did, he could assess the situation before deciding on their course of action. After all, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the bait, as a decoy, could sacrifice himself to alert the Flame Light trio. They would then determine how to launch their attack. If the enemy proved formidable, retreating would not pose a challenge given their speed. 2 minutes later. How fast? The bait's Byakugan enabled him to see the silhouettes of 4 figures appearing in the distance. At the forefront was none other than the silver-haired Kakashi, followed by Noera Rin, with Uchiha Obito as the third. The sight of them was familiar to the bait, yet he found his attention wholly captured by the tall young man with blonde hair. At that moment, in the distance, Namake's Minato touched the ground, sensing the surroundings. One person was on the bridge, another was near the bridge, and 3 others were nearby. Aside from the decoy on the wall, the others possessed considerable strength. Minato turned to Kakashi and instructed, Kakashi, that Nin on the bridge is your responsibility. I will handle the others. Obito, protect Rin. Sensei, let me take care of it. I'll handle that guy on the bridge. Obito protested at Minato's arrangement, feeling a twinge of envy every time Kakashi excelled in front of Rin. After all, the person on the bridge was merely a Nin. He was not afraid. Seeing Obito eager to take charge, Minato hesitated briefly but ultimately consented. In that case, Kakashi, be sure to support Obito. Understood, Sensei. Kakashi replied. Rin, just watch. I can easily deal with that person. Obito, do not let your guard down. As Minato and the others assigned their tasks, the Leech Lord also sensed the enemy's approach. It was indeed true. They had truly arrived. A tinge of regret welled up within the Leech Lord. Sensing ninjas were quite rare in Iwagakure. And despite being one of the village's strongest perceivers, he had not anticipated that Kyuka was also a sensing ninja. What a pity, though the Leech Lord felt regret. He raised his hand to signal the distant figures. Upon seeing this, the Flame Light trio quickly dispersed. Their movements, however, did not escape Minato's perception. He swiftly retrieved a specially crafted kunai shaped like a trident from his ninja tool pouch. Assessing the surroundings, he calculated how to swiftly eliminate his opponents. Meanwhile, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin advanced rapidly towards the bait's position. Kakashi's face was obscured by a black mask, concealing his expression from the average observer. However, the indifference and fearlessness in his eyes were evident. In contrast, Obito, wearing protective goggles, was brimming with excitement as he gazed at the bait, filled with combat fervor. As the team's medical ninja, Rin's expression was resolute. Though she felt some pressure, she appeared more composed than Obito. Kakashi, support me while I deal with this enemy, Obito declared, charging ahead with his fingers forming seals. However, before he could complete his fire release hand signs, Kakashi's cold figure had already surpassed him. Obito, you should cover me instead. Seeing Kakashi rush ahead, Obito exclaimed in alarm, Kakashi, you are disregarding Sensei's orders. Sensei has also stated that I am the captain. Kakashi asserted firmly. He sensed an underlying danger from this opponent. This was the perfect opportunity to test out my developing new jutsu, Chidori. As Kakashi's words fell, a dazzling sphere of lightning erupted from his outstretched palm. With the burst of lightning, a deafening cacophony akin to 1,000 birds chirping filled the air. As Kakashi's transformation took place, Obito's face revealed astonishment. What is this jutsu? Wow, Kakashi is incredible. That chakra intensity is likely beyond that of a Nin, Rin exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. This was their first encounter with the new ninjutsu developed by Kakashi. However, upon hearing Rin's praises for Kakashi, Obito felt a surge of discontent and activated his Sharingan, elevating his speed to another level. The Uchiha's velocity surpassed that of Kakashi as he formed the necessary hand signs, determined to showcase his prowess before Kakashi. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. 2 colossal fireballs surged forth, roaring towards the bridge where Sharon stood. Although it seemed like an eternity had passed, the actual exchange unfolded in the blink of an eye, as Sharon observed Kakashi and Obito charging toward him. He also noticed the flickering lightning of Chidori. Just as he prepared to unleash his Earth-release chakra defense, Obito emerged unexpectedly. Recognizing the familiar scene, Sharon chuckled. You foolish boy with red eyes, the Great Fireball Technique cannot kill. His words resonated clearly in Obito's ears, while simultaneously, Sharon rapidly formed hand signs. Releasing the gathered earth release chakra, 10 shadow clones materialized around him, each promptly forming seals as well. Earth release, rock iron cannon technique. The 10 shadow clones opened their mouths in unison, gathering earth chakra in their throats, and then expelling stones the size of juju pits. The stones shot forth, rapidly enlarging until they reached the size of fists as they approached Obito and Kakashi. Bang, bang, bang. The fist-sized stones rained down like a machine gun, scattering the great fireball. Kakashi and Obito hastily evaded, but the barrage did not cease. Instead, it careened toward the trees behind them. In an instant, the forest trees were riddled with deep craters, with shavings flying everywhere. Undoubtedly, Kakashi was a ninja with a profound affinity for lightning. His speed and reflexes were astonishing. In a moment of panic, he not only evaded harm but also guided Obito to dodge most of the stone projectiles, resulting in Sharon's attack striking Obito only twice, fracturing the bones of his right arm and left leg, serious injuries, yet not life-threatening. Chapter 16. Obito, you should call me the strongest, however. Such injuries were indeed grave. Moreover, being on the battlefield with such wounds was perilous. As a ninja, with his right arm and left leg rendered nearly useless, Obito's combat effectiveness and mobility were drastically diminished. Damn it, IWA ninja, I will kill you. Obito, having fallen to the ground, disregarded his image before Rin and roared in agony at Sharon. Kill me? Sharon scoffed, leaping forward to stand before the twisted figure of the future mastermind. Young Uchiha, do not speak recklessly before your enemy. Such words only reveal your weakness. Sharon's calm words further ignited Obito's rage. You wretched fool, are you jesting? Obito shouted, his single tomo spinning in his eye as he sought a flaw in Sharon. Yet, he found none, nor would Sharon grant him the opportunity. With swiftness, Sharon formed seals. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, earth flow wall. Just as Sharon's earth flow river materialized, Kakashi simultaneously slammed his hands to the ground. A wall adorned with the carving of a dog emerged, blocking Sharon's earth flow river and shielding the injured Obito behind it. Furthermore, the ninjutsu had not concluded. The moment the earth flow wall appeared, Kakashi completed another set of seals. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. Kakashi, who had been crouching, vanished in an instant, burrowing underground and swiftly sneaking beneath Sharon. He reached out to grasp Sharon's ankle, intending to pull him into the earth. Having encountered this technique numerous times, Sharon had prepared adequately. He leaped into the air. Water release, water chaos wave. Having finally emerged from the shadows to support Obito, Rin seized the opportunity to strike, sending a modest wave of water towards Sharon's neck. Although its power was minimal, it was sufficient to disrupt his movements. Seizing the moment, Obito, enduring the excruciating pain in his right arm, hurriedly formed seals, fire release, exploding wind dance. Obito unleashed a torrent of flames towards Sharon. The trio's coordination was impeccable, living up to the legacy of the third Hokage's Team 7. As Sharon remained airborne, yet to land, he swiftly formed seals once more. Earth release, earth flow wall. Compared to Kakashi's flamboyant techniques, Sharon's approach was far more archaic, adequately countering Obito's fire release. However, just as Sharon touched down, a piercing shriek filled the air. Chidori. The lightning chakra tore through Sharon's earth flow wall, and Kakashi's figure materialized before him. The rampant lightning, accompanied by an ear-piercing crackle, struck mercilessly at Sharon's chest. Yet, Kakashi's expression shifted. He felt not the sensation of flesh being cleaved, but rather the viscous embrace of mud. Kakashi, danger. Beware behind you. It's a substitution. Utilizing the gust of wind generated by Kakashi's attack, Sharon executed the substitution technique while simultaneously employing wind release, empty dance. In an instant, his form became as light as a feather, and he gracefully appeared behind Kakashi. His arms now encased in rock, he swung down with force. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurled toward Sharon once more. In a critical moment, the resentful Obito, despite enduring excruciating pain, strove to save his comrade. The flames engulfed Sharon entirely, however. He did not evade, resolutely bringing his fist down. Yet, Kakashi vanished like him, leaving only a remnant of a dead tree in his place. Amidst the inferno, Sharon's voice echoed from the opposite side, astonished. Substitution technique? When did that happen? At that moment, the three of them realized that the person who had been ignited by Obito's flames had once again transformed into earth and vanished. Earth clone. Rock fist technique. Kakashi's indifferent gaze became somewhat displeased. The individual had already unleashed 5 distinct jutsu during their confrontation. They had initially presumed him to be an easy target, but he proved to be unexpectedly formidable. Obito, however, harbored no such reservations. With a grim expression, he directed his gaze at the individual and remarked, "You are certainly not a Chunin. I never expected a Jounin to conceal their true strength so well." Upon hearing Obito's words, the individual felt a surge of mischievous delight. "Ah, a brat from the Uchiha clan. Your name is Obito, is it? Allow me to impart a technique that should be familiar to the Uchiha. In the presence of a master such as myself, you ought to express your admiration thus. Among all the opponents I have encountered, your earth release is unparalleled. No one excels in earth release ninjutsu like you. I, Obito, shall henceforth regard you as the strongest. Aside from Obito's bewildered expression, the others paid no heed to the individual's eccentric utterances. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the whisper of the wind that carried away the clamor. The complete lack of reaction from the others, who regarded him with expressions akin to that of a fool, caused the individual to feel a tinge of embarrassment. At that moment, he was still young, and his skin was not yet thick enough to withstand such scrutiny. In a fit of spontaneous bravado, he had spoken at length, only to find both Obito and Kakashi wearing faces of defiant resilience. Even Naruto appeared gravely concerned. This situation left Sharon feeling somewhat embarrassed. And during the brief intermission in their combat, on the other side, Minato Namikaze was also facing off against 4 elite jonin. None dared to make the first move. His opponents, notably Hua Guang and his companions, were wary of Minato's incredible speed and refrained from revealing any vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Minato hoped that Kakashi would swiftly subdue Sharon before rushing to assist him. In truth, Sharon was engaged in a relatively quick skirmish with Kakashi and Obito, the duration of which was but a fleeting moment. Yet, this brief encounter caused a noticeable change in Minato's demeanor. He felt a pang of frustration, having misjudged Sharon's strength through his sensory abilities, which resulted in Kakashi and Obito struggling to overpower Sharon, with Obito sustaining severe injuries. Time was of the essence. A resolution was imperative, or Kakashi and the others would be in peril, though Minato harbored such thoughts. He found himself frowning at the sight of the 4 jonin standing vigilantly together. His advantage lay in disrupting their formation, systematically dismantling them one by one. Having previously dispatched numerous Iwagakure shinobi on the battlefield, his own intelligence had been significantly compromised. If Hua Guang and his team remained united, a direct assault would be perilous. Although his offensive capabilities were formidable and his speed was arguably unparalleled in the shinobi world, his resilience against their counterattacks was uncertain. The synergy of the 4 formed a powerful combined attack formation, making it challenging to find an effective strategy. It seemed that the breakthrough point resided within Sharon himself. Minato's keen tactical acumen enabled him to swiftly assess the current predicament, and his peripheral vision caught sight of Sharon clashing with Kakashi. If Sharon could be eliminated, Kakashi would be liberated. With the advantage of lightning release over earth release, he could easily disrupt Hua Guang's team's coordinated assault. Chapter 17, The Yellow Flash. Although Hua Guang and his companions were slightly slower to react, they too began to piece together Minato's thoughts. Daisher and Suma murmured softly, expressing their astonishment at Qingjia's formidable strength, which made him a worthy candidate for their assault team, or even the demolition squad. Regrettably, when you had instructed them to keep an eye on him, and they initially thought it was a mere suggestion, Hua Guang now felt a twinge of regret. Had they known Sharon's true power, their plans could have been executed far more flawlessly. We must rescue Qingjia. He is an exceptionally rare sensory-type ninja within the village, a prodigy whose abilities signify the future of our community. At that moment, MOG also revealed a piece of crucial information. Upon the utterance of those words, Daisher and Suma fell into a profound silence. Observing the 3 in such a state, Hua Guang's gaze flickered with a glimmer of ferocity as he asserted, there are no other options left. To accomplish our mission and rescue Qingjia will also augment our strength. Captain, please instruct us on the course of action. The speed of Minato Namikaze is too swift. We must act in unison to avoid any oversight. The Uchiha brat over there no longer poses a significant threat. The pivotal point lies with that white-haired youth. Him. Machi, we are counting on you. We shall provide cover. All right. As several jonin exchanged words, the killing intent on the battlefield where Sharon stood intensified once more. Lin, take care of Obito. This adversary is mine alone. Kakashi, poised to intervene, was abruptly seized by Lin. Kakashi, be cautious. We will support you. Understood. Kakashi's palm erupted with a surge of lightning as he swiftly charged toward Sharon. Simultaneously, his left hand delved into his hip pouch, retrieving a shuriken that he hurled at Sharon. Shuriken shadow clone technique, Kakashi exclaimed, and in an instant, 2 shurikens transformed into dozens, hurtling toward Sharon's visage. Is this the technique developed by the 3rd Hokage? Upon witnessing this maneuver, Sharon felt a sense of familiarity. Yet such speed posed no challenge for him. With a slight shift of his stance, Sharon deftly evaded, even as Kakashi closed the distance to merely 2 strides away. Sharon, undeterred by the murderous intent in Kakashi's eyes, swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. However, he failed to notice that the shurikens Kakashi had thrown were unlike ordinary ones. Or rather, he was entirely captivated by Kakashi, eager to measure himself against this prodigious leaf ninja. Consequently, in response to Kakashi's shuriken assault, Sharon merely sidestepped, his hands still forming seals while his chakra surged within him. As the trident kunai grazed Sharon's form, Minato Namikaze made his move. The synergy of Team 7's combat was now on display. Minato's figure appeared beside Sharon, his movements fluid. He seized the trident kunai that had been flung behind Sharon and swiftly aimed it at his neck. In a moment of peril, a flash of electric brilliance. No one anticipated this, not even Sharon, who found himself caught in such jeopardy. He indeed wished to engage the yellow flash, but despite envisioning numerous scenarios, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. The collaboration between Kakashi and Minato, Why would Minato's specially crafted kunai find itself in Kakashi's possession? Kakashi, a jonin, possessed Obito's eyes. In an instant, Sharon pieced together the truth. When Kakashi's strength transcended that of a chunin, Minato gifted him a kunai. And Lin also bestowed a gift upon him. Only Obito had not given anything. For he would soon ascend to the level of the double tomo and would offer his eyes to Kakashi hereafter. Though he comprehended this much, Sharon still felt a pang of regret. Was it truly impossible to evade the yellow flash's lethal intent? Sensing the sharp edge of Minato's kunai poised to pierce his throat, Sharon, unwilling to concede defeat, summoned his own rebirth eye chakra. Wind release, dust dance. Sharon's reflexes, remarkable even under duress, surged to their zenith. Although he could not completely evade the assault, the divine technique enabled him to avert the most fatal strike to his neck, thus escaping the imminent threat of decapitation by Minato. Nevertheless, a deep gash marred his chest, flesh rolling back to reveal his innards, dark crimson blood spilling onto the ground. Despite the grievous injury, Sharon's mind fixated solely on one thought. Why was Minato, who ought to be eliminating Huoguang and the other jonin, now seeking him out? Sharon's thoughts raced, and when he caught a glimpse of Obito behind Minato from the corner of his eye, realization struck him. Oh no, my earlier display was too ostentatious. I cannot linger here. I must withdraw. Sharon, with his remarkable decisiveness, recognized the necessity of retreating from the battlefield. He swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, sandstorm. Subsequently, a tempest surged from his chest, whipping up a storm of dust around him. Be careful. Sharon's reckless stance led Team 7 to believe he intended to mount another assault, prompting them to heighten their vigilance. However, as the dust settled, they discovered that Sharon had vanished, leaving behind only a pool of blood and tattered remnants of clothing. This series of actions left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Ultimately, it was Minato Namikaze who reacted swiftly, stepping forward and furrowing his brow at the bloodstains on the ground. The sensation he had just experienced suggested that the opponent was not quite human. There was something peculiar about this individual. Moreover, in that instant, he had managed to evade detection and execute ninjutsu before vanishing at an astonishing speed, rendering his presence nearly undetectable. Indeed, one must not underestimate the hidden stone village. Although Minato was somewhat surprised by the anomaly surrounding Sharon, he chose to conceal his thoughts. After all, the immediate threat was not yet averted, and he presumed that Sharon was a secret weapon of the hidden stone. Observing the encroaching team of the hidden stone, Minato maintained his composure and confidence, gazing steadily ahead. Witnessing this, the members of the Firelight team employed their shadow clone technique, surging forth towards them with fervor. In response, Minato tightened his grip on the trident kunai and then hurled 4 additional kunai in all directions. His figure vanished instantly. Meanwhile, the 3 members of Team 7, seeing Minato engage with the hidden stone ninjas, Kakashi declared, "I'm going to assist my teacher." "Kakashi, be careful," came the warning. Kakashi nodded, and with his right hand outstretched, the dazzling lightning surged forth once more, echoing like the chorus of 1,000 birds in the forest. Earth release, cracking earth palm. In concert with Tsukimura, they executed the cracking earth palm technique, instantly altering the terrain and fracturing the ground, leaving their companions struggling to maintain their footing. Yet, undeterred by the unfavorable conditions, Kakashi charged forward like a bolt of lightning. The lightning he wielded trailed behind him, shattering the cracked earth beneath his feet, leaving a deep, smoke-emitting trench in his wake. And in the blink of an eye, he confronted the shadow clones of the Demon Leech. The swordsmanship of the Demon Leech was formidable, as the shadow clones unleashed their exceptional techniques against Kakashi. Additionally, the large stone collaborated with him, replicating the initial moves executed by Sharon. Earth release, rock cannon technique. 3 shadow clones opened their mouths simultaneously, expelling massive stone projectiles that swelled in the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakashi, employing the same tactics, launched a series of shuriken that accurately collided with the stone projectiles. Although the shuriken lacked the raw power of the stones, they were enveloped in pulsating lightning. As the shuriken were deflected and destroyed, the stone projectiles were likewise obliterated by the electric force. The leaf ninjas are indeed impressive. In the distance, having retreated and then resurfaced, Sharon exclaimed in astonishment. During their brief encounter, Sharon had already discerned Kakashi's remarkable prowess. In truth, it was not only Kakashi. Even the so-called underachiever, Obito Uchiha, possessed extraordinary strength. Though nominally a genin, his capabilities far surpassed that classification. Furthermore, their team's synergy was impeccable, successfully stalling Sharon for a considerable duration. It is worth noting that during that time, Sharon had refrained from deploying his Otsutsuki-style techniques, unleashing his ninjutsu without reservation. Moreover, while evading lethal threats, Sharon had also leveraged the abilities of Aomori. Such a small team poses no challenge to the majority of genin. The most terrifying aspect, the yellow flash, has yet to be considered. Shiren reached to touch the shattered mark on his chest. At this moment, his injuries had already healed. However, the sensation of impending death, he feared, would linger in his memory for a long time to come. This future 4th Hokage truly lives up to the title of the most formidable Hokage to encounter in battle. With exceptional agility and terrifying neural reflexes, Combined with an immense chakra reserve and the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary individual to contend with him. Presently, Sharon stands no chance against such a powerful adversary. This was also the reason for his decisive escape. To not flee when one cannot win is simply a path to demise. Although he was merely a puppet, continuing the fight would only expose more intelligence, which he was absolutely unwilling to do. However, this encounter with Team 7 sparked in him the first inklings of the necessity to cultivate allies. Yet, prior to that, he needed to ascertain whether he had been afflicted by Minato's ninja love technique. If so, it must be dispelled swiftly. Chapter 18, Lord Minato. I wish to take the place of the fallen Obito as your subordinate. As he marveled at the formidable Flying Thunder God technique employed by Minato and examined his own condition, Kakashi had already dashed to the front of the leech. The dazzling orb of lightning in his right hand was akin to an indomitable divine weapon, effortlessly shredding through the shadow clones. Then came the second, the third. Kakashi's charge was astonishingly swift, and the Chidori technique was sharper than one could imagine. Nevertheless, as these were merely shadow clones, it mattered little to the leech that they were all obliterated. Furthermore, he utilized the sacrifices of the clones to discern Kakashi's vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, Minato began to prepare for the harvest. He appeared mysteriously beside H-Ka. However, armed with the intelligence gained from Sharon's previous trial, the elite Jonin H-Ka was well prepared. His swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu were formed. This is the true trump card that enables the weak to triumph over the strong, allowing an ordinary ninja to penetrate the more advanced battlegrounds, even in the future, as they step into the realm of the Six Paths. The second Hokage and Minato can still shine brilliantly. Frankly speaking, I wish to learn this technique. If given the opportunity to stealthily acquire the Forbidden Scrolls in Konoha, I would certainly seize it. Regardless of whether I possess the innate talent for space-time jutsu, I must at least make an attempt. At this moment, on the Kamikaze Bridge, as the reinforcements from Iwagakure arrived, a large-scale manhunt for the four from Konoha commenced. Simultaneously, H-Ka arranged a team to seek out Sharon's whereabouts. In H-Ka's view, although Sharon's previous injuries were severe, his ability to escape indicated that he might still be alive. However, Sharon's objectives had largely been accomplished. He could not possibly venture into the land of Earth. Thus, those who came searching for him unwittingly replenished his depleted Earth-style chakra. A day later, as the Iwagakure's follow-up troops continued to arrive, the search party grew in size. To protect his students and grant them ample time to recuperate, Minato was compelled to take action, relentlessly hunting down the Iwagakure ninjas. After 2 days of continuous treatment, Kakashi's bandaged eyes had not diminished his combat effectiveness significantly. Yet Obito was not recovering as swiftly. Kakashi, take Rin and go. It seems our mission is destined to fail. You and the teacher can safely depart with Rin. Adding me would only increase the difficulty. Obito's spirit had begun to wane, but before Kakashi could respond, Rin interjected to halt him. Just as they were about to exchange further words, the cave where they were hiding was discovered by H-Ka's men. Inside the cave, only the 3 of them remained. Minato had ventured out to hunt Iwagakure, deliberately drawing them away in the wrong direction. Now, with H-Ka's men having found them, Kakashi and his companions were ensnared like fish in a barrel. Captain, look, murmured a few Iwagakure ninjas as they arrived at the natural collapse cave where Team 7 was concealed. H-Ka's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he ascended to the top. Hiki, Konoha's little brat, remember not to be born in Konoha in your next life. Earth release, rock dorm collapse. With H-Ka unleashing a jutsu capable of causing the cave to entirely cave in, a massive stone and a magical leech simultaneously slammed down. Earth release, rock house collapse. In an instant, the cave began to crumble, leaving Kakashi, Obito, and Rin in a dire predicament. As a colossal boulder descended, Obito found himself with no escape route. He pushed Kakashi and Rin aside, only for half of his body to be crushed beneath it. The ensuing scene was all too familiar. Sharon, utilizing the unparalleled vision of the Byakugan, monitored Obito's every move, having already dispatched several Iwagakure ninjas. Just as he eliminated the last ninja intent on dragging him back to the village for interrogation, Sharon caught sight of a yellow flash. An immediate tension gripped his heart. Had he been discovered? However, there was no time to ponder such trivial thoughts, for Minato's speed was astonishingly swift. Almost simultaneous with the sighting of the flash, the trident kunai, entwined with lightning, lunged straight for Sharon's neck. Clang. Huh? Minato exclaimed in surprise. The trident kunai collided with Sharon's neck, which was entirely encased in rock, failing to penetrate. Witnessing Sharon evade his assassination attempt once more piqued even Minato's interest. It's you again. To think your injuries have healed so quickly, and without a trace, who exactly are you? Minato initially believed he had misjudged, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed the absence of any scars. Is it medical ninjutsu? Or perhaps puppet manipulation? Does Iwagakure possess such formidable medical ninjutsu? Or could it be Sunagakure? This peculiar occurrence heightened his perception of the dangers posed by the betrayer. However, just as he contemplated taking action, the betrayer stepped back to a safe distance and spoke up. We meet again, the yellow flash of Konoha. He gestured to the surrounding corpses, then boldly proceeded with his self-introduction. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aoki, 15 years old, unmarried, a ninja from Iwagakure. I reside on the outskirts of the village, and my affection lies with the second daughter of the Yamato family. My original aspiration was to become AJ Nin and join the Iwagakure explosive team. However, upon witnessing your formidable strength, Lord Minato, I have resolved to abandon the darkness and defect from my village to join Konoha. You are about to lose a subordinate, and I would be more than willing to fill that void. What do you think? The sincerity in his tone and the respect he expressed towards Minato seemed to flow naturally, as if he were genuinely captivated by Minato's charisma. The Iwagakure ninjas I have slain can serve as my token of loyalty. If that is insufficient, I can offer more. This audacious proposal left Minato somewhat taken aback. Defecting from Iwagakure? Joining Konoha as his subordinate? Is it appropriate to utter such words in this situation? Furthermore, to soon lose a subordinate? Unfortunate. Kakashi and the others are in peril. Minato has entirely disregarded Shiren's mad ramblings. Moreover, from their recent encounter, he realizes that to eliminate Shiren, he would require time. Yet his sole desire is to return and rescue his students. Observing the ever-changing expression on Minato's face, Shiren's lips curled slightly as he continued. Lord Minato, my words are time-sensitive, you know. Should you disagree, the next time I appear before you, I shall present you with quite a substantial greeting. Upon hearing this, Minato cast a calm glance at Shiren, seemingly committing his appearance to memory. Your conditions and notions are not something I can acquiesce to. When next we cross paths, you shall not find yourself as fortunate as you are now. With that, Minato vanished. After confirming that his opponent had indeed departed, Shiren sprang into action, landing upon the back of his flying puppet and restoring his original form. His Byakugan opened, surveying the distant carnage, unperturbed by Minato's threat. Although his presence had been added, the overall situation remained largely unchanged. The only notable difference was that the original Uchiha Obito had not lost his limbs. Witnessing Minato's ruthless onslaught, yet arriving a moment too late, Obito lay completely ensconced beneath a massive rock. Once Minato had escaped with Kakashi and Rin, Shiren focused his attention and insight to their utmost limit. He sought to uncover the secrets of Madara and the later hidden lair of Obito. It was only in this moment of deliberate contemplation that he could grasp a fleeting opportunity for insight. Chapter 19. The Mountain Tombs. Hyuga branch family, Shiren decisively activated his Rinnegan. The chakra of the Rinnegan enveloped him, concealing his presence entirely while distorting the perceptions of those around him. Confronting Madara and Black Zetsu, he was keen to avoid premature exposure that might draw their attention. Shiren's greatest confidence lay in his familiarity with the narrative. Should his involvement cause significant alterations to the storyline, it would be all too easy to escape his grasp. After all, Shiren's current prowess had yet to reach a level where he could dismiss all variables with impunity. Thus, survival remained paramount. Amidst his thoughts, he pushed the power of his Byakugan to its zenith. Shiren hovered in mid-air, fixated on Obito, who was being crushed beneath the boulders. Time continued to elapse, and the flicker of Obito's life force grew increasingly faint. Shiren remained patient, even if Madara sensed something amiss and abandoned Obito. Acquiring Obito's Sharingan would still not be a total loss. However, given the attention Madara had devoted to Obito, he would not relinquish him easily. Especially not at this critical juncture in his waning life. Within the scope of his Byakugan, Obito's life flame had dimmed to the point of extinguishment. Just as this light was about to fade, the earth beneath him suddenly softened, and a peculiar, ethereal chakra entered Shiren's field of vision. Were it not for his heightened focus, he might have overlooked this anomaly. A massive white substance seeped from the ground, enveloping Obito like a cocoon. The chakra that had been on the verge of extinguishing surged back to life. Shiren scrutinized the fluctuations of this peculiar matter, recognizing it as the chakra of White Zetsu. Just as White Zetsu was about to envelop Obito entirely, another mass of black viscous substance emerged from the surface. It emitted no discernible aura, nor did any chakra flow within it. In the realm of his Byakugan, it appeared merely as an unknown, non-living entity. Black Zetsu. Who would have thought it would arrive as well? Is this the individual that Madara has been so keenly awaiting? Lord Madara has been anticipating his arrival. Let us hasten back. Indeed, it was imperative to depart swiftly. For reasons unknown, upon my recent appearance, I sensed a vague sensation of being observed. Oh, how could that be? Your reconnaissance abilities surpass even those of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. It must be a mere illusion. However, this is no place for lingering. Let us move. After exchanging a few words, Black Zetsu left behind a body akin to Obito's and merged with White Zetsu, utilizing the Mayfly technique to depart. The remaining body, based on its attire and clan insignia, was also an Uchiha. Yet, at this moment, Shiren had no leisure to concern himself with such inconsequential figures. After the fusion of White and Black Zetsu, even while enveloping Obito, their subterranean movement speed was astonishingly rapid. They were almost instantaneously vanishing from his sight. Shiren hastily maneuvered his puppet, following at a safe distance. The trees beneath him receded, and in no time, he exited the borders of the land of grass and entered the land of waterfalls. The abundant water sources and cascading rivers of the land of waterfalls provided the perfect conditions for Black and White Zetsu to conceal themselves. Such geographical conditions have imposed immense pressure on the pursuers. Simultaneously, they have driven them to express their frustrations vehemently. In the original work, it was mentioned that Kurizetsu had nearly excavated the entirety of the underground passages across various nations. What initially seemed merely a jest has turned out to be a stark reality. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The densely intertwined underground passages are truly more astonishing than a labyrinth. Fortunately, they were eager to meet Dan and did not meander through the land of Waterfall multiple times. After merely traversing the subterranean routes of the land of Waterfall twice, they plunged headlong into the land of Iron. The land of Iron is one of the few genuinely neutral nations in the Shinobi world, and it is predominantly a country of samurai. In this desolate realm devoid of ninjas, it is plausible that Madara chose to establish his lair here. Upon entering the land of Iron, their path became resolutely direct, leading them northward. Ultimately, they arrived at the unclaimed coastal outskirts of the land of Iron, where the presence of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu vanished entirely. The figure known as Shin hovered high above, observing the structures below that resembled kiln-like formations, their walls riddled with small doors. It was nearly impossible to discern which was the true entrance. However, as Shin continued his exploration, he discovered a massive skeleton situated at one of the largest exits. Could this be a mountain graveyard? Upon witnessing the dense array of enormous animal remains, Shin's realization struck him. It seemed that in the future, Sasuke would emerge from this very cave after having his eyes exchanged by Obito. To his astonishment, this place turned out to be the current hideout of Uchiha Madara. Shin was momentarily misled by erroneous information. As he vaguely recalled from the original narrative that Madara had stated, he found Obito at the entrance of his cave, sparing him out of kinship towards their Uchiha lineage. If that were the case, Madara must have been situated not far from where Obito perished, likely in the land of grass. It now appeared that Madara had deceived Obito with those words. Additionally, considering Obito's subsequent journey to the hidden mist to rescue Kakashi and Rin, it was evident that traveling from the land of grass would have been too late. Obito, in his simplicity, evidently overlooked these details, becoming a naive youth ensnared in the machinations of the cunning. Nonetheless, upon reflection, Madara's claim that Obito fell at the entrance of his cave was not entirely unfounded. The current ninja world was likely riddled with tunnels excavated by Black Zetsu, rendering the concept of entrances plausible. It was merely that this particular tunnel was rather elongated. Shin refrained from acting impulsively, meticulously observing until he sensed his Byakugan's insight faltering at several locations, solidifying his conviction. Presently, Uchiha Madara sustained his life through the outer path's golem, which undoubtedly required substantial caverns for its immense form. The mountain graveyard was indeed a fitting locale. Having confirmed the cave's location, Shin departed without delay. This was not the time to stir the serpent's nest. He would have his opportunity to seize White Zetsu's cells soon enough. After ascertaining Madara's lair, he returned to the front lines of Konoha and Iwagakure. With Obito and Madara set to meet, Shin understood that the narrative involving the Hokage was now set into motion. After witnessing Minato's prowess, Shin felt the disparity between them. At this moment, he was still significantly distant from Minato's level, thus he must expedite his strength enhancement to have any hope of becoming a formidable player in the future. As for rapidly augmenting his power, Shin found himself unable to manipulate chakra in that regard. However, he could refine himself through intense combat, striving to emerge as the new battlefield rose. Once the Third Great Ninja War concluded, accumulating such combat experience would become increasingly challenging. Just as Shun returned to the front lines of Konoha and Iwagakure, he spotted a Leaf Village supply transport team within his line of sight. The small team comprised only 2 individuals, lacking formidable strength, yet one of them astonishingly possessed the Byakugan. Was this a branch of the Hyuga clan? Shin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly surged towards the duo, sensing an opportunity to infiltrate the allied forces of Konoha, even to penetrate the heart of the Leaf Village itself. His Byakugan was conspicuously striking. Approaching without cause would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. Furthermore, the limitations of transformation techniques were considerable. The optimal strategy would be to eliminate one of the Hyuga and assume their identity. However, for quite some time, Shin had encountered no Hyuga. He initially presumed that the Hyuga clan had abstained from this battle or was waiting in their stronghold for the decisive conflict. In truth, Shin's estimation was not entirely incorrect. These Hyuga had indeed refrained from combat, now arriving due to the personal intervention of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Regardless, upon discovering the Hyuga, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 20. The Power of the Caged Bird Curse Mark. Infiltrating the allied forces of Konoha. Although the Hyuga clan's perceptive abilities did not surpass Shin's, they were formidable nonetheless. As Shin approached, coupled with his own excitement causing chakra to leak, he was detected from over a kilometer away. Halt. What is it, Hyuga-Aki? The other Leaf Ninja, forced to stop, wore a grave expression and swiftly entered a state of alert. The Hyuga clan's reputation within Konoha was immense, being one of the 2 prominent clans possessing ocular jutsu. The Byakugan, renowned for its unparalleled insight, significantly elevated the safety of any team possessing it. This is precisely why the ninjas of Konoha remain vigilant at the mere command issued by the Byakugan. An enemy approaches. How many? 1. Can we shake him off? No. He is heading directly towards us. He has already detected our presence. Hinata Aki shook his head, and the expression of the Konoha ninja grew even graver upon hearing this. In that case, we must resolve this matter. Before the Konoha ninja could finish his sentence, Hinata Aki appeared as though he had encountered a ghost. How is this possible? He too possesses the Byakugan. The Byakugan? Could he also be from the Hinata clan? Uncertain. I have never encountered his chakra. We have not seen the enemy. Danger. Their reactions were swift and their experience fast. However, the speed of the intruder was astounding. He leapt directly from his avian puppet. He unleashed a sky strike. Without uttering a word or exchanging glances, the intruder struck down a Konoha ninja with a single blow, the force of his descent shattering the branch beneath him. He then lightly touched the fragments of the branch in midair, executing a graceful maneuver towards Hinata Aki. Witnessing this, Hinata Aki immediately assumed the stance of gentle fist and urgently inquired, "Who are you? Where did you acquire your Byakugan?" Seizing the Byakugan. "The Hinata clan will not spare you." Yet, the intruder remained silent, swiftly closing the distance between them. Hinata Aki's chakra erupted within him, and he shouted, "Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32, ah." Before he could fully execute the 32 palms, a chilling scream escaped his lips. As his cry was abruptly cut off, he found himself grasped by the neck and hoisted into the air by the intruder. "Is this your gentle fist?" "It is utterly feeble." Having confirmed the demise of the other, the intruder finally spoke slowly. Well aware of the reasons for a villain's defeat, he had no habit of verbal sparring before the fight. Clearly, only lifeless bodies or utterly defenseless opponents would warrant his patience to engage in discourse. Hinata Aki, with his throat constricted, could utter no words, only emitting faint whimpers. Whimpering, the intruder did not wish for him to speak. Instead, he slowly applied pressure, reddening Aki's face, as if the Byakugan might be forced from his eyes. "Enough, be silent. Allow me to examine your memories closely and comprehend your chakra fluctuations. This is the last value of your this is a curse that directly affects the mind and even the soul. Even the formidable technique of reincarnation from the earth, which can circumvent death, cannot evade the influence of the caged bird." With a sharp crack, Hinata Aki's eyes shattered, revealing the protective function of the Byakugan against the caged bird. For every branch family member on the brink of death, their eyes would be annihilated, leaving no chance for the enemy to seize them. Shirin released his grip on Hinata Aki, glancing at his still-breathing form before shifting his own appearance. The visage belonging to Shirin vanished, replaced by that of Hinata Aki. Although the body he controlled was a puppet, it was, in fact, the body of his grandfather, altered by the reincarnation to possess puppet-like qualities. Thus, the transformation was not merely a transformation technique, but a pure metamorphosis of flesh. The essence was also the chakra of the reincarnation which explained why he could recover from injuries. His primary objective in infiltrating Konoha was to mimic the chakra fluctuations and curse marks of Hinata Aki. Fortunately, with the assistance of Hinata Aki's chakra, this was not a daunting task for Shirin. Upon completion of his imitation, a true Hinata Aki emerged. Subsequently, Shirin began to set the stage for battle, linking the site to the Iwagakure team he had previously eliminated. Just as everything was in place, and he was about to dispose of the 2 corpses before heading to the Konoha headquarters, he discovered that Hinata Aki still had a faint breath. Remarkably, he was not yet dead. Such vitality, disproportionate to his strength, seemed a waste. However, as a member of the Hinata clan, possessing such robust life force, even as a branch family member, he still held research value. After thoroughly destroying the corpse of another ninja, Shirin seized Hinata Aki and tossed him onto the back of his flying puppet, which then soared towards the land of the moon. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a member of the Hinata clan with considerable vitality. Shirin felt compelled to conduct research. Though he lacked the scientific genius of Orochimaru or Kabuto, who could predict what the future might hold. Watching the flying puppet vanish into the horizon, Shirin tucked the material scroll into his cloak and erased any traces left behind. Once everything was completed, he set out for the Konoha headquarters. He had disposed of the 2 swiftly, not taking much time at all. The only aspect requiring explanation was the disappearance of the other individual. As Shirin approached the Konoha front headquarters, he opened his Byakugan. Such a conspicuous trait significantly alleviated his troubles. Moreover, within the scope of his Byakugan, he could observe numerous hidden sentinels surrounding the headquarters. Suddenly, a nin wearing the Konoha ninja forehead protector blocked his path. "Halt." By the orders of Lord Orochimaru and advisor Mitarashi Anko, any ninja entering the headquarters must be confirmed by Lord Hinata Hayashi. Upon noticing Shirin's Byakugan, the tone of the newcomer softened somewhat. It seemed the one in charge here was Orochimaru, but where was Minato? Instead, Mitarashi Anko had taken his place? Shirin gleaned valuable information from the words spoken. Understood. He did not hesitate, heading towards another large tent not far away. Chapter 21. Hinata Hayashi. Orochimaru. The fact that the Hinata clan had dispatched Hinata Hayashi indicated that a decisive battle was indeed imminent. As Shirin closed the distance to the tent, he felt a surge of exceptionally pure Byakugan chakra. It appeared that the person inside had sensed Shirin's arrival, as a piercing gaze suddenly fell upon him. Lord Hayashi. Entering the tent, Shirin wasted no time in bowing respectfully to Hinata Hayashi. At that moment, Hayashi had opened his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings before nodding in recognition. Ah, it is Aki. I did not expect you to be the one delivering supplies to the front lines. After eliminating any suspicion towards Shiran, Hayashi's demeanor softened. Why are you alone? Did you encounter any issues on the way? As the leader of the branch family, Hayashi treated his clan members quite well. Furthermore, although he belonged to the branch family, he was the younger brother of Hinata Hisashi, sharing the same bloodline. Shirin could sense the purity of his Byakugan. The Tsutsuki clan possessed an innate ability to ascertain the purity of one another's Byakugan. Upon seeing Hayashi for the first time, Shirin had confirmed this. Hearing Hayashi's inquiry, Shirin did not hesitate to recite the pre-prepared response. I report to Lord Hayashi, this mission, arranged by Lord Hokage, involves 6 of us transporting supplies to the front lines. To ensure the safe delivery of the materials, we divided into 3 teams. One of our teams, consisting of myself and a civilian Nin, set out first, utilizing the Byakugan's insight to lead the way. We encountered no enemy situations along the route. But approximately 40 miles from the headquarters, we encountered 2 patrol teams from Awagakure. To ensure the subsequent groups could proceed smoothly, he proactively diverted the patrol teams. We need to move quickly to provide assistance, or else his situation will become extremely perilous. Shirin spoke rapidly, delivering the meticulously prepared information. Although there were still gaps in his story, this was the best solution he could conceive. Given the insight provided by the Byakugan, Shirin could not claim they had directly encountered the patrol teams, as the Byakugan could detect enemy presence from at least a kilometer away. Encountering 2 patrol teams would typically necessitate a direct retreat for the squad. Thus, the civilian ninja's decision to divert them to ensure the safe passage of the subsequent team was an acceptable rationale. As for Shirin's assertion of needing to provide assistance, it was to maintain his own persona. It would be too suspicious if the other party vanished and he remained indifferent. One must weigh the lesser of 2 evils. This was the only way to minimize his own suspicions. Moreover, he had already dealt with any corpses of Konoha or Awagakure ninjas, leaving only traces of battle. In the ninja world, corpses could divulge information, and more often than not, they were more dangerous. Knowing this, how could Shirin possibly leave behind corpses? However, upon hearing Shiren's report, Hayashi furrowed his brow. Although he sensed some inconsistencies in Shiren's words, he considered the other party merely a civilian ninja. While Shiren was his clan member, it was evident where his loyalties lay. He nodded, choosing not to comment on Shiren's claims. This matter is indeed of great importance. But currently, our manpower is quite strained. Moreover, proceeding to provide assistance will require the approval of Lord Orochimaru or Advisor Mitarashi Anko. You should present the mission to them. Understood. The attendant bowed respectfully to Hinata, then withdrew from the tent. Hinata's reaction aligned closely with what he had anticipated. As a prestigious clan in Konoha, although the Hyuga clan did not exhibit the overt arrogance seen in the Uchiha, their demeanor was not vastly different. In truth, it was not solely the Hyuga. All the prominent clans in Konoha harbored a certain disdain for the common ninja. However, the third Hokage had endeavored for years to democratize the lower ranks and some of the middle echelon, resulting in a significant representation of common ninjas among the ranks of Genin and Shunin. This initiative had indeed borne fruit, as the common ninjas, serving as the backbone of the forces, had demonstrated astonishing capabilities in warfare. Presently, representatives like Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze exemplified this phenomenon. With these thoughts in mind, the attendant turned and made his way towards the central tent. Approaching the innermost tent, a dark, damp chakra began to swirl ominously around him. The chilling aura of chakra enveloped the individual, leaving him feeling extremely uncomfortable, even sensing a faint draft. Upon approaching the tent, he was not greeted by the wartime encampment reminiscent of Hinata Hisashi. Instead, he encountered a modest laboratory. Truly, Orochimaru was relentless in his pursuit of scientific inquiry, even now. The young man's Byakugan clearly discerned a figure within, yet beyond that, his vision was obscured. Evidently, Orochimaru had delved into the intricacies of the Byakugan, placing seals upon his research to thwart any probing. The arrival of the young man did not escape Orochimaru's attention. He turned, his golden slit-like pupils locking onto him. Orochimaru's gaze was as sharp as a blade, meticulously scrutinizing the young man from head to toe. A member of the Hyuga branch, what brings you here? The raspy voice intensified the already palpable chill. The young man promptly bowed his head. Lord Orochimaru, I have just come from Lord Izashi with intelligence to report. Orochimaru regarded the young man, now transformed into Hinata Aki, with an increasingly peculiar expression, finally uttering, speak. Feeling the weight of Orochimaru's insatiable curiosity bearing down upon him, the young man dared not indulge in unfounded thoughts, hurriedly recounting the information relayed by Izashi. Orochimaru remained silent, seemingly unimpressed with the notion of a rescue. His gaze fixated on the young man's form, and after a prolonged silence, he finally averted his eyes, a strange expression gradually fading from his face. Since they are your comrades, you shall lead the way to their assistance. Yes. With Orochimaru's affirmation, the young man swiftly departed from the unsettling environment. Observing his departure, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, tasting the air as if collecting its essence. Strange, exceedingly strange. The body carried the sin of death, yet the soul remained vibrant. A coexistence of life and death within a single vessel. Having clandestinely conducted dissections and numerous human experiments, Orochimaru was all too familiar with the aura of mortality. Moreover, as one who had embarked upon the study of immortality, his research into the interplay between soul and body positioned him at the forefront of the ninja world. The young man's masquerade could deceive others, even simulating chakra fluctuations to elude the Byakugan scrutiny. Yet, a body devoid of life could hardly fool Orochimaru. A master of dealing with the deceased. Is this a puppet? From Tsunade? Intriguing, simply fascinating. But to choose the Hyuga, is he coveting the Byakugan? Orochimaru perceived the young man as a curious plaything, though his interest was fleeting. Above all, he yearned for his experiments to yield results promptly. What concern is it of mine? This war is nearing its conclusion, and I must take my leave. This decaying village no longer offers me sanctuary. Orochimaru's gaze turned cold once more. Having been raised under the tutelage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was acutely aware of his mentor's methods. The series of promotions regarding the achievements and image of Minato Namikaze serves a specific purpose, while he himself has been deliberately diminished. The elder statesman spares no effort in paving the way for Minato's ascension to Hokage. Having engaged with Danzo for an extended period, Orochimaru, well-versed in the village's darker secrets, understands the situation all too well. Though he is also a hero of the village and a strong contender for the position of fourth Hokage, the elder's true desire for succession lies with Minato Namikaze. Moreover, he has other aspirations beyond the title of Hokage. Chapter 22. The Schemes of the Four Great Shinobi Villages Land of Earth. This is the latest intelligence. Please analyze it. The third Tsuchikage floated in his designated seat, handing the information to those surrounding him. Upon reviewing the details, they could not help but inquire. Lord Tsuchikage, the front line has suffered severe losses due to the assassination by the Yellow Flash. We can no longer afford to incrementally reinforce our troops. The Hidden Cloud Village is also poised to take action. We must proactively give them an opportunity. Indeed, Lord Tsuchikage, let us engage in decisive battle, remarked the vice-captain of the Iwagakure Demolition Squad. Unlike the other four great shinobi villages, the authority of Inoki of Iwagakure is exceptionally formidable. From the first Tsuchikage to the present, the third Tsuchikage has nearly upheld all of Iwagakure's endeavors. Observing the individuals before him, Inoki feels a sense of pride. They have all flourished under his guidance. In that case, let us prepare for battle. Kuro, retain your demolition squad as a reserve force. While we confront Konoha at the front lines, that hulking brute, will undoubtedly be unable to remain passive. This time, we must eliminate him. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, soared from his position, his aged body suddenly emanating an overwhelming chakra that left those present momentarily breathless. Compared to the animosity between Iwagakure and Konoha, the filth between Iwagakure and Kumogakure is even more profound. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Lightning seized the fruits of victory from the Land of Earth, a grievance that has long plagued Inoki. Particularly, the third Raikage, utilized the advantage of lightning release against earth release to slaughter countless Iwagakure shinobi. This time, the Rock Ninja prepared 1,000 warriors for a decisive battle against Konoha, all the while anticipating the bait for the Raikage. The Cloud Village operates under the Raikage's absolute authority. As soon as the hot-tempered A can no longer contain himself, the Hidden Cloud will undoubtedly spring into action. This time, he is determined to eliminate the third Raikage. Indeed, the few individuals responsible for the decision-making in Iwagakure were equally exhilarated. They had been preparing for this scheme for quite some time. In the Land of Lightning, within Kumogakure, the Raikage secretary presented the latest intelligence to the third Raikage, A. Upon reviewing the information, the Raikage erupted into hearty laughter, showing no inclination to consult with anyone else, and decisively slammed his hand on the table. Gather all frontline troops in the Land of Hot Water. Once Konoha and Iwagakure have their climactic battle, it will be our turn. Raikage-sama. Which squad shall we designate for the primary assault? The secretary swiftly recorded the orders, and then inquired, furthermore, shall we consider an alliance with the Wind and Water nations? The Raikage waved his hand dismissively. This time, I shall lead personally. Bring A, Killer Bee, and Karui with me. The village will be entrusted to the two of you, overseen by the Wood and Earth platforms. As for the alliance, I leave that to your discretion. The Cloud Shinobi are governed by a true military command, and they have reaped substantial rewards from the previous wars. This also set the third generation on a path of fervent warfare. If the opportunity to vanquish Konohagakure can be seized this time, then Kumogakure would ascend to become the most formidable shinobi village of the present era. With such a prestigious title, when nearby smaller nations seek to issue missions, Kumogakure would be their foremost choice, rather than Konohagakure. This is the essence of interest. In the Land of Wind, Tsunade. The Third Shinobi World War raged for 5 years, and Tsunade was the first to regain its composure. This was largely due to the mysterious disappearance of their third Kazekage. Initially, the villagers assumed that the third was either in seclusion for training or collecting iron sand in the desert. In truth, these responsibilities had been delegated to Raza after the third ascended to power, as his magnet release was more beneficial for such tasks. Nevertheless, the third would occasionally venture out, actively contributing to the village's prosperity. However, the prolonged absence of the third led them to the grim realization that he may have met with foul play. Moreover, with the third's disappearance, a power vacuum emerged within the village. Compounding this issue was the incident a few years prior, when Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law led an elite team that encountered the legendary Konoha White Fang, resulting in their complete annihilation. Consequently, Sunagakure's strength had fallen to the lowest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Once bolstered by the formidable presence of the strongest Kazekage, only the elder generation, Chiyo and Hai Laozang, remained. The younger generation comprised Raza, responsible for the village's finances, and the elite forces commander, Yukura. Both are strong contenders for the next Kazekage, possessing considerable strength, though it is difficult to ascertain who is superior. Neither can claim absolute victory in battle. Compared to the third, they pale in comparison, as a true Kage exerts absolute dominance over elite jonin. In this regard, both Raza and Yukura fall short of expectations. Their hard power is even inferior to that of the younger Chiyo. However, in the current scenario, one can only elevate the tallest among the short. And both of them are quite young, offering substantial room for future growth. Moreover, they are both ninjas endowed with Kekkei Genkai, albeit having previously focused on different domains. In matters of domestic governance, Raza undoubtedly excels, while Yukura shines in external warfare, particularly during the previous skirmish with the Land of Water. Yukura almost single-handedly breached the Mist Village's defenses, garnering remarkable accolades for her efforts. Consequently, Chiyo and Ebizo, the remaining elders of Sunagakure, found themselves in a quandary while nominating the next Kazekage. Chiyo advocated for Raza, while Ebizo favored Yukura. Unable to reach a consensus, they decided to allow both individuals to demonstrate their capabilities independently. Yukura, however, was not overly concerned with political intricacies. Her sensitivity to such matters was lacking, leading to her gradual decline in support from the major clans within the village, a situation she paid little heed to, especially after taking on a disciple. This adversarial dynamic only intensified Raza's discontent towards her. Nevertheless, the 4 of them convened to discuss their impending strategies. They had received news about an alliance from the Land of Lightning, as well as updates on the imminent clash between Iwagakure and Konohagakure. Their primary consideration was whether or not to participate. After much deliberation, they could not arrive at a conclusive decision. Ultimately, it was Chiyo and Ebizo who resolved to regard this operation as the final assessment for the Kazekage position. In the Land of Water, within the village hidden in the mist, an elite shinobi from the Hozuki clan posed a question. Master, do you believe we can partake in this endeavor? Even if it were indeed an opportunity, we currently lack the capacity to mobilize the entire village's strength, especially with the Uchiha from Konohagakure monitoring us at the borders. The master shook his head, responding somberly. The Uchiha have recently slaughtered many of our ninjas. They are referred to as Shunshin no Shursui, are they not? Cursed Uchiha. If it were not for their interference, our forces would not have been vulnerable to the attack from Sunagakure. Should they obstruct our front lines, do we not retaliate? Another chimed in. Indeed, Master, 2 years ago, a barrier was set up that led to the assassination of our third Mizukage. It was undoubtedly the work of Konohagakure. Can we simply let this go unpunished? The room erupted with indignation, their fury towards Konohagakure palpable. However, the master, contemplating the village's precarious situation, could not help but sigh. If not for the unique governance structure of the Mist Village, which included both the Mizukage and the master himself, the situation would be dire. The assassination of the third Mizukage, alongside the demise of the Three Tails, had undoubtedly thrown the village into disarray, while the Mist Village had managed to stabilize. It remained exceedingly vulnerable. The death of Tailed Beast was not catastrophic, as they would eventually revive. However, the host for the Three Tails had yet to materialize, and the host for the Six Tails was still in their infancy, leaving them in dire need of at least one young powerhouse of Kaga-level caliber. For only such strength could alter the course of the war. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such losses at the hands of the Uchiha and Yukura from Sunagakure. Presently, the host for the Six Tails was still under 10 years of age, incapable of exhibiting the prowess expected of a Jinchuriki, and instead posed a risk of going berserk. If Sunagakure is superficially the weakest, then in reality, the Mist Village is not far behind. However, the weakness of the Mist does not stem from an overall lack of strength, but rather from a deficiency in unified leadership capable of rallying all Mist ninjas. The Mist possesses the most Kekkei Genkai within the shinobi world, not to mention the smaller clans such as the Hozuki, the Karatachi, and the Terumi. Among the larger clans, be it the Hozuki clan, the Yuki clan, or the Kagaya clan, known for their ferocity, they hold considerable influence throughout the shinobi world. Yet, this formidable strength breeds discord amongst them. Apart from the reigns of the first and second Mizukage, who could maintain dominance through strength, the third Mizukage faced considerable challenges in governance. Particularly, the strongest Hozuki clan and the most battle-hungry Kagaya clan often rebelled against the Yuki clan, which held the title of Mizukage as a Jinchuriki, leading to frequent insurrections. Initially, the third Mizukage could suppress these factions through sheer strength. However, as time passed and possibly due to the influence of Madara, he began to implement the policy of blood mist, which inadvertently led to the systematic depletion of the Yuki clan. Consequently, the Yuki clan suffered devastating losses, nearly facing extinction. Now, only a handful of their members remain, and their survival hangs by a thread. Yet, despite this attrition, the foundational strength of the Mist Ninjas remains robust. The internal strife among the larger clans and the ongoing bloodshed have afforded the smaller clans an opportunity to rise. The Master has identified several promising candidates among these smaller clans for cultivation. However, elevating them to prominence will require strategic maneuvering. Observing the members of the Hozuki clan and the elite shinobi of the Kagaya clan, the Master decisively declared, though we cannot launch a full-scale offensive at present, we cannot allow the grievances with Konohagakure to go unavenged. Send the 7 ninja swordsmen. Understood. At this moment, a high-ranking shinobi from the Kagaya clan stood up. His words tinged with a hint of madness. What of the 7 ninja swordsmen? I propose we seize the Leaf Village inhabitants and forcibly implant the recently captured Three Tails within them, inciting chaos in Konoha. Ah, what a splendid idea. Indeed. Even if the tailed beasts are vanquished, they shall revive, and we can capture them anew. Let us divide our forces and proceed accordingly. It is imperative that we claim a piece of Konoha this time. Chapter 23, The Battle of Konoha and Iwagakure commences as for the Allied forces' request for joint action from the Land of Lightning. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Those lacking the strength to swallow will surely regurgitate. In the eyes of the village elder, while Konoha may not be as formidable as it once was, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not to be trifled with. At this juncture, Kirigakure seeks a smooth transition. Moreover, the elder is advanced in age, burdened with numerous considerations. The host of the Six Tails is still quite young, lacking sufficient combat prowess. The Three Tails has only just been retrieved, and the Jinchuriki has yet to be determined. If we remain entirely inactive, the truth of Kirigakure's weakness may be exposed before other villages. The elder desires no involvement in such matters. Thus, it was decided, you may proceed with your arrangements. Once the others departed, the elder reclined in his seat, contemplating who would ultimately take over the position of the 4th Mizukage. His age had rendered him weary, and he had originally favored the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu Hozuki, alongside the 3rd Mizukage. However, Suigetsu's performance as the head of the intelligence department had been abysmal in recent years. He had established a rule permitting his subordinates to eliminate their comrades to safeguard information, yet he himself betrayed intelligence to neighboring countries. After assuming control of the village, the elder had promptly abandoned any consideration of him. The reason for his inaction thus far was to reserve Suigetsu's fate for the 4th Mizukage to handle. The machinations and sordid dealings among the 4 great shinobi villages were beyond the immediate concerns of Sharon. Orochimaru had agreed to lead a team for support, and neither Midogate nor Hinata Hayashi had intervened. At that moment, they were far too preoccupied to ponder the fate of a mere civilian ninja. Minato Namikaze had withdrawn from the Kamikaze Bridge, bringing them unwelcome news. Currently, Konoha's entire base was mobilizing, resulting in a severe shortage of personnel assigned to Sharon's team. After exchanging greetings with Hinata Hayashi, Sharon arrived at the assembly point. Easily identifying the leader among them, Sharon approached the middle-aged ninja and took stock of his companions, including himself. There were a total of 8 ninjas divided into 2 small teams. Aside from Sharon and the other team leader, the remaining members were all genin, remarkably youthful. It appeared they had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. In truth, Sharon's assumptions were correct. These individuals were indeed students from the academy, some having graduated normally, while others had graduated early. They belonged to the same age group as Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, with some even being classmates of Uchiha Shursui. After exchanging a few words with another Nin from the Yamanaka clan, the group organized themselves into their respective teams. As the catalyst for this support mission, Sharon naturally assumed the role of leader for one of the small teams. Once the teammates were confirmed, he did not linger unnecessarily and set off with his comrades. Upon exiting the main base, Sharon activated his Byakugan, prompting the other members of his squad to remain on high alert. The group swiftly traversed the forest, racing toward the rendezvous point under Sharon's guidance, remaining silent throughout their journey. After distancing themselves several kilometers from the base, Sharon slightly reduced his pace and addressed his 3 teammates in a hushed tone. As your temporary Nin leader, I am not yet familiar with your backgrounds, and you are equally unaware of mine. Should we encounter an enemy, coordination may falter. I believe it prudent for us to introduce ourselves. I shall begin. My name is Hyuga Aki. I am 15 years old, a Nin from the Hyuga branch family, skilled in gentle fist and Byakugan techniques. Upon hearing this, the 3 genin accompanying Sharon displayed expressions of mild surprise. They had not anticipated the amiability of Hyuga Aki, hailing from a prestigious clan, and felt a newfound kinship toward him. I am Hayoshi Teikei's, 11 years old, a genin, adept in intelligence gathering and physical techniques. Uzumaki Yukino, 9 years old, a genin, proficient in body replacement techniques and swordsmanship. My name is Mizuki, 10 years old, also a genin, skilled in body replacement techniques and shurikenjutsu. I look forward to your guidance. Esteemed Hyuga-senpai. In truth, prior to meeting these individuals, Sharon had harbored a vague suspicion. Now, as they revealed their names, his suspicions were wholly confirmed. These individuals are indeed students of the same cohort as Uchiha Shursui. Sharon's gaze traversed the youthful visage of Yuzuki Yui. She still bore an innocent demeanor and lacked the prowess requisite for entry into the Umbu, thereby failing to pique his interest significantly. Feiju Qingting would eventually serve in the intelligence division of the Mountain Countries War Department, warranting attention. The most intriguing among them is Mizuki. He is likely an underling of Orochimaru, yet after Orochimaru's defection, he was entirely forsaken. Could this be an operative sent by Orochimaru to surveil me? Sharon furrowed his brow, a sense of caution surging within him. He was perplexed as to where he had faltered. Even Hinata Hayashi bore no suspicion, yet Orochimaru had dispatched someone to monitor him. After exchanging intelligence, the group fell silent once more. The three members of the team were not taken aback by this development and remained even more vigilant, observing their surroundings with heightened scrutiny. This is not a case of them overreacting. Several of them are merely genin. And they are even genin who graduated from the academy under intense circumstances. Their strength is simply insufficient for the battlefield. Typically, they are assigned to handle logistical duties, message delivery, and intelligence gathering. However, during a previous logistical transport mission, they encountered a patrol team from Iwagakure. Numerous squads escorting wounded soldiers back to the village suffered severe casualties, and had it not been for the timely arrival of a supporting jonin from the village, the situation could have worsened. At this moment, it is likely that the names of these individuals are already inscribed upon the memorial stone. The brutal warfare has imparted numerous lessons to this group of lower-ranking ninjas, leading them to harbor little hope upon receiving the mission of rescue. Another team shared a similar sentiment. However, despite their lack of optimism, the initiative taken by Sharon, hailing from the esteemed clan of Konohagakure, to extend a hand to these commoner ninjas was profoundly moving. Consequently, there were no grievances, and even Hinata Aki, who had undergone a transformation, displayed a hint of amiability towards Sharon. The group pressed on unimpeded and encountered no obstacles, arriving smoothly at the vicinity of the prior battlefield. A situation has arisen. From a distance of 1 kilometer, Sharon's keen eyes could already discern the lingering traces of battle in the distance. This represents the maximum distance observable by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan under normal circumstances. At this moment, the trailing team caught up. Is there an issue, Hyuga Chunin? Inquired the leader of the second team, a Chunin from the Yamanaka clan. There are signs of battle ahead, and not far off, bloodstains are visible. Sharon clearly articulated what he had witnessed. As these words echoed, all drew their weapons, assuming a defensive posture. Could there be an ambush or a trap? Sharon shook his head, stating, I did not discern any ambush, nor did I observe any traps, but we must remain vigilant. Understood, nodded the Yamanaka Chunin, signaling his squad to disperse and encircle the area with caution. Observing this, Sharon also gestured to his 3 companions, saying, let us proceed, but prioritize your safety. Upon hearing this, warmth spread through the hearts of the trio. As Sharon led the group closer to the battlefield, they swiftly scanned their surroundings, discovering that there appeared to be no immediate danger. Only then did they relax and begin gathering other pertinent intelligence. They encountered a few IWA shinobi, and it seemed the skirmish had not been particularly fierce. Perhaps the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and the target had already perished. Let us return to report our findings. Just as Sharon and the Yamanaka Chunin prepared to guide everyone back to the main camp, a massive signal flare suddenly ascended into the sky. Upon witnessing this, the Yamanaka Chunin's expression shifted. The decisive battle has commenced. Hyuga Chunin, we must hasten our return. The genin will relay the information from here and report back. With that, he and Sharon charged energetically towards a singular direction. Chapter 24, The Significance of Minato Namikaze at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. Orochimaru and Mito Manen led 1,000 elite Konoha shinobi, all stationed in this location. The Land of Grass, a small nation nestled between the 2 great powers, had traditionally served as one of the primary battlegrounds in the conflicts between Konoha and IWA. Logically, they should have learned to fortify their defenses and remain uninvolved in the war. However, the Land of Grass was an anomaly in the shinobi world. It was a true haven for outlaws and wandering ninjas. Rather than shying away from the conflicts between the 2 great nations, they actively accepted employment from both sides, assisting whoever offered the highest payment. They could even betray their own allies on the battlefield if the price was right. Confronted with such expendable resources, Anoki wasted no time and allocated a substantial sum to enlist the grass ninjas in their assault on Konoha. Meanwhile, at the frontline command center of Konoha, within Orochimaru's tent, he, Mito Manen, Hyuga Hizashi, and Minato Namikaze, who had returned to the front lines after sending his students back to the village for treatment, were gathered together. The 4 were engaged in discussions regarding their forthcoming operations. At that moment, a gray-brown serpent slithered to Orochimaru's desk, disregarding the others, and directly expelled the intelligence scroll from its mouth. Advisors, Minato, Hizashi, it seems our plan to exhaust Iwagakure has proven futile. Upon reviewing the latest intelligence, Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, devoid of any emotional resonance. Oh, what has transpired, Orochimaru? Mito Minion inquired calmly, his glasses glinting with a flash of light. Beside him, both Minato and Hizashi remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Orochimaru. Sunigakure and Kumogakure have already mobilized their forces at the borders of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Hot Water, poised to launch an offensive at any moment. The teacher has indicated that our village's defenses are alarmingly thin, and we must conclude this swiftly. Upon hearing this, Mito Minion scrutinized the intelligence he had received, his expression growing serious. As an esteemed advisor within the ranks of Konohagakure, he was acutely aware of the village's current capabilities. Should they indeed be delayed by a Wagakure, the village could find itself in grave peril. Dispatch orders immediately for a nighttime raid on the Wagakure forces stationed in the Land of Grass. As the frontline commander, Orochimaru understood the paramount importance of swift action. He did not consult Mito Minion, but issued the command outright, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Mito Minion refrained from further comment. At this moment, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Minato Namikaze and Hizashi Hyuga, stating, "Minato, Hizashi, you shall lead this assault team." Understood. With the two great ninja villages eyeing each other warily, and with the hidden mist harboring unknown intentions, the ongoing conflict with the Rock Village could not be prolonged. The longer the delay, the greater the risk that spies within the village might uncover Konoha's vulnerabilities, thereby leaking detrimental intelligence. Upon receiving the orders, Minato and Hizashi promptly accepted their mission and began preparations. As for the whereabouts of the Rock Village ninjas stationed in the Land of Grass, the reconnaissance team had already gathered that intelligence long ago. Though they were to co-lead the operation, both Hizashi and Minato were acutely aware of their respective roles. Minato was the true assailant, while Hizashi served as the supporting leader of the assault team. "Hizashi, I shall begin my preparations now. We will set off at the hour of the tiger. You will lead the assault team while I take the forefront." Minato articulated his plan to Hizashi, who had no objections. "All right, this time I will be right behind you, Minato," eager to claim the glory. "All for the village." They both laughed heartily, their camaraderie evident, indicating a strong bond between Minato and the Hyuga clan. However, being wartime, they did not engage in further conversation. In Hizashi's heart, he and his brother held deep admiration for Minato's sunny disposition. Just then, all the Chunin and Jonin gathered around the headquarters. The shinobi who had been on missions returned to the base, following the familiar routines of memory to join the ranks of the Hyuga clan. Recognizing each other from Hyuga Aki's recollections, the surrounding clan members exchanged nods, understanding that this was not the time for conversation as they awaited the moment to embark on their mission. At this moment, the gaze of the individual shifted towards the figure of Minato Namikaze, who stood alongside Hinata Hyuga, yet he noticed the absence of the remaining two members of Team 7. It seemed they were likely gravely injured and in the process of recuperating. Observing the harmonious interaction between Hinata and Minato, although he was unaware of the underlying circumstances, it was evident from their familiarity that the Hyuga clan had predominantly aligned themselves with Minato, or at the very least, the branch family had taken his side. Previously, he had gleaned from the memories of Hinata's elder brother that both Minato and Kushina Uzumaki maintained amicable relations with Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha. This is quite remarkable, as even an outsider like Hinata Aki can discern. Those who are aware of the developments stand at the intersection of observer and participant. The election for the position of Hokage following the Great War, where Minato Namikaze ascended as the fourth Hokage, was not a mere whim of Konoha. In truth, everything was predestined from the outset. One might argue that Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon realizing that Jiraiya and Tsunade were disinclined to assume the mantle of Hokage, began laying the groundwork and making choices well in advance. Minato Namikaze is a true successor to the Hokage lineage, a disciple of Jiraiya, and has origins in the Hokage's direct Anbu forces. Additionally, as the strategic weapon of Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki is his wife, and he has mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. It can be said that both the Flying Thunder God and Kushina not only granted Minato a strategic position but also enhanced his political standing significantly. Furthermore, Minato maintained an excellent relationship with the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage in the decision-making body of Konoha permitting him to take on an Uchiha disciple was a clear indication of his de facto appointment as the fourth Hokage. In this iteration of the Shinobi World War, his continuous moments of brilliance merely serve to enhance the prestige and support that the third Hokage seeks for his favorite successor. It is likely that Jiraiya was already aware of this. Despite Tsunade's departure, she undoubtedly possesses knowledge of the situation. Even if Orochimaru remains indifferent or unaware, he must have discerned the underlying truths by now. After all, within the Hidden Leaf, the only individual capable of rivaling Minato Namikaze is none other than Orochimaru himself. This line of thought leads Shuron to recall the Uchiha, the very clan that has shaped his destiny, and he cannot help but find it somewhat amusing. In fact, the issue surrounding the Uchiha has been a concern since the second Hokage's era, as Konoha has been devising solutions since then. The second Hokage took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, maintaining a delicate balance for decades until the arrival of Minato Namikaze, who presented the Uchiha with a genuine opportunity to avert their clan's annihilation. The Hokage is a close friend of the Uchiha clan leader and does not share the adversarial dynamic seen between Hashirama and Madara. Their wives are also close companions, and they have taken Uchiha disciples under their wing. Had Minato not perished and remained in office for a few more years, he could have partnered with the Uchiha to stabilize the village's internal dynamics and expedite their true integration with the community. Minato Namikaze embodies the potential to embrace the Uchiha without prejudice, accepting them as part of the village. In such a scenario, the Uchiha could genuinely redeem themselves and gain acceptance from the entire village. However, Achieving this transformation cannot be rushed. It requires patience and time. In the process of integration and acceptance, the strength of the Uchiha clan should not be excessively formidable, for if it were, they would dominate the situation. Conversely, they must not be weakened to an extreme, as such a drastic reduction in power could incite dissatisfaction and rebellion. For a clan with such volatile sentiments, the only binding force that can truly unite them is emotion. This insight was discerned early on by the second Hokage, Shinja Tobirama. Initially, it was Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who ultimately faced failure. Subsequently, it was Tobirama and Uchiha Kagami, both of whom met their demise. During the third Hokage's era, the frequency of wars escalated, yet he endeavored to maintain stability while suppressing the radical Danzo. Presently, the thread that binds this legacy together comprises Minato and Fugaku, extending to the next generation, including Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. Regrettably, for those who do not wish to witness peace in the ninja world, nor the further strengthening of Konoha, such as the rogue Shin, Minato Namikaze, who hold such crucial significance, must perish. It is an inevitable fate. Even if Obito fails to eliminate him, Shin will undoubtedly exert his full effort to ensure Minato's downfall at the opportune moment. The bond maintained through emotions is an exceedingly fragile political equilibrium, easily shattered at the slightest disturbance. Should the death of Namikaze Minato occur, and during the chaos of the Nine Tails, when the villagers witness the Sharingan controlling the beast, the Uchiha clan would inevitably become the target that must be addressed. The third Hokage, having aged, lacks the time to nurture another like Minato. As these thoughts swirled in Sharon's mind, the night had progressed deep into its latter half. Everyone had assembled, awaiting the commands of Minato and Hyuga Hisashi. After exchanging a glance with Hisashi, Minato vanished in an instant. Let us depart. With those succinct words, Hisashi promptly followed in Minato's footsteps, stealthily making their way toward the hidden rock forces stationed in the Land of Grass. Chapter 25, the surprise attack and the final battle silence enveloped their journey. Hyuga Hisashi and Namikaze Minato led a contingent of nearly 1,000 individuals, stealthily approaching the vicinity of the main forces of the hidden rock in the Land of Grass. Among the assault team were reconnaissance ninjas from the Hyuga clan, Inuzuka clan, and the Aburame clan. Every trap along the way had been meticulously disarmed beforehand. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, among these individuals. There were not only rock ninjas but also grass ninjas, yet they remained oblivious to the events that transpired until their demise. However, as the clandestine advance continued, the number of hidden sentinels increased significantly. Particularly upon reaching an open expanse, 2 towering watchtowers stood resolutely. The 2 watchtowers stood as vigilant sentinels, each capable of alerting the other should one encounter peril. Namikaze Minato gestured to his companion, Hyuga Hisashi, indicating a coordinated approach. Hisashi acknowledged with a subtle nod. The 2 swiftly distanced themselves from the main force, and as they reached the utmost limit of safety, they simultaneously executed the body flicker technique. Minato's speed was astonishing. As he materialized behind a sentry atop one of the watchtowers, his specially crafted kunai poised for a lethal strike. In a swift motion, he sliced across the throat of the unsuspecting Iwa Nin. Blood sprang forth, the man's eyes wide open yet devoid of life. At the very moment the first head fell, another ninja atop the opposing tower began to cry out a warning of the enemy's approach. Yet, Hisashi had already appeared behind him, drawing him closer with a deft maneuver. With a precise strike akin to the essence of Gentle Fist, he severed the nerves and veins in the ninja's neck, leaving him lifeless with a definitive snap. Once assured that their actions had gone unnoticed, Hisashi gestured towards the hidden position of the ambushing troops, signaling the commencement of their offensive. A cacophony of sounds followed as the unit, led by Sharon, descended upon the unsuspecting Iwa and Kusa ninjas, unleashing a brutal onslaught. Upon infiltrating the Iwa encampment, Sharon took the lead, his movements a blur. With each swift slash or targeted strike upon the slumbering ninjas, he liberated them from their torment. As the ambushers intensified their assault, a fortunate Iwa Nin was the first to react, his voice ringing out a sharp cry of enemy attack. The remaining Iwa ninjas were roused from their slumber, faced with the sudden onslaught. However, by then, half of their comrades had been eternally silenced. The slaughter continued unabated. Even in the face of resistance, the resolve of the elite Konoha ninjas remained unyielding. Minato, the yellow flash, danced across the battlefield like a specter, with no one able to withstand his assault. Even seasoned jonin fell before the deadly kunai of the yellow flash, their fates sealed in an instant. Curse you, despicable Konoha ninjas. Lord Suchikid shall not let you escape. Before the words of the rock ninjas elite could escape his lips, he found his throat slashed by the swift strike of Namikaze Minato. For someone like Minato, who specialized in rapid close-quarters assaults, it was exceedingly simple to thwart an entire battalion with a single individual. Once one found themselves within Minato's reach, few emerged unscathed. Yet, despite his formidable prowess, Minato was not omnipresent. Thus, he primarily focused on neutralizing the enemy's elite combatants. The other Chunin, Genin, and even special Jonin became the responsibility of other Konohas infiltrating Shinobi. Sharon, too, mingled within the ranks, aligning himself with the Hyuga clan. having resolved to infiltrate Konoha under the guise of the Hyuga lineage. He began to harness the presence of the rock and grass ninjas to practice the gentle fist technique, possessing the Otsutsuki legacy. Sharon found himself effortlessly mastering the intricacies of the Hyuga's gentle fist. As the bloodshed continued, he began to deconstruct the technique further. Unlike others who rigidly adhered to the complete execution of every move in their repertoire during combat, Sharon exhibited a fluidity that allowed him to adapt and innovate. This is also the most prominent characteristic of the Hyuga clan. They hold the family's inherited jutsu, the gentle fist, in the utmost reverence. And the rigidly established clan dares not question the wisdom distilled from the sweat of their ancestors. From the moment they begin their training, they adhere strictly to the established forms and techniques, showing no deviation whatsoever. This is also the reason why several generations have failed to produce exceptional talents. While strictly adhering to the wisdom of predecessors may elevate the foundational capabilities of the Hinata clan, it simultaneously stifles the potential for creative excellence. For the individual known as Shirin, none of this posed a challenge. As he surged into the ranks of the Rock Hidden, his approach diverged notably from the traditional methods of the Hyuga clan. His hands enveloped in a pale blue chakra. The sharpness of his energy resembled the glint of a blade. He swiftly maneuvered before a rock-hidden Chunin, his pristine Byakugan effortlessly discerning the flow of his opponent's chakra. With the precision of a gentle fist, his fingertips pierced the adversary's chest cavity, severing the vital pathways of life. Subsequently, utilizing the Chunin's body as a shield, he evaded an incoming attack from a grass ninja, the lethal arc of his chakra grazing the opponent's neck. Each technique employed by Shirin was lethal in intent. Furthermore, he sidestepped the customary prerequisite of the Hyuga clan, which required the accumulation of power through repeated rotations of the 8 trigrams palm, for his innate chakra was already formidable. Additionally, his chakra possessed a sharpness that was unparalleled among the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. This transformation was instigated by his mastery of the 8,000 spear god technique. Such a remarkable change inevitably drew the attention of numerous members of the Hyuga clan. However, most of these individuals were merely Chunin, incapable of discerning the intricacies involved. Perhaps only Hinata Hayashi could have perceived the underlying shifts, but he had already been thrust deep into the fray alongside Minato Namikaze. Consequently, he became increasingly adept in his execution. Surrounding him, a multitude of rock and grass country ninjas fell victim to his onslaught, creating a vast expanse of desolation. Others from Konoha also achieved notable victories, leveraging the chaos of the ambush to collectively besiege their rock and grass adversaries. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. As Minato and Hinata penetrated deep into the heart of the rock-hidden village, the frontline commander, Tuchu, rallied his elite squad. Together, they channeled their chakra to unleash a formidable earth release technique, effectively stalling Konoha's advance. Fall back. All Jonin, remain and cover our retreat. The rest, withdraw back to the land of earth. Tuchu's voice resonated powerfully, issuing commands as the commander. Upon hearing his words, the surviving rock ninjas began to retreat, while simultaneously their Jonin leaped forth to join Tuchu. Konoha's yellow flash, in the head of the Hyuga branch family. Let me, Tuchu, experience your prowess. Tuchu stood resolutely, akin to a colossal boulder, obstructing the Konoha ninjas' progress and buying precious time for the retreating Chunin and Genin. With Tuchu's exemplary resolve, the previously crumbling morale of the rock ninjas began to coalesce once more, steadily rising. Lord Tuchu, we are willing to stand with you against Konoha, they declared. Indeed, we shall stake our lives to thwart the Konoha ninjas here. Tuchu, witnessing the resurgence of spirit among the rock ninjas, felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, he understood that the current circumstances could not be altered by mere morale. The rock had already suffered defeat, and this time, Konoha's frontline commander was Orochimaru. As of now, Orochimaru had yet to make his appearance. This left Huang Tu in a state of great unease. Upon encountering him, both Feng Shui men refrained from pursuing others, seemingly intent on holding him here. This was not good. Huang Tu reacted instantly, yet it was too late to corroborate his suspicions. The sounds of fierce combat echoed from their rear. They were being flanked. The goal of Konoha's decisive battle was not merely to repel them, but to ensure that none of them escaped. Damn it, retreat. Just as Huang Tu issued the command once more, an aged voice resonated. Huang Tu. It is too late to retreat now. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Mito Min Yin, accompanied by a contingent of several hundred troops, encircled them. The slaughter had officially begun. Chapter 26. The true wartime shifts slightly forward to the eve of the decisive battle in the land of Earth. Gazing out at the sunset, gradually sinking behind the mountains, the elderly man who had been seated for nearly a day finally set aside what seemed to be an endless pile of documents and slowly rose to his feet. Noki gently pounded his aching lower back with a clenched fist. Time waits for no one. His body truly deteriorated year by year. With graying hair and a slightly stooped posture, the old man sighed with a sense of melancholy. However, as he observed the lights of the village gradually illuminating the encroaching darkness, his frown quickly transformed into a smile. The descent of the sun cast a deep, dark night across the land, and the myriad lights twinkling like a river of stars was a sight that Noki cherished most. It was a moment that imbued him with a sense of purpose amidst his toil and busyness. In that instant, He felt he had not betrayed the expectations of his grandfather, the first Tsuchikage, nor wasted the teachings of his mentor, the second Tsuchikage. Just as Noki was savoring this tranquility, a sudden, forceful knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts, accompanied by a loud call. "Lord Tsuchikage, urgent news from the front." "Come in," Noki responded, furrowing his brow in irritation at the interruption. A middle-aged IWA shinobi, adorned with a forehead protector marked with rocks, and clad in a red combat uniform and brown vest, hurriedly entered. This individual is one of Naki's trusted confidants and currently serves as the leader of the Iwagakure intelligence unit. "Lord Tsuchikage, urgent reports have arrived from the direction of Konohagakure, along with information from Lord Bito and subsequent analysis from the intelligence unit," stated the leader of the intelligence unit solemnly while standing before the desk. "The yellow flash of Konoha has appeared on the front lines of the Land of Grass, disrupting our offensive. Additionally, our supply routes have come under attack, and the Kanabi Bridge has been destroyed by this yellow flash. The supply reserves at the front lines of the Land of Grass are no longer sufficient to sustain a large-scale conflict, and a decisive battle is imminent from the direction of Konoha. We request your command and guidance." "My guidance?" Naki's expression darkened slightly. Yet he managed to maintain a semblance of calm and composure. He had anticipated all of this, and many of the shinobi dispatched to the front lines in the Land of Grass were merely bait to lure the Reikage. After a moment of contemplation, Noki declared, "Order Bito to retreat when Konoha initiates their decisive battle. The Reikage and spies from the Land of Wind are also reporting in. They intend to join the fray, and we shall yield the battlefield to them." The intelligence unit leader understood Naki's intent. "However, Lord Tsuchikage, Konoha will undoubtedly resist our withdrawal. They are likely to exert every effort to prevent it. We currently lack the manpower to assist Lord Bito and the others." Noki slowly levitated, gazing toward the Land of Grass. "I did not expect the yellow flash of Konoha to be more formidable than I had anticipated. If complications arise, the forthcoming ceasefire negotiations with Konoha are likely to be exceedingly arduous." Unlike the brash warriors on the battlefield below, Noki was acutely aware of Konoha's profound foundations. Thus, a continuous attrition would be necessary to truly bring them down. However, as the Tsuchikage, he was unwilling to sacrifice his own men to become the primary means of exhausting Konoha. "Send a message to Bito, informing him that I will personally go to assist him in the direction of the Iwagakure main forces retreat." It appeared that Minato and his allies were executing their strategy exceptionally well. Perched atop a colossal mushroom, Orochimaru observed the panicked shinobi army fleeing towards their position. Unable to suppress a lick of his tongue, "Lord Orochimaru, what shall we do?" inquired one of his subordinates. "I will summon venomous serpents using summoning techniques to assist, while all shinobi skilled in earth release will utilize it to obstruct their retreat. Subsequently, we shall infiltrate and eliminate a portion. Others will take elevated positions to launch a full-scale assault." Orochimaru articulated his plan succinctly. "Truly deserving of your reputation, Lord Orochimaru. Your strategies are impeccable," a subordinate promptly praised. Though such flattery was easily disregarded by Orochimaru, he approached the front line of the retreating shinobi and summoned several lethal dragon cave vipers. Hissing, the serpents slithered directly towards the shinobi army. "Attack!" Orochimaru commanded, licking the kunai in his hand with a long tongue, his vertical snake-like pupils gleaming coldly. In an instant, earth, water, fire, and wind techniques were unleashed upon the Iwagakure forces, accompanied by "This is the true mountain of corpses and sea of blood. This is the authentic battlefield." At this moment, even the most resolute of men cannot help but feel a shudder of dread. After all, he has lived 2 lives without ever witnessing such a gruesome sight. Yet, there is no time for him to dwell on these thoughts, for the slaughter continues unabated. Madness fills the eyes of all, and fear is absent from their hearts. The Iwagakure ninjas, having faced defeat in war, now seek survival in desperation. In contrast, the Konoha ninjas, sensing victory at hand, are eager to eliminate more foes and achieve greater triumphs. Each warrior fights with fervor, and even Sharon is swept up in this fervent atmosphere. What the Tsutsuki clan lacks the most is this very spirit. The bloodshed and iron will nourish him in this moment. Wind release, great breakthrough. A group of Iwagakure ninjas surrounds the Konoha ninjas, who initiate their assault with wind release. A fierce wind howls, whipping up sand and stone, the particles striking their faces painfully, while the swirling dust renders their eyes nearly useless. Following this, fire release ninjas join the fray. Although the great fireball technique rarely claims lives on its own, under the enhancement of the wind, the raging flames consume the entire battlefield. The situation shifts dramatically, and Sharon's Byakugan perceives everything with clarity. Suddenly, he notices that the retreating formation of Iwagakure has completely collapsed, and the signs of panic are evident. A large group of Konoha ninjas charges in from the side, the sounds of earth release, lightning release, and fire release colliding resound like thunder. The front line, led by Noki, is on the verge of collapse. The ninjas from the Land of Grass who had not escaped have already been slain. And now the Iwagakure forces are disorganized. Overwhelming fear compels them to scatter in flight. The Konoha ninjas do not make an effort to encircle all the fleeing lower-ranked ninjas. Their primary objective now is to target the group of elite ninjas surrounding Noki. Minato Namikaze, Hinata Hayashi, Mito Minen, and Orochimaru all understand that eliminating them is the key to breaking the Iwagakure's spirit. However, Noki is not to be underestimated. Though his power may not match Orochimaru's at this moment, the number of Konoha ninjas capable of wreaking havoc is limited. Furthermore, the Iwagakure ninjas rally, declaring, "Stand firm. Lord Tsuchikage will come to our rescue." Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. Noki unleashes his signature Earth Release, causing the ground to tremble with a deafening roar. The earth shifts, and immense stones converge, crushing many Konoha ninjas alive. This act also disrupts those who had intended to continue their assault, sending many into sheer panic. Yet, Naka's actions infuriate Minato and Mito. They swiftly charge toward Noki, fully aware that defeating him is essential to resolving their predicament. However, the formidable Orochimaru remains still, sensing an imminent and profound danger. His slit pupils dart toward a particular direction, narrowing sharply. A blinding, transparent white light suddenly illuminates the entire battlefield. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Chapter 27, Dust Release, Noki of the Stone. Mito exclaims, "Danger!" Not only did Orochimaru sense the threat, simultaneously, Minato and Hinata also felt the approach of peril. Minato ceases his engagement with Noki, swiftly appearing beside Mito, pulling him to safety. Orochimaru employs the Great Snake Substitution Technique. The devastating transparent brilliance rains down from above, annihilating the earthen barrier that the Konoha ninjas had constructed to impede the Iwagakure's retreat. Countless ninjas hidden behind the wall fall victim to the onslaught. Anyone caught unawares is instantly reduced to mere particles, vanishing without a trace. The ground itself bears a deep scar from the destruction. Sharon, in pursuit of the Iwagakure ninjas, feels his heart race. In an instant, a blinding flash envelopes him. A terrifying surge of chakra radiating with such brilliance that it obscures his vision completely. Suddenly, he feels a warmth on his left cheek. Turning his head, he is met with the sight of a Konoha ninja's head completely obliterated, blood evaporating instantly. It isn't until 2 seconds later that the headless ninja's heart resumes pumping, causing blood to spurt forth like an arrow from the knee. This was the first time Sharon witnessed the explosive power of a shadow-level expert. The gap was as insurmountable as a chasm. Even he could not perceive any possibility of victory at this moment. Truly, a formidable being capable of altering the course of a war, regardless of the number of ordinary Jonin and Chunin. They were rendered utterly insignificant in the presence of a shadow-level powerhouse. At this moment, Sharon also recognized the elderly figure appearing in the distant sky. Capable of flight and adept in dust release, there was no one else in the ninja world quite like him. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki. At the forefront of the Konoha strike team, Minato Namikaze, Hanabi Hyuga, and Hinata Hyuga all wore solemn expressions. They had not anticipated that Inoki, the leader of a village, would take matters into his own hands. This was something they had never anticipated. At this moment, the Iwagakure ninjas, witnessing the third Hokage's sudden reversal of the battle, shed their previous disarray, rallying their morale to charge towards Konoha. Kill. Annihilate Konoha. The relentless shouts of the Iwagakure ninjas surged like a tsunami, as countless earth techniques broke through the haze, sweeping forward. The Konoha assault troops, caught in this maelstrom, began to falter. As the commander-in-chief of Konoha, Orochimaru did not rush to intervene. His gaze was fixed solely on the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Simultaneously, Inoki's attention turned towards Orochimaru. It was a clash of soldiers, a duel of generals. It appeared that the only one capable of halting Inoki was Orochimaru. Has Sarutobi Hiruzen still not made his appearance? Inoki's hands came together, a transparent radiance forming between his palms. If he does not intend to show himself, then you, the Sannin, shall remain here. The third Tsuchikage truly possessed a remarkable spirit. Your dust release is indeed formidable, but I wish to test its limits. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and in unison with Minato Namikaze, he shouted, "Summoning technique. Summoning, Yutai Kabuto." A massive cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield, and the potent venom of the serpent began to spread ominously. Concurrently, a shadow descended from above, as Inoki deftly evaded, revealing a gigantic toad that appeared on the battlefield. Orochimaru and Minato stood atop the heads of Manda and Gamabunta. "Oh, Minato, this time you're actually facing the Tsuchikage?" boomed Gamabunta, pipe in mouth. "Be wary of his dust release, it is quite formidable." On the other side, Manda began his sacrificial negotiations with Orochimaru. A flash of white light pierced the night as Orochimaru launched his assault on Inoki, initiating his shadow snake hand technique. Within less than a second, Orochimaru completed his hand seals, propelled closer to Inoki by Manda. A tempest of wind energy erupted. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Observing this, Inoki swiftly retreated, yet he sensed an imminent danger and abruptly halted. "Tsuchikage-sama, beware behind you." And Iwagakure Jonin, keenly aware of the battle above, urgently warned Inoki. However, such caution was largely unnecessary. Inoki was not a novice lacking combat experience, prone to distraction in battle. He had maintained unwavering vigilance throughout, though not a sensory ninja. His vast combat experience allowed him to detect the murderous intent and subtle clues like scent and sound that could not be easily dismissed. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Earth Release, Ultra-Lightweight Rock Technique. Inoki's left arm was instantly enveloped in a thick, solid layer of rock. Without even glancing back, he swiftly launched a punch at the empty space behind him. A clang resounded as sparks flew, and a trident kunai materialized out of thin air, shooting forth. However, the yellow flash vanished, and Minato reappeared above Gamabunta. At that moment, Gamabunta swung his sword down, but Inoki deftly evaded. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage? Inoki's pupils constricted. At this moment, he had no time to ponder, as Orochimaru's attack was upon him. With his body specially modified to enhance flexibility and extensibility, Orochimaru swiftly closed the distance to Inoki, his limbs striking like whips. Though soft-bodied, they were sharper than ordinary blades. The rock encasing Inoki was instantaneously destroyed, and he retaliated with a punch that pushed Orochimaru back, yet the shadow snake limbs ensnared him. In the next moment, a chilling crisis loomed over Inoki. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together, rapidly completing hand seals. Earth Release, Rock Clone Technique. Inoki utilized the clone to evade Minato's deadly strike, but this time, Minato's kunai grazed Inoki's shoulder. With no time to dwell on this, Inoki saw Orochimaru's assault closing in. Earth Release, Rock Arm. A massive hand emerged from the earth, grasping Manda. An even more intense chakra fluctuation surged, and a cube-shaped space appeared in the palm of Inoki. Dust Release, Disintegration Technique. Danger. The cubic space expanded rapidly, reducing all objects near it to their smallest particle state. The closest, Orochimaru, executed the Serpent Replacement Technique, sending Manda back to the Rigakubo, while Minato also made his escape. Gamabunta was returned to Mount Maiboku. The Konoha ninjas suffered further losses. Those who sensed the impending danger managed to flee beyond Inoki's technique's range, surviving the encounter. Chapter 28. The attention of Hige Hizashi, the remaining Konoha ninjas ceased their attacks, forming a circle under the leadership of Midogate, leaving the stage to Orochimaru and Minato. Faced with Inoki's indiscriminate assault, a larger number would only result in unnecessary casualties. As Minato and Orochimaru returned their summoned creatures to Mount Maiboku and the Rigakubo, their momentum grew stronger. At this moment, even alone, they could deter Inoki, but it was impossible to prevent him from slaughtering other Konoha ninjas. Yet, could they truly cooperate effectively? Minato certainly could, but Orochimaru was uncertain. Although he had not yet successfully developed numerous forbidden techniques as he would later, he had already researched quite a few. Some techniques, while powerful, would expose him to the third Hokage's scrutiny. With such concerns, Orochimaru could not unleash his full potential. Minato, however, had no such inhibitions, and his displayed strength seemed a greater threat than Orochimaru's. After all, he had genuinely wounded Inoki just moments ago. If Inoki were to descend to the ground, Minato would not fear him alone, and in a prolonged engagement, he might achieve even greater success. Yet, fully aware of the Flying Thunder God technique's might, Inoki refused to descend, denying the enemy any opportunity. This consequently diminished the threat posed by Namikaze Minato to a lesser degree. Previously, with the presence of Gamabunta, his colossal form allowed Namikaze Minato to remain in closer proximity to Yama. However, when confronted with the terrifying might of Dust Release, a larger size only signifies an increased likelihood of being struck. This also reflects the mutual restraint among the ninjas. Under such mutual apprehension, a stalemate surprisingly emerged between the two parties. Inoki gazed down at the two elite shinobi from Konoha, particularly fixating on Minato Namikaze, feeling a surge of envy and jealousy once more. His envy was not directed towards Minato's youthful charm or prodigious talent. Rather, it stemmed from the remarkable emergence of talent within Konoha. Especially, the top-tier warriors seemed to sprout forth like chives, continually rising to prominence. Initially, it was believed that the demise of White Fang and the departure of two from the legendary Sannin would severely cripple Konoha. Yet, here appeared yet another figure of brilliance, the Yellow Flash. In contrast, while a Wagakure could not be said to be devoid of talent, finding a successor as exceptional as the Sannin or the Yellow Flash was akin to reaching for the stars. Each time Inoki contemplated the future inheritance of a Wagakure, a pang of pain struck his heart. Not to mention a successor, there was not even anyone capable of inheriting the bloodline elimination. Dust Release he had learned from his mentor, the second Tsuchikage. Truly, Konoha was enviable. Hovering in the air, Inoki slowly spoke, his tone laced with an indescribable melancholy. However, as the leader of a village, he indeed needed to bring this war to a conclusion. He then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru and Minato, stating, even if we are to lose this time, I shall send a peace treaty to Hiruzen Sarutobi in the name of the land of Earth. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression relaxed slightly, and a sunny smile returned to his face. The others also sensed that the taut strings of tension had finally loosened. As for the ninjas of a Wagakure, Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle, saying, Lord Tsuchikage, as long as they agree to surrender, we shall not harm the lives of IWA ninjas. However, regarding their return, Konoha has certainly incurred significant losses in this war. Orochimaru's words caused the faces of those around him to shift, even causing Minato to appear somewhat puzzled. The Tsuchikage had already consented to peace talks. At this moment, finalizing these matters was of utmost importance. Yet, since Orochimaru was the commander, despite his desire to counter, Minato refrained from vocalizing it. Among the ninjas of Konoha, some admired Orochimaru's opportunistic maneuvering for gain, while others, like Minato, felt it was inappropriate. Many had grown weary of the war and yearned to end it swiftly. Even the Hyuga clan surrounding Minato seemed to subtly divide into two factions at this moment. Regardless of the opinions of others, Minato believed there was nothing wrong with Orochimaru's demands. If one does not seize benefits in a position of advantage, should one wait until defeat to pay reparations? This moment vividly illustrates the distinct styles of Orochimaru and Minato Namake's. Orochimaru's approach closely resembles that of Danzo, while Minato aligns more with Jiraiya, akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure Shinobi, surrounded and in turmoil, felt a deep sense of humiliation at Anoki's admission of defeat, exacerbated further by Orochimaru's insistence on their surrender. "Bah, we would rather perish than yield to the despicable leaf ninjas," retorted the enraged Iwagakure Shinobi. With a sigh, Orochimaru prepared to engage Anoki once more. Minato gripped his kunai tightly. Though he disagreed with Orochimaru's methods, he understood that his decisions represented the will of Konoha, and he was determined to give his utmost. Observing the renewed killing intent emanating from the two Konoha ninjas, Anoki's gaze sharpened momentarily. However, he quickly composed himself, stating, "You are surely aware of the remaining numbers here. I shall discuss matters of peace with Sarutobi Hiruzen." With that, Anoki pivoted and soared towards the land of Earth. As the Iwagakure Shinobi were left in a state of confusion, Anoki's voice resonated once more. "Follow me." In an instant, the Iwagakure ninjas dispersed, leaving only the Konoha and Kusagakure ninjas on the battlefield. It was over. The Konoha ninjas felt as though the sky had cleared. "Lord Orochimaru." These Kusagakure, Minato's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Mitomen and Minato. "These individuals are mere opportunists. Do not feel pity for them." Subsequently, Mitomen coldly issued his final command: "Kill them if you can." At this directive, the Sharon and others swiftly charged towards the remaining Kusagakure ninjas. A flash of white light signaled Sharon's renewed assault. No Kusagakure shinobi could withstand more than 2 moves against him. Furthermore, the various hidden weapons, poisons, shuriken, and kunai desperately deployed by the Kusagakure were utterly ineffective against him. His gentle fist techniques flowed as gracefully as a dance. "Ah, Nakaira, your branch has produced yet another genius," Mitomen remarked, unable to suppress his admiration after witnessing Sharon's prowess. This statement received the acknowledgement of both the esteemed Hyuga clan and the notable Hizashi, particularly the latter who expressed great delight. The emergence of another prodigy from the branch family augured well for the enhancement of the Hyuga strength. However, Orochimaru, observing the figure of Sharon, revealed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. He recognized Sharon, whose peculiar characteristics intrigued him immensely. "Huh, a genius from the Hyuga clan?" Orochimaru cast a scornful glance at the exuberant Hizashi, his lips curling into a mocking smile. The village had indeed decayed. Even the so-called prominent families had been infiltrated. "Let me see what you truly intend to do." Chapter 29. Hizashi's guidance and appreciation. As the carnage continued in Konoha, the grass ninjas finally succumbed to despair, seeking to surrender and willingly offering intelligence. Witnessing this, Minato hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. Orochimaru, indifferent to Minato's decision, turned and relinquished command to him, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Minato ordered the binding of the surrendered captives to extract information. As for the deceased, Konoha would not forsake them. With the presence of the Yamashiro clan and the interrogation division, even in death, extracting intelligence and ninjutsu from their minds would not prove arduous. Nonetheless, all of this bore little relevance to Sharon, who had just withdrawn from the battlefield and was summoned by Hizashi. Shortly thereafter, Sharon arrived at Hizashi's tent. Surrounding the tent were members of the Hyuga clan standing guard. Upon his arrival, a voice resonated from within, inviting him in. "Is it Aki? Come in," Sharon respectfully replied, then stepped inside the chamber. Inside, a young ninja clad in the spacious attire of the Hyuga clan sat quietly at the center. His long hair cascaded down, and his striking white eyes, coupled with his slightly pursed lips, exuded an air of authority, while the forehead protector concealed an emblem he preferred not to reveal. "Lord Hizashi." Sharon addressed him with reverence, aware of the numerous customs within the Hyuga clan, and thus he half knelt, suppressing his discomfort. "Aki, your performance on the battlefield was commendable. I have petitioned the clan for a reward on your behalf, and there may be further accolades from the Hokage as well, so do treasure this opportunity." A smile graced Hizashi's lips, clearly pleased with Aki's accomplishments. "By the way, how did your escort mission unfold?" In response to Lord Hizashi's inquiry, Sharon reported, "There were some complications. The civilian ninja ultimately perished in battle." Hizashi's expression remained unchanged. "I had anticipated such a scenario from the outset. As a civilian ninja, he sacrificed himself to protect you, and the clan will provide compensation for his family, rest assured." Evidently, Hizashi did not wish to dwell excessively on this matter. After a brief silence, he continued, "I observed your performance on the battlefield, and it is evident that you possess your own understanding of the gentle fist technique, which is commendable. However, while such tactics may be suitable for the battlefield, it is advisable to refrain from displaying them openly before the main family upon returning to the village." Sharon was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Hisashi to impart such counsel. Noticing the surprise in Sharon's eyes, Hisashi's gaze dimmed slightly. The main family despises those who challenge the clan's traditions, especially regarding modifications to ancestral legacies. His voice bore a hint of bitterness as he refrained from revealing his true sentiments about the main family. Following another brief silence, Hisashi suppressed his emotions and once again donned a smile. Your execution of the gentle fist was exemplary, and your mastery over the meridians and nerves was impeccable. At your age, you stand as the foremost among the younger generation. Your current prowess and achievements qualify you to apply for the rank of Special Jonin. It is all thanks to the clan's guidance, Sharon replied, maintaining his composure. Hisashi contemplated for a moment before slowly stating, given your contributions, the Hokage and the clan will certainly reward you. Have you considered what you desire? Whatever Lord Hisashi decides, Sharon replied. Hisashi shook his head. Even I cannot alter the villages and the clan's determinations. Do you understand? Aki, I understand. Hisashi waved his hand dismissively. The rewards bestowed by the village will likely involve a change in your position. The clan will probably assign you as a personal attendant to a young member of the main family who recently underwent a ceremony. At this juncture, Hisashi's expression stiffened slightly. Yet he continued, for the main family, these assignments are considered honors. I recall you have a sister named Hinata, whose ninja abilities are not particularly strong. She too will likely be included in the evaluations and may become a servant to the main family's lady. Hisashi spoke rapidly, outlining the clan's most probable arrangements for Sharon. Regarding the clan's hierarchical relationships and reward systems, Sharon chose not to comment, feeling indifferent. After all, he had merely infiltrated Konoha under this identity. Everything else was of no concern to him. However, even with his awareness of the nearly desperate fate of the branch family system within the Hyuga clan, he could not help but feel astonished. After all, to designate a young and capable branch family member who had achieved merit on the battlefield as a servant to a member of the main family as a form of reward was indeed unprecedented. Furthermore, to select the sister of the individual he was impersonating as a servant to the main family lady was equally astonishing. This has truly opened the eyes of the scholar. Such an eccentric system nearly stripped the protagonist of his ability to manage his expression, almost causing him to burst into laughter. Ultimately, he steadied himself by pressing his tongue against his jaw, maintaining his composure. However, he did recall the name Hyuga, as she was indeed chosen by Hisashi to serve as a maid for Hinata and Hanabi. Upon hearing Hisashi articulate the rewards so clearly, the protagonist expressed his gratitude to the clan in the manner reminiscent of Hyugaraki. As for his innermost thoughts, he merely wished to integrate himself within Konoha to pursue his future plans. Becoming a mere slave was out of the question. Just as he prepared to exit the main tent, Hisashi observed the protagonist's retreating figure with a hint of conflict. He held a deep admiration for Hyuga, seeing in him a reflection of his own youthful self. He was acutely aware that the clan's treatment of such a prodigy would inevitably lead to complications. What a pity. This shared identity seemed to instill in Hisashi a sense of cherishing talent. As the protagonist was on the verge of departure, Hisashi called out, Aki, wait. Upon hearing this, the protagonist halted, turning with a mix of curiosity and attentiveness towards Hisashi. The rewards just given to you will not provide substantial strength enhancement in the short term. The war in the ninja world is still ongoing, and you may find yourself on the battlefield again. I will take the initiative to impart the 8 trigrams empty palm technique to you. With that, Hisashi led the protagonist away from the main tent to an open area not far from the camp. Aki, pay close attention. I shall teach you this only once. How much you learn will depend on your own diligence. After speaking, Hisashi activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes, with black markings appearing in his pupils. He then thrust his palm forward, gathering a surge of chakra in his hand. With a swift motion, the violent gust of energy shattered a distant tree trunk. Following this, with a change of stance, he pulled the severed branch towards himself. The 8 trigrams empty palm technique not only allows for distant attacks, but also enables the user to draw opponents closer. Once drawn near, one can swiftly resolve matters with gentle fist techniques. It is a skill that combines long-range offense with localized control. Did you observe clearly, Aki? Upon completing the demonstration, Hisashi deactivated his Byakugan. I saw it distinctly. I am grateful for your instruction, Lord Hisashi. The protagonist had observed Hisashi's movements with utmost clarity. This technique proved to be exceedingly beneficial for him, and thus, the individual expressed sincere gratitude. However, among the current members of the Hyuga clan, aside from the other branch family members who remain absent from the village, only the 2 brothers, Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi, have mastered this technique to perfection. Well, having discerned this, you should diligently practice and not let the family down. With those words, Hisashi departed, leaving the individual to ponder alone. Yet, it wasn't long before the frontline command center, which had just begun to relax, became tense once again. Chapter 30. The surprise attack of the cloud and sand-hidden villages on the Land of Fire at the height of the fierce battle between Konoha and Iwagakure in the Land of Grass. The cloud and sand-hidden villages, which had been occupying the Land of Water and the Land of Rivers, allied with one another. Seizing this opportune moment when all of Konoha's attention was captivated by the frontline battlefield, they decisively kept the bulk of their forces in place to divert the attention of Konoha's scouts. Meanwhile, the leaders of both villages, accompanied by their elite troops, skillfully circumvented Konoha's dark sentinels and swiftly advanced into the Land of Fire. It is worth noting that while both leaders are referred to as shadows, it is the third Raikage leading the charge for the Cloud Village, while the Sand Village is commanded by Raza and Yashimaru. Soon, the elite forces of the two ninja villages converged at a designated location. After a thorough negotiation, they ultimately selected a critical stronghold on the borders of the Land of Fire as the primary target for their assault, the Tachikage Mountain. Inside the conference hall, news arrived from the direction of the Land of Grass. The third Tsuchikage had appeared on the battlefield, while Konoha's Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru remained at the front lines. This was indeed an unparalleled opportunity. The intelligence unit of the Land of Thunder promptly delivered the latest reports. At this moment, the final lingering concern in the hearts of the three generations of Raikage dissipated. The appearance of Inoki on the battlefield indicated that the Hidden Stone Village had been thoroughly engaged by the Hidden Leaf, for his nature would not allow him to emerge otherwise. Indeed, in all these years, Inoki had never taken the initiative to present himself at the front lines. Could it be mere misinformation? Unthinkable, for only the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, possesses the ability to wield Dust Release. Such an impersonation is implausible. Thus, one might conclude that we need no longer fret about a surprise attack from the Land of Earth. With Inoki's emergence, what remaining strength could the Land of Earth possibly have? Indeed, the sole concern now lies with the Hidden Mist. What are their intentions? The representatives of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind engaged in fervent discussion, ultimately directing their conversation towards the affairs of the Land of Water. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Itsong. As the captain of the elite forces from Sunagakure, she had recently single-handedly breached the border defenses of Kirigakure. Noticing the collective attention upon her, Itsong pondered briefly before revealing all that she knew. For Kirigakure to infiltrate Konohagakure, they must first overcome the defenses of the Uchiha clan, which currently found themselves in a precarious situation. During our last encounter, I discerned that Kirigakure was undoubtedly facing difficulties. And moreover, had they not dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen? This must represent their utmost combat prowess. Yutsong's analysis was derived from intelligence she had personally gathered, rendering it highly credible. At this moment, all concerns of the Land of Thunder and the Land of Wind dissipated, and the crowd turned their gaze towards the third Raikage. With no lingering worries and the sand-hidden village expressing no opposition, let us gather our forces and set forth this very night to launch an assault on Konoha. The third Raikage, seeing no dissent, smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Inoki, having suffered considerable losses, returned with the Rock Village forces to the Land of Earth, without pausing for rest. He promptly led them to the Land of Waterfalls. After a brief period of recuperation, they stealthily infiltrated the Land of Rice. The Land of Rice Fields is precisely where Orochimaru later established the Sound Village. At this moment, the 10,000-strong army of Awagakure gathered here, awaiting the opportune moment. Upon the arrival of Inoki at the front command tent, the demolition team leader, Shino, eagerly approached him and exclaimed, "Lord Tsuchikage, splendid news. Our scouts at the front line of Kumogakure report that the third Raikage has mobilized an elite force towards the Land of Fire, and they may have already engaged in battle with Konoha. This contingent is poised to launch an assault on Konoha imminently." Cursed the third Raikage. Has he finally taken to the field? A smile of delight crossed Inoki's face. After such a lengthy wait, he had finally received a piece of good news. Dispatch orders for the village's Shinobi to rest well. Once the forces of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind have clashed with Konoha, we shall strike. This time, we must ensure that the third Raikage is thoroughly defeated. In contrast to the insatiable appetites of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind, Inoki evidently adopted a more pragmatic approach. Following this conflict with Konoha, he was convinced of their weakened state. Yet he recognized that they were not so feeble as to be easily devoured by Awagakure. Hence, rather than seeking trouble with Konoha, he preferred to eliminate the third Raikage directly and seize a piece of flesh from Kumogakure. Meanwhile, within Konohagakure, a steady stream of ANBU members entered the Hokage building. Subsequently, the leaders of the major clans in Konoha hurriedly arrived at the building. Lord Azashi, Lord Shibi, you have arrived just in time. The Hokage has instructed me to inform you that you may proceed directly to the Hokage's conference room without prior announcement. Very well. Hizashi Hyuga and Shibi Aburame exchanged a glance before promptly entering the conference room. At this moment, the individuals expected to be present in the conference room had largely arrived. With the exception of the leader of the Uchiha clan, as well as Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, and Mito Minin, the individuals were all stationed at the front lines. Upon entering the conference room, Hinata exchanged nods of greeting with everyone before taking his seat. With everyone present, the third Hokage commenced the meeting upon the arrival of the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans. Lord Hokage, why the urgency in summoning us? Inquired the head of the Inuzuka clan. A frown etched upon his brow. With the Inuzuka clan leading the discussion, the other clans began to share information. Among them, the Ino Shikicho trio operated almost as one entity. with Akimichi Choza directly addressing Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, both of whom held significant positions within the village. Utilizing his mental prowess, Yamanaka Inoichi established a connection with the two, his voice resonating in their minds. We may speak now. The situation at the front in the Land of Grass has been resolved. It appears there are issues arising in the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind. The Hokage summoned us to contribute, so let us first deliberate on the number of personnel we should deploy. Nara Shikaku's thoughts echoed in the minds of Yamanaka and Akimichi, as he laid bare the intelligence he possessed. At this moment, the third Hokage distributed several pieces of intelligence to each clan leader. Ladies and gentlemen, Konoha has flourished under our care for many years, becoming our shared village. However, the four great nations gaze upon us with covetous eyes. Just as Minato and his team have repelled the front lines of Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure have now turned their sights on us. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone rose from calm to increasingly fervent. As of today, the Third Great Ninja War has raged for 5 years, inflicting severe losses on all major nations. I had anticipated the final battle, but I did not foresee that it would be a joint invasion by the Sand and Cloud Ninja. What do you propose we do? Konoha? After exchanging glances, Ino, Shika, Cho, as staunch supporters of the Hokage, spoke first. Hokage-sama, the alliance of Sunagakure and Kumogakure is taking advantage of our engagement with Iwagakure, leaving us with no choice but to commit fully to this conflict. Indeed, it is wiser to strike early than late. With Ino, Shika, Cho's declaration, the heads of the major clans expressed their support for the impending war. They then proceeded to discuss specific battle strategies. However, amidst their deliberations, a member of the Umbu suddenly burst in. Hokage-sama, the elite forces of Kumogakure and Sunagakure are attacking our Orange Blossom Mountain stronghold. The fortress has fallen, and their army is advancing towards Konoha. What? Hokage-sama, the main forces from the Land of Water and the Land of Rivers are also mobilizing towards Konoha. The assembly displayed expressions of confusion, exchanging glances. They had been in discussion, unaware that Kumogakure and Sunagakure would strike so directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a swift decision. Send a message to the front lines in the Land of Grass, cancel the planned rest, and instruct Minato and Hinata to lead their teams to Orange Blossom Mountain immediately. He then turned to the clan leaders. This time, the village needs everyone to unite. We, the Hyuga clan, can send 300 ninja. Ino, Shika, Cho will contribute 600 ninja. After further discussions among the clans, the members of the Hokage building dispersed. Yet the war machine of Konoha had fully commenced its operation. Chapter 31. The Strength of Minato Namikaze Creek. The gates of Konoha swung open once more. With the sun rising in the sky, an increasing number of elite ninjas from various clans gathered in front of the Hokage building, all gazing towards it. At this moment, the third Hokage stood at the window of his office, observing the assembling troops, without uttering any motivational words. After more than 5 years of war, such rallying speeches had lost their efficacy, replaced instead by cold, lifeless casualty lists. However, witnessing the growing number of youthful faces among the assembled forces ignited a flame within Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Wherever Konoha thrives, so too shall the fire of hope persist. The future of our village rests upon you, the youth. Retracting his gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. As Hokage, having remained dormant for so long, he too felt the need to take action. Whoosh! With a signal, the battle units completed their assembly. Under the leadership of the clan heads, they swiftly made their way towards the border of the Land of Fire and Orange Blossom Mountain, in the camps of the Land of Grass. Orochimaru and his companions received the order from Sarutobi Hiruzen to immediately cancel their rest. Along with this command, they also received news of the attacks from Sunagakure and Kumogakure. Mito Minin and Minato Namikaze, filled with urgency, along with Hinata Hayashi, arrived at Orochimaru's tent to discuss strategies. Minato even proposed to take action ahead of schedule. Mito, recognizing Minato's dedication to the village, felt great satisfaction. He fully endorsed Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to appoint Minato as his successor and prepared to join him in action. Orochimaru, hearing their fervent request for action, did not oppose but inquired about the strength of the allied forces from Sunagakure and Kumogakure. Minato, has the advisor or your teacher informed you who leads the combined forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure? Mito pondered for a moment before replying. From Sunagakure, it should be Raza and Yashiro leading the charge. As for Chiyo and Kaiza, we cannot be certain of their involvement. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku is quite aged and is unlikely to appear. In Kumogakure, the third Raikage, A, and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer B, lead elite troops. I am aware of the AB brothers from Kumogakure. They are formidable adversaries. The last time I encountered them, I struggled significantly, especially against the notoriously difficult Killer B. After sharing the intelligence he possessed, Minato also disclosed what he knew about the AB brothers. In that case, the invading forces from Sunagakure and Kumogakure possess 7 individuals with strength exceeding that of Jounin, potentially even at the level of Kage. Kumogakure has even sent the third Raikage and the future fourth Raikage. Orochimaru chuckled ominously. They have certainly chosen their moment wisely. This may be a truly arduous battle. His words jolted Minato into realization. Typically, those who surpass Jounin are exceedingly difficult for ordinary ninjas to contend with. Whether Konoha could withstand such an assault remained uncertain. Minato's expression became grave. Currently, Konoha visibly had only 3 elite Kage-level fighters: himself, the third Hokage, and Orochimaru. Would they have to rely on Kushina? Noticing Minato's concerns, Mito reassured him, "Minato, while the invading forces are indeed formidable, our village is not weak either. The only truly noteworthy opponent among them is the third Raikage. Rest assured, Hiruzen will personally engage him. If that is the case, I alone can hold off the AB brothers, and I will undoubtedly prevail." Minato's confidence astounded Orochimaru, Mito, and Hayashi. As the sole candidate for the fourth Raikage, was renowned for his unparalleled mastery of lightning techniques and taijutsu. The Raikage's core inheritance, the lightning chakra mode, had been fully mastered by him. In essence, it was one of the most prominent figures in Kumogakure today, yet Minato expressed confidence in his ability to triumph over him. Even in a one-on-two scenario, "Minato, do you truly believe you can defeat the AB brothers?" Mito inquired solemnly. If Minato could achieve such results, Konoha could indeed fend off the invading alliance. Minato nodded resolutely, and Mito burst into laughter at his affirmative response. A new generation of Konoha had finally produced a towering tree capable of weathering storms. The years of Sarutobi Hiruzen's nurturing had finally borne fruit. He felt compelled to share this news with Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately. "It's not just me. Orochimaru-san likely feels the same." Minato, feeling somewhat bashful at Mito's words, scratched his head and instinctively voiced his thoughts. "Although I have yet to confront the third Raikage directly, during my previous standoff with the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, I sensed that Orochimaru-san still had strength in reserve. Without me, Orochimaru-san could likely withstand the third Tsuchikage, at the very least ensuring a stalemate. In this light, one might contemplate that the third Raikage, esteemed alongside the third Tsuchikage, could indeed withstand the prowess of Lord Orochimaru." The words of Minato Namikaze left Orochimaru momentarily taken aback, before a sinister smile crept upon his face. "Your perception is truly remarkable, Minato-kun, yet you overestimate my abilities. I cannot contend with Inoki or the third Raikage." Upon hearing this, Mito Minion's expression shifted slightly, casting a profound glance at Orochimaru, his eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. Meanwhile, to the side, Hayashi Hyuga maintained a composed demeanor, observing silently. Mito Minion had previously harbored a sense of vigilance, for Orochimaru's presence could significantly impact Minato's ascent to power. Little did he anticipate that Orochimaru would openly concede his inferiority to Minato. Such a declaration from Orochimaru effectively signifies a verbal relinquishment of his claim to the position of Hokage. Although merely a verbal acknowledgement, it should not be taken lightly. This also took both Mito Minion and Hinata Hizashi, who were initially quite supportive of Minato Namikaze, by surprise. However, they remained unaware that Orochimaru, when uttering these words, had already begun to harbor a sense of wariness towards Minato Namikaze. The individual who initially appeared somewhat foolish, akin to Jiraiya in his demeanor, ultimately posed a significant threat to Orochimaru. Orochimaru possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Although he was recognized as one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure and truly a master of the shadow level, having undergone modifications to enhance his physical form, he found it relatively easy to contend with ordinary opponents. However, when faced with seasoned adversaries such as the third Tsuchikage and the third Raikage, overcoming them remained a formidable challenge. Under normal circumstances, he could only ensure that he would not be defeated by Inoki in the short term. To truly threaten Inoki, he would have to resort to forbidden techniques that he had yet to perfect, which would inevitably expose his secrets. For Orochimaru at this juncture, Konoha still held value as a place where he could conduct his research in peace, and he was reluctant to reveal himself. "My lord Orochimaru, that was not my intention," remarked Minato Namikaze, who possessed a keen political acumen and quickly reacted, eager to clarify. However, Mito Minion would not afford Minato that opportunity. Issuing orders in his capacity as advisor, enough of the discussion regarding strength. "I hereby announce the command of Hizashi, appointing Minato Namikaze as the commanding officer for the upcoming battle at Tachikawa Mountain. He is to lead the ninjas of the Land of Grass to the front lines and depart immediately. As for Orochimaru, you will assist me with the aftermath in the Land of Grass. Once the injured ninjas are returned to Konoha, Hizashi will assign you a new task." Chapter 32. The Mission in the Land of Soup. Understood, advisor. Mito Minion instructed the three. "Now, hurry and prepare." "Advisor, wait a moment," Minato called out, somewhat to Mito's surprise. "Is there something else, Minato?" "Advisor, I wish to set out early and reach Tachikawa Mountain as soon as possible." Mito Minion pondered briefly before acquiescing to Minato's request. "As the commanding officer, it is only fitting that you proceed swiftly. Let Hizashi lead the majority of the team closely behind you. Go ahead and make your arrangements." The events transpiring at the frontline headquarters, as well as the intelligence regarding the Sand and Cloud Village's assaults on Konoha, remained undisclosed. Sharon, like other Konoha ninjas, was unaware that they were heading to a second battlefield. After teaching Sharon the 8 trigrams air palm, Hinata Hizashi departed, and Sharon effortlessly mastered the technique, blending it into his unique combat style. While learning the air palm, Sharon realized that, unlike the Hyuga clan's emphasis on long-range offensive capabilities, he prioritized the technique's ability to control and attract opponents. Unbeknownst to them, he could draw his adversaries directly before him, combining it with his own 8,000 spears attack. Sharon believed this enhancement had rendered his combat approach more sophisticated. After concluding his training, Sharon made his way back to his tent, contemplating the arrangements he would make upon returning to Konoha after the war. The subsequent years in Konoha promised several significant events for Sharon to plan. However, upon returning to his tent, he immediately sensed an unexpected visitor. There were regulations in Konoha, stipulating that all Hyuga clan members were generally prohibited from activating their Byakugan near the village and the main battlefield camp, except under special circumstances or in times of alert. If left unchecked, the Byakugan's formidable insight would expose everyone within the village to their gaze, rendering secrets obsolete. Thus, after the conclusion of the war with Iwagakure, Sharon had refrained from activating his Byakugan, believing he was soon to enter Konoha. Yet, after enduring numerous battles, his sensory abilities had not diminished. Consequently, the moment Sharon stepped into his tent, he detected an anomaly. Who goes there? Upon closer inspection, he found a ninja clad in the attire of Konoha's secret forces, wearing an animal mask, awaiting him. Umbu, has the Hokage summoned me? The Umbu ninja remained silent, instead producing a mission scroll and presenting it to Sharon. Hyuga Branch Chunin, Hyuga Sharon, heed the call. The Hokage, recognizing your performance in this battle and your lineage, has specially appointed you as the captain of the Konoha Reconnaissance Team S9th Squad. This is your mission. The members of the 9th Squad have also been arranged. Upon hearing the Umbu's declaration, Sharon felt no particular emotion but nonetheless accepted the mission scroll with a delighted expression. I shall never forget the Hokage's grace. The Umbu ninja was satisfied with Sharon's demeanor and departed without further words. Sharon then opened the mission scroll, examining the tasks required to fulfill his new role as captain. A short while later, Sharon approached Hinata Hizashi's tent. This is the situation, Hizashi-sama. Sharon respectfully bowed to the young man before presenting his mission scroll and explaining his purpose. The Hokage's reward this time is an important position. Hizashi maintained an impassive facade, though inwardly he nodded, pleased with the appointment. Previously, he had speculated about what kind of reward the village would bestow upon Hyuga Sharon. He had considered minor positions, perhaps even rewards related to sealing techniques, and even the prospect of Umbu recruitment. However, the village's decision had exceeded his expectations. The reconnaissance team was not akin to other logistical or medical units. It was one of Konoha's core teams. Few members of the Hyuga clan had entered such ranks, and most were not in significant positions. Furthermore, this reward carried additional weight. Sharon, as a member of the branch family, attaining this position signified a further elevation of the branch family's power. Sharon, do you understand the true reward the village has bestowed upon you? Noticing Sharon's failure to grasp the true significance of this reward, Hizashi directly inquired. The true reward? Please enlighten me, Hizashi-sama. Sharon's question was not unexpected. He had not paid much attention to the so-called reward. Observing that Sharon genuinely did not comprehend, Hizashi's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Under normal circumstances, the position of squad captain is typically held by a special jonin or jonin, yet you are still a chunin. Hizashi tossed the mission scroll back to Sharon and continued. Upon completing this mission and achieving subsequent merits, I believe you will be promoted to special jonin, and that title will be your greatest reward. Through Hizashi's explanation, Sharon finally grasped the reason behind the Umbu's personal delivery of this mission. It became clear that the Hyuga clan was gaining an additional important position within Konoha. Realizing this, Sharon's actions and words became perfectly attuned to the situation. All of this is thanks to the nurturing of my clan, especially your guidance, Hizashi-sama. I am deeply grateful. Witnessing this exchange, Hizashi crossed his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips, before calmly stating, Go now, Sharon. I must lead the troops to Tachikawa Mountain shortly, so I shall not see you off. When the time comes for you to complete your mission, we shall meet again at Tachikawa Mountain. Currently, we find ourselves in a time of war. Yunin has declared hostilities against us. The Kingdom of Tang serves as the assembly point for Yunin's formidable forces. You must lead your squad to the Kingdom of Tang with utmost caution. The attendant paused, lifting his gaze slightly, his eyes betraying a flicker of emotion. Thank you. Lord Nikiyashi. Upon completing his preparations and arriving at the assembly point, he discovered two individuals awaiting his arrival. Lord Hinata Aki. I am Iwai Tsubasa, a member of your task force. Lord Aki. I am Yuzuki Uyake. The two individuals accompanying the protagonist on this mission to the Land of Soup are none other than his comrades. One of them, Yuzuki Yuin, he has encountered before, while the other, Iwaishi Tachi, is a new acquaintance, though the protagonist is aware of his significance. Iwaishi is destined to become a guardian of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Alongside the esteemed Nara Shikaku and the enigmatic Hyuga, they possess the ability to perform the Flying Thunder God technique together. Both individuals can be considered peripheral figures in the future of Konoha, not quite entering its core elite. Yuzuki Yuin's primary limitation stems from her humble origins, lacking both strength and legacy, while Iwaishi's situation appears to be more politically motivated. Under normal circumstances, once the fourth firmly established himself as Hokage, their positions as his protectors would undoubtedly rise in stature. However, with the untimely demise of the fourth and the third's return to leadership, they have been cast aside into obscurity. As the protagonist glanced at the sky and surveyed the other hurried ninjas around them, he spoke calmly. Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the mission. Upon reaching our designated location, I will unfurl the mission scroll and provide further instructions, along with task assignments. That is all. Let us depart. With that, he took the lead, gesturing to Aweishi and Yuin to follow as he set off toward the land of soup. Observing their captain's departure, both Aweishi and Yuin quickly kept pace. Although he could have executed the mission independently, the protagonist felt a sense of exasperation. His initial intention had merely been to blend into the ranks, assuming an identity that would facilitate his entry into Konoha. To his surprise, rather than being returned to Konoha after the battle, the ninjas were assigned to additional tasks. Furthermore, Hinata Hayashi informed him that upon completing the mission in the land of soup, he would not be returning to Konoha, but would instead proceed directly to the front lines at Tachikusa Mountain to report. Such exploitation by the powers that be was astonishing. He merely wished to integrate into Konoha openly. Why must it be so arduous? Shaking his head, the protagonist dismissed his grievances and hastened toward the land of soup. Given that both Hinata Hayashi and Konoha were prepared to nurture his potential, he resolved to seize this opportunity wholeheartedly. Once he ascended to the rank of Special Jonin, he would gain access to broader prospects within Konoha, as well as higher-level missions that would significantly aid in enhancing his abilities. Ultimately, he believed that the advantage lay with him. Due to the ongoing war, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, the protagonist felt compelled to act with urgency, appearing as if he were on a mission to swiftly gather intelligence before hastening back to the front lines of battle. Such profound emotions towards the village momentarily stirred the hearts of Yuzuki Uyaka and Tachi Iwashi. Subsequently, they gathered their resolve. The team led by the Sharon departed from the land of grass, advancing towards the land of soup at a speed of 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. Such speed is akin to that of a ninja army's rapid march. However, despite their swift pace, the shortest distance from the land of grass to the land of soup necessitates traversing the entirety of the land of fire. One should not underestimate the vastness of the ninja world, for from the memories of the inhabitants of Tsutsuki village, the divine tree extends beyond the confines of the atmosphere. At such an altitude, even the shortest heights exceed 1,000 kilometers. This colossal divine tree occupies but a modest portion of the ninja realm, allowing one to envision the vastness of this world. Sharon, accompanied by his two companions, traversed the protracted hills of the land of fire without rest, taking a full 2 days to reach the border of the land of fire. None of the trio were particularly inclined towards conversation, and Sharon found solace in the ensuing tranquility. Their journey was marked by silence until they entered the land of hot water, far removed from the influence of Konoha. Suddenly, Sharon was struck by a stark transformation in the scenery before him. Due to the presence of the Cloud Ninja in the land of hot water, this once peaceful neutral territory had grown tense. In addition, the Cloud Ninja had been extensively deforesting the area to procure materials for weaponry and warfare, leading the landscape to shift from vibrant greens to a state of desolation. Collapsed houses, stripped tree trunks, and the helpless citizens of the land of hot water now faced an uncertain fate. Sharon, along with his companions, Yuyueshiin and Daiwasu, came to a halt. They could no longer proceed recklessly. With his Byakugan activated, Sharon discerned numerous traces of ninja activity in the vicinity. Scattered bait and meticulously set traps were evident everywhere. As the trio approached, their heightened senses detected furtive gazes emanating from the shadows. Without needing prompting from Sharon, both Yuyueshiin and Daiwasu adopted a more cautious demeanor. The Third Shinobi World War had endured for 5 years, reaching a peak of ferocity. Small nations like the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Rivers, caught amidst the larger powers, had descended into chaos. At this moment, the rebellion of minor nations' rogue ninjas was at its peak. As the war intensified, the small nations' ninja villages were utterly incapable of safeguarding their territories and could not bear the repercussions of failed missions. Thus, becoming a rogue ninja presented itself as the simplest and most worry-free option. Ever since entering the land of hot water, Shiren had kept his Byakugan activated. Countless furtive glances had swept past them, yet it was only their attire as leaf ninjas that deterred the onlookers from acting recklessly. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, Shiren led his companions to a location conducive to vigilance and concealment, establishing it as their camp for the night. With a small fireball technique, Tsuyawashi ignited a pile of materials, illuminating the previously dim surroundings. Uzuki Yuin, Tsuyawashi, gather around. It is time to discuss the details of our mission. Shiren unfurled the mission scroll and laid it upon the ground. His voice was cold, yet it resonated with an urgency that caused both companions to perk up attentively. The objective of this mission was to assess the logistical supplies of the hidden cloud village and their transportation routes. The mission required us to ascertain the precise locations of their supplies and subsequent routes to the best of our abilities, if feasible. We should also aim to destroy additional supplies to alleviate the pressure on the front line at Kakigama Mountain. The mission was classified as A, or S, depending on our ultimate performance. Upon the announcement of such a task, the exquisite brows of Ugetsu Yun furrowed in displeasure, while Iwaishur displayed a countenance marred by anguish. It is essential to recognize that they were merely genin. Were it not for the tumultuous times of war, they would likely still be pursuing their studies at the academy. Even after graduation, their initial assignments would have included trivial pursuits such as capturing stray cats or locating lost dogs. How could they have possibly imagined themselves thrust into A-rank missions, with the potential to ascend to the esteemed S-rank? This task is not one they should have to complete. Have you understood the mission clearly? Noticing the displeased expressions of the two, the envoy remained unfazed and coldly pressed on. Captain, we comprehend. Both individuals. Dedicated ninjas concerned for their village, despite considering the task daunting, prepared themselves for execution. What do you believe is the greatest danger to successfully completing this mission? Suddenly inquiring as he observed the two lost in contemplation, the envoy, lacking formal ninja training, felt curious about the scholarly duo's approach to fulfilling the task. Yuzuki Saigen curled her lip, momentarily revealing a hint of youthful indignation. Aside from the contents of the ninja survival code, the primary threat is likely the pursuit and counterattacks from the Cloud ninjas once they become aware of us, right? I've heard that the Cloud is composed of battle maniacs. And since we aim to sabotage their logistical support, it will be quite challenging to avoid detection by this lunatic group. As the two articulated their understanding, the envoy remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Based on his knowledge of the Cloud ninjas, he found their perspectives largely accurate. However, shaking his head and letting out a heavy sigh, he closed his eyes momentarily before solemnly stating, "What you have said is correct, but not entirely. The true danger we face this time does not lie with the ordinary Cloud ninjas, but rather with the Jinchuriki." What? What is a Jinchuriki? Yuzuki Saigen and Shirta Washi were taken aback. As ordinary ninjas from Konoha without familial heritage and still at the Genin level, they were entirely oblivious to the concept of Jinchuriki. Observing their bewildered expressions, the envoy realized he had misspoken. He had erred in assuming they possessed knowledge that most ordinary ninjas in the ninja world lacked regarding the existence of tailed beasts. Furthermore, as a village's secret weapon, information about Jinchuriki was classified at a high security level. For ninjas like Yuzuki Saigen, even reaching Chunin status did not grant them the right to know. Only those who attained special Jonin rank might have access to such knowledge. Seeing the confusion in their eyes, the envoy felt a rising urge to eliminate the two. Otherwise, when they returned to report on the mission, if they uttered that term, he would undoubtedly be subjected to suspicion. Chapter 34. Divergent Attitudes Calmly. The envoy made an inner decision. Simultaneously, he began to recall vaguely the fragmented memories in his mind. In the original narrative, it was actually Chiyo who first provided a detailed description of Jinchuriki, simultaneously educating others about the existence of the nine-tailed beasts. At that time, Haruno Sakura, as a future Hokage's disciple and member of Team 7, was a genuine Chunin. However, her performance clearly illustrated that even ordinary Chunin were entirely uninformed about tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Moreover, regardless of the village, Jinchuriki were generally marginalized and isolated. In this regard, Naruto is the same, Gaara is the same, and initially, Killer Bee was also so. This fundamentally differs from the fact that the entire ninja world later becomes aware of Naruto Uzumaki being the host of the Nine Tails. The campfire blazes brightly, casting light upon half of the hermit's face, which is shrouded in shadow. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the only sounds that linger are the crackling of burning branches and faint, distant cries that seem to echo from afar. The hermit's silence envelopes the three as they sit quietly around the fire, yet the perplexity in the eyes of Yuzuki Yugao and Oishi Shido remains unabated. The hermit glanced at the two, a gentle smile returning to his lips, and with a calm demeanor, began to unveil the secrets unknown to ordinary ninjas. The so-called Jinchuriki are the hidden weapons of the 5 great ninja villages, a consensus known only among the elite clans and village leaders. I came to learn of it prematurely due to my impending promotion to Special Jonin and my heritage from the Hyuga clan. For instance, among the Cloud Ninja at the Kaiki Mountain battlefield, there exists a Jinchuriki, notably one of the illustrious AB brothers. Now that you are aware, it is advisable to swiftly distance yourselves from such individuals should you encounter them in the future, and to keep this secret buried within your hearts. Each Jinchuriki is a true powerhouse, akin to a shadow. The two listened intently to the hermit's narrative, transitioning from initial bewilderment upon hearing this secret to understanding, and finally to the tension that arose when the hermit mentioned the name Killer Bee. Killer Bee has now gained renown. Even ordinary leaf ninjas are familiar with the AB brothers of the Cloud Village. They are the individuals from whom the ninjas must maintain a safe distance as per their survival code. Little did they expect that their opponent would be the Jinchuriki. When Shiren revealed that the Jinchuriki was indeed a powerhouse on par with the Kage, the fear on the faces of Yuzuki Yugao and Dide Iwashi became palpably evident. Ultimately, it was Yuzuki Yugao who, with a tinge of bitterness, inquired, "Captain, are you implying that this mission is entangled with?" "Indeed." Shiren affirmed with a nod, his Byakugan eyes scanning a particular direction. The genuine peril of this mission stemmed from the concealed Jinchuriki on the side of the hidden cloud. Just recently, I perceived their chakra. It shone as brilliantly as the sun amidst the night. Upon hearing this, Dide Iwashi clenched his fists tightly. But if it involves a Kage-level opponent, How could the mission's rank possibly begin at A? Casting a sidelong glance at Daidawashi, Shirin shook his head gravely. It must be an underestimation. Once the mission concludes, I will clarify this during the report. We must treat this mission as an S-rank endeavor. The threat level of this assignment is exceedingly high. Yuzuki Yugao and Daidawashi, your primary responsibility is to gather information regarding the logistics of the hidden Cloud S-supply transport units. The more detailed, the better. As for the other tasks, I shall undertake them. Understood. Daidawashi readily accepted his role, relieved that his task was merely to collect intelligence. However, Yuzuki Yugao displayed some reluctance. Captain, this mission is for our trio. I cannot allow you to shoulder the risks alone. Daidawashi, observing Yuzuki Yugao's reaction, felt a sense of confusion. Such blatant defiance of the captain's orders is explicitly forbidden in the ninja manual. Little does he know that Yuzuki Yuyuki has already embarked on a mission with Shorin for the second time. During their previous assignment, Shorin's approachable demeanor and the kindness he showed in offering her guidance in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu left a lasting impression on her. In contrast to the other scions of prominent clans in Konohagakure, he seemed like a refreshing stream. She harbored a deep admiration for this Hyuga captain, who, despite his noble heritage, exhibited neither the arrogance nor the pretentiousness typically associated with his lineage. Only then did she speak up in rebuttal. Yet as soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized just how reckless her actions had been. Such a provocation of the captain's authority is indeed a grave transgression during a mission. However, the individual known as Shirin, unacquainted with the teachings and the baptism of the will of fire from the Konoha system, remains oblivious to this fact. On the contrary, he finds himself somewhat moved by the demeanor of Yuzuki Yukino. Since his arrival in this world, he has not encountered such selfless kindness devoid of ulterior motives. Shirin slightly shook his head, swiftly suppressing this emotion. He refrained from rebuking Yuzuki Yukino or elaborating further. Instead, he calmly stated, I am the captain, and you shall execute the mission according to my directives. Our primary objective was to locate the logistical storage of the Cloud Hidden Village. But now that they have deployed a Jinchuriki, the position of the Jinchuriki serves as an accurate marker for me. You all need only to avoid this location and gather intelligence in the surrounding area. This time, the two expressed no dissent and unanimously agreed. Now, let us take a break. Shiin, you and Daidawashi will alternate in guarding the first half of the night while setting up surveillance traps around. I shall handle the rest. With a subtle gesture, Sharon instructed Madaki, Shiin, and Daidawashi. Understood. The night, in truth, held little sway over Sharon. His body was impervious to fatigue. Yet, the weariness of the mind was unmistakable. Moreover, traveling under the cover of darkness was contrary to the tenets inscribed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, which emphasized that ninjas should avoid nighttime marches to evade ambushes. Each time Sharon reflected upon this rule, he couldn't help but ponder whether Tobarama had developed a form of PTSD concerning the Uchiha. After all, the Senju and Uchiha had been formidable adversaries prior to their alliance. Although he indulged in such musings, Sharon remained committed to cultivating the necessary awareness of safety. Leaning quietly against a tree trunk, he activated his Byakugan once more. After surveying the surroundings, he concentrated all his ocular power. Instantly, his Byakugan transcended the 2-kilometer limit, allowing him to gaze further afield. There, amidst the dense foliage and mountainous terrain, a terrifying mass of chakra emerged. Undeterred by the obscuring surroundings, akin to a sun in the night. As Sharon focused, the formidable chakra gradually morphed into the shape of blue flames, revealing a ferocious cat enveloped in azure chakra. It radiated heat and ferocity, seemingly capable of incinerating everything in its path, yet it occasionally exuded a semblance of warmth. Was this the chakra of a tailed beast? Was it the two-tailed Jinchuriki? A flicker of understanding crossed Sharon's eyes as he promptly deactivated his Byakugan, the exertion causing a slight discomfort in his vision. So, it is the two-tailed Jinchuriki, nearly a perfect vessel. Sharon felt a sense of relief. Although the two-tailed beast was formidable, she was merely a year younger than Kakashi. Even as a Jinchuriki, her current strength was limited compared to her potential. Chapter 35, The Two-Tailed Jinchuriki. The land of hot water is renowned for its hot springs, with the entire nation seemingly established upon a vast riverbed. Viewed from the moon, the topography of the land of hot water is entirely encircled by towering mountains and deep valleys. The journey from the land of fire to the land of hot water involves traversing from hilly terrain to mountainous regions. Consequently, the numerous mountains and valleys facilitate the gathering of troops, as well as enabling bandits to establish their dominance. Upon the arrival of the Cloud Village's forces in the land of hot water, they occupied several strategic locations, exterminating the surrounding brigands and mountain thieves. Thus, by merely sealing off the crucial checkpoints along the border between the fire and hot water countries, they could easily conceal their movements. However, such concealment bore no effect on the Byakugan's bloodline limit. The immense chakra coalescing in one place shone like a star in the night sky, impossible to overlook, especially with the tailed beast Jinchuriki in the vicinity. As the cloud forces advanced into the land of fire, the number of ninjas left behind dwindled significantly, with the strength of Konoha being drawn to the front line at the Orange Ridge by the land of lightning and the land of wind. The logistical support from Cloud Village felt considerably less burdened, especially with the presence of the two-tailed Jinchuriki in their camp. This added an extra layer of assurance for them, instilling a sense of security among the Cloud Ninjas tasked with rear-guard vigilance. In contrast to the serious and domineering Third Raikage and A, the Cloud Ninjas held a fondness for the two Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and Yamato. Killer Bee, with his formidable prowess and quirky rap, garnered the trust of numerous ninjas. As for Yamato, her character alone captivated many, although she often exhibited a haughty demeanor, reminiscent of a queen. Those who took the time to understand her would discover her empathetic nature, gentle disposition, and formidable strength. Such female shinobi, with their unique skill sets, are devastatingly effective against the Cloud Ninjas, a group that reveres brute strength above all else. At this moment, at the guard post of the Cloud Village's logistics depot, beneath a towering tree, two Cloud Ninjas, clad in their village's attire and carrying long swords, were leisurely roasting meat. Beside them, a slightly younger Cloud Ninja frowned slightly. Omoi-senpai, Sarui-senpai, we are currently on guard duty. Is it truly wise to be so lax in our vigilance? Fuyed. You worry too much. The elder ninja, Omoi, replied with a nonchalant air, tearing off a rabbit leg and tossing it to Fuyed. Seeing that he had caught it, he began to elucidate. The entire land of hot water is crawling with hot water ninjas we've hired as lookouts, not to mention our own hidden operatives. While this location is of paramount importance, we will receive immediate notification of any danger or disturbance. Relatively speaking, our post here is the most relaxed. Furthermore, Lady Yujito personally escorted a supply convoy through here the day before yesterday. With her presence, no leaf ninja would even dream of causing trouble. Omoi continued, tearing at the rabbit meat as he spoke. He expressed a hint of reverence when mentioning Yujito, who was something of a legend in the Cloud Village. She became the Two-Tails Jinchuriki at the tender age of 2. At that time, her image within the village was akin to that of Naruto and Gaara in their respective villages, an object of loathing. Yet, even under such circumstances, Yujito persevered in her training. She ultimately matured to the point where she could undergo tailed beast transformation at will and freely manipulate her tailed beast. While she may not be a perfect Jinchuriki in the same vein as Killer Bee, her diligence and power have earned her the respect of all Cloud Ninjas. This is also the reason why, at such a tender age, she can be compared to Kira, one of the esteemed members of the Cloud Hidden Village. Upon hearing Omi's mention of the two figures, Floyd felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, with the presence of Lord Yuki, there would undoubtedly be no cause for concern. With that, Floyd contentedly resumed his feast on the rabbit leg. Yet, he pondered how long Lord Yuki would remain and whether she would head to the front lines. Who could say? Lord Raikage had assigned Lord Yuki to guard the village, and her visit was likely also an opportunity to indulge in the hot springs of the land of soup. At that moment, Soroi quietly added, perhaps there is also a strategic intention to keep an eye on Konoha. Should any situation arise, Lord Yuki could provide swift assistance. His words were met with agreement from the other two. However, while the three were engrossed in their conversation, no one noticed a shadow had stealthily approached within mere meters of them. After assigning tasks the previous night, Sharon set out early this morning, parting ways with Yuzuki and Yuin. Naturally, he had come to this logistics base of the Cloud Hidden Village, utilizing the perceptive capabilities of his Byakugan. Sharon deftly evaded all traps and the vigilance of the soup ninjas to arrive here. His body was, in essence, a mere puppet, aside from his conscious control. Suppressing his chakra fluctuations rendered him indistinguishable from a corpse. Thus, typical methods of detection based on temperature, pulse, or breathing would utterly fail to reveal his presence. Sharon had been concealed here for some time, and the conversations of the trio reached his ears without a hitch, providing him with valuable intelligence that had previously eluded him. However, further insights were challenging to glean from their discourse, as they were simply ordinary ninjas tasked with guarding the gate. Subsequently, Sharon began to assess the terrain. The geography of the land of soup was evidently clear. The narrow entrance of the canyon lay completely exposed to view, making infiltration impossible without neutralizing them first. With that in mind, Sharon's gaze shifted to the trio responsible for the defense, his eyes glinting with cold intent. The three Cloud Ninjas suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep through them, and having just finished their meal, they were struck by an uncanny chill. The young Floyd, perceptive to such shifts, abruptly inquired, "Hey, did you seniors sense something amiss?" In response, Soroi focused and shook his head. It was merely a gust of wind. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds have ceased. What disturbance could there be? Alarm bells rang in the mind of the seasoned Omi. The cessation of all sounds indicated the approach of an intruder, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Sharon surged forward, blue and white chakra swirling from his fingertips. The three Cloud Ninjas had yet to react before collapsing at Sharon's hands, their bodies devoid of any wounds, as if they had merely slipped into a peaceful slumber. "Who are you?" Omi's gaze bore into Sharon's figure, yet he received no response. Sharon extended his hand, the chakra of his Rinnegan pulsating, unveiling the memories of the Cloud Ninjas before him. Their chakra and jutsu memories were fully absorbed by Sharon. As he felt his strength wane, Omi ultimately succumbed, his breathing ceasing with a look of resignation. Throughout the ordeal, Sharon remained silent, and once he confirmed that there was nothing of value left to extract, he rose, casting his gaze toward the depths of the canyon. The entire pathway through the canyon was heavily fortified with various sealing techniques and explosive tags, creating an impenetrable defense. Furthermore, Sharon discerned the presence of at least 50 hidden troops within. Chapter 36. Infiltration and intense combat. The challenge of infiltration proved formidable. Sharon meticulously scrutinized the defenses of the canyon with his Byakugan, yet as he observed, his frown deepened. As the logistics base of the cloud-hidden village, the defenses laid out in this canyon were exceptionally rigorous, akin to a sentry every 10 steps and a lookout every 5. Additionally, they had strategically placed numerous explosive tags and traps in areas less visible to the ninjas. Such stringent security was unprecedented for Sharon. Clearly, a direct assault would be futile. Alternative strategies were imperative. Sharon withdrew his gaze, now fixed upon the 3 cloud ninjas' bodies lying at his feet. With an hour remaining until the next shift change, the 3 cloud ninjas would soon make their way to a small encampment within the canyon. Omi, another successful shift completed. A familiar golden-haired cloud ninja greeted. Omi managed a faint smile in return. Luby, it's your turn now. Don't let me catch you sneaking drinks. Humph. I want to let my guard down while on duty. The resurrected Omi and his companions were, in fact, Sharon in disguise. Having absorbed numerous Konoha ninjas, he had a deep understanding of the transformation techniques taught at the Ninja Academy, making it effortless for him to create 2 shadow clones. Of course, such a simple transformation could only allow him to blend in with the outermost shifts of these guarding ninjas. To delve deeper into the canyon, he would require a different approach. After exchanging pleasantries with several familiar cloud ninjas, Sharon returned to his resting quarters. The 3 members of Omi's team resided together, thus minimizing the risk of immediate discovery. As the cloud ninjas entered their wooden cabin, the other ninjas expressed no surprise. After all, resting after a long shift was entirely normal. However, Sharon was uncertain how long he could maintain this charade. The longer he lingered, the greater the chance of being discovered. So prompt action was essential. As the day faded into night, darkness enveloped the land. Sharon, feigning slumber on the wooden platform, opened his eyes once more. Boom. 2 plumes of white smoke erupted, and the shadow clones he had transformed into cloud ninjas reappeared, yet this time, the 2 clones burst through the door and dashed in opposite directions. For such an extended period, it seemed as though the scholar was at rest. However, the keen probing ability of the Bayan was not something mere walls could obstruct. He had long since memorized the patterns of the cloud-hidden sentinels' rotations within the gorge. Yet, this was insufficient. After all, he was but a solitary individual, and to infiltrate the vicinity of the material repository, he needed to divert as many of the cloud sentinels as possible. He hoped that the shadow clone could endure a while longer. While the shadow clone technique was undeniably convenient, its drawbacks were equally apparent. It could easily dissipate upon being attacked. At that point, the cloud sentinels would swiftly realize that a ruse had been employed to draw them away. Just as the scholar waited in the shadows, a sudden cacophony erupted from within the gorge. Amidst the cacophony, shouts intertwined with the explosive sounds of ninjutsu being unleashed. The sound at this moment resonated with an excruciating sharpness. In an instant, even the ninjas stationed at the defense camp were stirred, emerging from their quarters. Shiren followed suit, stepping outside as well. Since familiar faces were on guard outside, the others, less acquainted with him, did not immediately notice the absence of his 2 companions. What has transpired? Could it be that Konoha ninjas have infiltrated? What? How many are there? Those damn Konoha ninjas. This time they must be taught a lesson. Shiren stood at the rear of the crowd, diligently attempting to sense the status of one of his shadow clones. The lightning-style attack was utterly untouchable. Otherwise, his position would be instantly compromised. At that moment, the shadow clone was deftly evading the attacks from behind, gradually diverting a portion of the cloud ninjas. Yet, a significant number of the cloud ninjas remained stationary. At that moment, a previously concealed shadow clone emerged. The combat strategy devised by the protagonist was straightforward: to utilize the 2 clones to divert a portion of the guards, thereby minimizing the defenses surrounding the supply warehouse. Only through this tactic could a successful raid pose a genuine threat to the resources of the hidden cloud. The protagonist believed that if he could accomplish the majority of this task, his promotion to Special Jonin would be assured, especially with the Hinata clan's support. From the outset, he had no intention of involving Yuzuki Yuyuki and her companions in this mission. Thus, he arranged for them to gather intelligence away from this area. One of his shadow clones successfully drew away a segment of the hidden cloud ninja. However, this action heightened the vigilance of the remaining guards, causing teams of hidden cloud ninja to scatter and commence a search. Observing this development, the protagonist hesitated no longer. His second shadow clone charged forth, hurling several kunai embedded with explosive tags into the midst of the enemy ranks. The valley was soon filled with the cacophony of violent explosions, resulting in the immediate demise of several hidden cloud ninja, inciting fury among the survivors. As fervent devotees of warfare, they surged towards the shadow clone, shouting in outrage. The clone, however, was not reckless. It swiftly turned and fled in another direction. Pursue. Do not let that wretched creature escape. Avenge our fallen brothers. Both shadow clones exerted their efforts, transforming the previously fortified valley into an expanse of vulnerability. The smoke and debris from the earlier explosions still lingered in the air, causing disarray among the remaining guards. Seizing upon this opportunity, the protagonist made a decisive move, dashing into the valley like a flash of lightning. With his Byakugan activated, he could perceive the position of every adversary with clarity. Identifying a location with the weakest defense, he descended upon the vigilant hidden cloud ninja like a specter. Who is it? There is someone. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Signal for assistance. The blue and white chakra bone spikes extended from him, and under the cover of night and smoke, he pounced upon the unsuspecting foes. With each calculated movement, he effortlessly claimed the lives of the hidden cloud ninja. In the blink of an eye, the four-man squad stationed at this position was eliminated. As it was a stealthy ambush, the protagonist had not managed to collect the chakra of his initial victims, save for the last hidden cloud ninja. Upon gathering the chakra of the final adversary, he swiftly proceeded towards his destination without delay. At that moment, a hidden jonin emerged, commanding, "Those skilled in wind release, disperse the dust. No one is to move. Any who dare to stir shall be deemed an infiltrator and shall face dire consequences." With clear directives in place, the actions of the crowd fell into a hushed stillness. The ninjas proficient in wind release formed hand seals and unleashed a grand wind release technique, effectively clearing away the swirling dust. At this moment, the swiftly moving Sharon became particularly conspicuous, directly exposed before the cloud ninja. Another one, follow my lead. With a clear command, the cloud ninja acted swiftly, surrounding Sharon without hesitation. Such commanding ninjas are indeed troublesome. It appears that eliminating you is imperative. Sharon's gaze fixed intently on the ninja directing the cloud movements, and a torrent of chakra surged forth from within him as if a dam had burst. With hands clasped together, Sharon's fingertips swiftly formed seals in succession. In the next instant, the ground trembled violently. Earth style, earth flow river. Earth style, stone pillar. The immense chakra allowed Sharon to extend the reach of his technique significantly. And soon, cries of anguish echoed all around. Amidst the wails of the cloud ninja, Sharon leaped towards the commanding ninja, unleashing a ferocious gust of energy from his palm. Void palm. The unsteady cloud ninja commander was immediately drawn towards Sharon by the force of the void palm. The blue-white chakra spike pierced through him with lethal precision. He was dead beyond any doubt. Chapter 37. Sharon's combat style and ruthlessness. Having eliminated the commander, Sharon did not relent. His time was precious. Almost a race against the clock. He glanced up at the cloud ninja encircling him. Aside from the two groups that had been drawn away, there were still 20 remaining. The two leading ninjas, judging by the intensity of their chakra, were undeniably elite. Following a moment of confusion, under the direction of the two elite ninjas, the cloud ninja was not intimidated by Sharon's previous kill. Rather, it ignited their fury, and they encircled him tightly. It seemed imperative to deal with him swiftly, otherwise, when the other cloud ninjas converged, escape would be impossible. Sharon's gaze turned icy. The other ninjas were of little concern to him. His sole focus was on these two elite ninjas. At this moment, among the encircling cloud, Shinobi, one of the leading jonin, sneered. "So it is the young Hyuga from Konoha. Your audacity is quite remarkable, daring to infiltrate this place. Since you have arrived, do not think of leaving. We of the Cloud Village have a profound need for your Hyuga bloodline. Seize him. As long as he is not killed, it suffices to incapacitate him." The words of this elite ninja fully reveal the hidden cloud's yearning for the Byakugan. This explains why they dared to abduct Hinata during subsequent negotiations. For the cloud ninja, whose techniques primarily revolve around physical combat and swordsmanship, the Byakugan's ability to probe and assist with chakra pathways is immensely beneficial. However, such remarks left Shorin feeling somewhat disgruntled. After all, this was the second time he had distinctly heard someone express intentions to capture him for the purpose of transmitting his bloodline. While he personally held no aversion to such matters, and, deep within, felt a certain eagerness, the coercive implication was rather overwhelming, and he disliked being passive. With swift hand seals, Shorin refrained from engaging in idle chatter with these nameless extras. As chakra surged within him, a tempestuous wind erupted around them. The adversaries were ninjas from the land of lightning. Employing earth or water release techniques against them would be counterproductive. Therefore, wind release emerged as the optimal choice. Although Shorin did not possess an abundance of wind release chakra, it was sufficient to deal with these foes. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, airflow dance. Fire release, instantaneous flame technique. The ferocious wind chakra, in conjunction with the fire release, fanned the flames, transforming what was initially a mundane fire technique into a devastating inferno that engulfed all the cloud ninjas. This is not the end. As soon as the scholar unleashed his ninjutsu, he vanished in an instant. The deployment of such a vast array of ninjutsu, combining wind and fire, may prove effective against ordinary genin and some chunin, yet it is utterly futile against elite jounin. The reality was indeed as such, upon witnessing the situation. Two jounin from the Cloud Village adeptly evaded Sharon's assault utilizing their body flicker technique. As they leaped, their fingers deftly formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning pillar, lightning release, lightning strike. Two bolts of lightning struck the very spot where Sharon had stood. Yet he had already anticipated their actions and advanced to within 2 meters of the two jounin. This sudden proximity startled them both. However, as seasoned jounin, Their reflexes were remarkably swift. One of them directed a hand towards the ground, summoning a web of ethereal blue lightning that ensnared Sharon and his feet. Simultaneously, he swung his long blade downwards with a deadly intent, aiming to exchange his life for Sharon's. The other Jounin positioned himself behind Sharon, his body radiating with lightning chakra as a small-scale lightning barrier enveloped the three. Lightning release, lightning binding. Their synergy was flawless, as if rehearsed countless times. The moment Sharon moved, he was already ensnared in their trap. Die, Hugobrat. Lightning release, sand lightning needle. A cruel smile crept upon the lips of the two Jounin as they beheld this scene. Their coordination was impeccable, no matter how Sharon attempted to evade. One of them would inevitably strike. Once hit, injury was unavoidable. At that moment, the audacious Hyuga who dared to infiltrate their secret gorge would be at their mercy. Yet, in the next instant, an expression of bewilderment flickered across their sinister smiles. Having traversed the ninja world for so long and engaged in life and death battles, Sharon was no longer the naive individual he had been during his first encounter with the Earthen Realm. In a remarkably short span, he had discarded the competitive style reminiscent of the Ninja Academy, which had been a mere pastime for village children during times of peace. This was not a game. True battlefield combat revealed the victor in mere moments. Initial clashes of physical prowess served to gauge one's ability to dominate. Should that fail, one would need to contemplate tactical maneuvers and chakra coordination. For an ordinary ninja, even a Jounin, chakra remained a precious resource. Typically, a Genin could execute 1 or 2 offensive jutsu while effectively utilizing taijutsu and body flicker techniques. Chunin, albeit slightly stronger, could manage 3 to 5 offensive jutsu before their chakra was depleted. The upper echelon of Jounin, while possessing a greater chakra reserve, did not significantly differ in this regard. Their enhanced chakra merely permitted a broader range of jutsu. It was inconceivable for them to wield techniques with the reckless abandon exhibited by Naruto Uzumaki or Hashirama Senju. Not every ninja possessed infinite chakra. Thus, the majority pursued precision in their jutsu rather than sheer volume. In the original narrative, even after absorbing Orochimaru and surpassing the average Kage-level prowess, Sasuke Uchiha's chakra could not sustain such reckless usage. More often than not, strategies and tactics prevailed. Employing physical techniques to deplete the opponent's chakra while evading their jutsu, seizing the opportune moment to secure victory. This is the true essence of the ninja combat style. After recalibrating his cognitive biases, the individual has now nearly acclimated to the life-or-death nature of ninja skirmishes. After all, those who survive the battlefield as ninjas seldom engage in elaborate duels. While standing as a stationary artillery piece can be exhilarating, ninjas are far from being mere targets that cannot evade, unless his chakra levels ascend to those of Hashirama Senju, or at the very least, reach the chakra capacity of Naruto Uzumaki in his Nine Tails mode, he is unlikely to adopt a strategy of overwhelming firepower. Upon attaining such a level, even with subpar accuracy, the mere shockwaves of his attacks would suffice to obliterate the majority of ninjas. As it stands, the chakra of this puppet is comparable to that of an average Jounin, rendering him a typical ninja. However, he possesses an advantage that ordinary ninjas lack. Observing the cloud ninja before him, who is descending with a blade drawn, a mocking smile graces his lips. This is your own doing. What? He does not flinch or evade the descending long blade, instead merely extending a hand to block it. The sharp blade swiftly cleaves into his arm. In response to such an assault, he channels all his strength, utilizing his muscles to firmly embed the blade into the bones of his arm. Meanwhile, his other hand strikes directly at the cloud ninja. 8,000 spear gods. With a piercing sound, the blue chakra spike once again penetrates a Jounin, transforming him into a pincushion. Damn it. This scene caused the cloud-hidden Jounin behind to feel a surge of fury, yet he recognized the ruthless and tenacious nature of the Sharon. Gazing into the Sharon's eyes, which radiated an icy brilliance, he felt the instinct to flee. However, the Sharon would not grant him such an opportunity as the muscles in his arm relaxed. The long blade embedded in his very bones fell away in an instant. With a swift turn, the Sharon's foot caught the wind, and his right hand deftly grasped the descending sword. In a fluid motion, he pivoted slightly, bringing the long blade down with unwavering precision. As the chilling glimmer of the blade flickered, the light in the eyes of the second cloud-hidden Jounin began to fade. You, the detestable Hugobrat, will not escape the wrath of the Mookie adult. The Jounin was cleaved asunder by Tonari's strike, from brow to breast, with blood and viscera erupting forth. He could only utter a fragmented curse before succumbing to oblivion. Chapter 38. Success. Commenced withdrawal. Tonari released his long sword with a clang, exhaling deeply. The entrance to the valley was now ablaze. Save for the two Jounin personally dispatched by Tonari, the remaining Yunin subordinates were consumed by the conflagration. Their demise was gruesome. Charred like desiccated corpses, their bodies incomplete. Tonari paid them no heed, his pace unwavering as he hastened deeper into the valley, leaving behind a scene of devastation that testified to the fierce battle that had transpired. Meanwhile, not far from Tonari's location, a comely woman with long, tea-hued tresses luxuriated in a hot spring. Reclining languidly, her hair, typically styled into braids cascading down her back, was now fully unbound. This was Yujito ni, the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed beast, one of Kumogakure's 2 such individuals. She and Toroi had not been assigned to this operation by the Third Reikage, primarily as a safeguard against a potential Iwagakure incursion from the rear. On this occasion, she arrived in the Land of Hot Water with a mission to transport supplies from the rear of the Land of Lightning to the front lines. The Land of Lightning is the farthest from the Land of Fire among the four great nations, entirely lacking any borders, separated by several smaller countries. Relying solely on rear supply routes would render the logistics excessively lengthy. Therefore, the Land of Hot Water serves as an excellent logistical base. The decision for Yuki to take the initiative in transporting supplies to the Land of Hot Water did not stem from a lack of personnel in the Hidden Cloud, but rather from her discomfort in remaining at the rear. Although her nature is inherently gentle as a member of the Hidden Cloud, her enthusiasm for combat rivals that of her male counterparts. Moreover, as a Jinchuriki, this fervor may even be heightened. Simultaneously, the Land of Hot Water is renowned in the ninja world for its hot springs, which possess remarkable benefits for the skin. Yuki has essentially regarded this mission as a leisurely retreat. However, necessary precautions must be taken, especially in a time of war with the Leaf Village. While she was indulging in the tranquility of her surroundings, faint sounds of battle began to reach her ears. The Two Tails, especially sensitive to the presence of slaughter, reacted immediately. Haha, Yuki, it seems you can no longer indulge in leisure. Someone is attempting to cause chaos. The voice of the Two Tails resonated softly within Yuki, akin to the gentle purring of a cat. In truth, the Two Tails is a cat spirit, and after years of companionship with Yuki, they have nearly adapted to one another's presence. For now, I shall ignore it. If they are unable to resolve the situation, they will certainly come to summon me. I might as well enjoy the hot springs, for once I return to the village, such comforts will be scarce. At merely a few years of age, Yuki had not yet matured into the figure she would later become. At that moment, she resembled a rebellious young girl, akin to a cat lounging lazily atop a salted fish, merely wishing to indulge in idleness. However, her desire to laze about did not persist for long, as a sudden flurry of footsteps soon disrupted her peaceful reverie. Upon reaching the pool's exterior, a Hidden Cloud ninja, breathless, called out urgently, "Lady Yuki, trouble has arisen. Leaf ninjas are attacking our supplies. We have sustained significant losses in the valley." As this individual shouted, several figures appeared at the entrance, maintaining a rigid stance, as still as statues. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of their chests, one might have thought them lifeless. After a brief silence, the wooden door of the hot spring was pushed open, and Yuki, leisurely adjusting her attire and tending to her hair, remarked, "Leaf ninjas? Have they taken the bait?" "Indeed, they have, Lady Yuki." Upon hearing her inquiry, the heads of the group lifted sharply in unison. "Since they have taken the bait, you shall handle it first." "Understood." This group, led by the wooden figure, comprises an elite squad, predominantly consisting of individuals with strength at or above the rank of CH Nin, including several distinguished J Nin. At this moment, on the edge of the canyon, the clandestine operative has arrived outside the supply depot. Along the way, he has deftly neutralized all remaining Yunin ninjas guarding the valley, achieving a flawless infiltration in his eyes. At this juncture, no one can thwart his efforts to obliterate this supply warehouse. The mission has reached its conclusion. Whispering a soft incantation, he forms hand seals before his chest. With his Byakugan activated, he surveys the military supplies before him, confirming he has not erred in his target. Subsequently, chakra fluctuations emanate from his being. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. Although the Great Fireball technique is not particularly effective for taking lives, it is more than sufficient for demolishing supplies. Just as he believed everything had culminated successfully, a series of chakra signatures suddenly materialized within his line of sight. Several figures swiftly converged towards him. Unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived so promptly. Could they be from the wooden figure? It is time to depart. Possessing the Byakugan, he can easily foresee impending danger, and he is not one to increase his own difficulties unnecessarily. Thus, upon sensing the threat, he promptly retreats. However, while the intention is commendable, the execution proves less than smooth. As he hastens towards the canyon's entrance, the Yunin ninjas, originally drawn away by a shadow clone, have returned and now block the exit. Typically, he would have the leisure to toy with them, but now, he swiftly pushes forward towards the entrance, his hand reaching for a kunai from the pouch at his waist. This is what he learned when he witnessed Kakashi using kunai to obstruct ninjutsu. Although the duration was brief, his precision in throwing kunai was not particularly strong, especially when compared to the remarkable skill exhibited by the Uchiha clan. However, when facing ordinary ninjas, particularly those kunai entwined with explosive tags, he could still create a certain level of chaos through area explosions. With a swift motion, he hurled the kunai from his hand, the sound slicing through the silence of the valley's entrance, capturing the attention of numerous cloud-hidden ninjas. Block him. Beware of the kunai. They are attached to explosive tags. The combat proficiency of the ordinary ninjas from the cloud-hidden village was indeed superior to that of other ninja villages. Upon witnessing his kunai assault, they instinctively devised a countermeasure, with Earth-style ninjas quickly moving forward. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. The towering earthen barrier not only obstructed the kunai but also indirectly sealed off his escape route. Observing this, he did not conceal his intentions. His entire being erupted in blue-white flames at the very moment the kunai pierced the earth wall. Divine Sky Strike. Boom, boom, bang. Two resounding impacts, with shockwaves coalescing into palm prints, pierced through the obstructing earthen wall. By the time the cloud-hidden ninjas realized the threat and looked up, a barrage of kunai, equipped with explosive tags, was already upon them. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions from the explosive tags unleashed shockwaves that uprooted the surrounding grass. Many nearby cloud-hidden ninjas suffered secondary injuries from the blasts. Witnessing such a scene, he felt no discomfort. His forward momentum remained unbroken. In an instant, he dashed past the valley entrance, approaching an open area. At that moment, the remaining cloud-hidden ninjas closed in once more, as they threatened to confine his escape. He swiftly retrieved several kunai entwined with explosive tags, ready to employ the same tactic again. Yet, just then, a new sound sliced through the air, as several shurikens rapidly flew in from a distance. The shurikens collided with the kunai he had thrown, altering their trajectory unexpectedly. In a heartbeat, they reversed course, hurtling back towards him. This display showcased an extraordinary mastery of shuriken technique. However, he had no time for reflection. He halted abruptly, unleashing a torrent of blue-white chakra. Divine technique, wind sky dance. A violent gust enveloped him, consuming all the kinetic energy of the approaching shurikens and kunai before they could reach him. Yet, the explosions from the tags were beyond his control. Boom, boom, boom. This series of assaults ultimately disrupted the rhythm of the scholar's escape. As the smoke and dust dissipated, four figures suddenly emerged from the distance, encircling the scholar from all directions. At this moment, Shirin finally discerned that it was a short, dark-skinned middle-aged man who had just hurled those shurikens. The leader of the cloud-hidden ninjas, upon noticing Shirin being obstructed, turned to the diminutive man with a commendatory remark. However, the smile on his face swiftly vanished as he turned to Shirin, his expression transforming into one of menace. Konoha, Hyuga? I never anticipated that it would be a Hyuga who arrived this time. How fortuitous. For the third Hokage has long desired to capture a living Hyuga, and here one comes, delivered right to our doorstep. You thought to obliterate the frontline supply depot and escape? The quartet of cloud ninjas exchanged banter, seemingly dismissive of Shirin, until the leader finally issued the command, together. Seize him. Aye, Captain. With that, the four charged towards Shirin with remarkable speed. Each member had a clear role. The foremost ninja swiftly formed hand seals, successfully executing his ninjutsu before the others could catch up. Water style, great waterfall technique. A broad-range water ninjutsu was effortlessly unleashed from his hands. Shirin was no stranger to this water technique. The water release technique resembles the fire release's great fireball, as it expels a copious amount of water that swiftly surges outward. Simultaneously, akin to the great fireball, inflicting harm upon the adversary is secondary. The primary objective is to create an environment conducive to the execution of techniques by water or lightning release ninjas. It is a well-known fact that water conducts electricity. As anticipated, following the water release, the leading cloud ninja proceeded to form hand seals. Lightning release, thunder wave. Is this the technique of Darui? While contemplating his countermeasures, a violent current surged towards him, coursing through the water beneath his feet. Should he be struck, he would indeed find himself ensnared in this predicament. Aware of this, the protagonist remained vigilant. Although temporarily trapped, he knew that with a single breakthrough, escape would be within his grasp, given his formidable strength. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Since the opponent utilized water to conduct lightning, he too could manipulate the terrain. Earth release, earth flow wave. Earth release, hardening technique. In an instant, the terrain crafted by the enemy's water release was dismantled by the protagonist's earth release. However, upon witnessing this display, the four-member team did not express shock. Rather, they appeared somewhat exhilarated. They brandished their long swords, their blades radiating brilliant lightning. As they swung their weapons, the lightning instantaneously obliterated the hardened earth, piercing through all obstacles as it relentlessly advanced towards the protagonist. Such a transformation lasts merely for a fleeting moment, just a few breaths in duration. The quartet unleashed a tempestuous onslaught against the lone warrior. However, as the earth around them was ravaged by their relentless assault, the warrior, forged through countless battles, discerned an opportunity amidst the chaos. With the intensity of their skirmish escalating, the ground beneath them, constructed of earth and chakra, was utterly obliterated, enveloping the entire canyon in a swirling cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, the warrior executed his divine technique, wind, dance of the void. His figure twisted and dispersed like leaves caught in a gust, suddenly reappearing 5 meters away from the assailants. Earth technique, dance of sand. In the blink of an eye, he completed his hand seals, and the shattered earth transformed into a tempest of sand, swirling towards the four like projectiles under his command. Yet, the warrior did not halt his advance, undeterred by the temporary constraint he had imposed on them. Instead, he charged directly towards the quartet. The first of the assailants to sense the shift was the one wielding shurikens, who felt an overwhelming aura of menace locking onto him. His eyes fixated on the warrior's movements, shurikens reappearing in his grasp. However, just as he hurled the shurikens towards the warrior, a disorienting sensation of reality twisting engulfed his mind. To his astonishment, the very shurikens he had thrown inexplicably reversed course and struck him instead. With a shattering sound akin to breaking glass, this is the only illusion technique that the sorcerer has mastered. Learned from the memories of a special jonin from the village hidden in the leaves, whom he defeated on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. In the realm of ninjas, illusion techniques are not solely the domain of those with unique ocular bloodlines. As long as one possesses in-release chakra, or develops it to a certain degree, one can perform these illusions. The most direct manifestation of in-release chakra refined to its utmost is, after all, the Sharingan. This also elucidates why the Uchiha clan, despite their inherent inadequacy in illusion techniques, can still perform basic genjutsu. Although Shirin lacks the Sharingan, he possesses the Byakugan and wields exceptional in-release techniques. Through his deliberate study and exploration, this illusion technique became the first ninjutsu he could execute with his own chakra, independent of the Tsutsuki legacy. However, Shirin saw no need to elucidate this to the Cloud Ninja. After dispatching the curtain, he seized the long sword and extracted the chakra from its owner before once again charging towards the remaining three. Curtain. Damn it. Hold nothing back. Eliminate him. The leader of the Cloud Ninja roared in fury, his expression twisted with rage as he lunged at Shirin. His swordsmanship was formidable. Although Shirin was not particularly proficient in swordplay, he nonetheless engaged in a fierce exchange of over a dozen strikes in an instant. At that moment, another Cloud Ninja seized the opportunity, suddenly infiltrating the battlefield from behind the solitary warrior. Wielding a long blade imbued with lightning chakra, he struck fiercely towards the blind spot of the warrior's Byakugan. This is the greatest weakness of the Hyuga branch family. Those who bear the caged bird seal do not possess a complete 360-degree field of vision. The Cloud Ninjas were indeed aware of this. However, the individual known as Shirin was not akin to Hinata. He paid no heed to the ambushing Cloud Ninjas, as if oblivious to their presence. It was only when the blade drew near to his neck that he deftly planted one foot on the ground and spun his body, evading the attack of one of the Cloud Ninjas. In that very moment, a brilliant flash of steel emerged from behind the Cloud Ninja who had encroached upon his blind spot. As the blade cleaved through the assailant's form, Shirin gracefully descended to the ground. In an instant, blood erupted from the fallen ninja, cascading forth before he collapsed lifelessly to the earth. The group of formidable Cloud Ninjas, faced with the full force of the warrior, swiftly lost two of their members. The recent strike was nothing short of astonishing. It seems the Cloud Ninjas are not as impressive as they appear. You ought to contemplate how to avoid my wrath. Just as the warrior prepared to press on and eliminate the remaining adversaries, an ominous, beastly roar resonated across the battlefield, drawing nearer with alarming speed. A wave of dread enveloped the warrior, while scorching chakra obscured his entire field of vision. The two figures of the Wood Ninjas had arrived. Chapter 40, The First Encounter with the Jinchuriki Humph. Members of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. How dare you come to sabotage the supplies under the protection of my Wood Ninjas? It appears you have utterly disregarded my presence. Accompanied by a resounding beastly roar, the imperious voices of the two Wood Ninjas reached the warrior's ears. At this moment, the warrior no longer required the Byakugan to perceive a young girl, around 12 or 13, adorned with glowing runes as she advanced swiftly. In the next instant, her chakra, resembling ethereal runes, enveloped her entire being. The warrior recognized this as the external manifestation of the Two Tails chakra. However, before the warrior could respond, the Wood Ninja, akin to an arrogant queen, launched an attack without hesitation. The rune-like chakra expanded instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying aura that engulfed the entire gorge. Deep blue flames spiraled from the Wood Ninja, rushing towards the warrior. It descended like a meteor of divine fire, spreading flames in its wake. Everything in its path ignited. Even the moisture in the air seemed to evaporate in an instant. This is bad. The warrior's expression shifted, losing its previous indifference as he rapidly retreated from his original position. Just as he moved away, a fireball encased in blue flames struck the ground with a thunderous roar. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, transforming everything around into a desolate wasteland. Dense smoke billowed into the sky, accompanied by the ferocious blaze. The moisture in the surrounding air was completely vaporized in an instant. Truly deserving of the title of the most fearsome weapon. The Two Tails Jinchuriki is indeed terrifying. The warrior stood upright, brushing off the dust clinging to him. He activated his Byakugan, fixating intently on the seemingly innocuous girl before him. Though his tone remained calm, his expression was grave. The young Wood Ninja, merely 12 or 13, lacked the regal demeanor she would possess in the future. Yet her strength was formidable. Even without transforming into her tailed beast form, her prowess rivaled that of seasoned jonin. After all, she was a prodigious ninja from the Cloud Village, comparable to the likes of Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui from Konoha. Despite her youth, her combat experience was extensive, and she had mastered the ability to control the Two Tails through sheer will, becoming an almost perfect Jinchuriki. In terms of ninjutsu, chakra, offense, and survival, she exhibited no weaknesses. Except for the likes of Minato Namikaze and Inoki, she could be considered the strongest opponent the warrior had ever encountered. There is truly no guarantee of victory. The warrior did not overestimate his abilities despite his awareness of the situation. The Two Tails could hold her own against the immortal duo for an entire day, showcasing her immense strength. though she may not match her future self, as a weapon of war for the Cloud Village. Her unleashed tailed beast transformation would undoubtedly reach an impressive level of power. With this understanding, the warrior's mindset steadied. He adjusted his attire slightly and took a step forward. So, the fearsome chakra I sensed earlier belongs to the esteemed Two Tails from the Cloud Village. It is a pleasure to meet you, Hyuga Akira of Konoha. The warrior resumed his characteristic demeanor, exuding the grace and poise of a distinguished family. Such a transformation left the Yuki person momentarily astonished, soon followed by a hint of surprise. Are the individuals from Konohagakure all as fearless as you? The tone of the Yuki person's voice carried a touch of innocence. After all, they were merely 12 or 13 years old, attempting to adopt an adult manner of speaking, which appeared somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Sharon did not mock this aspect. Instead, he deftly responded to the Yuki person's words. Fear of death is natural. Life is singular, and who among us is unafraid of it? However, I seek to learn from adults, as it would undoubtedly benefit my cultivation. Hearing Sharon's somewhat flattering words, the Yuki person visibly brightened, resembling a proud little cat. The ethereal blue chakra enveloping her settled down, akin to a cat lowering its guard once it sensed no threat. You speak intriguingly, and I delight in your words. Alas, you are a ninja from Konohagakure, and I cannot let you escape. There was a hint of regret in the Yuki person's statement. Yet she remained largely unaffected by such emotions. How about this? If you can withstand 3 of my attacks and remain unscathed, then you may accompany me back to the land of lightning. Upon hearing this, Sharon smiled, though internally he scoffed. Why did everyone he encountered wish for him to return with them? Bah! For those who coveted his very being, Sharon always preferred to strike first. In light of this, he respectfully requested the Yuki person to show mercy. As soon as he uttered those words, Sharon swiftly formed hand seals, pressing his palms together as water chakra began to bubble around him. He executed the water release technique upon the ground previously ravaged by the Two Tails attack. The prior battle had nearly depleted his stock of earth, fire, and wind chakra, particularly the earth chakra, which was almost entirely exhausted. Now, aside from the chakra of his puppet body, he could only rely on water and lightning techniques. The reason he had not utilized water release before was solely due to the cloud ninjas he had encountered. Lightning release countered water release to a degree, and using water release in the presence of lightning ninjas would only enhance their techniques. Thus, he had kept it hidden until now. And facing the Yuki person seemed an opportune moment. The Two Tails, being of fire nature, made it all the more fitting. With no allies around except for himself, Sharon felt no qualms about unleashing his ninjutsu. He initiated an immensely powerful water release, water surge. A colossal wave of water appeared out of thin air, transforming into a vortex under his command and crashing towards the Yuki person with ferocity. The Yuki person, taken aback, had arrived too late to witness the previous skirmish. However, the distinctive appearance of Sharon from the Hyuga clan was unmistakable. According to her information, the Hyuga clan was supposed to specialize solely in gentle fist and taijutsu. How could he possibly utilize water release? Yet, despite her confusion, the Yuki person's battle instincts were formidable. Faced with Sharon's onslaught, she did not even contemplate evasion. The chakra within her manifested as an exterior cloak. Fire mouse ball. She expelled a mouse-shaped fireball from her mouth, which hissed upon contact with the water, instantly vaporizing it and enveloping the arena in a thick mist of steam. In theory, water should extinguish fire, but that only held true under normal circumstances. The fire mouse ball unleashed by the Yuki person was far beyond what an ordinary water release could withstand. The searing heat entirely evaporated the water, and as the surrounding temperature began to drop, the rising water quickly transformed into a curtain of rain. Meanwhile, the fire mouse ball remained unaffected, its destructive power piercing through the watery veil and dispersing into numerous blue flames that surged towards Sharon. Chapter 41. The Cat-like Woman with a Single Strike. The prowess of a Jinchuriki capable of freely manipulating a tailed beast was laid bare. As Sharon marveled inwardly, his actions did not falter. The intense flames ignited everything around them, but Sharon's expression remained composed. Water release. Water barrier. Water release. Water surge. The collected water chakra formed an impenetrable defense around him, akin to a raging river. Subsequently, Sharon unleashed a torrent of water, directing it towards the incoming fireball. However, aspirations were one thing, reality was another. The quality of the water chakra he had gathered was insufficient to withstand the fire release emanating from the tailed beast chakra. Observing that the fire mouse ball's potency had diminished little, Sharon's expression shifted. He recognized that, despite his heightened regard for tailed beasts, he had still underestimated their capabilities. In his previous understanding, only the 8 tails and 9 tails were truly formidable among them. The remaining tailed beasts could not compare. Yet at this moment, the Yuki person had merely tapped into a fraction of the tailed beast's chakra and had not even unleashed its full potential. Yet she effortlessly countered ordinary ninja techniques. No wonder they were deemed the ultimate weapons of the ninja world. Even the 2 tails was not something an ordinary ninja could contend with. Sharon realized that relying solely on ninjutsu would not pose a threat to the Yuki person. Thus he invoked his divine technique, Fire Mouse Cloak. His own chakra coursed through his body. The blue-white chakra, continuously compressed, deepened in hue until it transformed into a faint red chakra cloak, maximizing his defensive capabilities. With a fierce roar, Sharon unleashed a divine sky strike against the oncoming fire mouse. With the clarity of his Byakugan, the obscuring mist posed no hindrance to Sharon. Had there been less mist, the Yuki person would have noticed that Sharon's current form closely resembled that of a Jinchuriki enveloped in chakra, albeit with the distinction that the Jinchuriki was cloaked in tailed beast chakra while Sharon had compressed and radiated his own. In a flash, the fire mouse, having passed through multiple layers of water release interference and significantly weakened by the divine sky strike, approached Sharon. As his final blow connected with the fire mouse ball, a resounding explosion echoed. The fire mouse ball, infused with an abundance of tailed beast chakra, shattered, resulting in a cataclysmic roar. In an instant, flames surged forth, obliterating the surrounding grass and stones. Standing at the epicenter of the explosion, Sharon was propelled like a cannonball. However, the fire mouse cloak absorbed the brunt of the explosive force, though in that moment, the consumption of his chakra surged dramatically, while the divine technique endured. The ferocious energy nonetheless engulfed Sharon amidst the debris. On the other side, the spirited and sharp-eyed Yuki person stood in astonishment. Did this Konohagakure ninja not realize that ordinary water release was ineffective against the fire mouse ball? Had he truly attempted to withstand it? His demise seemed inevitable. Yet, he not only survived, but his aura grew increasingly perilous. Yuki, be cautious. This individual radiates a sense of danger. The voice of the two tails echoed in her mind. Before she could fully process this, a furious bellow rang out. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Amidst the swirling mists of water, the protagonist sprang forth from a pile of rubble. A fierce roar escaping his lips as his entire being radiated a piercing light akin to thunder, imbued with the essence of penetrating all barriers, directed towards the wooden figure. First came the technique of water, followed by that of thunder. Truly, you are a remarkable practitioner from the Hyuga clan. The lightning crackled, and the wooden figure, forewarned by the presence of the two-tailed beast, remained vigilant. However, such prowess posed no threat to me. I shall test your martial arts instead. In an instant, the aura of the wooden figure sharpened to perfection, resembling a drawn sword ready for battle. Then, with her right hand, she spread her fingers wide, her nails elongating into 5 sharp blades, elevating the danger to a new pinnacle. With a light step, she tossed her braided hair and darted forward like a bolt of lightning, her arm descending with lethal precision towards his chest. How swift! The protagonist Byakugan remained fixated on the wooden figure's movements, yet her speed was still terrifyingly rapid. The humanoid cat-like claws transformed in the air into a streak of deadly brilliance. Wind, air dance. The gust generated by the wooden figure's advance was decisively harnessed by the protagonist. With his current mastery over this puppet, he barely managed to keep pace with the wooden figure's motions, leveraging the wind's force. He tapped his toes against the ground, his form gliding gracefully as if dancing in the air, evading the lethal strike before swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, he extended his palm, drawing 3 shuriken from a nearby spot, launching them with great speed. Upon witnessing such an assault, the wooden figure's eyes reflected disdain. In that moment, she resembled a humanoid feline spirit, her balance astonishingly impeccable. Even while dashing forward, her body contorted in defiance of the laws of physics, sideways, lowering her head, bending at the waist. The protagonist's attempts to create distance through his attacks did not hinder her advance. She effortlessly dodged the shuriken's trajectory. Once more, she lunged toward him, her gleaming claws poised to strike at his chest. 8,000 spear gods. This time, the individual did not shy away. The distance he had just created was sufficient for him to launch a counterattack. His hands, enveloped in blue and white chakra, transformed into countless chakra spikes, hurtling toward the wooden figure. The tailed beast possessed an extraordinary sense of impending danger. In the fleeting moment before the icy chill of the chakra spikes could penetrate, the wooden figure executed a remarkable twist of her waist. Her toes swiftly descended, her heels striking the ground, and her body leaned back with forceful grace, narrowly evading the assault of 8,000 spears. Naturally, the individual seized the advantage, and as the wooden figure bent at the waist, he immediately converted his spikes into a crushing strike. Chakra spikes adorned his joints, and he forcefully drove them toward the abdomen of the wooden figure. Aware of the looming peril, the wooden figure remained unfazed. She possessed her own rhythm of attack. Having already bent at the waist, she utilized the momentum of her backward lean, supporting herself with her hands while simultaneously exerting force from her waist and knees, executing a nimble backflip reminiscent of a dancer's elegance. Her long legs arced upward in a crescent shape. For a fleeting moment, she appeared as if she had transformed into a cat, her hands morphing into sharp claws, and her toenails elongating to a razor-like sharpness. As her legs swept through the air, they resembled 2 blades. Slick, this is what the individual did not desire. Since the task has been accomplished, it is time to depart. A sense of retreat has already begun to take root within him. However, before he withdraws, there remains a necessity. Shifting his focus from the wooden figures, he turns his gaze toward the remaining cloud ninjas. While he is currently unable to eliminate the 2 wooden warriors, the cloud ninjas who could compromise his intelligence must be dealt with. By doing so, even if his information is exposed, it would only reach the upper echelons of the Cloud Village, perhaps only known by a select few. With this thought in mind, he swiftly darts forward, targeting the surrounding Cloud ninjas. With a muffled thud, one adversary is struck down by a shuriken thrown by him, piercing through the neck. Without pausing, he moves behind another ninja and delivers a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the wooden warrior, witnessing his actions, mistakenly believes he is attacking her and hastily prepares to defend herself. Only when she realizes he is slaughtering the other Cloud ninjas does her fury erupt. She no longer restrains herself. The chakra of the tailed beast surges forth as she forcibly undergoes a partial transformation. Leaping forward, she charges at him with the intent to halt his rampage. However, in this clash of wills, her speed pales in comparison to his. As he methodically eradicates the remaining Cloud ninjas, only one remains when the wooden warrior finally intercepts him. The last Cloud ninja, sensing the dire situation, hastily unleashes a defensive jutsu and turns to flee. "Hinata, how dare you?" she exclaims, water style, great water bullet. Yet, he pays her no mind. With swift hand seals, a massive water sphere obliterates her defensive technique, crashing forcefully into her. With the impact of this jutsu, the last Cloud ninja's bones shatter completely. Lying on the ground, she convulses a couple of times before falling utterly still. At this moment, the individual known as Shirin ceased his actions. His face adorned with a smile as he gazed upon the blue feline demon patterns of chakra emerging from the surface of his opponent's body. A half-tailed beast transformation characterized by unruly hair. "You, the wooden giant, what do you say?" Looking at Shirin's smiling visage, the wooden giant had never felt such fury. At that moment, she merely wished to rend that face asunder, her formerly white eyes now suffused with a blood-red hue. She roared defiantly, releasing a piercing howl, her chakra instantly transforming into a dark crimson. "You shall pay dearly." In the next instant, the wooden giant traversed the spatial distance, and the two clashed once more. Enveloped in a crimson chakra, the wooden giant became a veritable arsenal. Claws slashed, kicks landed, and acrobatic maneuvers executed in midair, actions beyond the realm of ordinary mortals, were unleashed upon Shirin from angles that defied belief. Her assault was swift, her cutting power astonishing, and the fluidity of her techniques led Shirin to feel as though he were grappling with a ferocious beast. After withstanding a series of claw strikes, he managed to create distance once more. Each of his defenses felt akin to being relentlessly battered by a colossal stone. Were it not for the fact that his body was a puppet, continuously mended by the chakra of the Rinnegan, he would have surely sustained severe fractures. Yet the wooden giant seemed inexhaustible, launching yet another feline claw charge. Shirin was compelled to leap to evade, only to fall into the rhythm of her onslaught. Her form was extraordinarily agile, her hands and feet sprouting lethal claws, executing flips and strikes aimed directly at the airborne Shirin. Sensing imminent peril, he once again harnessed the power of the Rinnegan chakra, manifesting a faint, pale green glow in his palm. In an instant, this radiance enveloped the tip of his 8,000 spears. As Shirin engaged the wooden giant's claws with his 8,000 spears, the Rinnegan's ability to siphon chakra from adversaries began to manifest. The surging chakra of the tailed beast was gradually drawn into Shirin, initially faint. It grew stronger as he exerted greater force. Both the wooden giant and the entity within her, the two tails, sensed the anomaly. The two tails, filled with rage, shattered the constraints imposed by the wooden giant's will. "You dare to siphon tailed beast chakra?" The violent clash caused the wooden giant's determination to waver, allowing the two tails to seize control. For any tailed beast, having their chakra stolen was an unforgivable offense. With the initiative regained, the two tails commanded the wooden giant's form to fully embrace its tailed beast essence. A terrifying and colossal blue feline demon materialized within the canyon. The two tails, liberated, harbored no thoughts of retreat, but rather glared menacingly at Shirin. With a foot the size of a building crashing down towards him, Shirin hurriedly dodged, the impact of the giant's palm resounding through the ground like thunder. The two tails let out a skyward roar. "Damn humans, you shall not be forgiven." As the two tails opened its massive maw, a concentrated sphere of dark blue-black chakra began to coalesce at its lips. In an instant, boom, the enormous tailed beast bomb was unleashed, aimed squarely at Shirin. Chapter 43. I do not fall short compared to a Beto. Confronted with such an overwhelming and terrifying creature, Shirin's expression was one of grave seriousness. This marked his inaugural encounter with a Jinchuriki, as well as his first confrontation with a tailed beast. Furthermore, during the preceding battle, he had expended a considerable amount of the chakra he had gathered in order to swiftly eliminate the hidden Cloud Ninja. Coupled with the significant chakra depletion incurred while battling the two wooden warriors, the chakra remaining within his puppet form was now diminished to less than 10%. Although he had recently gathered a portion of the two tails chakra, the ferocious nature of the tailed beast chakra was fundamentally distinct from that which ninjas refined. Thus, he was utterly incapable of harnessing it in the manner of jutsu application. This marked the first occasion for the protagonist to encounter such a predicament. In contrast to the chakra refined by ninjas, the chakra of the tailed beast is imbued with the ferocious and malevolent will of the beasts themselves. It is impossible for anyone to harness the tailed beast chakra without either completely obliterating or subduing it. However, if the tailed beast chakra were indeed so easily subdued, the major ninja villages would not repeatedly need to select suitable individuals to host the beasts, nor would they have to remain perpetually vigilant against potential rampages. The protagonist's mind was a whirlpool of contemplation, devising strategies to confront this challenge. The tailed beasts harbor a profound sense of dread towards those capable of extracting their chakra, as it evokes unsettling thoughts and memories. This is fundamentally the reason why the two tails, known for its relatively gentle temperament among the tailed beasts, can erupt in fury. Thus, the means to confront the tailed beasts within the ninja world would release the formidable physique of the third Raikage and the ocular techniques of the Sharingan. As the thoughts raced through Shiren's mind, he once again felt the impotence of the Byakugan, which had yet to evolve, in the face of these colossal tailed beasts. The power of the Sharingan's techniques is an absolute counter to the tailed beasts. Even the three Tomo could ensnare a tailed beast in illusion, a feat unattainable by any other ocular techniques in the ninja realm. However, although I lack the Sharingan, I can harness the might of the giant Rinnegan. Shiren took a deep breath, his gaze darkening. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, he realized that with the current control over his body, confronting the tailed beasts would be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, in the Otsutsuki castle on the moon, Shiren's true form concluded its training and chakra refinement. Although the majority of his focus was directed towards controlling his body in the ninja world, he had never neglected the training befitting his true self. Prior to venturing into the ninja realm, he had vowed not to utilize the giant Rinnegan unless absolutely necessary, yet circumstances had swiftly contradicted that promise. While he could easily abandon other ordinary puppets, the identity of Hyuga Aki was invaluable for infiltrating Konoha and for future disguises. Moreover, the pristine Byakugan within his sockets was not something to be discarded lightly. Given that this time he faced the tailed beasts, it was prudent to treat the situation with due seriousness. Shiren formed hand seals, and in an instant, the giant Rinnegan within the ancestral temple radiated a tremendous amount of chakra, enveloping him. He was then promptly transported before the Rinnegan. The fully activated giant Rinnegan supplanted Shiren's vision as he infused his chakra into it. The 6 blades within the pupil of the giant Rinnegan began to whirl once more. At that moment, a thought crossed Shiren's mind. It seemed that, should he desire, he could extract the chakra from any adversary. This thought traversed the vast distance between Earth and Moon, manifesting directly within the consciousness of the sage in the canyon, gazing at the immense tailed beast ball that had flown before him. The fear in the sage's eyes dissipated as he was once again enveloped by the familiar warmth of chakra. Even across such an expansive distance, the chakra of the Rinnegan was astonishingly within my reach. This power, transcending the realm of ninjas, was utterly intoxicating. Amidst these reflections, the sage extended his right hand towards the tailed beast ball. Instantly, a soft green radiance enveloped his palm, and a tremendous gust of energy surged forth before him. The swiftly approaching tailed beast ball was abruptly halted, and as the gust manifested, the ball, which had been on the verge of exploding, began to diminish in size. In less than a moment, the colossal tailed beast ball was completely absorbed. What? The azure-hued two tails emitted a sound of astonishment, quickly followed by dread, as it sensed an incredibly pure fluctuation of chakra emanating from the sage. Such a level of chakra has only manifested in its exceedingly ancient memories. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are certainly not from the Hyuga clan. Who on earth are you? The two tails grew increasingly agitated, its once gentle voice now strikingly grating. Two tails. You shall be the first tailed beast I eliminate in the ninja world, roared the adversary. No matter who you are, if you seek to kill me, perish. The threatening words of the speaker instantly stripped the traveler of his last vestige of reason. In a swift leap, the enormous feline paw descended upon him. However, with a deft maneuver, he evaded the cat's strike, yet the two tails opened its maw once more. This time, it was not the tailed beast ball, but rather a colossal fireball. The moment the fireball manifested, it seemed as though the very air began to ignite, the terrifying heat palpable even from a considerable distance. However, before this tailed beast chakra attack could fully approach the individual known as Sharon, it was entirely absorbed by him. Yet, after absorbing 2 ferocious waves of chakra consecutively, Sharon sensed the increasing depletion of his Rinnegan's energy. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. In the realm of combat, one must reciprocate. Thus, beast, taste the ferocity of your own chakra. With that thought, Sharon swiftly charged towards the two tails. The tailed beast balls and chakra he had absorbed now released in an instant. A roar erupted. The two tails, sensing impending danger, had no time for contemplation and simultaneously launched its own tailed beast ball. The cataclysmic power unleashed in their collision obliterated a significant portion of the canyon. The terrifying shockwave rippled for several kilometers, alerting the approaching Cloud Village reinforcements. It was the work of Lord Mu. Such overwhelming power poses a threat. Hurry. At this moment, the individual discerned the impending approach of the Yunane forces. Feeling the burden of the rebirth intensify, swiftly he dashed towards the two tails. Upon reaching the creature's head, he expended the last remnants of his chakra. 8,000 spears of the god. With a sharp thud, accompanied by the anguished cries of the two tails, chakra bone spikes erupted through its form. Human, you cannot kill me. The two tails glared menacingly at the individual. Even if you slay me, I shall resurrect swiftly, and I will certainly track you down. I have memorized your scent. In response, A hint of a smile appeared on the individual's previously cold visage. You are indeed correct, Two Tails. Upon your death, you can rise again. However, if you are left as nothing but an empty shell, would you not exist in a state of limbo? Might you not fall into a slumber? The malicious grin on the individual's face caused the Two Tails to shiver. Human, what are you planning to do? Witnessing the beast's apprehension only heightened the individual's amusement. Oh, it is nothing. The tailed beasts are mere conglomerates of chakra. Keeping you in a half-dead state is of course achievable. A pale green radiance erupted from the individual's palm, an overwhelming suction pulling the chakra deep into every corner of the Two Tails' body. The chakra within the Two Tails was drawn out with the swiftness of a river breaching its banks. Stop. The Two Tails attempted to resist. But the formidable suppression of the rebirth rendered it futile. As more chakra was siphoned away, it found itself growing increasingly feeble. At this moment, the sealing technique within the wooden figure unleashed its power once more. The weakened Two Tails was sealed again, and this time the sealing was exceedingly thorough. Having nearly lost 9/10 of its chakra, the Two Tails could no longer stir up any turmoil and fell into complete silence. However, the state of the puppeteer on the moon was equally dire. Within just a few short seconds, he was already panting heavily. Beads of fine sweat adorned his forehead. And in this body, which was only 3 years old, controlling the rebirth proved to be quite a formidable challenge. To wield it effectively, he would need to grow for several more years. Simultaneously, the puppeteer's form in the ninja realm staggered. It was evident that the series of intense battles had drained him significantly. Although activating the rebirth at the last moment allowed him to exert pressure on the tailed beast, it also left his chakra nearly depleted. After all, he could not exploit a body that had yet to fully develop. He could only draw from this puppet form. Observing the Two Tails revert to its wooden figure, he realized that slaying her would inevitably lead to the death of the tailed beast as well. To keep her alive, the Two Tails would likely be forced into eternal slumber. Contemplating this, the puppeteer suppressed the urge to eliminate the wooden figure, yet he would not relinquish her so easily. Soon, a pale green sphere of mental energy manifested in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the sphere into the body of the wooden Two Tails. This is precisely the method by which the character Sharon manipulated Hinata Hyuga in the original work. Without the assistance of Naruto Uzumaki's Sage of Six Paths abilities, Sharon doubted that anyone could extract this mental control and liberate her. Subsequently, Sharon commenced a widespread alteration of the memories of the two wooden figures. After accomplishing this, he completely ceased the operation of the Rinnegan. He then cast a glance at the vanishing gorge and the approaching cloud ninjas before making a swift exit. The secret weapon of the cloud will henceforth become his most crucial trump card, infiltrating their ranks. This is far more beneficial than simply ending her life. With the ability to control the fourth Mizukage and the Three Tails Jinchuriki, he also manages to exert influence over the Two Tails Jinchuriki without losing face. Furthermore, due to the complete marking of the Two Tails by the Rinnegan, as long as its chakra recovers to a certain extent, it will automatically be drawn by the host. Chapter 44, Convergence and Addressing Hidden Dangers. Not enough. My strength is still insufficient. Stumbling out of the sealed valley of the land of hot water, the host shows no sign of wanting to stop. Although this encounter with the tailed beast was fraught with peril, he emerged largely unscathed, and ultimately, the experience proved to be quite rewarding. Not only did he push the limits of his current puppet's capabilities during the battle against the tailed beast, but he also accumulated invaluable experience in dealing with such formidable foes. Yet, he remains dissatisfied with his own power. At this moment, however, he finds himself at an impasse. His age and physical form are the primary constraints on his exponential growth and strength. Chakra, in essence, is a harmonious blend of spiritual energy and physical energy. While his spiritual energy requires no honing, his physical energy must await the natural maturation of his body. Presently, by utilizing this puppet, he has managed to exhibit strength nearing that of an elite jonin, which is sufficient for self-preservation. Thus, he can only suppress the flickers of impatience stirring within him. As he opens his Byakugan once more to glance back at the distant valley, he observes that the entire area has been flattened through his fierce confrontation with the tailed beast, facilitated by his Rinnegan. Additionally, within the scope of his Byakugan, he notices an increasing number of chakra signatures beginning to converge towards the valley. Yet, within the valley itself, only two figures, a wooden being and a single chakra orb, continue to sway gently. This indicates that the methods employed by the scholar were indeed quite thorough. Aside from the two wooden figures, there were no surviving remnants of Yunin left in the valley. Thus, the tension within the heart of the protagonist began to ease. It was not merely his excessive caution. Should there exist other cloud shinobi lurking in the shadows, any secrets divulged would undoubtedly reach their ears. Consequently, he would be subjected to an interminable series of tests and trials orchestrated by the cloud shinobi. After all, the threshold of their malevolence is not particularly high, and the protagonist is acutely aware of their capacity for any misdeed. Previously, they had abducted Kushina Uzumaki, and it would not be long before they turned their sights on Hinata Hyuga. These actions are the result of the Cloud Ninja's endeavors. Currently, the strength of Sharon has not yet reached a level capable of forcefully dominating the ninja world, thus it is prudent to develop gradually. As for how long this can be prolonged, he will endeavor to extend it for as long as possible. He employs the wooden figures controlled by his spiritual orbs to provide him with cover. Regarding Konoha's suspicions about the participation of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, it is certainly preferable to maintain secrecy rather than expose any information. Moreover, he possesses means to ensure the silence of the other two members of his team. Having contemplated this, Sharon took a moment to recuperate, restoring some of his chakra, and then proceeded towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Uzumaki Yuin. They must have sensed or witnessed the battle within the valley. As Sharon drew closer to the meeting location, he opened his Byakugan once again, detecting Uzumaki Yuin's chakra from 2 kilometers away. Curiously, it appeared that only Uzumaki Yuin was present. Had they convened earlier, sensed the conflict, and then gone to investigate? Or had Tsumuji Iwashi discovered something and not yet returned? Abruptly, Sharon halted upon a tree. If Tsumuji Iwashi had indeed uncovered something and had not yet rejoined. Then with this thought in mind, Sharon decided against immediately meeting Uzumaki Yuin, instead standing still to meticulously observe his surroundings with his Byakugan. Before long, he sensed Tsumuji Iwashi's chakra approaching from an alternate route leading to the valley. A smile crept upon Sharon's lips, although he smiled. A glint of coldness shone in his eyes. Ah, it seems you have truly discovered something. Since arriving in this world, Sharon has never underestimated any ninja, especially those who may gain renown in the future. Although Tsumuji Iwashi may be overlooked after the 3rd Hokage regains power, his selection as a member of the guard team chosen by Minato Namikaze surely signifies unique qualities. As for what those qualities may be, Sharon is not inclined to delve into. He has no desire to inquire about what has been discovered. Compared to such inefficient methods, he possesses far superior options. Whoosh! In an instant, Sharon's figure vanished, darting swiftly towards Tsumuji Iwashi's direction. Meanwhile, Tsumuji Iwashi, en route to the rendezvous point, felt a twinge of hesitation. After parting ways with Sharon, he began to investigate the advance and retreat routes of the Cloud Ninja alongside Uzumaki Yuin. At this moment, such work behind the clouds poses little danger. Thus, he began to observe the actions of Hinata Aki. Although Hinata Aki, as the captain, treated them well and showed great care towards him, Iwashi felt a subtle unease. He sensed that Hinata Aki was not entirely human. Furthermore, on the night when tasks were assigned, he perceived a faint aura of malice emanating from Hinata Aki. This sensation is exceedingly subtle, yet it is an inherent ability he possesses. Apart from the renowned Minato Namikaze, who once visited the Ninja Academy to seek disciples, no one is aware that he is, in fact, a ninja with the gift of foresight. Moreover, he is among the exceedingly rare few who can foresee death. It was during that fateful encounter with Minato that he unveiled this extraordinary ability, capturing Minato's attention. However, as Minato's selection of disciples is not a matter to be taken lightly, he ultimately missed the opportunity to become a student of Minato, yet he still managed to secure a place in his esteem. Before the commencement of this task, he discreetly employed this ability on several members of the team. However, all he perceived was a vast expanse of white, without discerning any anomalies. Such a result brought great reassurance to Diuaxi, as it indicated that this mission was indeed secure. Until last night, he had sensed the impending shadow of his own demise. Although it was merely a fleeting image, it was sufficient to instill in him a sense of caution. Subsequently, he paid a considerable price to once again wield his abilities. And this time he perceived the presence of Shirun in the specters of both his and Matsuzuki Yuin's deaths. However, when he turned his gaze upon Shirun, he found nothing. Moreover, he distantly witnessed the terrifying scene of Shirun battling the tailed beasts. Such prowess is far beyond that of a mere squad leader. Hinata Aki, who exactly are you? As they neared the rendezvous point, Shidawashi halted his steps. Just ahead lay the meeting place, having harbored doubts. It was imperative to swiftly report back to the village, for this is the paramount duty of a ninja. With this thought, Shidawashi immediately rummaged through his waist pouch, retrieving a piece of paper to scribble upon, then whistled towards the sky. Moments later, a carrier pigeon circled above his head. Just as he prepared to attach the intelligence to the bird's leg, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Can you tell me when you began to suspect me? The sudden voice sent chills down Shidawashi's spine, a profound shadow of death looming once more in his heart. However, before he could utter a word, a frigid hand, devoid of warmth, swiftly seized his neck. Shirin grasped Shiawashi's throat with one hand, while the other crushed the carrier pigeon into a pulpy mass. Then quietly read the intelligence extracted from his grasp. Hinata Aki harbors murderous intent towards the squad members while concealing his strength against the tailed beasts. Upon finishing the contents of the note, the smile on Shirin's face grew ever more radiant, the chakra in his palm flaring slightly, obliterating the paper. Only then did he cast a glance at his counterpart. I must admit, your perception is remarkably keen, and your statements ring true, devoid of any exaggeration. With a ninja of your caliber in Konoha, strength is assured. Yet, you know far too much. Allow me to witness your true abilities. If possible, I require such power. As the chakra of the Rinnegan flowed slowly, Shidawashi's memories unfurled completely before Shirin. Ah, I see. It appears your abilities are no longer of use to me. Since you have foreseen your own demise, you may depart in peace. With that, he extracted Shiawashi's chakra, and in an instant, chakra spikes shattered everything, dissipating the essence of Shidawashi. Throughout this ordeal, he had been unable to articulate a single word in response to Shirin. Gazing at the remnants of ash that were once Shidowashi, Shirin shook his head. Indeed, it is time for the 4th S-guard to be replaced. With that, he made his way towards the long-waiting Yuzuki Yugao. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja responsible for the search was also pursuing the rendezvous point. Regarding the establishment of strength and ocular abilities, the power dynamics in Naruto are rather detailed. Excluding the lower and middle ninja ranks, where secret techniques, chakra, bloodline limits, and even the will to fight can significantly fluctuate strength, such discrepancies vanish above the Ch-nin level. Each tier of power unequivocally dominates the levels beneath it. For instance, Elite Jonin overpower Ordinary Jonin, Jonin dominates Special Jonin, and Kage-level ninjas eclipse Elite Jonin. In the original work, Kakashi, as an Elite Jonin, found himself utterly paralyzed by Orochimaru's mere intent to kill during Orochimaru's second appearance in Konoha. This exemplifies the concept of overwhelming strength. Similarly, a powerful Kage can easily crush those newly entering the standard Kage tier, and the same applies for peak-level ordinary Kage against all Kage, including formidable ones. The dynamics become even more pronounced at levels beyond Kage, excluding the influence of external boosts and protagonist privileges, including Naruto and Sasuke. Instances of the weak overcoming the strong occur only under rare circumstances. Such scenarios typically arise when the strength disparity does not exceed one tier, and complete exposure of intelligence is present. A quintessential example is Shikamaru, an ordinary Jonin, defeating the elite Jonin-level Haiden. The so-called external powers include Tailed Beast Chakra, Cursed Seals, Kamui, Rinnegan abilities, Indra and Ashura Chakra, and the gifts from the Sage of Six Paths. To prevent inconsistencies in narrative, CFA maintains strict guidelines when establishing power levels, not to suppress the protagonist's capabilities. Currently, with the protagonist's true age being merely 3 years, even when manipulating puppets, devoid of the Rinnegan, an external aid, and the system's chakra storage, only a limited extent of power can be exhibited, and it cannot be augmented. This point is particularly concerning. CFA's character is defined as having perished. The puppet itself possesses strength equivalent only to that of a J-nin, or perhaps even less than that of an elite J-nin. CFA is not fond of the trope where characters become invincible in the ninja world at a mere few years of age. I find it quite unrealistic even when I read books myself. A ninja's first peak of strength should ideally be attained around the ages of 12 or 13, while the second peak should occur around the age of 15. At this moment, the fusion of physical and mental energy culminates in a chakra that approaches its innate limits. Ultimately, the principle that CFA has steadfastly upheld is that if something has not been accomplished, it cannot be achieved. For instance, some readers may extol the prowess of Otsutsuki Shurin, claiming him to be nearly invincible. However, in the original narrative, even with the activation of the Rinnegan, he was singularly bested by Naruto. While there are elements of plot contrivance at play, CFA disregards this aspect. The fact that Shurin was unable to attain invincibility in his adulthood signifies that such a state was beyond his reach, following the natural progression of events without interference. Even upon awakening the Rinnegan, he would only barely ascend to the Six Paths level, and even then, as the weakest of his kind. Furthermore, in the original work, Shurin merely chose to awaken the Rinnegan through Hanabi's eyes, thus adhering to the principle that if it has not been achieved, it cannot be achieved. One must conclude that all members of the Hyuga clan, excluding Hanabi and Hinata, would be incapable of awakening the Rinnegan, even if their eyes were removed. Of course, their eyes retain their value, but I shall refrain from divulging further details. In conclusion, CFA established at the outset of this narrative that in order to correspond with the Rinnegan, the 6-Tomo Rinnegan, and the 9-Tomo Rinnegan, the Rinnegan is categorized into 3 tiers: light blue, light purple, and golden yellow. Shurin attempted to awaken the lowest tier of the Rinnegan by extracting Hanabi's eyes. Yet his failure resulted in a regression, indicating that this level is not stable. Instability suggests the possibility of evolution, a domain that CFA aims to explore. In Chapter 45, Training, Shurin quickly discerned the pursuing Cloud Shinobi. In the Shinobi world, unless one is airborne, evasion and concealment generally leave traces. These traces may manifest as footprints, fluctuations in airflow, or variations in scent, as well as the undulations of chakra. Typically, ordinary ninjas remain oblivious to such details. However, specialized ninjas tasked with tracking are adept at translating these signs into actionable intelligence. When Shurin departed from the canyon, he left behind numerous indicators. At that time, he was hindered by the substantial chakra depletion of his puppet, and with the cloud-hidden ninjas nearing, coupled with the manipulations he had exerted upon the wooden figure, he hastened his escape without thoroughly concealing the remnants of his passage. At this moment, upon witnessing the cloud ninjas swiftly closing in, a vague notion began to stir within Shurin's mind. This time, he led the team alone, regardless of how he ultimately accomplished the mission. For a captain of a reconnaissance squad, the loss of a single member signifies an imperfect completion of the task. Should all his comrades perish, compounded by the death of a companion from the grass country, even if Konoha might attribute it to the ravages of war, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue. Moreover, The circumstances surrounding his comrade are the least conducive to scrutiny. After all, he remains unaware of the methods employed by the Umbu or even the root. Even if, hypothetically, the village refrains from probing due to the current status of the Hyuga clan, he could easily be branded as one who does not value his allies. Although such a label bears little weight for him. Maintaining a respectable image within the village of Konoha is paramount if he wishes to engage in significant roles and forbidden techniques in the future. Perhaps, I might find a way to leverage these cloud shinobi. Sharon's Byakugan fixated on the distant figure of Yuzuki Yugao, who lurked in the shadows awaiting rendezvous, while the approaching cloud shinobi drained the vigor from his being. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yugao, concealed in the darkness for some time, felt a pang of urgency. She was not yet the candidate poised to replace Uchiha Itachi in the Umbu's 6th Division. Although she had swiftly graduated from the Ninja Academy and had participated in the Third Shinobi World War for several months, her previous assignments had predominantly been within the Land of Fire, primarily focused on logistics and reconnaissance, making her arrival in the Land of Water a first. Moreover, she now faced the Cloud, which had already declared war against Konoha. Had she not been sufficiently astute, she would have been discovered during her earlier reconnaissance. Upon completing her own mission and reaching the predetermined meeting point, she felt the tremors of distant explosions in the canyon, even from a distance of several kilometers. She recognized that those were Sharon's objectives. Though she yearned to provide assistance, she recalled Sharon's orders prior to the mission and, adhering to the survival principles of a ninja, resisted the urge. However, a considerable amount of time had passed since that terrifying commotion, and her two remaining teammates had yet to arrive at the rendezvous. This intensified the growing sense of unease within Yuyueshien. At this moment, she silently calculated the time in her mind. If the designated hour arrived and her companions had not yet appeared, she would have no choice but to depart. Just as she anxiously observed her surroundings, an exceedingly faint sound intruded upon her ears. Who could it be? In an instant, Yuyueshien drew the long sword from her back, directing it towards a particular direction. At this moment, the expression on the face of the team leader was clouded with darkness, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his breath came in ragged gasps, indicating a state of profound distress. I am Yuyueshien. The team leader struggled to utter a single word, then collapsed to the ground. Upon recognizing him, Yuyueshien initially felt a surge of joy, but her countenance swiftly changed as she realized the severity of his condition, prompting her to rush forward. Captain, can you hold on? She exclaimed, quickly supporting him. It was only upon touching his body that she discovered his garments had been viciously torn by sharp blades, revealing gruesome trails of blood. Furthermore, the fluctuation of his chakra was alarmingly feeble, though she had anticipated the challenges of their mission. The extent of the leader's injuries left her utterly astonished. Captain! Captain! Hearing Yuyueshien's frantic calls, the team leader laboriously opened his eyes, seemingly summoning his last vestige of strength to utter his final words before losing consciousness. Shien, this is not the place for conversation. The cloud ninjas are upon us. We must flee. Upon witnessing the captain succumb to unconsciousness, Yuyueshien had no time to ponder further. Her confidence in her Byakugan's reconnaissance capabilities was unwavering. Since the leader had warned of the approaching enemy, it was undoubtedly true. With Shiawashi yet to rendezvous, and the enemy closing in, their situation appeared dire. Gritting her teeth, Yuyueshien made a resolute decision. She hoisted the captain onto her slender frame and swiftly fled into the depths of the forest. As a ninja, the weight of the leader's body felt quite manageable to her. Just minutes after her departure, a squad of cloud ninjas arrived at the scene. There are traces here. It appears to be a Konoha scout. They haven't escaped far, pursue them. The leader of the cloud ninjas marked the area before hastily leading his team towards the direction in which Yuyueshien had fled. When the captain next awoke, it was well into the afternoon. His so-called unconsciousness had merely involved withdrawing most of his consciousness from the puppet, sustaining only the faintest semblance of breath. During this time, he diligently practiced the skills he had acquired in combat within the Otsutsuki castle. Given his current small stature, many aspects differed significantly from this puppet, necessitating meticulous adjustments to fully assimilate these gains, such as the angles and speed of his attacks. Essentially, he would engage in this practice every few days to mitigate any dissonance he might feel. The sound of the captain's awakening startled Yuyueshien into immediate alertness. Upon seeing him, her previously grave expression transformed into one of relief. Captain, you have finally awakened. Your chakra has been severely depleted. I thought. She quickly covered her mouth, stifling the remainder of her words, and playfully stuck out her tongue while the captain was unaware of her slight disrespect. The captain, however, paid little heed to such trivialities. In that moment, he resembled a severely injured patient just roused from slumber, markedly frail. After a moment of silence, he rasped, "Where am I?" Hearing his inquiry, Yuyueshien immediately leaned closer to support him, replying, "Captain, we are 40 kilometers from the Land of Soup, at the border of the Land of Fire." "You were correct. The cloud ninjas have indeed caught up with us. I hesitated to return directly, fearing they would intercept us, so I brought you here." She did not conceal the truth, recounting the events that transpired during his unconsciousness in full detail. What of Shiawashi? The absence of their comrades sparked a flicker of uncertainty in the captain's eyes. Yuyueshien, sensing his inquiry, shook her head despondently, She had long since relinquished hope for Shiawashi's return. The captain fell into a contemplative silence, pondering how to guide Uyueshi in further when suddenly, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Captain, the trap I set has been triggered. The Cloud Ninjas are on our trail. We must leave at once. Before the captain could respond, a deep voice echoed in their ears. Leave? Where do you two Konoha brats think you can escape to? Chapter 46. Will you pledge your eternal loyalty to me and serve as my subordinate? Earth style, Earth spike. As the voice resonated, the ground beneath the captain trembled. An earth chakra began to surge explosively. At that moment, he was gravely injured and utterly weakened, with no time to evade. Without hesitation, Uyueshi hoisted the captain and evaded the impending danger. At this moment, Yuzuki Yugao no longer resembled a mere young girl. She appeared as a remarkably dependable ally. A true ninja. However, the person leaning against her, Sharon, could sense her gravity and tension through her trembling body and taut muscles. Simultaneously, as she gazed at the emerging figures of the Cloud Ninjas behind their leader, her expression shifted from solemnity to one of fear and despair. Sharon followed her gaze and noticed that the pursuing group of Cloud Ninjas comprised two small teams, totaling 8 individuals. Typically, such pursuit squads would be led by a CHNI. Yet, whether it was the destruction of the canyon warehouse that incited the Cloud's fury or some other reason, the ninja encircling them was led by a J-Nin. You destroyed our logistical support, didn't you? The leading Cloud J-Nin scrutinized Sharon and Yuzuki Yugao, ultimately fixing his gaze on Sharon with a tone laden with reflection. Konoha has indeed been fortunate, consistently nurturing a cadre of exceptional juniors. However, it is unfortunate that you shall not have the opportunity to mature. Before his words had fully dissipated, they were overshadowed by a palpable aura of murderous intent. Those heroes of theirs are our enemies. You have only yourselves to blame for being from Konoha. Attack. Eliminate them. Upon receiving his command, the surrounding Cloud Ninjas surged forward, eager to engage Sharon and Yuzuki Yugao. As they charged, the previously trembling Yuzuki Yugao suddenly quelled her fear. Drawing her long blade, she spoke coldly, Captain, I will protect you until my last breath. Taken aback by her declaration, Sharon cast a surprised glance at Yuzuki Yugao. You should abandon me and seize the chance to escape. The Ninja Survival Manual states that those who forsake their comrades during a mission are the most contemptible. In that moment, she seemed to truly grasp the essence of those words, responding earnestly, therefore, even in death, I shall not flee. Upon hearing her vow, Sharon fell silent, surveying their surroundings. If that is the case, neither of us will escape. Leave me and run, Yugao. Captain, moved by Sharon's persistent insistence for her to escape, Yuzuki Yugao's innocent and youthful visage gradually hardened with resolve. Sensing the imminent approach of death, all her doubts and helplessness vanished, leaving her in a state of ethereal clarity. The innate strength of his ultimate release endowed Sharon with formidable mental fortitude, allowing him to perceive Yuzuki Yugao's transformation immediately. He had not anticipated such potential. It was regrettable that her humble origins limited her ultimate capacity. Sharon understood well what was essential to become a true powerhouse in this world: the legacy of ancestors, a divinely bestowed physical talent, unwavering perseverance over the years, and an innate understanding of chakra. These 4 paramount qualities, possessing even one is sufficient to become a formidable force, at the very least an elite ninja. To embody 2 of these traits elevates one to the pinnacle of ordinary ninjas within the shinobi world, allowing one to attain the status of a true shadow. This is not a mere fabrication of Sharon. Although he is of the Otsutsuki bloodline, he is not a native inhabitant of the shinobi world, and thus does not harbor any disdain for others. Beyond the ancestral legacy, which remains the sole pathway to the highest echelons of power, among the 3 other qualities, the pinnacle of a non-bloodline physical embodiment is represented by the 3rd Reikage, the most formidable of all Reikage. In terms of chakra comprehension, one might consider Minato Namikaze as a paragon. As for unwavering perseverance, no one has truly attained it as of yet. Maikai can be regarded as a half. Of course, these individuals surely possess more than just this singular talent. It is merely the most emblematic of their numerous gifts. To become a true shinobi, one must hone multiple facets concurrently. At present, Sharon perceives a vibrant and spiritually infused chakra fluctuation emanating from Yuzuki Yugao. This is something she had never possessed before. With this quality, as long as she exerts sufficient effort, it should be adequate for her to become a true jonin in the future. Contemplating this, the attendant gazed at her calloused grip around the long blade, a testament to her dedication. As a civilian of Konoha, Yuzuki Yugao undoubtedly lacked any ancestral legacy. The only skill she had honed was the leaf-style swordsmanship, pioneered by the 2nd Hokage, which she had practiced since childhood. This swordsmanship is widely renowned, and nearly every commoner ninja possesses this skill. It serves as the primary means of combat for these individuals. During this tumultuous moment of uncertainty for Sharon, Yuzuki Yui, with her back against the rocky wall, engaged fiercely with the cloud-hidden ninjas. Although her ethereal state had recently bestowed upon her a remarkable quality worthy of cultivation, this attribute could not instantly augment her combat prowess, but rather transformed into a latent potential. In light of the current peril, this offered no immediate aid. After merely exchanging a few blows, Yuzuki Yui found herself struggling to defend. Nonetheless, she remained resolute in her commitment to Sharon. having steeled herself with the determination of one prepared for death. Witnessing this scene, Sharon leaned closer and whispered into her ear, "Yuin, do you have any regrets?" "Captain, I have no regrets. Rest assured, as long as I live, they cannot harm you." Uzuki Yuin's words were imbued with unwavering conviction. "Are you willing to remain eternally loyal to me, to serve as my subordinate?" Upon hearing Sharon's inquiry, Yuin, in the face of death, felt a newfound lightness in her spirit. "I would, but alas, it seems there will be no opportunity." Sharon nodded, a smile returning to his face. "Opportunities will arise. Since you have decided to be my eternal subordinate, I shall not conceal anything from you. Allow me to reveal my secret weapon." As Sharon's tone grew softer and the chakra of his rebirth eye began to emanate, Uzuki Yuin could perceive clearly the flow of her own chakra and meridians. Simultaneously, the spiritual orb, formed from the chakra of the rebirth eye, subtly reintegrated into Uzuki Yuin's being. This time, the scholar did not recklessly manipulate, but instead engaged in an extraordinarily subtle refinement of Xiang's mental recollections. Such difficulty surpasses mere direct manipulation by a considerable margin. However, in contrast to outright control, such meticulous operations can profoundly alter an individual's will through the subtle influence of another. At that juncture, the presence or absence of a spiritual orb within the other party becomes inconsequential. The ultimate effect resembles that of the deity known as Bedienshin. Yet it demands a substantial investment of time and necessitates that the affected individual remains utterly defenseless and capable of passive acceptance. Compared to the sheer dominance of Bedienshin, which disregards all constraints, this approach may appear slightly less effective. Nevertheless, considering the protracted cooldown period following a single use of Bedienshin's powers, the individual in question faces no such limitations. As long as he does not feel fatigued, he can continuously seek out suitable candidates to cultivate his own faction. When juxtaposed, it can be said that each method possesses its own merits and drawbacks. As he skillfully navigated the chakra pathways of Uzuki with the rebirth eye, her inherently modest foundations were further solidified. Her nearly depleted low-quality chakra was swiftly replenished and began to undergo a transformation passively. The speed is remarkably swift. However, at this moment, Uzuki Yuin was oblivious to this fact. She inquired with a hint of confusion, "A trump card?" "Indeed, Yuin. This is the first time I am revealing this trump card in front of others. You must not disclose it to anyone." The voice of Sharon grew increasingly ethereal. "Allow me to teach you what true swordsmanship entails. Remember not to resist." In a trance, Yuin felt an instinctive urge to conceal nothing from Sharon, and without hesitation, she relinquished her mental defenses. In an instant, a colossal force invaded her mind, seizing control of her body. At that moment, she felt as though she were an outsider, trembling in the periphery. "Do not be afraid. Remember to observe closely." "Captain?" Upon hearing Sharon's voice, Yuin's inner trepidation was subdued. At this juncture, with Sharon controlling her puppet-like form, Yuin's gaze suddenly turned icy. As she faced the descending blade once more, Sharon's speed in commanding Yuin's body had significantly intensified. Chapter 47. The first subordinate having cornered Sharon and Yuin in such dire straits, particularly after witnessing their insufficient strength to pose a threat. The leader of the Cloud Shinobi finally felt a sense of relief. However, observing Yuin's unwavering hope in the face of adversity, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi felt a twinge of admiration. Amidst this admiration, he chuckled softly. "At such a tender age, carrying a burden like Hinata, you have managed to endure solely on your physical prowess for this long. It seems you are indeed a prodigy of the new generation from Konoha. Capturing or defeating someone like you will certainly lessen the reprimands we face from Raikage regarding our supply issues." At that moment, Sharon had taken control of Yuin's body. However, the disparity in gender meant that Yuin's physical attributes, be it chakra capacity or strength, were inferior to that of the puppet. Moreover, as this was a living body rather than a mere puppet, the transformation and utilization of the Rinnegan chakra occurred at a slower pace than that of specially crafted puppets. Therefore, Sharon needed to bide time and accumulate more Rinnegan chakra. Wielding the long blade, Sharon continuously amassed chakra within, all the while silently observing the surrounding ninjas, particularly the leader of the Cloud Shinobi. As he manipulated Yuin's body, the collected chakra began to rise, and he adapted fully to the strength of her muscles. Even while fending off multiple attacks from the Cloud Shinobi, Sharon found the task increasingly manageable compared to Yuin's own efforts. This transformation did not escape the notice of the Cloud Shinobi leader. Had there been a breakthrough? Or perhaps some secret technique was being employed? As he pondered this, Sharon began to expand his defensive maneuvers beyond a confined area. The Cloud Shinobi surrounding them, who had deemed this little girl an easy target, suddenly found her approach to the leaf-style swordsmanship transformed. Her techniques became unpredictable and reckless, imbued with a newfound ferocity. This abrupt shift in tactics left the Cloud Shinobi somewhat disoriented, and Sharon seized the opportunity to counterattack. In the current Shinobi world, due to the unyielding presence of Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra had been delayed. Without the constraints of these two formidable legacies, the Shinobi realm reverted to a state of mediocrity. While it may be unkind to describe it as a mere squabble among novices, the absence of the crucial Tsutsuki bloodline indeed limited the potential of ninjas. The combat style of an average ninja typically revolved around physical techniques and the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Those of slightly better lineage might possess family heirlooms of secret techniques, sealing arts, or illusion arts. These various techniques encompass the entirety of ninjutsu, with physical arts and the 5 elemental ninjutsu constituting the most substantial foundation. The physical arts are collectively referred to as the 3 schools: the steel fist style, the gentle fist style, and the swordsmanship style. Uzumaki Yuka possesses a refined chakra affinity. Unlike Rock Lee, she is not entirely incapable of performing ninjutsu. Moreover, she does not share the disdain for ninjutsu and jinjutsu held by Might Guy and Might Due, who solely focus on physical arts. The underlying reason for her limitation stems from her humble origins, which deprived her of a proper inheritance in the art. This is the norm for the vast majority of ordinary civilian ninjas. Ninja schools do not teach any ninjutsu beyond physical techniques, substitution techniques, shadow techniques, and transformation techniques. This is also a technique that can be freely learned by common ninjas. However, if the common folk wish to acquire knowledge of other elemental ninjutsu, such as fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning, or even sealing techniques and secret arts, they must incessantly undertake missions or achieve merit on the battlefield. These techniques are predominantly controlled by various clans and the Hokage. Thus, to learn them, one must rely on the favor of the Hokage. Generally, even after numerous missions, an ordinary ninja can only exchange for a single technique at best. This is indeed the genuine manner in which the village exerts control over its ninjas. Naturally, these conclusions are derived from the observations made by the protagonist, who has analyzed the memories of both the Konoha and Iwagakure ninjas, all through the lens of an observer. Furthermore, during the process of reviewing these memories, the protagonist realizes that he has long been misled. He had assumed that each level of the ninja ranks comprised only a handful of individuals, but upon reflection, such a notion is implausible. The classes where the protagonist and the prominent clans reside represent the true elite groups of each grade, distinctly separating them from the commoner ninjas. As for those commoners who manage to enter the elite classes, they undoubtedly possess exceptional qualities. Take Uzumaki Yuka, for instance. She is nearly of the same cohort as Uchiha Shursui, albeit not in the same class and lacking any interaction within the ninja academy. In such circumstances, commoner ninjas must exert greater effort than their peers, complemented by a modicum of innate talent in order to succeed. Uzumaki Yuka's emergence from the ranks of commoner ninjas to become a well-known member of the Umbu is indeed indicative of her considerable aptitude. However, her abilities fall short of bridging the critical early golden period that distinguishes her from the ninjas of prominent clans. The potential achievements of a ninja are profoundly influenced by the formative years of 6 to 12, which are paramount in their development. This is also the reason why commoners among ninjas, with a few exceptional cases, generally lack formidable strength. Even the sole commoner among the future protagonists, Haruno Sakura, first receives instruction from Kakashi during this crucial period, followed by becoming a disciple of Tsunade. This truly represents a remarkable transformation of fate. As for Young Lee, being a level above, he has consistently received hands-on guidance from Might Guy. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Tsunade, the most formidable female ninja in the shinobi world, second only to Kagaya Otsutsuki, undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to uplift ordinary ninjas. It is worth noting that Tsunade's prowess surpasses that of the 5th Hokage, Mei Terumi, by at least a significant margin. At this moment, fully in control of Uzumaki Yuka's fate, the profound emotions she experiences amid the impending counteroffensive are indeed due to the fact that the 8 or 9-year-old Uzumaki Yuka has encountered someone capable of altering her destiny. This individual is indeed he, Tsutsuki Shinin. In terms of the fundamental techniques of assassination employed by ninjas, Shinin has certainly delved deeply into various aspects. Both the Hyuga and Tsutsuki clans place immense importance on the training of physical techniques. However, Shinin's study of swordsmanship has been somewhat limited. Although the Tsutsuki lineage includes elements of this discipline, both the Tsutsuki and Hyuga clans do not prioritize swordsmanship significantly. The clan that holds the closest affinity for sword techniques is, in fact, the Kagaya clan. Nonetheless, through the extraction of numerous ninja memories, Shinin has acquired a wealth of experience and insights into physical techniques and sword practices. Although he has not pursued this knowledge deliberately, when combined with his inherent Tsutsuki heritage, he is at least considerably more proficient than Uzumaki Yuka in the foundational Konoha-style swordsmanship. In this very moment, as Shinin engages in combat with the Cloud Ninja, the advantages and experiences related to sword techniques from those memories begin to be assimilated. An infinite surge of inspiration erupts at this instant, and the sword techniques, which were once shrouded in confusion during the selection of his heritage, now become illuminated. In the face of life and death, there exists profound terror. Yet it can also herald significant transformation and growth. This is also the reason why the individual only began to counterattack after a period of adaptation. The enemy's cloud-hidden ninjas observed that the initially clumsy swordsmanship of the individual was rapidly improving, and their expressions varied accordingly. The leader of the cloud-hidden ninjas furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, "This fellow is capable of transformation. Is her secret technique truly that formidable?" The swordplay exhibited by the individual, along with the peculiarities of her own body, gradually caught the attention of Tsukuyama Yuin. At this moment, she was concealed in the shadowy recesses of the spiritual realm, her voice soft and melodious, as if whispering in the individual's ear. Captain, is this your swordsmanship? It's astonishing, and it appears to be quite distinct from the techniques of Konohagakure. Do you truly wish to teach me? The individual offered a slight smile, responding, of course, I shall instruct you. Furthermore, what you have just witnessed was merely my familiarization with these techniques. What follows will be the true swordsmanship. Yuin, you are my first subordinate. If your prowess is lacking, it would reflect poorly upon me. Pay close attention, for this is the swordplay I shall teach you. And as a token of this instruction, I have named it Tsukuyami. Chapter 48, Resolution. Upon hearing the individual name this technique after her, Tsukuyami, Yuin felt a surge of excitement. Under the influence of the mental sphere, her perceptions and emotions concerning the individual underwent continuous refinement. Almost instantaneously, she felt a compelling urge to sacrifice herself for a kindred spirit. However, Yuin suppressed this impulse and refrained from questioning the individual about the name. Instead, she nodded earnestly, focusing her spirit to meticulously observe the movements of her body and the flow of chakra. After imparting her instruction to Tsukuyami Yuin, the individual began to stride toward the leader of the Cloud Ninjas. Noticing this shift, the Cloud Ninja's expression hardened, and a glint of cold light flickered in his gaze as he commanded the three unmoving clouds CHN behind him. There's no need to hold back. Eliminate them. The captain has finally come to a realization. Let the whelps of Konoha meet their demise. Upon receiving the order, the three cloud-hidden ninjas smirked coldly, swiftly positioning themselves before the individual, their hands rapidly forming seals. Tiger, snake, tiger, snake, tiger. A series of arcs of lightning materialized in the hands of the trio, poised to unleash their power. Lightning release, scattered lightning strike. The advantages of this lightning release technique bear resemblance to the lightning blade, as it too concentrates lightning chakra within the user's hand. However, unlike the lightning blade, this technique does not stimulate cellular metabolism. Rather, its effects radiate electricity in the surrounding area. It is a small-scale offensive ninjutsu. When employed simultaneously by three individuals, the limitation of its scale is effectively mitigated. Amidst the thundering lightning, the individual controlling the body of Yuzuki Yugao maintained an increasingly serene expression. Turning his head slightly, he adjusted the position of his puppet body on his back and cast a sidelong glance at the leader of the Cloud Ninja above, coldly remarking, "This is what you called holding nothing back." Upon hearing these words, the three Cloud Ninjas darkened their expressions and sneered, "Sharp-tongued girl, perish." Yet, before the words had fully left his mouth, he was suddenly enveloped by an indescribable, razor-sharp light. Not only he, but everyone in the vicinity of Shinran felt an ominous sense of impending doom. At that moment, the attendant wielding the long blade shouted, "April." A formidable surge of chakra surged through the blade, and in an instant, the figure of April, bearing the attendant's presence, resembled an ethereal being from the moonlit night. The blade's radiance, purely forged from chakra, although not flawless, seemed to cleave toward the throats of all onlookers in an instant. The Cloud Ninjas attempted to move, yet they could faintly sense a vortex-like pull of chakra constraining their movements. Centered around the attendant, the immense gravitational force generated by his sweeping blade momentarily stifled the mobility of all the Cloud Shinobi. At that moment, not only the gathering of Yunin ninjas, but even the ethereal presence of Mao Weshiyan in the realm of the mind was taken aback. She had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the ninjutsu imparted to her by the captain. With swift motions, the sound of slicing air resonated sharply. Yet, as Mao Wei faded away, the blade's piercing sound echoed perfectly. All the Yunin ninjas encircling Shiren were, without exception, struck by the luminous edge of his sword, each falling victim to a single, decisive blow. However, the exertion was substantial. Gasping for breath, Shiren surveyed the aftermath of the battle. Such a vast array of ninjutsu rendered futile any efforts he had made to buy time for Yu's body to channel more chakra. With merely this one technique, the Sharon had depleted her already limited chakra entirely. As Sharon reinvigorated the puppet's form and rose once more, Yu regained control of her own body. She sensed the lingering power within her, not yet completely dissipated, along with the ninjutsu that Sharon had just demonstrated. The civilian ninja girl, who graduated early due to the war, could no longer contain the exhilaration swelling within her heart. She knelt on one knee, expressing her feelings to the captain. "Thank you, Captain." However, at that moment, Yuzuki Yuin was physically drained, and such a vigorous movement rendered her unsteady. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Yet, she paid it no mind, her eyes sparkling as they gazed at the captain, her face alight with a fervent smile filled with hope for the future. Struggling to rise once more, Yuin addressed the fallen Cloud Ninja. "Captain, we must depart now." Upon hearing this, the captain smiled and shook his head. "No, there is still one more person to deal with." Regaining control with his Byakugan, the hidden leader of the Cloud Village posed no threat to him whatsoever. What? Yuin tensed at this revelation, clutching the hilt of her sword once more. Just then, the Cloud Ninja leader, previously felled by the captain, realized he could no longer conceal himself. With a thunderous sound, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished. It was the Cloud Ninja's lightning clone. Yuin's heart raced in alarm. The lightning clone technique of the Cloud Ninja was far superior to the clone techniques they had learned, if one were not vigilant. Even a dojutsu user might struggle to see through it. In the original timeline, the future Kakashi had successfully deceived Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, using a lightning clone. However, the captain had not employed the Byakugan. Instead, during the slaying of his opponent, he sensed an unusual chakra that differed from others with his Rinnegan. This prompted his attention. Upon hearing the words of the ninja, Yunin, who had realized his exposure, leapt from the ground and fled. In that fleeting moment of collision, he understood that he was no match for his opponent and, with decisive resolve, utilized his lightning clone to evade, intending to relay their intelligence back to the village after the two had departed. However, he did not anticipate being discovered by the ninja. Damn it! Is this the inside of the Byakugan? No wonder Lord Raikage has always coveted it. I cannot perish here. These two, particularly the member of the Hyuga clan, are undoubtedly connected to the battle in the valley. Captain Yunin, surrounded by crackling lightning, continuously stimulated his leg cells with lightning chakra, enhancing his speed. Just as he believed he was about to escape to safety, the ninja observed his flight with keen interest, glancing at Uzuki Yugao with a smile. Haha. I thought he would fight desperately, yet his retreat is so resolute. Truly, a jonin, remarkably decisive. But do you think you can escape? The ninja stepped forward, instantly bridging the distance between them, appearing behind him. Air palm. The forceful gust of air reappeared, momentarily restraining him, allowing the ninja to seize him. Without any unnecessary words. The familiar benevolent technique, having transformed the Iwagakure and Konohagakure ninjas, finally descended upon the Yunin ninja. As a ninja who barely reached the level of jonin, his memories and chakra were sufficient to serve as the ninja's collection. Gazing into the depths of his opponent's fearful eyes, a flicker of compassion appeared once more in the ninja's gaze. The shinobi world is fraught with suffering. The pure land is serene. Only my compassion can guide you to rebirth. A blue-white chakra blade erupted from the ninja's fingertips, slicing through the opponent's heart. At this moment, the path to the pure land has been unveiled, and he can no longer feign death. Not far away, Mitsuki Yuyako observed this scene with keen eyes. Yet she displayed no signs of unusual emotion. After confirming the absence of further danger, the attendant beckoned the slightly rejuvenated Yuyaka to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, gathering the valuable items left by the Cloud Ninja. Typically, the most vital and common supplies for ninjas consist of soldier rations, weapons, explosive tags, and various medicinal concoctions. These supplies, given the current identity of the protagonist, are certainly not inexpensive. Previously, during their perilous mission in the valley, he had relinquished all these items. The newly arrived squad from the Cloud Village, intended for the front lines, is exceptionally well equipped. The demands placed on ninjas are considerable, rendering many items precious, particularly for a civilian ninja like Uzuki Yuin. Strategic materials, such as explosive tags, have remained beyond her reach until now. However, upon seizing such a bounty this time, she hesitated not at all, promptly securing all the spoils from the Cloud Ninjas and storage scrolls and presenting them to the protagonist. He observed everything with keen eyes, his gaze toward Yuin increasingly filled with approval. Certain matters can be gradually altered through the influence of the spirit sphere, yet such instinctive reactions are the most genuine. Chapter 49. I require your strength and loyalty. Yuin noticing the intensity in the protagonist's gaze, Yuin felt a flicker of panic, yet she feigned composure and declared, Captain, you have already treated me exceedingly well on this mission, imparting such formidable ninjutsu. I cannot accept these items. Please keep them. The protagonist did not accept the sealing scroll she offered, but instead raised his eyes to meet hers with profound intensity. Yuin, do you remember the promise you just made to me? Upon hearing his inquiry, Yuin was inexplicably flustered, yet the memories of life and death moments were indelibly etched in her mind. I remember, Captain. No, Master. I shall henceforth be your subordinate. Her words were earnest, yet after speaking, she found herself grappling with unvoiced questions, hesitating to articulate them. Observing Yuin's indecisiveness, the protagonist's tone took on a more ethereal quality. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. His voice was akin to the seductive whispers of a fallen angel, igniting a tempest of tension, doubt, conflict, and fear within her. As a mere girl, she found it exceedingly difficult to bear such immense pressure. Under his gentle coaxing, Yuin finally opened her heart. Master, is this truly your visage? I do not mean to doubt, yet there appear to be discrepancies in what I witnessed within the realm of the spirit. Understanding her apprehension, the protagonist felt no anger. Rather, he took satisfaction in her courage to inquire. The encounters within the spiritual realm are profoundly personal, where no one can feign their true selves. And Yuin undoubtedly discerned his authentic form. Yuin, what you perceived previously was indeed my true appearance. A jolt ran through her heart, although she had anticipated this revelation. The confirmation from the protagonist filled her with trepidation. Could it be that the captain they had always believed in, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, was merely an impostor? This is a profound affront to both Konoha and the Hyuga clan. Yet, under the persistent influence of the spiritual orb, Uzuki Yuin, after enduring her initial terror and rage, surprisingly attained emotional stability. It appears that this war has exposed her tender years to the grim realities of death and the darkness that was previously inaccessible within the confines of her school. Unbeknownst to her, she is at a pivotal moment in her life. It is often said that after encountering various forms of death, one achieves profound enlightenment. While Uzumaki Yuin cannot yet claim such enlightenment, under the deliberate guidance of Sharon, she is indeed contemplating her existence, her village, and her own identity. Had circumstances followed their natural course, after the war concluded, these students who rushed from their classrooms to the front lines would, upon regaining tranquility and stability, relax and, having alleviated the battlefield's tension and embraced the beauty of their village, undergo a period of immersion in the will of fire. In that time, they would gradually evolve into steadfast guardians of their village's peace. At that juncture, it would be entirely natural for everything to align in unwavering loyalty to the Hokage. However, at this moment, Uzumaki Yuin has yet to undergo such transformations. Her emotions are merely the raw thoughts triggered by Sharon's deliberate evocation of her fears and aversions toward war. Now, she stands before someone who may be a spy from another village, yet has saved her and imparted strength. The emotions she resists are not as formidable as she had imagined, and Sharon can even sense the spiritual orb rapidly merging with her essence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sharon countered, "Do you not wonder why I am doing this? Is it to the detriment of your village? Why have I saved you and bestowed upon you such potent ninjutsu? With your power and current status, you could easily command any subordinate you desire. Why choose me?" Under Sharon's gradual coaxing, Yuin found herself articulating her thoughts openly. After all, given Sharon's remarkable strength, it would have been effortless for him to eliminate her. Yet, he chose not to, instead rescuing and teaching her, which truly perplexed her. Hearing Yuin pose these inquiries rather than immediately defending her village surprised Sharon. After all, in the future, Uzumaki Yuin might replace Uchiha Itachi as a defector and join the Umbu's 6th unit. Logically, she should have been profoundly indoctrinated by the Hokage's ancestral will of fire. Initially, Sharon merely intended to test the waters with words. If unsuccessful, he could always manipulate her with the spiritual orb, as he had done previously with the 2 wooden figures. However, it now appeared that Uzumaki Yuin had not been severely brainwashed, and he might even be able to forego the use of the spiritual orb. Upon reflecting on this, Sharon began to understand the underlying reasons. Uzumaki Yuin was merely 8 or 9 years old, and the Third Shinobi World War had already persisted for over 5 years. Thus, she had grown up in a war-torn environment, and even her parents. After entering the Ninja Academy, she likely had little opportunity to receive the nurturing of the will of fire as one would in peacetime. It was probable that the academy taught her only the basic techniques before sending her to the battlefield. This implies that, at this moment, Yuin did not possess the deep-rooted connection to her village that she might in the future. Having grasped this insight, Sharon smiled and said, "No, Yuin, you worry too much. I would never act to your detriment. As for why I chose you, I simply require your strength and loyalty." "Strength and loyalty? But I am a commoner," Yuin replied, not exceeding Sharon's expectations. He shook his head. "Do not belittle yourself, Yuin. Your abilities far exceed your own perception." After exchanging a meaningful glance, Sharon's voice, once ethereal, took on a more somber tone. "You hail from humble origins and are among the rare female ninjas. Through this war, you must have come to grasp the challenges faced by female ninjas in striving for prominence." Upon hearing Sharon's words, the young Uzumaki Yuin trembled, her eyes seemingly recalling the scenes of female ninjas in battle. Moreover, as a female ninja, she could empathize deeply. Her instructors had explicitly explained that, often, their bodies were their greatest asset. War serves as a crucible for concentrated malice, where one can witness unimaginable atrocities on the front lines. This also elucidates why some ninjas, after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, harbored an immense disdain for conflict, opting to depart from the great nations and establish the Moon Ninja Village. Lacking the formidable lineage of a prominent clan, and devoid of the exceptional prowess exhibited by Tsunade and Jiraiya, ninjas are often regarded as mere expendables. This is especially true for those of commoner descent. The voice of Shirun resonated like a whisper from a demon, gradually unraveling the layers of shackles that bound Tsukino Yuka. As a ninja of humble origins, you possess a talent that surpasses that of other bloodline families. You merely lack an opportunity, a fair chance to pursue the legacy of the prestigious clans. Such an opportunity, however, is not afforded by Konoha, nor by the Hokage, and certainly not by the bloodline aristocracy, as other ninjas would merely deem your aspirations as fanciful delusions. Shirin's voice escalated in intensity, and within the cadence of his words, Tsukino Yuka felt an overwhelming pressure. This suffocating sensation compelled her to take a deep breath and bow her head in submission. Just when she was brought to the brink of despair, Shirin's tone softened and became soothing once more. "But, such fairness, I can offer you, Yuka. Join me in harnessing our strength. Let us strive for the future of common ninjas and ordinary people alike." In that moment, Shirin exuded an air of strategic composure, an aura suggesting that he had everything under control. "I can assure you, my intentions are not aimed at Konoha, nor do I wish to endanger the village. My true objective has always been to eradicate the inequities between the bloodline aristocracy and common ninjas, to bring forth genuine fairness and equality within the ninja world. For the sake of this dream, Yuka, I need your strength. Under the influence of the chakra from the reincarnation eye, Shirin's image was indelibly etched into Tsukino Yuka's soul. And now, after being suppressed by Shirin's imposing presence for so long, Yuka felt akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw, as if she had glimpsed a beacon of light amidst the relentless darkness. Such a magnificent ambition and pursuit ignited within her a profound impulse to be recognized by her kindred spirits. Observing the transformation in Yuzuki Yuin's spirit, a glimmer of brilliance emerged in the eyes of the scholar. I shall ask you once more, are you willing to become my subordinate, offering me your strength and loyalty? I am willing, my lord. Chapter 50. The Progress of War. Danzo takes the blame in the Land of Fire, at the base of Mount Tachikake. The wooden leaf defense stronghold stood firm. With the collaboration of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand, they successfully seized this critical outpost on the front lines of the Land of Fire, using it as a springboard to expand their influence to surrounding strongholds. This fortress had now become the most crucial camp for the Cloud's raiding forces within the Land of Fire, simultaneously serving as a launchpad and bastion for both the Cloud and Sand to assault the Leaf. The Leaf, of course, would not permit such a situation to persist. Since the time of the second Hokage, the Leaf has consistently endeavored to confine warfare to the territories of smaller nations. Rarely has any ninja village managed to lead a substantial force onto the soil of the Land of Fire. However, this time, the timing for the Cloud and Sand was impeccable, as the attention of the Leaf was diverted by the hidden rock on the front lines of the Land of Grass. The third Raikage's decisive strike allowed the Leaf to experience the true sensation of invasion, exposing their vulnerabilities starkly to the Cloud and Sand. Consequently, after achieving initial victories, the Cloud and Sand forces did not relent. Instead, they advanced swiftly towards the hidden Leaf village. Just as the scholar received a new mission from the Land of Soup, the Cloud and Sand were nearly at the doorstep of the Leaf. In this moment of crisis, the third Hokage and the various clans fought valiantly to hold their ground. The leader who has governed the hidden Leaf for decades, revered as the strongest Hokage, has once again revealed his ferocity. At 56 years of age, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though aged and diminished in strength compared to his prime, remains formidable, surpassing the capabilities he displayed in his fateful confrontation with Orochimaru when he was well past 70 and ultimately fell. Even now, he retains the noble demeanor of a ninja, having single-handedly withstood the combined onslaught of the third Raikage and Chiyo during the current defense of the village. This remarkable feat has only amplified his reputation as the strongest Hokage. However, Hiruzen's prowess cannot avert the inexorable decline of the hidden Leaf. The immense power of the third Raikage, bolstered by Chiyo's assistance, has effectively nullified Hiruzen's intimidation over the other ninjas. The fray between Hiruzen, the third Raikage, and Chiyo starkly illustrates the absence of other elite shinobi within the hidden Leaf. In this dire situation, the AB brothers, comprised of Ai and Karabi, led the elite shinobi of the Cloud Village like ferocious dragons crossing a river, engaging in a brutal struggle against the prominent clans of the Leaf Village. Simultaneously, under the leadership of Rasha and Yakura, the Sand Village relentlessly slaughtered numerous Leaf ninjas. Faced with such a formidable allied force, many Leaf ninjas fought valiantly, sacrificing their lives to hold back the relentless advance of the two great shinobi villages towards their home. Yet, the crisis loomed perilously close, with the Leaf Village teetering on the brink of collapse. In this moment of peril, the Yellow Flash arrived promptly. Single-handedly, he contained the most significant threat to the Leaf ninjas posed by the AB brothers, allowing the clan leaders to redirect their efforts towards confronting the Sand Village. The scales of victory shifted with the arrival of one individual, underscoring the critical importance of a Kage. Minato Namikaze, the Wave Wind, showcased his formidable strength before all in the Leaf Village. Previously, he had only intervened to rescue fellow ninjas on the battlefield. This time, he was saving his village from imminent disaster, further elevating his esteemed reputation. Subsequently, the follow-up elite forces reached the front lines, and sensing the potential for loss, the third Raikage decisively led the Cloud forces in retreat. The Sand Village mirrored this action, recognizing that their strength was inferior both to the Leaf and the Cloud. With the Cloud withdrawing, they followed suit. However, the Leaf Village also suffered significant losses. Having just emerged from one battle, they found themselves thrust back into the fray, with all ninjas utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, to expel the allied forces of the Cloud and Sand from the Land of Fire, the Leaf could not afford to rest for long. Although the Cloud and Sand had seized Tachikawa Mountain and directly advanced towards the Leaf Village, they had not occupied the outposts and strongholds along the way, yet had destroyed them. Furthermore, they firmly held Tachikawa Mountain, establishing numerous lookout points and bases to reclaim their territory and drive the invaders away. The Leaf needed to exert considerable effort. Thus, the two sides commenced a relentless campaign of conquest, with bloodshed persisting for 6 days. Benefiting from their home advantage, the Leaf managed to eliminate nearly all outposts surrounding Tachikawa Mountain within that time, leaving only the most formidable stronghold remaining. A brief standoff ensued, as the attacking allied forces awaited the arrival of reinforcements, while they also required fresh troops to replenish their previous losses. The Leaf Village hastened their preparations with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze, and the various clans all feeling the urgency. The surprise assault from the cloud and sand had starkly exposed their vulnerabilities, compounded by the looming threats from the mist and rock villages. The Umbu scouts had long reported the movements of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to the command center, and at that moment, the 7 were actively hunting down leaf ninjas within the borders of the Land of Fire. In such circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen is particularly apprehensive about the possibility of the hidden mist and the hidden stone once again aligning, reminiscent of the events involving the hidden cloud and the hidden sand. Should this transpire, Konoha would indeed find it insurmountable. Amidst this anxious waiting, Sharon returned to the main force, escorting Yuzuki Yugao and delivering a report on their mission. Almost concurrently with Sharon's return, Team 7, led by Minato Namikaze, alongside Kakashi Hatake and Rin Noera, successfully executed a sabotage operation against the logistics of the hidden sand in the Land of Rivers. These 2 favorable pieces of news finally provided Konoha's higher-ups with a moment to breathe. However, in stark contrast to Konoha's relief, the Allied forces were in disarray. At this moment in the Kumo camp at Gecko Mountain, the 3rd Reikage was seething with rage. This marked the 6th day of their offensive against Konoha, and the supplies and reinforcements that were expected had yet to arrive in full. Through the reports from the delayed reinforcements, they learned that Konoha had audaciously dispatched individuals to pilfer their resources. What was Waimuri doing? Tasked with escorting supplies and ensuring their safety. Was she carrying out her duties as intended? Not only had a critical supply depot been obliterated, but her negligence had led to a catastrophic outburst. Fool, once I return, I shall ensure she faces the consequences. Amidst the 3rd Reikage's furious outburst, AI, along with several elite squad members and a few commanders of the Storm-released ninjas, began to comprehend the source of his wrath. Upon hearing this news, even the usually carefree 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, wore an unusually somber expression. Lord Reikage, a vital secret warehouse has been utterly destroyed, and all Station Cloud ninjas have perished. The near-perfect Jinchuriki, Waimuri, has been provoked into a frenzy. At this moment, the Reikage secretary compiled the intelligence and began to analyze it. Lord Reikage, do you believe Konoha may still possess hidden forces? Upon hearing this, the head of the Cloud's intelligence unit retorted, our scouts have reported no signs of additional hidden forces in Konoha. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already taken action. No. 3rd Hokage and esteemed leaders, another voice interjected, Konoha conceals further strength. Let us not forget that Shimura Danzo, the shadow of the shinobi world, has yet to make an appearance. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the rear of the Cloud-hidden elite team. Upon hearing it, everyone turned their gaze towards a remarkably mature female ninja, despite her tender age of merely 15. Her maturity was not solely attributed to her composure and intelligence, but also to her strikingly alluring figure. She bore a short blade strapped to her lower back, and her features were exquisitely delicate, yet her expression remained frigid. With short hair of a pale golden hue and captivating azure green eyes that complemented her porcelain skin, she commanded presence even amidst the male ninjas of Cloud Hidden, dispelling any notion of being merely ornamental. Indeed, none amongst them dared to regard her as such. As a disciple of the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, known by the codename Han, Samui had already ascended to the rank of a true jonin. In this context, she was equally qualified to voice her thoughts. Her words swiftly garnered the attention of the Cloud-hidden members. Han was correct. That rascal Danzo had yet to make a move. There was no doubt that this covert assault on our hidden warehouse, coupled with the rampage of the Wooden Man, was orchestrated by Danzo. Curse be Danzo. And curse be Konoha. Amidst a cacophony of voices, the crowd smoothly laid the blame squarely at Danzo's feet. After all, engaging in such underhanded tactics was second nature to him. Every major village had suffered his schemes. Even the 3rd Hokage's son, slammed the table in fury, coldly declaring, Konoha, Danzo, always resorting to such petty tricks. Chapter 51. Uchiha. Following the identification of the mastermind, the Cloud-hidden ninjas were largely consumed by rage. At this moment, as the deputy commander of the assault on Konoha, Reikage secretary appeared somewhat troubled. It was not surprising that Konoha managed to uncover the location of our supply warehouses. After all, the transportation of goods is notoriously difficult to conceal. However, their ability to annihilate our defensive forces and provoke Lord Mato into a frenzied state was far from trivial. Upon hearing this, the 3rd Reikage remained silent, intentionally delegating authority to AI to handle these matters. AI was well aware of this intention, despite the fact that the Cloud ninjas were often perceived as brawny. He was not devoid of intellect, being the future 4th Reikage. He understood that achieving such a feat was no simple task. After pondering for a moment, AI wrapped his fingers on the table and inquired, has your intelligence department ascertained which formidable shinobi from Konoha have yet to make an appearance? A ninja from the intelligence department stood up promptly and responded, according to reports from our spies in Konoha, among their renowned experts, only the leader of the Uchiha clan and some strong members of the Uchiha clan, along with Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Kushina, have not yet shown themselves. The head of the intelligence department continued with an analysis. During this war, whether in the Land of Grass or now, The Uchiha clan has been conspicuously absent from the battlefield. They seem to have been entirely restrained by Sarutobi Hiruzen at the front lines of the mist. This is highly unusual. Furthermore, the intel suggests a rift between the Uchiha clan and Danzo. While there are also reports of a strong bond between Namake's Minato and the Uchiha clan, these conflicting narratives lead us to suspect that Konoha is deliberately misdirecting our attention. Thus, we can reasonably surmise that the disturbances at the rear are orchestrated by Danzo and the Uchiha. After listening to the discussions, the third Reikage finally spoke. If that is the case, then Konoha's destruction of our logistics supply line certainly implies they will not spare Sunagakure. What follows next will likely be Konoha's retaliation. Inform Sunagakure that Konoha is preparing to counterattack, and this time we must decisively crush them. As for the front line between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. At the Uchiha camp, the current head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, observed the vigilant Uchiha clan members outside the tent and commanded, Tetsuharu, summon the Jonin to my tent for a meeting, and bring Shisui as well. Tetsuharu, albeit taken aback by the order, nodded upon recalling Shisui's prowess. At the rear of the Uchiha camp, the sound of shuriken slicing through the air echoed in the modest training grounds. Shisui, having just returned from patrol, approached and, upon crossing the barrier, spotted the slender figure of Itachi Uchiha. Noticing someone approaching, Itachi quickly held his breath, gripping a shuriken in hand, and cautiously eyed the entrance. When he recognized the familiar figure, he called out joyfully, "Brother Shisui, you're finally back." Seeing Itachi brought a sense of relief to Shisui, though it quickly transformed into a serious demeanor as he asked, "Itachi, you're still so young. Who permitted you to come to the front lines? Do you have any idea how worried I was when I heard from the clan members that you were here?" Unfazed by Shisui's reprimanding tone, Itachi looked up at him with admiration. "Brother Shisui, it was father who brought me here. And I've heard all about your growing reputation on the battlefield. My peers are quite envious. You're doing this for the village, and there is nothing to boast about. As long as we hold back the Land of Water, the pressure on the village will lessen," Shisui said, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair before guiding him to the resting area of the training grounds. After sitting down, Shisui imparted some of the will of fire to Itachi before sternly adding, "Itachi, the front lines are still too dangerous. You should insist the clan leader send you back." Itachi, feeling indignant at Shisui's words, replied, "Brother Shisui, don't underestimate me. My strength is not weak. No one at school can match me." Seeing Itachi's determination, Shisui chose not to argue, merely nodding with a smile. He regarded Itachi as a younger brother, and seeing him ease the tension he had felt on the front lines. Understanding that Shisui did not take his claims of strength seriously, Itachi suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "Brother Shisui, look." With that, Itachi leaped into action, swiftly throwing a shuriken that struck various corners of the training ground after colliding in midair. Surprised, Shisui exclaimed, "Itachi, have you mastered the shuriken technique I taught you?" Itachi nodded, beaming with pride as he continued, "And that is not all, Brother Shisui." He quickly formed hand seals and demonstrated the great fireball technique. Witnessing this, Shisui felt even more delighted by Itachi's progress. Although the great fireball technique is a common skill among the Uchiha, for a mere 5-year-old like Itachi to achieve such proficiency was indeed commendable. It was no wonder he claimed no one at school could rival him. After all, his peers had only recently begun their education, while the second and third year students were already on the battlefield. "Excellent. Itachi, since you've already learned these techniques, I'll also teach you body flicker technique and shadow clone technique." "Thank you, Brother Shisui." Just as Shisui began to instruct Itachi, another figure landed on the training grounds fence, announcing, "Shisui, the clan leader is convening a clan meeting. I was sent to inform you." "Inform me?" "Yes. I've been awaiting this," Shisui replied, excitement bubbling within him. This meeting was reserved for Jonin, and although his abilities had long surpassed that rank, he remained a Nin due to the ongoing war. Previously, he lacked the qualifications to attend clan meetings, but Fugaku's invitation now signified his complete recognition of Shisui's strength. Itachi, recognizing the significance of this invitation, also felt a surge of pride for Shisui. Before long, Shisui arrived at Fugaku's tent, where all the Uchiha Jonin had gathered. Upon seeing everyone present, the 8th Uchiha clan leader spoke first. "Clan leader, why have we been summoned?" Before Fugaku could respond, another Uchiha, Inahiko, eagerly interjected. "Are we preparing to strike at the mist? Or perhaps to confront the cloud?" He added, "I've heard our village has been pushed to the doorstep by Sunagakure and Kumogakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, is utterly incompetent. Indeed, Sarutobi has lingered too long in the position of Hokage. It is time for an Uchiha to ascend to the role." "Absolutely. With the enemy at our gates, it is undeniable that Sarutobi must step down and yield power to the clan leader. The Hokage position rightfully belongs to us, the Uchiha." Inahiko's close ally, Tetsuharu, audaciously ridiculed the village and the third Hokage, openly expressing his aspirations for the Hokage position. This situation rendered Shisui, attending the clan meeting for the first time, exceedingly uncomfortable. He held a profound reverence for the village and the Hokage, coupled with a deep affection for his family. However, the demeanor of Tetsuhiko, along with the almost unanimous silence that followed his words, instilled in Shisui a profound sense of disconnection. Just as he found himself at a loss, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. Be cautious with your words, Tetsuoka. We Uchiha are also a part of Konoha, and indeed one of its founding families. The assaults from Kumogakure and Sunagakure are tantamount to provocation against us Uchiha. The third's vigorous support for Minato's ascension essentially determines the fourth selection. And I too hold a favorable opinion of him. Uchiha Fugaku opened his Sharingan, casting a fierce glare at Tetsuoka and Inahika, which finally subdued their voices. Witnessing the clan leader Fugaku so staunchly defend the village, Shursui, despite his lingering anger, felt a surge of admiration for Fugaku. Minato is indeed commendable. But he is merely a commoner. His rise is preferable to that of the third or the likes of Danzo and Orochimaru. Around Shursui, a few others murmured quietly. And he absorbed their words, slowly closing his eyes. The clan member's attitudes towards the village exacerbated his sense of alienation, compelling him to stabilize his emotions. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly heard Fugaku calling his name. Shursui, in light of the recent ambush by Kumogakure and Sunagakure, the third has sent word for us to dispatch a portion of our people for assistance. Therefore, I have decided to assign you and Hakadai to lead a contingent back to provide aid. Upon hearing Fugaku entrust him with the mission to rescue the village, Shursui readily acquiesced. Yes, clan leader. Observing this, Fugaku nodded with satisfaction. He was acutely aware of the sentiments held by some clan members towards the village, as well as the misunderstandings directed at the Uchiha, yet he attributed these to prior policies. He firmly believed that once the fourth assumed office, the Uchiha's circumstances would undoubtedly improve. This reflects his trust in Namake's Minato. Chapter 52. Once again on the battlefield front, at the front lines of Konoha. Within the Hokage's grand tent, a figure adorned with a ninja hat and clad in a black combat suit, complemented by a green Jainin armor, suddenly appeared, respectfully bowing to the Hokage. However, the third Hokage, engrossed in a series of intelligence reports, paid no heed to the newcomer, silently puffing on his pipe. Yuhi Kurenai, understanding the situation, refrained from interrupting and patiently awaited his command. This individual was none other than Kurenai's father, thus a relative of Sarutobi Asuma, the third Hokage's second son, who had yet to wed Kurenai, rendering their relationship strictly that of superior and subordinate. After a considerable pause, the third Hokage set aside the reports and retrieved a fresh bundle of tobacco from a nearby pouch to refill his pipe. With a flicker of fire-infused chakra, the pipe was ignited, and white smoke billowed forth. Kurenai, what are your thoughts on the mission brief submitted by Hyuga Hayashi and Kakashi? In response to the Hokage's inquiry, the loyal Kurenai displayed a respectful yet earnest expression, contemplating momentarily before articulating. Hokage-sama, the tasks they submitted were promptly reviewed by the intelligence team, and no discrepancies were found. However, given that Hyuga Hayashi's team faced the formidable Two-Tails Jinchuriki and only suffered one casualty, their success in exceeding the mission's objectives is a feat I cannot replicate. Kurenai reported this without imparting her subjective conclusions, instead presenting a calm statement of fact. Yet, this is precisely the objective perspective that Sarutobi needed. Indeed, as a Jainin, you too would find it difficult. As one of the two great clans of ocular techniques in Konoha, they had adhered to the policy established since the second Hokage to prevent their power from escalating to a level that would threaten the village. Such a policy, although not overly hostile, undoubtedly serves to undermine the strengths of both parties and their influence over the village. After all, both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are excessively insular and conservative. It is entirely implausible for the village to extend its reach into their inner workings. This has also been the reason for the persistent sense of estrangement between these two clans and the village. However, compared to the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan tends to exhibit greater deference towards the Hokage lineage. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage felt a slight sense of solace and inquired in a contemplative tone. Hyuga Aki, are you familiar with this individual, Red of the Setting Sun? Upon hearing the third's deliberate mention of this name, Red of the Setting Sun was not surprised. As a guiding instructor for both Jinin and Chunin, Red had previously provided training and guidance to these individuals before they entered the battlefield. Hyuga Aki, being 3 years senior to Kakashi in age, graduated at the same time as him, having become a Jinin at 11 and a Chunin at 13. Now at 15, although he originally possessed only Chunin-level abilities, he had demonstrated extraordinary prowess on the front lines of the Land of Grass, catching the attention of Hyuga Hayashi, who personally mentored him. A talent from the branch family, his current capabilities had undoubtedly reached the level of a Jounin, and he served as the captain of the 9th Reconnaissance Team. Following the completion of this mission, he was expected to be promoted to Special Jounin. Red of the Setting Sun quickly conveyed all that he knew, as this information was widely acknowledged. Upon hearing Red's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with melancholy, revealing a complex expression, such a prodigy, yet merely a member of the Hyuga branch family. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the requirements for awakening the Byakugan within the Hyuga were considerably lower. Consequently, the future potential for success was generally diminished. While those from the Uchiha clan who awakened the Sharingan were unquestionably regarded as geniuses, those who awakened the Byakugan were merely seen as possessing ninja aptitude. Although they were born into prestigious families, ordinary Hyuga members were often inferior to commoner ninjas, relegated to the status of servants to the main house. While a genius like Hyuga Aki would enjoy somewhat better treatment, it was still limited. Nevertheless, the third Hokage declared, "Let us seal this mission." I consent to Hyuga Aki's promotion to Special Jounin. He then shifted the conversation, altering the position of Sharon once more. Since he managed to survive during the Jinchuriki's rampage, it indicated his formidable strength. At this critical juncture, we urgently require combat power. He shall be dispatched to the front lines and temporarily excused from reporting to the reconnaissance team. Understood. Upon returning to the main camp, Sharon first accompanied Yuzuki Yugao to submit their mission report. After being questioned separately by the intelligence verification officer, they were permitted to leave. Unbeknownst to Sharon, the officer subsequently contacted Red of the Setting Sun. Of course, even if Sharon had known, he would not have cared. Afterward, the two sold a portion of their spoils. Once all concluding tasks were completed, Sharon parted ways with Yugao. Unlike others who merely needed to report to the Hokage, Sharon, as a member of the Hyuga, was also required to report to his clan. However, he had grown accustomed to this when facing Hyuga Hayashi on the front lines of the Land of Grass. He deliberately delayed his return, knowing that the news would have already been disseminated, and made his way to Hayashi's camp with ease. Just as he was about to enter, a member of the Hyuga branch family suddenly appeared before him. "Hyuga Aki, Lord Hayashi is not present, but he has instructed that upon your return, you should proceed directly to the camp of the clan leader." The clan leader? Has the clan leader also come to the front lines? Sharon was somewhat astonished, not expecting Hayashi, who rarely left the clan's territory, to venture onto the battlefield this time. This suggested that Konoha was indeed facing a perilous moment. After inquiring about the specific location, he redirected his course towards the tent of Hayashi. Upon arriving outside Hayashi's tent, Sharon prepared to announce his arrival. At that moment, a servant emerged to greet him. The newcomer first paid his respects and then said, "Lord Chio, both the head of the household and Lord Rihai are waiting for you inside." The servant was taken aback upon hearing this. This was indeed the first time he was addressed as Lord by someone other than Aizuki Yuin, and the one addressing him was a Ch Nin from the Hige clan. Upon entering the grand tent, the attendant immediately caught sight of the sunlit figure before him. Seated at the prominent position was Hige Hizashi, the clan leader, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Lord Clan Leader, Lord Hinata." The attendant performed a formal greeting customary to the Hige family before the two. A moment of silence enveloped the tent as Hizashi scrutinized him for a brief while before slowly nodding. "Ian has already informed me about your matters. You have performed exceptionally well in this mission, showcasing the power of our Hige clan to the village of Kumogakure. Please, take a seat." With the permission granted, the attendant rose and took his place at the lowest seat. "Your praise is unwarranted, clan leader. The achievements of this season are entirely due to the nurturing of the family, your protection, and the guidance of Lord Hinata. I cannot claim credit." Hizashi nodded in apparent satisfaction with the attendant's performance. To complete a mission amidst the rampage of a Jinchuriki is no small feat. Such ninjas are rare. "Indeed. Previously, Ian spoke to me regarding your reward. Let it be so. Your sister, Hige Natsu, shall serve as a handmaiden to my soon-to-be-born daughter. Take care of her. Note, the Byakugan can see through the body, making them exceptional in the medical field. As for you, the Hokage has issued orders for you to refrain from returning to the reconnaissance team for the time being. You shall accompany Ian to the front lines, where soon the grandson of the clan's elder, Hige Sojin, will also be heading for training. You will serve as his attendant then." The attendant furrowed his brow slightly. "Clan leader, it is exceedingly dangerous for the main family to be on the battlefield." Hizashi interrupted him directly, stating, "For years, the branch family has fought valiantly in the field, and the main family has taken note. We are all one family. We should weather the storm together. The main family ought not remain solely in the rear." As the leader of the prestigious Hige clan, Hizashi was undoubtedly well-versed in the art of balance. Over the years, he is undoubtedly aware of the resentment that the main family harbors towards the branch families. Furthermore, the branch families have been vigorously engaged in battles at the front lines, resulting in the emergence of some remarkable new blood. In contrast, the main family has achieved relatively little. Therefore, it is imperative to maintain a balance in such matters. Otherwise, if the branch families continue to grow in power, the discontent towards the main family will escalate, a situation that the Hyuga main family cannot tolerate. This is also the reason behind the main family's decision to send individuals to the battlefield. Nishizumi provided little explanation and allowed the attendant scant opportunity to speak. He issued his orders directly. The attendant was to immediately follow Nishizumi to the front lines, obeying the commands of Minato Namikaze. Once the heir of the main family arrived at the front, he would proceed to provide protection. Accompanying him in this duty were 3 other members of the Hyuga branch family. After all, while the main family was heading to battle, they were not Navii. They understood that their Byakugan would undoubtedly attract the attention of adversaries. Thus, whenever a member of the main family appeared, it was certain that several branch family guards would be at their side. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at this juncture. The heir of the Hyuga clan On the front lines of the battlefield was none other than the unfortunate soul who had lost an eye to the fog-hidden shinobi, Hinata Sahiko. As he repeatedly murmured this name, felt an inexplicable surge of discontent. A man destined to lose his sight hardly seemed worthy of the name Sahiko. After all, since everything was being taken away, he might as well claim your eye for himself. Chapter 53. Confronting Sunagakure. The troops had long been assembled, merely awaiting Hinata Nichiri to lead them forth. A formidable force of nearly 500 individuals, they hastened towards the direction of the Tachikiri mountain under Nichiryu's command. Following a brief encounter with Hinata Nichihashi, the attendant found himself in silence, unaware of the prior conversation between the two brothers that had left Nichiri in a state of indignation from the very beginning. However, as the march commenced, Nichiri's emotions quickly tempered. He was, after all, the leader of the contingent, and in times of war, danger could arise at any moment. If his personal issues were to cause losses to the squad, the Hyuga clan would deem death trivial, but disgrace monumental. The distance between the rear camp and the front headquarters was not vast, yet the attendant followed the main force, trekking for a good part of the day before reaching the foremost encampment. At this point, he could finally glimpse the Tachikiri mountain from afar. Prior to this, he and his comrades had gleaned that the third Hokage had essentially used himself as a stepping stone for the sake of Namikaze Minato. He personally commanded from the rear camp, while the critical leadership of this forward base was entrusted to Minato. Lord Minato, by the order of the Hokage, I have brought a contingent to provide support. Hinata Nichiri respectfully addressed Minato, accompanied by the attendant and 5 other squad leaders. As he spoke, he handed over the scroll bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. After reviewing the scroll, Minato promptly organized personnel to take charge of the troops Nichiri had brought. However, he retained the attendant. While perusing the intelligence documents in his hands, Minato regarded the attendant with a smile. You must be Hinata Aki. I have heard of your commendable performance during the Takigakure mission, where you successfully destroyed the supplies of Kumogakure. This will surely hinder their ability to hold their ground. At this juncture, Minato set aside the documents and, with a hint of curiosity in his gaze, inquired. I have heard that only you and another named Yuzuki Yuin returned alive from this mission, while the fate of the other ninja, Tachi Iwashi, remains unknown? Yes, Lord Minato. The attendant replied with a respectful bow before sincerely recounting the details of their mission, including his decisions and thoughts at the time. Lord Minato, we acted independently. And after destroying the Kumogakure warehouse, I narrowly escaped thanks to the rampage of the Jinchuriki. Just as I reached the rendezvous point, Kumogakure's reinforcements pursued us. We truly evaded capture for an extended period, and throughout the ordeal, I did not catch sight of Tachi Iwashi. I fear upon hearing the attendant's account, Minato's confusion eased somewhat. While he was aware of Tachi Iwashi's capabilities, he understood that even with his foreboding powers, a low-ranking shinobi would be powerless in such a scenario of relentless pursuit. I apologize, Aki. I merely inquired about Tachi Iwashi because I knew him. You executed this mission admirably. The third Hokage has already approved your promotion to Special Jonin. Furthermore, while your mission was originally rated A, I have elevated it to S rank. In discussing this matter, Minato displayed a hint of remorse, acknowledging that it was a lapse in Konoha's intelligence that had resulted in the omission of critical information regarding the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Fortunately, they had completed the mission without incident. As Minato resumed his work with the intelligence files, the attendant prepared to depart when suddenly, a figure entered the tent. Teacher, it's Hinata Aki. What brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi had come to report the intelligence gathered by his team, but upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered the attendant first. Having graduated alongside Hinata Aki, they were acquainted, but they had not shared much interaction. Kakashi. I have retained Aki here to inquire about the details of the Takigakure mission, Minato clarified with a smile, alleviating Kakashi's curiosity. Is that so? Teacher. I have also heard about the Takigakure mission. They say Aki performed even better than I did. Kakashi recalled his recent report to Minato regarding the Kawagakure mission and the ensuing task briefings. Indeed, Aki executed his mission exceptionally well. Minato waved his hand, halting the discussion on the matter. Kakashi, understanding the signal, refrained from pressing further, adopting a serious tone as he remarked, Teacher, Sunagakure has begun mobilizing. They may initiate action tonight. Tonight? Although Kumogakure remains inactive, they are likely preparing as well. Nichiri's arrival is quite timely. Aki, summon Nichiri at once. After processing Kakashi's intelligence, Minato promptly issued his orders. Without hesitation, the attendant complied, activating his Byakugan to effortlessly locate Nichiryu. After conveying the situation, they proceeded together to Minato's command tent. In a brief span, the leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, alongside the heads of the Uchiha and Shimura clans, gathered at the forward encampment. Following Nichiryu, the attendant witnessed firsthand the magnitude of support the great clans of Konoha extended towards Minato. As he surveyed the assembly, his gaze landed on a young man clad in Uchiha garb, seated in a corner. Noticing the attendant's scrutiny, the youth abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Upon realizing he was from the Hyuga clan, he momentarily hesitated, but soon the bloodlust in his eyes dissipated, and he offered a gentle, friendly nod towards the attendant. The Uchiha have arrived as well. The fleeting glint of crimson in his eyes had not escaped the attendant's notice. After all, the striking red and black tomo were unmistakable, unique across the entire shinobi world. Yet, he pondered, who among the Uchiha could he be? At such a young age, could he possibly be Shursui? As the scholar pondered, he subtly averted his gaze. Regardless of whether it was a tranquil moment, it was prudent for the Uchiha to avoid eye contact whenever possible. In the realm of ninjutsu, the illusions of the ninja world paled in comparison to the power of the Uchiha's eyes. Upon seeing that all personnel had gathered, the commander, Minato Namikaze, began to articulate the intelligence he had just received and the strategy he had devised. After listening, all present, including the scholar, could not help but marvel at Minato's audacity. He aimed to resolve the entirety of the issues posed by the hidden cloud and hidden sand in one fell swoop. Yet, upon further reflection, the scholar realized that although the coalition of the hidden cloud and hidden sand appeared formidable, only the hidden cloud truly possessed strength. The hidden sand was the most vulnerable target. If they could eliminate all of its ninja forces, they could then craft a counter-offensive strategy against the hidden cloud. Thus, the plan was to first address the hidden sand, and thereafter, confront the hidden cloud. This is the plan devised by Minato Namikaze. The heads of the clans did not respond immediately. Instead, they pondered the feasibility of this proposal. In the current state of Konoha, engaging in 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3, presents an excessive challenge. There lies a risk of failure as well. They must concentrate their superior forces to first breach Sunagakure, allowing them to then dedicate their full strength against Kumogakure. Having grasped this understanding, the assembly deemed Minato's approach, though perilous, worthy of consideration. The clan leaders were urged to voice their opinions promptly, as time was of the essence. Observing that everyone was deep in thought, Minato expressed a slight urgency in his tone. At this moment, several prominent clans engaged in a brief exchange, and for the time being, there appeared to be no viable alternatives. The strategy proposed by Minato was indeed the most feasible. Lord Minato, we have no further objections. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Let us act swiftly. The unexpected consensus from the clans brought Minato great joy, yet it also weighed heavily upon him. He then made a resolute promise. Rest assured, I shall lead the charge and confront Yunin. With Minato's assurance, the clans felt a renewed sense of confidence. Rallying together as they proclaimed, let us drive both Yunin and Sandine out of the land of fire. The atmosphere within the camp was charged with fervor, and even the attendants echoed their agreement loudly. Once the battle cry was uttered, the attendants, under the guidance of Nakaira, received their assignments and departed from Minato's tent. Chapter 54. The complete Nine-Tails Jinchuriki within the borders of the Land of Fire, on the slopes of Mount Kyukin. The Sand Shinobi's middle and lower rank troops had successfully regrouped and assembled, with Raza positioned at the forefront, temporarily commanding the forces. Meanwhile, the elite assault unit of Sand Ninja remained entirely under the command of Yukura. In this moment, both individuals awaited the final hour in silence. Despite the failure of their recent assault on Konoha village just days prior, they had nonetheless managed to unveil the true state of Konoha's defenses to the entire shinobi world. The Sand Shinobi were certainly aware of Konoha's vulnerability. Such weakness is undeniably genuine. Since the first Shinobi World War, Sand Hidden has never sensed such frailty within the Leaf Village. Moreover, even in this state of vulnerability, the Leaf Village can essentially be regarded as engaging in a three-front battle. This undoubtedly represents a significant blow to them, as denizens of the Sand Village. They're all too familiar with the nightmares that ensue following a failure in a three-front battle. During the First Great Ninja War, they themselves experienced such a three-pronged conflict, culminating in defeat and relegation to the lowest rank among the 5 great shinobi villages. At this moment, the village of Konoha appears to be on a similar trajectory in the eyes of the Sand's inhabitants. Thus, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, they resolved to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance and wager everything on it. At the very least, they aim to secure the Orange Stem Mountain base, which, while not as prosperous as the inland cities, stands in stark contrast to the desolation of the Sand Country. Considering the Wind Country is predominantly desert, devoid of greenery, the verdant landscape of Orange Stem Mountain, with its abundant timber resources and lush vegetation, as well as the flowing rivers surrounding it, feels like a veritable paradise. In such an environment, if it were the Land of Thunder, they would be indifferent. However, Sunagakure is entirely envious. Such an advantageous environment, if bestowed upon them, stirs excitement among the denizens of the Sand Village. Thus, they no longer perceive this war as a mere raid or an opportunity for gain. Instead, they intend to utilize this battle to determine the future fate of the Sand Village. Should they triumph alongside the Cloud Village against the Leaf Village, even the most unfavorable outcome would grant them access to the Land of Fire, enabling them to threaten the safety of the Leaf Ninja Village at any moment. Thus, Sunagakure can speak boldly during negotiations with Konohagakure in the future. The benefits obtained in this manner are more than sufficient to compensate for the losses incurred during the previous wars. Conversely, should they face defeat, Sunagakure would be irrevocably incapacitated, unable to participate in future shinobi conflicts. The so-called one of the 5 great shinobi villages would find itself reduced to mere nomenclature. However, this time, Sunagakure is confident in their prospects of victory. The forces of Konohagakure have not had an easy time responding to their prior ambush, although Minato Namikaze arrived with his troops. Delivering an unexpected strike, they did not falter. Furthermore, this time they have the support of Kyumogakure. The only aspect that requires vigilance is the defensive line of Awagakure. Fortunately, due to the successful measures of confidentiality surrounding this operation and the impeccable timing, Konohagakure had already engaged in a prior battle with Awagakure, significantly depleting their resources and allowing both Kyumogakure and Sunagakure to momentarily contend with Konohagakure. Yet, in the world of Shinobi, there exists no impenetrable wall. Both Kyumogakure and Sunagakure have conferred and resolved, as a precaution, to prevent the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, from detecting any signs of their plans. The battle at Takigakure cannot be delayed any longer, especially now that the logistical support for both sides has encountered severe disruptions. Almost simultaneously with the assembly of Sunagakure's forces, the ninja of Konohagakure have gathered as well. The primary commander of this campaign, Minato Namikaze, stands at the forefront, flanked by Hinata Hisashi and Nara Shikaku, who have arrived from the third Hokage. As for the other clan leaders, including Hinata Hayashi and others, they stand quietly behind their respective leaders, akin to the members of the Hyuga clan and other prominent families. Beside the assault unit, several members of the Umbu, adorned with animal masks, stand behind a woman with striking red hair. Sharon has already activated his Byakugan, his gaze directed toward the red-haired woman, and in an instant, he recognizes her identity, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Kushina Uzumaki. It is impossible for Sharon to overlook her, not merely due to her iconic crimson locks and beautiful visage, but because of the terrifyingly potent chakra of yin-yang release she possesses. To those who fail to see such phenomena, it may go unnoticed, yet to Sharon, she stands out like the brilliant sun in the night sky. Such a formidable chakra presence has completely surpassed the two wooden figures previously encountered. No, it cannot simply be described as surpassing. The complete Jinchuriki of the Ninetales stands unparalleled against other tailed beasts. In the eyes of the protagonist, Uzumaki Kushina radiates like the sun itself. Her inherently powerful and vibrant yang chakra, even from the forefront of the formation and at a considerable distance, imposes an overwhelming pressure on his ultimate yin release. There is no need for measurement. The combined chakra of all present pales in comparison to that of Uzumaki Kushina. Is this the chakra of the Kyubi and the Uzumaki clan? It is astonishing that even the Ninetales Jinchuriki has arrived on the battlefield. And was this permitted by Sarutobi Hiruzen? The protagonist averted his gaze, uncertain whether the Ninetales would notice him. Nonetheless, he found it incredible that Hiruzen allowed Kushina to take the field. It seemed that Konoha had truly reached a desperate point, otherwise, they would not have summoned her to the front line. As the protagonist pondered, Minato Namikaze whispered a few words to Kushina, after which Kakashi was also assigned by Minato to be near her, in addition to the protection from the Umbu. Once the arrangements for his family were complete, Minato's gaze swept over the entire assault force. The assault unit was divided into 3 teams, centered around him, to encircle the allied forces of Sunagakure and Kyumogakure. The main force, led by him, comprised the clan heads of various families. Our primary objective is to counter Kyumogakure. The first team, consisting of members from the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, alongside Inuzuka clan leaders, would ensure the safety of the left flank with the assistance of Konoha ninjas. The second team, led by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, would safeguard the right flank with the remaining Konoha ninjas. Minato was not one to indulge in motivational speeches at this moment. He preferred to let actions speak for themselves. The Inuzuka, Nara, Sarutobi, Shimura, and the main branch of the Hyuga clans, fall in line behind me. Minato forged ahead, followed closely by the clan heads and Naruto, prompting the Konoha ninjas, including the protagonist, to follow suit. The Hyuga clan, due to their adeptness in reconnaissance, was promptly divided into 3 sections to integrate into the assault teams. The protagonist was no exception, being assigned to the second team, led by the Uchiha. As for Hyuga Hisashi, his role transformed completely when he stepped onto the battlefield, becoming Hisashi's personal protector. The citizens of Konoha had no objections to this arrangement. Minato's movements were swift, leading the charge. The assault force behind him seamlessly divided into 3 units, advancing towards the towering peaks of the Tachikage Mountain in a grand trident formation. This time, they not only aimed to eliminate all strongholds and outposts left by the Sand and Cloud villages, but also to thwart the main forces of the opposing coalition, thereby establishing a foundation for ultimate victory. Shirin was assigned to the second squad, a decision he accepted without dissent. As the team set off, he noticed the leader of the Uchiha contingent, a young man he had encountered previously. Upon seeing him, Shirin felt a stir of curiosity and took a few steps closer. Uchiha Shursui, with his gentle demeanor, was markedly different from the typical arrogance associated with his clan. When he noticed Shirin approaching, he merely nodded politely. In response, Shirin introduced himself directly, Hinata Aki. Uchiha Shursui paused briefly, then quickly composed himself. Upon hearing his name, Shirin nodded in acknowledgement, confirming his earlier suspicions, and a smile graced his face as he exclaimed, "So you are the renowned Shunshin Shursui from the front lines of the mist. It is an honor to meet you." At just 10 years of age, Shursui was not accustomed to such overt flattery, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. The Hyuga clan often exuded an air of formality and politeness, while the Uchiha were perceived as proud and somewhat impolite. However, having interacted with both clans, Shirin understood that appearances could be deceiving. The Uchiha might seem unapproachable, while the Hyuga appeared amiable. Had Shirin been addressing any other prominent clan in Konoha, even the Sarutobi, his overtures would likely have been viewed as a noble lowering of status. Upon learning Shirsui's identity, Shirin's interest deepened, and after a few compliments, he noticed Shirsui's discomfort with the praise. Sensing the young Uchiha's shyness, Shirin adeptly shifted the conversation, formally inquiring, "Shirsuen, we are about to confront the coalition of sand and cloud ninjas. As this is my first encounter with warriors from these villages, I seek your counsel regarding their intelligence for the sake of our safety. What insights can you offer?" Realizing that Shirin had come to exchange intelligence, a look of understanding crossed Shirsui's face. Although he had felt slightly uneasy with Shirin's politeness, the context of battlefield intelligence sharing made it more comfortable. Without hesitation, he replied, "The only noteworthy threats from the sand are their puppeteers and poisons. As for the cloud, you must be vigilant against their body techniques and swordsmanship, as well as their storm release, Kekkei Genkai." Shirsui provided a general overview, omitting mention of the elite warriors, as he understood that such concerns were beyond his purview. Sensing Shirsui's straightforwardness, Shirin shared his own knowledge regarding the cloud ninjas. After a brief exchange of intelligence, both felt they had gained valuable insights. However, just as they were about to continue their discussion, they reached their ambush position. At that moment, the weather around the Kaki Mountain began to shift ominously. A chill swept across the land, followed by a gentle drizzle. The rain masked the movements of Konoha's ninja forces and significantly obscured their scents. Apart from the rain, the Kaki Mountain was eerily quiet. As the rain washed over the landscape, the scent of decaying foliage permeated the air. In an inconspicuous hidden spot, two shadowy figures lay still, resembling stones, their breathing suppressed to the utmost. It was Shirin and his new friend, Uchiha Shirsui. Not far behind them was the main body of Konoha's ninja forces, concealed as they observed 7 sand ninjas on patrol, who were cautiously scanning for threats despite the inclement weather. Such patrols, whether conducted by the sand or the cloud, are carried out numerous times each day. Moreover, the patrol teams are not solely comprised of sand ninja. In fact, the cloud's patrols outnumber those of the sand in another direction. As the sand ninja patrol team cautiously surveyed their surroundings, they remained oblivious to a kunai quietly embedded in the trunk of a tree ahead of them. In truth, with the ongoing skirmishes between the Leaf and the allied forces of sand and cloud around the area of Orange Stem Mountain, the presence of discarded ninja tools on the battlefield is not an uncommon sight. The presence of such a group of patrolling shinobi had been witnessed numerous times, failing to capture their attention. However, unbeknownst to them, the tail end of a kunai was intricately connected to a slender steel wire leading into the shadows. As the 7 sand shinobi approached the marked kunai, a searing torrent of flames erupted along the wire. Uchiha Shirsui was the first to act. As he formed hand seals and unleashed a fire technique, his 3 Tomo Sharingan awakened. While weaving his hand seals, he swiftly conjured multiple phantoms, activating his renowned technique, the body flicker technique. Although he may not have rivaled the legendary Minato Namikaze in the eyes of the onlookers, he was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent they had ever encountered. Each of his phantoms executed entirely different maneuvers. Whoosh! As Shirsui materialized before the sand shinobi, they barely registered the sudden burst of flames before a faint sound reached their ears. The 3 phantoms of Uchiha Shirsui seemed to transcend the barriers of space, directly appearing behind 2 of the shinobi, each wielding a kunai that swiftly slashed across their throats. The final phantom drew his own tanto, precisely severing the trachea and cervical spine of a 3rd adversary. The movements were executed with unparalleled swiftness. By the time the 3 sand shinobi could react, blood surged from their hearts, accompanied by a violent eruption. As they clutched their throats, gasping FO at this moment, the other 4 sand ninjas finally reacted, displaying no hesitation and disregarding the fate of their fallen comrade as they surged towards Uchiha Shirsui with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, the apparent leader of the sand ninja team swiftly retrieved a flare from his pocket, intent on signaling for assistance. However, before he could activate the flare, an overwhelming force surged forth an empty palm strike. With a resounding impact, a fierce gust of wind enveloped him, propelling his body forward uncontrollably. Just as his fingers grazed the flare's trigger, Shirsui's hand, imbued with the power of the void strike, obliterated his head in an instant. In that very moment, Shirsui's presence seemed to drift like a feather, appearing before another sand ninja. His left hand, the source of the earlier vacuum force, reached out once more. Wrapped in a bluish-white glow of chakra, Shirsui precisely seized the wrist of the other sand ninja, triggering a transformation within the unique chakra of the Byakugan. In an instant, the originally blue-white radiance surged, morphing into an expanding serpent's head at Shirsui's palm. The chakra serpent's fangs bared, injecting venom as its poisoned fangs pierced through, weaving through the sand ninja's entire being like threads. The sand ninja felt a numbing sensation swiftly spreading from his wrist throughout his entire body. He was utterly unable to utter a sound. Merely a slight spasm of his form severed all connections to his nervous system and vital energy. In that very moment, another shadow darted forth, and the sand ninja's kunai descended toward the head of the victim. With the unparalleled vision of the Byakugan, the victim could not possibly overlook such an assault. He could hardly be bothered to turn around. The blue-white chakra serpent in his hand flickered once more. And amidst the agonized cries of the sand ninja, the arm wielding the kunai was severed cleanly. The immense force caused the limb to spin twice in the air. The victim's graceful movement resembled a dance, as he delivered a kick to the airborne arm and kunai. In a flash of steel, the kunai belonging to the sand ninja was plunged into the heart of the wailing foe. Not only that, but due to the force of the kick, the sand ninja's body was propelled upward, simultaneously piercing through the last remaining sand shinobi behind him. Although the preceding description may seem lengthy, the entire affair transpired in but a fleeting moment. Together, the victim and Uchiha Shursui swiftly dispatched this patrol squad of sand shinobi. Meanwhile, a more numerous and formidable team of cloud shinobi was effortlessly dealt with by Minato Namikaze and several clan leaders. The distance between the two groups was not excessively far, merely under a kilometer. Thus, the performances of the victim and Uchiha Shursui undoubtedly fell within the perception of Minato Namikaze and the members of the Hyuga clan. Especially among the Hyuga, Hisashi and Hayashi were relatively unperturbed. Hisashi understood the victim's prowess, while Hayashi, as the clan leader, took delight in the emergence of a contender among the younger generation who could rival the Uchiha genius. However, the other members of the Hyuga clan did not share this sentiment, particularly several from the previous generation. Although referred to as the previous generation, their ages were not significantly advanced. Hisashi and Hayashi were only in their 20s, while their predecessors were merely in their 30s or 40s. At such an age, one is certainly not considered old in contemporary society. However, in the context of the ninja world, where the average lifespan is considerably lower, being in one's 30s or 40s can indeed be regarded as advanced in years. Upon witnessing the performance of the outcast, the individuals present did not exhibit any joy at the prospect of their kin being able to compete with the Uchiha. Rather, they were consumed by rage. Is this what Nikiyashi referred to as a genius? This is hardly genius. It is sheer rebellion. Indeed, to recklessly alter the family's legacy and to dismantle it at will. What does he intend to accomplish? Does he believe himself superior to the ancestors of the clan? As a branch family member, to dare commit such sacrilege, altering the inheritance now, what audacity! If he is capable of this now, what might he dare in the future? The very thought is terrifying. Nichizuki, such an individual must be met with severe punishment. Absolutely, and he must be compelled to divulge the recently executed chakra transformation technique. Was it not already decided that he would follow Zhongyan? Once this match concludes, let him proceed. It is also imperative to consider that with such strength and a hidden rebellious heart, the caged bird seal must be imparted to Zhongyan to restrain him. The group paid no heed to Nichiyashi's grim countenance as they incessantly instilled the ideologies of the main family into Nichizuki. Though reluctant in his heart, Nichizuki, still youthful, lacked the fortitude to alter the family traditions that had persisted for millennia. He certainly noticed the expression of his younger brother, yet surrounded by the main family members. He could only feign ignorance. Very well, I understand. I shall instruct Hinata Aki to relay the techniques he has studied to the main family and also teach the seal to Zhongyan. The Hinata's caged bird seal is not something just any member of the main family can casually learn. After all, if every branch family were to know the seals, chaos would ensue. Typically, only those with a fixed lineage in the main family and the clan leader are privy to such knowledge. Upon receiving Nichizuki's response, the members of the main family were instantly gratified. At this moment, they also noticed the expression on Nichi's face, and one of them instantly became enraged. Nichi, do not presume that just because you are the leader of the branch family, you can show us disrespect. Be mindful of your status. While speaking, several of them cast glances at Nizuki, their eyes clearly signaling him to teach Nichi a lesson. I apologize, clan leader, shouted Nichi, please mind your status. Yes. Chapter 56. The Battle of Jujing Mountain. The unsavory actions of Nichi had not escaped the notice of the Hyuga clan, yet the servant was indifferent to it. After all, he was not a Hyuga. He merely sought to leverage this identity to engage in more affairs while concealing his true self. Thus, the fate of the Hyuga clan meant little to him. Ultimately, it was merely a cog in his grand design. However, after dispatching 4 sand shinobi, the nonchalant manner in which the servant dealt with his foes not only provoked the Hyuga but also ignited a spark in Uchiha Shursui's eyes. Senior Chio, I did not expect that Hyuga's gentle fist could unleash such formidable power in your hands. Truly, you are worthy of being alongside our Uchiha, as one of Konoha's noble families. Shursui sheathed his sword, eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle as he regarded the servant. Were it not for the chaos of the battlefield, I would be eager to engage in a spar with you, Senior Chio. There was no trace of dissatisfaction in Shursui's eyes over having his limelight stolen. Rather, he was filled with excitement and joy at the emergence of a talent like the servant in their village. The servant, keenly aware of Shursui's sentiments, cast a deep glance at him. Truly, he was a person from the Uchiha clan who wholeheartedly cared for the village. Perhaps it was precisely this character that would profoundly influence the later Uchiha Itachi. The servant held no particular feelings towards these 2 rebels of the Uchiha clan. However, upon noticing the 3 tomo in Shursui's eyes, he recalled his previous ambition to collect the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. To him, Shirsue's eyes held considerable value for his collection. Although he had yet to unlock the manger key, it would not be long before he did. As myriad thoughts flickered through his mind, the servant concealed his true emotions and smiled gently at Shirsue. I have heard of your prowess before, and witnessing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. You are rightfully feared by the mist Shinobi as Shunshin Shirsue. In the realm of body flicker technique, none surpass you. The commendation in the servant's words brought a smile to Shirsue's face. After all, he was often lauded by many, yet few peers possessed the strength of the servant. Recognition from someone of comparable strength, or even greater, was far more gratifying than accolades from the weak. In this regard, Shirsue was no exception. Yet, amidst his joy, Shirsue did not lose his composure and sincerely replied, Senior Chio, you flatter me. The technique you just employed must be your original ninjutsu, correct? I do not flatter. Shaking his head, the servant did not linger on the subject. Observing the other team advancing, he quickly followed suit. As for my original ninjutsu, I altered the flow frequency of my chakra, resulting in a transformation. I have named it Serpent Spite. Serpent Spite. Upon hearing this, Shirsue's eyes gleamed with heightened fervor. Recognizing the intensity of Shirsue's resolve, the servant had his own calculations in mind. As he passed by Shirsue, his voice once again resonated in the latter's ear. Regarding the spar you mentioned, once the war concludes, if you wish, we shall have our bout. Shirsue was momentarily taken aback, then his fierce determination morphed into a smile. He hastily pursued the servant, exclaiming, It is a promise, Senior Chio. At Jujing Mountain, within the Sand Shinobi encampment. As the Konoha ninjas relentlessly ambushed the patrols of the allied forces, even with Konoha's meticulous efforts to remain undetected, the two major ninja villages became aware of the situation. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance and remained unperturbed. At this moment, the wrinkled Chio approached the assembly ground of the Sand Ninja Army. Her expression grave as she regarded Raza and Yakumo. As we had anticipated, the assault forces from Konoha have arrived, evidently eager to engage, sending troops to obliterate our supply lines, thereby compelling us to confront them in battle. Upon hearing this, Raza, maintaining a calm demeanor, exhibited a glimmer of cunning in his gaze. Elder Chio, from another perspective, this indeed confirms our previous conjecture. Konoha has weakened to a considerable extent. The realization of his hypothesis materializing filled Raza with a burgeoning excitement, and he cast a sidelong glance at Yakumo, a mixture of pride and indifference gracing his features. Since Konoha is prepared for a decisive battle, let us meet them head-on. This time, we are not alone at Orange Blossom Mountain. If we can withstand and consume this wave of their assault, Konoha's fate will be nothing short of being divided among the 4 great ninja villages. With that declaration, Raza smiled, extending his right hand toward the heavens and then clenching his fist with fervor. Before the might of absolute power, Konoha shall face annihilation. And it shall soon be our turn to avenge the 3rd Kazekage. As Raza's words hung in the air, his loyal subordinates, whom he had stationed, began to chant, Defeat Konoha, avenge the 3rd, exterminate the invading Konoha ninjas. Victory belongs to Sunagakure. Long live Lord Raza. As the fervent cries reverberated, the collective spirit of the Sand Ninja was ignited, their voices rising in a chorus of rage. Witnessing this spectacle, Raza's satisfaction swelled, and with a hint of provocation, he glanced at Yakumo before confidently addressing Chio. Elder Chio, this is the resolve of Sunagakure. United in purpose, Konoha shall become our prey. Observing Raza's rallying cry, Yakumo's expression shifted slightly, yet she refrained from voicing her concerns. While she understood that this was the ultimate test between her and Raza, the ever-noble Yakumo disdained resorting to petty tactics. Moreover, from a broader perspective for Sunagakure, Raza's ability to consolidate loyalty would indeed benefit their impending campaign. Therefore, as a hero, she could not undermine this hard-won unity. Meanwhile, Chio furrowed her brow. While such cohesion could indeed bolster their reputation, failure would exact a heavy toll. Chio shuddered at the thought of the price they would have to pay to quell the impending fury. Just then, another wave of support erupted. Long live Yakumo. Long live Yakumo. Although initially disinclined towards Raza, the Sand Ninjas, now galvanized, began to cheer for Yakumo. Upon hearing this, Raza's countenance darkened, and without uttering a word, he issued a command. All personnel of Sunagakure, eliminate the Konoha ninjas. Commence the assault. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja, unable to remain idle, also began to mobilize. At the Konoha assault forces front, the likes of Sharon and his comrades had just dispatched another patrol team. After a night of relentless rain, Sharon, now exhibiting signs of fatigue, gently slapped his face to rouse his spirits before pulling out a map to make notes. They were less than 6 miles from Orange Blossom Mountain. Having eradicated all outer strongholds and camps, the Sand Ninjas were left with only their final encampment. Uchiha Shirsue emerged slowly from the downpour. Senior Aki, we should regroup with the main forces and await the final confrontation. Agreed, let us proceed. Sharon nodded, but suddenly his gaze shifted toward a specific direction. There. At the forefront of the assault led by Namikaze Minato, a throng of ninjas descended from the Orange Blossom Mountain camp, encircling the main Konoha forces. The Sand and Cloud are mobilizing. We must hasten toward the main forces, or we will be surrounded. Upon hearing Sharon's warning, The Uchiha members' expressions turned grave yet excited. Despite some disdain for the Hyuga clan, Sharon had earned their respect through his previous actions. Furthermore, even the Uchiha acknowledged the Hyuga's superior insight. As news of the Sand and Cloud's mobilization reached them, the Uchiha and several other branches of the Hyuga clan prepared for action. Excellent. Those ruffians can no longer contain themselves. Let us obliterate them. What began as a mere alert from Sharon had ignited the battle cry among them, and they charged forward with fervor. Chapter 57. The demons of the battlefield. As the night's rain gradually ceased, the clouds dispersed, revealing a faintly blue sky. On the muddy mountain path, the morale of the Konoha forces had reached its lowest ebb. The mingling scents of mud and foliage weighed heavily upon many ninjas, lulling them into drowsiness. Yet, the commander, Namikaze Minato, upon catching a whiff of this scent, was struck with alarm. Simultaneously, both the Oil and Hyuga clans raised the alarm. The air is toxic. The Cloud and Sand coalition has arrived. Meanwhile, at the second combat unit's position, Sharon shouted, "Halt." The command was adhered to without question. The ninjas present were all seasoned lower ninjas, well-versed in the art of warfare. Beneath Sharon's feet lay a gentle hill, an ideal battleground. His Byakugan detected unusual chakra fluctuations ahead. In an instant, Sharon's voice rang out to all, "Hyuga and Uchiha, disperse and conceal yourselves." At the rear of the Konoha main forces, the medical and sensory divisions, unlike the combat units, were not adept in battle. Following the main forces was a 30-member medical team, accompanied by 2 squads of sensory ninjas. Currently, the technology of the Mountain Clan had not yet reached the level of the Fourth Shinobi World War, where communication was instantaneous. Only the medical team and the sensory squad leaders could connect with the Jonin. Report, the main combat unit is engaged in direct combat. Report, the first combat unit is engaged in direct combat. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stationed at the rear, listened intently to the information relayed from the front lines, alongside several intelligence ninjas who were swiftly analyzing the situation. The sensory barrier on the sand table clearly depicted the conditions of both sides. Report, the second combat unit has engaged in direct combat. Minato reacted swiftly, the heads of various clans responding just as quickly. Upon hearing the alarms from the Hyuga and Oil clan leaders, the ninja responsible for signal transmission immediately launched a flare into the sky. As the flares ascended, a barrage of shuriken and kunai soared toward the Konoha forces. Sharon and Uchiha Shursui, positioned within the second combat unit, found themselves directly severed from the main forces by the coalition. Upon seeing the flying projectiles, Sharon and Shursui simultaneously warned, "It's explosive tags. Stay alert. Enemy attack." Boom, boom, boom. The moment the voices of the two echoed, a series of explosive detonations reverberated across the battlefield. Countless detonating tags erupted in midair, enveloping the sky above the Leaf Village troops in vast clouds of smoke. Shiren was the first to sense the encroaching enemy forces, swiftly retreating to the rear of his formation, vigilant and poised for any threat. In his line of sight, a large contingent of Sand Shinobi had them completely surrounded. Kill. Annihilate these Leaf Village scum. With that command, a barrage of shurikens and kunai erupted from the hands of the Sand Shinobi, compelling the previously clustered formation to disperse in a frantic bid to evade danger. Both the Hyuga branch and the Uchiha ninjas understood all too well that the only way to avoid being overwhelmed by concentrated fire was to close the distance and engage the enemy in close quarters combat. Thus, without the need for verbal communication, Shiren surged toward the enemy ranks. Following closely behind him were the other Hyuga branch ninjas, as well as his Uchiha allies. Suddenly, 3 more shurikens arced through the air toward Shiren. Only now do you realize you cannot evade. How naive. With a slight shift of his feet, Shiren deftly maneuvered out of harm's way, the shurikens failing to inflict even a scratch. Simultaneously, he moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly weaving through obstacles to position himself behind what appeared to be a Sand Shinobi captain. The transformation of his own chakra manifested once more, as blue-white energy coalesced from his palm into the form of a great serpent, which lunged forth to seize its target. The captain of the Sand Hidden Squad, despite his esteemed status, was effortlessly subdued by the attendant before he could utter a single word. Such a scene left the remaining subordinates utterly astonished. Yet, being on the battlefield, the surviving Sand Shinobi did not forget their duties. They swiftly turned their bodies and charged towards the Leaf Village ninjas. Among them, many, their eyes ablaze with fury, surrounded the direction of the fallen leader. For our captain's vengeance, tear apart this rabble from the leaf. Meanwhile, Shursui's expression shifted dramatically. After swiftly dispatching his opponent with a single stroke, he hurriedly formed hand seals to unleash a jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Utilizing the cover of the fireball, the pace of the fallen leader quickened as he dashed towards a Sand Shinobi. The meticulously sharpened chakra once again penetrated the individual's body, severing all of their chakra pathways. The ninja felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, rendering him utterly rigid. As he continued to eliminate his adversaries, his Byakugan allowed him to perceive the flow of chakra from each sand ninja with remarkable clarity. In this moment, he seemed to transform into a harbinger of death upon the battlefield. each flicker of blue-white chakra illuminating the demise of an enemy. The merciless slaughter soon captured the attention of a sand jonin. After dispatching a branch member of the Hyuga clan, the jonin severed the head and hurled it towards the ninja. Observing this, the ninja briefly paused before leaping to the left. However, the seasoned jonin had already anticipated his movement. Wind release, sand bullet. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A deluge of sand bullets swiftly impeded the ninja's every action, while the succeeding wind cutter technique effectively sealed off all his escape routes. An endless barrage of wind blades began to slice toward him. The terrifying force cleaved the earth and trees that obstructed its path into fragments, showcasing an astonishing level of destruction. In this moment of crisis, the expression of the individual remained unchanged. Although he could not deploy his most formidable defensive technique, it seemed reasonable that, as a member of the Hyuga clan, having witnessed the main family's use of the Heavenly Turn on several occasions, he could grasp its essence. Heavenly Turn. The blue-white chakra erupted once more, and a swift sound of slicing wind enveloped him. A hemispherical chakra shield, encasing his entire form, deflected all wind blades, sending them scattering. In an instant, countless individuals were injured by the wind blades rebounding from him. Seizing this fleeting moment, he unleashed an empty palm attack, momentarily stalling the actions of the sand-hidden Jainin. However, being a Jainin, he was not as easily drawn towards the individual as others might have been. Yet, that moment of control was sufficient. Just as he resisted the pull of the empty palm, the individual appeared before him. The sand-hidden Jainin's pupils constricted sharply, and an intense instinct for survival ignited a sudden surge of action within him. Barely evading the strike aimed at his vital points, he swiftly leaped backward. "You were too slow," came the chilling voice of the individual, even before the Jainin had landed. 8,000 spears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Such formidable power caused the sand ninjas, who had originally surrounded the one known as Sharin, to halt in their tracks. Although they desired to eliminate him, they were not oblivious to the peril of their ambition. Having effortlessly dispatched 2 captain-level missions, one of which involved an elite Jainin captain, Sharin was undoubtedly beyond their capability to handle. However, did they believe that by refraining from confronting him, they could secure their own survival? Witnessing Sharin's overwhelming display of might, the members of the Uchiha clan were instantly invigorated, their Sharingan spinning rapidly. Even Uchiha Shursui was no exception. Genjutsu, Kajinin no Jutsu. The Uchiha may have been few in numbers, but in an instant, they unleashed their illusions, ensnaring all sand ninjas who dared gaze upon their Sharingan, rendering them immobile. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Shursui suddenly leaped into the air, swiftly forming hand signs, unleashing 3 fiery dragons upon the sand ninjas ensnared in the Genjutsu. The other Uchiha, not to be outdone, released their own massive fire techniques. A multitude of sand ninjas, caught in the grip of the Genjutsu, were incinerated without mercy. In an instant, the battlefield surrounding Sharin was enveloped in a pungent aroma of burning flesh and scorched earth. The Uchiha's sudden rampage and widespread slaughter of the sand ninjas effectively cleared the area, leaving only those on the periphery and those engaged in battle with the Hyuga clan, as well as a scattering of sand ninjas who had managed to evade the onslaught. Many Uchiha members cast provocative glances at Sharin, their demeanor suggesting they had no intention of aiding the Hyuga in dispatching their adversaries. Uchiha Shursui was acutely aware of this, and after taking a moment to catch his breath from the previous exertion, he approached Sharin with a hint of apology. "Senior Chio, let us join forces and swiftly eliminate the enemies here to support the main force." Sharin squinted slightly. He understood Shursui's intentions were solely for the village's benefit. Yet the Uchiha's proud demeanor irked him. Each seemed to exude an air of superiority, as if they were all formidable in their own right. "No need, Shursui." Sharin declined Shursui's offer, then deftly flipped his wrist, producing 10 shuriken from his pocket. With the Byakugan's gaze, he swiftly locked onto the enemies, targeting the sand ninjas entangled with the Hyuga clan, and in an instant, a dozen sand ninjas were ruthlessly dispatched. What an impressive shuriken technique. I had no idea that Senior Chio possessed such formidable prowess in both taijutsu and shurikenjutsu. Sharin paid no heed to Shursui's praise, his focus solely on the remaining sand ninjas. "Let us see who is swifter, Shursui." Before his words had fully settled, Sharin vanished into the midst of the remaining sand ninjas. "All right," Shursui, invigorated by the challenge, summoned several shadow clones that surged toward the sand ninjas. The sounds of anguished cries echoed as, in collaboration, Sharin and Shursui annihilated all sand ninjas that stood between them and the main force. Observing the battlefield, which had been cleared in an instant, many from the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha gazed at Sharin with astonishment, taken aback by the scene that unfolded like a scene from a hellish battlefield. At that moment, the rising sun cast a warm glow over the earth, illuminating Sharin, whose white attire was now utterly drenched in crimson. Standing amidst the bloodshed, his shadow stretched long and foreboding. From among the crowd, a voice murmured, "Who would have thought that the Hyuga would produce such a formidable individual?" This slaughter truly resembles that of a demon born for the battlefield. In the midst of the Uchihas exchanges, a moniker uniquely belonging to Shaoren began to spread. Although not every ninja in the Shinobi world bore a title, those who did certainly possessed exceptional abilities. Names such as the Yellow Flash, Konoha's White Fang, the legendary Three Nin, and sure sway of the body flicker technique were all notable examples. Now, Shaoren had taken a step into this realm, albeit temporarily as the current identity of High-Gyo. After swiftly eliminating the encroaching sand ninjas, Shaoren and Sure Sway did not pause, instead hastening toward the main force. Navigating through the dense forest, they soon encountered a swift river. At that moment, the river bore the bodies of ninjas from Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kyumogakure, drifting downstream. The distant sounds of battle were deafening. Even from afar, Shaoren could hear their cries. Attack! Slay those damned Konoha ninjas. We shall invade the land of fire. Why should Konoha monopolize the most fertile land in the Shinobi world? TSK, TSK, TSK. Observing the sand ninjas attacking Konoha's forces through his Byakugan, Shaoren noted the fervor with which they coveted the land, a fervor unmatched by any other ninja village. Deeply contemplative, he turned to Sure Sway beside him, declaring, "It appears we are within the encirclement of Sunagakure. I have identified a weakness in their formation. Let us proceed." At the battlefield center, the frontline Konoha ninja valiantly resisted the first wave of the allied forces. Seizing the moment before the third raikage, the AB brothers and Chiyo of Sunagakure made their appearance. Minato swiftly issued his commands. "Everyone, behind us lies our village. This time, we can only win. We cannot afford to lose." The leaders present absorbed Minato's words, each voicing their unwavering support. "Issue the orders, Lord Minato." With the backing of the gathered clans, Minato felt a surge of determination and quickly relayed his commands. Clan leader Shimizu, Hayashi, you are responsible for relaying the enemy's troop movements and actions to Rikuju at all times. Rikuju, you and Hachi will work together to connect all clan leaders and share information, so we can swiftly command our forces. Do not act until the enemy makes a move. Understood. Hige Hayashi, Inazuka clan leader, Shimizu clan leader, Shins, Uchiha Tetsahana, you are in charge of their J-Nin. Lead your clansmen to hold them off. No problem. As for Akimichi CHZ, you are responsible for protecting Rikuju and Hachi. If the enemy breaks through our formation, you and your comrades will unite to eliminate them. Your clansmen will follow your own command. Yes, Lord Minato. With Minato's orders issued, everyone began to act according to the plan. Shikamaru swiftly linked all the clan leaders through his shadow binding technique. Simultaneously, Hachi employed his mind transfer technique to connect Rikuju and the others, taking command. Observing this, Minato launched several shuriken toward the allied forces and vanished from sight. Only through relentless slaying of the enemy J-Nin could he compel the third raikage or the AB brothers to reveal themselves. Everyone, Lord Minato has taken action. Let us commence as well. The voice of Nara Shikaku resonated in the minds of the crowd, and none were surprised by the invocation of this secret technique. The Nara clan had always been the strategist of Konoha. Why Hikarinai unleashed a large-scale illusion technique? Hige Hizashi seized the opportunity, leading his comrades to eliminate the elite shinobi of the 1st Division of Kyumogakure. Yamanaka Ino, you must prevent the sand shinobi from advancing, should Raza intervene. Ensure that your clan stands against him. All water-style ninjas, prepare to concentrate your attacks on the sand shinobi storage unit. All fire-style and wind-style ninjas, focus your efforts primarily on the Kyumogakure forces. Nara Shikaku's command was impeccably organized, while Hikarinai, receiving the order first, swiftly formed hand seals, bringing her palms together as she charged to the front of the formation, mobilizing all of her chakra as an elite shinobi. She intoned with a thunderous voice, illusion technique, falling cherry blossoms. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the magical art of the future pharmacist, the Nirvana Sanctuary, a cherished illusion passed down through the sunset's lineage. As the true crimson of the sunset manifests this ability, his chakra dissipates wildly, while a sea of cherry blossoms dances gracefully in the wind. In an instant, they envelop the skies above the formidable armies of Sunagakure and Kyumogakure, causing many a ninja, upon witnessing these blossoms, to succumb to a deep slumber. Such extensive and aggressive illusions can rival the might of the Uchiha Sharingan in sheer power. Furthermore, compared to the one-on-one capability of the Sharingan, this technique has a broader practical application, making it more suitable for the battlefield. Were it not for Konoha's possession of such ocular bloodlines as the Sharingan, it would not be an exaggeration to deem Hinata's true crimson the strongest illusion in Konoha. Alas, the presence of the Sharingan has rendered their illusions increasingly marginalized over time. The Kurama clan shares a similar fate, now witnessing a decline where even their elite shinobi are nearly extinct. After all, who can rival the Uchiha in the realm of illusions? Especially with the emergence of two formidable illusionists in Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, their illusions rank among the finest even within the Uchiha clan. When compared to their powerful Sharingan techniques, the likes of Kodo Amatsukami and Tsukuyami render the illusions of all others in the ninja world almost laughable. Moreover, the future Hinata has yet to attain the prowess of her father, Hinata's true crimson. As Hinata's illusion took effect, The voice of Deidara echoed in the minds of all. Kill. In an instant, Konoha's shinobi surged towards the entranced allied forces, enveloping the battlefield in a thick mist of blood. Fools. Idiots. How could you let Konoha's illusions affect you? You bunch of idiots. As Konoha's shinobi engaged in a massacre, a booming rap voice, bolstered by the Eight Tails, reverberated across the battlefield. Simultaneously, the chakra of the Eight Tails surged forth, awakening all the ninjas ensnared by the illusion. However, Konoha's shinobi had already closed in, and despite being roused, many still fell in swift succession. Yet, the awakened ninjas quickly regained their composure and began to fight back against Konoha's forces. The battlefield erupted with terrifying explosions, roars, and the dazzling displays of fire, water, earth, and wind release techniques. Ninjas continued to fall, only for new ones to rise in their place. The yellow flash reappeared on the battlefield, relentlessly claiming the lives of enemy elite shinobi. After several elite shinobi from Kumobikure were slain, it could no longer remain still. Let us intercept him together. Yo! Yellow flash, you scoundrel. The pillar of Konoha, fool. No problem, let us take him down. The AB brothers timely intervened, blocking Minato from continuing his deadly harvest. Meanwhile, Shursui and Itachi also arrived at the battlefield's flank. Upon reaching a vantage point, Shursui refrained from immediately ordering an assault, instead pausing. Shursui, you Uchiha should unleash your fire upon the enemy ranks. We hold the high ground. Let us burn them. At these words, Shursui nodded, and the surviving Uchiha dispersed accordingly. At this moment, the scholar turned his gaze toward the members of the Hyuga branch. Those with explosive tags, bring them forth. Let's unleash a barrage first. Such strategic resources as explosive tags were undoubtedly kept in stock by the Hyuga clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. As the unique fire release techniques of the Uchiha clan erupted, the members of the Hyuga branch also threw their explosive tags into the fray. In an instant, a sea of flames and explosions engulfed a vast area, creating a significant breach in the Sand Village's defenses, who were not adept at water release. Chapter 59. The fury of Rasha. The breach in the battlefield, torn open by the scholar and Uchiha Shursui, immediately captured everyone's attention. Although they were positioned on the flank of the battlefield, it incited panic among the Sand's forces. The momentum of their offensive was abruptly halted, leading to disorder. The second assault unit finally arrived. The commanding officer, Rokuhisa, noticed the situation on the flank and privately mused, Uchiha Tetsuhan, Hyuga Hizashi. Can you assess how many remain in the converging second unit? Since the second unit had gathered, Rokuhisa needed to ascertain their current strength. Although the distance was greater than his naked eye could gauge, the Byakugan and Sharingan could see clearly. Thus, Rokuhisa directly inquired. Upon hearing Rokuhisa's question, the two did not hesitate. Byakugan, Sharingan, Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Tetsuhan simultaneously activated their respective ocular bloodline techniques, revealing the distant figures of the scholar and the Uchiha. The second unit still had 37 elite ninjas, comprising 12 from the Hyuga and 25 from the Uchiha. Hizashi's countenance darkened slightly as he replied. His dismay stemmed not from any other reason, but from the fact that the second unit originally consisted of 50 ninjas, 30 from the Uchiha and 20 from the Hyuga. Consequently, the losses incurred by the Hyuga were greater than those of the Uchiha, leaving him, as the clan leader, somewhat embarrassed. After all, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were both revered as the two great houses of Konoha. Uchiha Tetsuhan, standing beside him, paid little heed to Hizashi's expression. The proud Uchiha clan would not truly regard the Hyuga. However, upon witnessing the second unit's commander, Hizashi felt a modicum of relief, while Tetsuhan's smile faded. What is Shursui doing, being overshadowed by a Hyuga? Although Hizashi had previously been influenced by the elders, he felt a sense of joy at Hyuga Akiri obtaining command over the squad and directing the Uchiha. The subtle rivalry between Konoha's two great ocular clans went unnoticed by the others. After Hizashi's report of their numbers, Rokuhisa nodded. 37 remaining is sufficient to disrupt the Sand's formation. Once their formation falters, we can carve out an even larger breach. Among the 20 elite Chunin, even without a Jonin leading them, they could potentially hold off a true Jonin if coordinated well. Furthermore, the second unit includes 2 Jonin. Although Hyuga Akira is merely a nominal special Jonin, his prior performance before the squad had dispersed was evident to all. As for Uchiha Shursui, he is a prodigious talent. With their collaboration, even defeating an elite Jonin is conceivable. One must never underestimate elite Jonin. Even in the formidable Hidden Leaf Village, such ninja are not plentiful. After all, even figures like Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and Danzo Shimura were, at their core, elite Jonin. Reaching the elite Jonin level signifies a true upper echelon figure, one capable of commanding or influencing a battle devoid of Kage involvement. Indeed, even some clan leaders have not achieved the elite Jonin status. Therefore, amidst the blood-soaked battlefield of Tachikawa, the majority remained Genin and Chunin. At the moment when the scholar and Shursui breached the Sand's formation, Rasha, stationed at the Sand's command center, could no longer remain idle. Yakura, swiftly lead the third elite squad to intercept them. We cannot allow them to reunite with the main force of Konoha. Understood. Yakura, engaged in fierce combat with Konoha's main force, acted without hesitation upon receiving the command, employing her unique blaze release to carve a path. Subsequently, a portion of the elite troops she commanded followed her to support the flank. However, as Yakura sought to act, the other Konoha ninjas would not easily let her depart. As the first and only developer of the blaze release bloodline limit, Yakura was still in the process of exploration and had not fully harnessed her creation, yet she had already become a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Her scorching vapor technique claimed the lives of many Konoha ninjas with each release. Observing her intention to break from the Sands formation, Rokuhise seized the opportunity and promptly issued an order. Sarutobi Shino, you take a team to intercept Yakura. Uchiha Tetsuhan will provide support. Do not allow her to reinforce the flank. Yes. As Rokuhise's command was delivered, a young ninja clad in Konoha's green jonin armor dashed swiftly toward Yakura. As the eldest son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the designated heir of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Shino's prowess was formidable, placing him firmly within the jonin ranks. However, relying solely on him to halt Yakura would be a daunting task. Furthermore, unlike his father, Shino's abilities were limited primarily to earth release and fire release, posing minimal restrictions on Yakura. Consequently, from the outset, Sarutobi Shino found himself at a disadvantage. Though the Sarutobi ninjas trailing him surrounded this elite sand unit, they could only manage a feeble obstruction. Step aside, or perish. Facing the Konoha ninjas, Yakura's typically gentle voice transformed into a chilling tone. Humph, sans Yakura. I shall not permit you to pass. Fire release, great flame technique. Sarutobi Shino did not yield an inch, after exchanging a few blows of taijutsu. He promptly performed the hand seals to unleash the unique fire techniques of the Sarutobi clan. A vast inferno surged forth, engulfing the sand forces. Simultaneously, Uchiha Tetsuhan, arriving just behind, quickly performed hand seals, leading several Uchiha clan members to unleash their own fire release techniques. In that moment, flames engulfed the sky, completely disrupting the advance of the sand elite unit, with numerous sand ninjas falling victim to the ensuing chaos. This scene ignited a furious wrath within the command center, particularly in the heart of Arsha. Witnessing the efficacy of his strategy, Sarutobi Shinizuke did not hesitate. He swiftly formed seals once more, intent on amplifying his triumph. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The young Shinizuke, who had garnered high hopes from Sarutobi Nikizane, did not disappoint. Having indeed mastered the ninjutsu he was renowned for. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. A profound and terrifying crisis sent shivers down his spine. Beside him, Uchiha Tetsuhan bellowed, "Get away!" The colossal Fire Dragon and Earth Dragon were abruptly repelled, and before the clouds of dust could settle, crimson fireballs erupted outward. They swelled to an immense size, appearing instantaneously before the multitude of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. Alas, they had no time to evade. Their horrified screams echoed briefly before they were instantaneously deprived of all bodily moisture, transforming into desiccated husks in an instant. A breach emerged, disrupting the encirclement of the Sunagakure elite forces. This scene filled the surrounding sand-hidden village with immense joy, as they fervently cheered for Lord Yetsong. Long live Lord Yetsong. The resounding applause swept across the entire sand-hidden forces, upon beholding the figure at the forefront of the ranks. Renowned for having the most exquisite back in the ninja world, every shinobi of sand felt a profound sense of security. Observing the shift in the collective mindset of the sand shinobi, Rasha grew increasingly enraged. However, within the command center, apart from Chiyo, there was no one else, leaving Rasha's sentiments unrecognized. On the battlefield, Yetsong remained oblivious to this dynamic. For her, the worthiness of her actions lay solely in the protection of her village. After breaking through the encirclement of Konoha, Yetsong immediately addressed her comrades. "You all go ahead to provide support. I will hold them off." With that, she advanced alone towards Sarutobi Shino and Uchiha Tetsuhana. The remaining elite shinobi behind her exchanged glances before swiftly making their way towards Sharon and Shirzue. Chapter 60. Are you brave enough to compare? Initially, the forces of Konoha, under the leadership of Rukyo, had been gradually withstanding the onslaught of the allied armies of Sand and Cloud. They began to counterattack, especially after Sharon and Shirzue arrived with the 2nd Battalion, disrupting the formation of the Sand Forces assault. The last trump cards of the Sand and Cloud alliance were poised for action against Konoha. Yet, with Yetsong's explosive emergence, the morale of the Sand Shinobi, which had begun to wane, was rekindled. Witnessing this, Rasha, although infuriated by Yetsong's burgeoning influence, eventually recognized her significance. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Command Center, the 3rd Reikage ceased his tirades. He turned to his aide and instructed, "Go. Inform Han and the others that once Konoha's formation pushes a bit deeper, we shall strike. I refuse to believe we cannot draw Sarutobi Hizashi out." Yes, the 3rd Reikage wrapped his fingers on the table before him, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield below. He and Chiyo had long anticipated Sarutobi Hizashi's arrival. Confident that Konoha's vulnerability was evident, this time, he was certain he could overpower them. He was determined to take a substantial piece from Konoha. Crack. After dispatching yet another advancing sand shinobi, Sharon felt a twinge of fatigue. This exhaustion is not merely physical. It is a profound mental fatigue. His entire body is thoroughly drenched in crimson, transforming the white attire of the Hyuga clan into a dark red, exuding a pungent scent of blood. Blood continues to drip from the hem of his garment. In contrast to those ninjas who eliminate their foes from a distance through range techniques. The close combat approach of the Hyuga is far more susceptible to being splattered with blood. However, the battlefield is distinct from other one-on-one duels in the true chaos of war. Opportunities to unleash ninjutsu are indeed rare. As he relentlessly engages in combat, his understanding and utilization of chakra are continually evolving, particularly in its application. Chakra on the battlefield is a precious commodity, and at this moment, the amount within his puppet body does not suffice to employ numerous ninjutsu techniques. Faced with an overwhelming tide of enemies, without an abundance of chakra and devastatingly expansive techniques, physical prowess and swordsmanship remain the most pragmatic skills in the theater of war. This observation is clearly evident through Uchiha Shisui, who stands in close proximity to the protagonist. Within the depths of the protagonist's Byakugan, Shisui's chakra reserves are notably substantial, surpassing that of an average jonin. However, aside from employing fire release techniques during specific circumstances, he predominantly utilizes body flicker technique and genjutsu to manipulate his adversaries, subsequently dispatching them with his swordsmanship. This was also the most common method of slaughter on the battlefield of the ninja world before the disappearance of Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and prior to the emergence of the 6 Paths of Pain. As for the mutual sparring of ninjutsu in the Ninja Academy, that is merely a form of training, not killing. However, compared to this conventional method of combat, those who are aware of the future development of the ninja world and the true fighting styles of formidable individuals surely prefer a more sophisticated approach, one that can decisively determine the outcome of a battle. Nevertheless, the only limitations he faces now are his physical body and chakra. Chakra is produced from the balance of physical and spiritual energy. He harbors no concerns regarding his spiritual energy. Having arrived in the ninja world with the accumulation from his previous life, his spirit is inherently strong. Furthermore, he possesses the ultimate in-release chakra derived from the system, which gives him no reason for worry in that regard. However, the energy of his physical body cannot be rushed. It must develop naturally. At present, his puppet body has been developed to its utmost potential. Without revealing his hidden techniques in the chakra of the Rinnegan, he has reached his limit. After all, this body is merely a puppet, and it cannot continue to grow in chakra. Of course, a jonin's strength can be considered formidable on the battlefield of Orange Ridge Mountain. At the very least, he can face most adversaries without fear. With a clatter, he discarded the kunai that he had seized from an unknown sand ninja, which had already been rendered dull, and stood back to back with Uchiha Shisui. After taking a few deep breaths, he fixed his gaze upon the sand ninjas encroaching upon them once more and inquired, "Shisui, can you still hold on?" "Of course, Senioraki." After exhaling a sigh of relief, Shisui positioned his tanto horizontally, the 3 tomo in his pupils spinning rapidly, following their earlier fierce skirmish. A large circle of sand corpses lay around them. Though they appeared somewhat disheveled, neither had sustained any injuries. In stark contrast, the second squad behind them was in a dismal state. Having previously endured an encounter, they were now regrouping with a larger force, facing even more foes. Many members of both the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga branch had perished. Even those who still lived bore numerous wounds. Observing the fallen Uchiha and Hyuga around him, he noted the horrific conditions of many, their bodies blackened or purple, a testament to their demise from the poisons embedded in weapons. When contending with the sand, it is crucial to guard against their toxins. The Leaf Ninjas are acutely aware of this. During the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had already developed antidotes for the majority of sand S toxins. However, antidote pills are consumed rapidly, and the sand S toxins have not remained static. At present, their second squad was nearing a dire predicament. Utilizing his Byakugan for a comprehensive view of the battlefield, he discerned various elements, despite being unaware of the Leaf headquarters strategies. The blazing release of flames was entangled with Uchiha Tetsuhan and Sarutobi Shinizuke, while other elite teams from Sand closed in around them. The AB brothers from Cloud were straining to hold back Namikaze Minato. The elder members of the Hyuga clan, along with several from the branch family, were engaged in fierce combat with the opposing jonin. The only remaining Leaf ninjas who had yet to engage were the head of the Yamanaka clan, Hyuga Hizashi, and the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans. "We are nearing our limits," he muttered softly. Shisui, puzzled, looked at him with questioning eyes. He gazed deeply at Shisui, then turned to the elite sand squad approaching for support, and spoke in a calm tone. "Shisui, neither the sand nor the cloud has exerted their full strength yet. If we can break through the flank of the sand formation, even if they wish to prolong the battle, they will be unable to do so. Senioraki, what are your thoughts?" At the suggestion, he smiled and replied, "How about a contest to see who can break through the opposing formation first?" "Senioraki, I have no objections. We did establish a sparring agreement earlier." "Then let us begin." Both he and Shisui spoke almost simultaneously. Their previous agreement had yet to be executed. But an unexpected opportunity had now arisen. Sharing a knowing smile, he turned to the remaining members of the Hyuga branch. We must hasten our escape. Remember to keep up with us. The members of the Hyuga branch nodded silently. Swish. To the eyes of the remaining Hyuga and Uchiha, he and Shui vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the encroaching elite sand squad observed him rushing towards them, their faces twisting into malicious smiles. What audacity. They dare to look down on us. Eliminate them. The Hyuga and Uchiha are certainly prime targets for collection. Chapter 61. The Puppet Master Captain. We have yet to acquire a body from either the Hyuga or Uchiha clans. Indeed, the two great ocular clans of the ninja world. Imagine the sight of their bodies transformed into puppets. Isn't this a splendid opportunity? This group of elite sand ninjas differed markedly from ordinary sand ninjas. Each wore a mask and bore humanoid puppets on their backs. They were all practitioners of the puppet technique, a significant inheritance established by the second Kazekage. A peculiar phenomenon exists among the 5 great ninja villages. The founders who attained dominion typically died young. It is the second generation that truly solidifies a village's legacy. For instance, Senju Tobarama of the Leaf created numerous forbidden techniques and laid the framework for the Hidden Leaf Village. The second Kazekage of Sand similarly followed suit. He established the Ninja Academy after learning from Tobarama, and due to the small population of the Land of Wind, he pioneered the art of puppetry. Subsequently, he researched Shikaku, the one-tail, and derived methods for controlling sand from the tailed beast. One could assert that all of Sand's traditions stem from the second Kazekage's innovations. Akin to him, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, developed the dust release, a vital legacy of the rock village, though few possessed the aptitude to learn it. The second Mizukage's plight was less fortunate. While the Hozuki clan boasts several formidable legacies, their numbers dwindled due to internal strife, leaving only a few remaining. He paid little mind to the Sand Ninja's remarks. But Shui appeared somewhat agitated. Upon noticing the puppets behind them, he quickly approached him and expressed astonishment. I heard from the villagers that Lord Minato destroyed Sand's puppet manufacturing facility at the onset of the war. I never imagined there would still be so many puppet masters in Sand. A puppet factory? He was unfamiliar with this so-called puppet factory. After all, the war had commenced 5 years ago, and he had not yet been present at the beginning. It is said that in a place called Lulan, Sand annihilated Lulan and seized control of their nation, transforming it into a puppet factory. Ji Shui, speaking with remarkable speed, conveyed all the information he possessed, emphasizing, Senior Chio, your Hyuga's gentle fist is somewhat at a disadvantage against the puppet master. Consider this a fortunate opportunity for me. However, you must remain vigilant regarding the opponent's poison. The toxins wielded by the puppet master are far from ordinary, merely coated on weapons. Shirin nodded in acknowledgement, but recalled Ji Shui's mention of the Lulan kingdom. It seemed that the place had already been sealed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to restrict Tsunagekyur's ability to continuously forge puppets there. After all, the war had already commenced, and without such limitations, Tsunagekyur's power would undoubtedly escalate significantly. It appeared that this location harbored a dragon vein imbued with natural energy and chakra. Shirin contemplated that, regardless of the circumstances, he must venture to Lulan Kingdom. The chakra from the dragon vein would surely be worthy of collection, not to mention the so-called natural energy. In the fleeting moment of thought, he remained undistracted in his actions, charging alongside Ji Shui into the support troops of Tsunagekyur. Upon their arrival, the previously silent captain of the team abruptly halted, signaling his subordinates with a gesture. Instantly, several puppet masters altered their formations, splitting into 2 small squads to attack Shirin and Uchiha Ji Shui. Meanwhile, the leading Sand Ninja puppet masters swiftly advanced toward the Hyuga branch, and Uchiha Chunin behind them. The battlefield was merciless. As the captain of this elite sand unit, he understood precisely how to maximize his influence. First, he would ensnare Konoha's 2 strongest fighters, then swiftly eliminate the remaining Konoha ninjas before turning to besiege the remaining Shirin and Ji Shui, fully grasping the essence of overwhelming with numbers. Shirin and Ji Shui recognized the situation and ceased their separation, opting instead to converge. Observing this, the captain signaled to his team once more, abandoning the notion of surrounding the others and leaving them to the fate of the surrounding sand ninjas. He and his squad then charged toward Shirin. In comparison to the Uchiha clan, the threat posed by the Hyuga clan was evidently lesser, thus they should be dispatched more swiftly. The rapid tactical adjustments effectively severed the connection between Ji Shui and Shirin. Realizing he was fully encircled, Shirin dodged several attacks before charging toward the Sand Ninja captain. He understood the principle of capturing the commander first. Moreover, during the mission in the Land of Water, he had already discerned that eliminating the leader was crucial for victory. Once again, Shirin unleashed the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, simultaneously invoking wind release, air dance to enhance his agility. His form flickered like lightning, and with the insight granted by his Byakugan, he effortlessly evaded all fatal strikes. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Witnessing Shirin's ferocity, the Sand Ninjas endeavored to impede him. Yield, Hyuga brat. With your Byakugan, you can see the futility of your struggle. This time, Konoha is destined to lose, the Sand Ninja captain taunted. all the while intensifying his onslaught against Shirin. Yet, given Shirin's current prowess, even without revealing his hidden cards, the opponent could hardly hope to subdue him swiftly. Thus, a smirk crept onto his lips, revealing an unmasked disdain and mockery. The matter of victory and defeat is yet to be determined. Do you not realize that the harsher your words against an enemy, the more they betray your own insecurity and fear? Ah, sharp-tongued little Hyuga, you can spout your bravado now, but once I turn you into a puppet, I shall seal your lips. Shirin's demeanor and words seemed to sting the Sand Ninja Puppet Master, inciting him to attack with even greater ferocity. Suddenly, a puppet leaped from his back into the air, its chest cavity opening to reveal a series of dark, gaping holes. In the next instant, a barrage of shuriken rained down upon Shirin. Facing the relentless assault of these hidden weapons, Shirin, with his Byakugan, perceived everything with clarity, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he deftly evaded them without expending much effort. However, the puppet master's assault had only just begun. As Shirin commenced his evasive maneuvers, all the puppet masters swiftly retreated, leaving only the puppets encircling Shirin. Puppet technique. Binding. The moment Shirin paused in his movements, the ground beneath him erupted. Serpentine puppets and centipede puppets surged from the earth, spewing venomous substances toward him. Moreover, the serpentine puppets swiftly coiled around him, seeking to ensnare him entirely. Should their scheme succeed, Shirin would be unable to retaliate, let alone move a finger, as the poisonous mist restricted his actions and the puppets bound his body. The tactical execution was undeniably splendid, and their coordination formidable. Yet, Shirin was, after all, a puppet himself. He harbored no fear of poison. Just as the several Sand Ninja puppet masters believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, their smiles fading, the captain's expression abruptly shifted. Flee now. Chapter 62. Killing the puppet master enveloped by the binding puppets, Shirin ignited with blue-white chakra. His chakra sliced outward with surgical precision, causing the puppets that ensnared him to flake away like old plaster. In a mere moment, the bindings were stripped away, granting Shirin the ability to move his arms once more. Suddenly, he released a flurry of chakra spikes of varying sizes, obliterating the puppets entirely. Although the destruction of their puppets pained the puppet masters, they were not consumed by a fatal obsession over their loss. As Shirin charged toward them once more, they hastily employed the body replacement technique to create distance. After all, they had witnessed firsthand the carnage he had wrought in close quarters combat, claiming many lives among Sunagakure. The captain of this puppet squad, however, reacted with greater speed. As he executed the body replacement technique, the puppets strapped to his back burst open. He swiftly manipulated 10 strands of chakra, linking them to the other puppets behind him. This is a true humanoid puppet. In the Sand Hidden Village, puppet masters are ranked accordingly. Ordinary puppet masters can only manipulate animals or humanoid marionettes, while the more formidable human puppets are the exclusive domain of Chiyo and Sasori, the true masters of this arcane technology. Such humanoid puppets represent the pinnacle of what these puppet masters can aspire to. The might of humanoid puppets lies not only in their ability to execute taijutsu and ninjutsu, but also in their enhanced agility. Technique of puppetry, assault. The fingers of the sand-hidden puppet master moved ever so slightly, and the manipulated puppets, wielding venom-coated long knives, advanced rapidly toward the target. Meanwhile, the puppet master himself retreated swiftly, taking refuge behind a colossal tree, a cold smirk adorning his face. Truly, the Hyuga clan of the Leaf Village is impressive. They managed to employ such tactics, yet it would all come to an end. Technique of puppetry, defense. No sooner had he spoken than 2 of his fellow puppet masters began to maneuver their own puppets, simultaneously launching an assault on the target. However, they were oblivious to the ominous presence lurking not far behind them, a black crow with blood-red, Toma-like eyes, coldly observing their every move. Ultimately, it was the puppet master concealed in the tree who possessed the keenest perception. Just as he remotely commanded his puppets to attack the target, he suddenly felt an intense heat emanating from behind him. Alarmed, he quickly turned around, only to witness several fireballs hurtling toward him. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. The wielder of this fire release technique is none other than Uchiha Shursui, who has arrived here unbeknownst to anyone. Alas, the Sharingan Genjutsu. The leading puppet master instantly grasped the situation. They had unknowingly fallen victim to Uchiha's illusion. Were all preceding events mere fabrications? Just as this realization dawned upon him, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. A phantom handprint struck with immense force, shattering several puppets under his control. The wielder of the Byakugan, Sharon, effortlessly discerned the locations of both the puppet master and his clones. Furthermore, he and Uchiha Shursui executed their strategy with remarkable synergy. Seizing the advantage, Sharon advanced upon the puppet master, launching a direct assault. Of course, this leading puppet master, a seasoned jonin, demonstrated exceptional prowess. Despite being hindered by Shursui's Genjutsu and then facing Sharon's ambush, his response was nothing short of extraordinary. Puppet technique, guard. Under his command, a bull-headed puppet swiftly interposed itself between Sharon and the puppet master. The puppet showcased remarkable close combat skills, attempting to stall Sharon's advance. However, Sharon would never relinquish this hard-earned opportunity. His chakra, refined through divine arts, harbored the potency of the 8,000 spear gods, a force that mere puppets could not withstand. Upon contact, the puppet began to disintegrate. The leading puppet master, displaying remarkable decisiveness, observed the potency of Sharon's attack and promptly abandoned the puppet. With the puppet's obstruction, Sharon's strike merely grazed past him. The puppet master sustained only a minor injury but managed to distance himself from Sharon once more. Sharon inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. This is his first encounter with a puppeteer ninja, and both in terms of intelligence and experience, he finds himself lacking. The same holds true for Shui. This is also the reason why they would actively join forces. However, what the scholar does not realize is that the very puppet which had just aided the leading puppeteer in his escape was, in fact, his last remaining puppet designated for personal protection. This is an essential defensive measure for every puppet master, designed to prevent their fragile body from being ambushed by adversaries. However, this final line of defense was obliterated by the individual known as Shirin, instilling a profound sense of unease within the lead puppet master. Meanwhile, his comrades gathered around him once more. The recent eruption of Shirin not only devastated the puppets of a single individual. Sensing the formidable challenge posed by Shirin, they clandestinely maneuvered their remaining puppets for defense while contemplating strategies. Just as the lead puppet master was poised to speak, he suddenly felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. In an instant, a pair of hands burst forth from the earth, seizing his legs with a powerful grip, attempting to drag him into the ground. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. At this moment, Shirin could no longer afford to conceal his possession of attribute chakra. After all, the strength he had displayed was already that of a Jonin. Such prowess renders the completion of chakra transformation entirely plausible, let alone merely the alteration of its nature. The sudden assault from Shirin indeed surpassed the expectations of the leading puppet master of Sunagakure. Cursed be it, the lead puppet master, in a moment of desperation, was compelled to relinquish remote control, while a surge of chakra erupted within him, resisting the pull from those hands. Observing the situation, the other two puppet masters swiftly commanded their puppets to launch an assault on Shirin, who was ensconced underground. Suddenly, a sharp blade erupted from the mouth of one of the puppets, forcefully piercing the earth beneath him. However, the anticipated spurt of blood from the puppet master's imagination failed to materialize. Moreover, it seemed as though the adversary underground had evaded harm altogether. Could it be a clone? No. Any form of clone would not withstand such injuries without dissipating. Just as panic began to swell within him, Shirin appeared before them, having somehow traversed the distance undetected. The azure and white chakra blade, imbued with a keen cutting edge, surged towards the astonished lead puppet master. Cursed Hyuga. This is not the Hyuga depicted in the intelligence reports. The lead puppet master felt a surge of indignation, realizing he had been outwitted by Shirin. Yet, despite his fury, he had no time to evade the impending attack. In a moment of resignation, he positioned his puppet before him, hoping to mitigate the damage as much as possible. With a resounding crash, the puppet crumbled before Shirin as if it were mere parchment. Shattered by a single palm strike, the figure of Shirin elongated in his vision. Just as he felt a fleeting sense of relief at having narrowly escaped death, he suddenly sensed a downward plunge. No, not himself, but rather his own head. The lead puppet master experienced the horrifying sensation of Shirin's hand gliding past both his and the puppet's head simultaneously. In an instant, his body remained stationary, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. Chapter 63, Collecting Genetic Cells. Luo Sha strikes. After dispatching the lead puppet master, Shirin did not pause, swiftly charging towards the remaining two puppet masters. After annihilating their puppets, Shirin materialized before them. At that moment, they beheld a visage reminiscent of the previously felled lead puppet master. His figure once again elongated in their sight. The carnage wrought by Shirin rendered the surrounding Sunagakure shinobi momentarily speechless. Upon encountering Shirin's icy gaze, they instinctively recoiled. The lower and middle ranks of Sunagakure's ninjas gazed upon Shirin, drenched in flames and blood, with palpable terror, as if they were witnessing a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Humph! Observing the fear in their eyes, Shirin emitted a sound from his nostrils. He then cast a glance at the battlefield where Shui stood still and rushed forward. Empty palm. Bang. Crash. It must be noted that Sunagakure's puppets possess commendable attributes, particularly their close protection puppets, which astonishingly withstood the full force of Shirin's empty palm strike without complete destruction. Nonetheless, although the puppet remained intact, the puppet master was swiftly eliminated by Shui, seizing the opportunity. The three Sunagakure puppet masters, besieging Shui, were thrown into disarray upon witnessing the demise of their ally, and with panic overtaking them, the remaining two fled in disarray from the inferno still raging from the fire release. Batting away the flames clinging to them, they plunged into the ranks of Sunagakure, leveraging the chaos to escape. Clearly, their fear had enveloped them completely. However, Shirin was not one to allow them to escape. He propelled himself forward, amplifying his speed to its zenith. In an instant, he traversed the blazing inferno, thrusting himself directly into the presence of one of the fleeing figures. The puppeteer gazed at the young man with wide, astonished eyes, taking in the flames that had engulfed his garments. A blue-white chakra once again traced across his neck, and confusion filled his gradually dimming pupils. Were all of Konoha's Hyuga this ruthless? Unfortunately, the young man had no intention of providing an answer. Meanwhile, the last puppeteer, who had come to ambush them, witnessed the young man slay one of his comrades and fled even more swiftly. Then, he beheld a pair of crimson and otherworldly eyes. In an instant, his body froze, immobilized in place, his astonished expression forever etched upon his visage. Genjutsu, Sharingan. With a swift slice. The last puppeteer met his end at the hands of Shursui. As the young man and Shursui dispatched the elite Sand Ninja reinforcements, Konoha's forces penetrated the flanks, causing the Sand troops to begin their retreat in disarray. At this moment, the weary Sharon and Shurjo found themselves under the protection of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, respectively, able to take a brief respite. Their remarkable performances on the battlefield had not gone unnoticed. They epitomized the true essence of genius from their respective families. This scene, of course, caught the attention of Sarutobi Hizashi, who was not far away in the main camp. Observing the breach in the flank and the continuous advancement of the battlefield under the command of Rikuju, Sarutobi Hizashi finally let out a sigh of relief. The scales of this war have begun to tilt in favor of Konoha. Chiyo and the third Raikage, you must be feeling restless now. With a decisive strike of his pipe against the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Ahead, there are Minato and the various clan leaders holding the line. The moment you make your move will signal the final confrontation. I await your arrival. At this moment on the flanks of the battlefield, the medical teams have commenced treatment for the survivors. The second squad, led by Sharon and Shursui, has suffered considerable casualties, apart from Sharon and Shursui. Most of the survivors are also wounded. Many have been afflicted by toxins and require urgent care. Meanwhile, the consecutive battles have significantly drained Shursui's chakra, necessitating a period of rest. However, at this moment, he is occupied with another Uchiha clan member, gathering the Sharingan of fallen Uchihas from the battlefield. Those who managed to reach the battlefield were predominantly awakened, and although not all possessed the Manjiki, there were still plenty with 1 or 2 tomo. These eyes are treasures that the Uchiha clan must never allow to fall into external hands. Even on the battlefield, they must be collected. That which cannot be gathered must be destroyed. Previously, when Kakashi received the eyes gifted by Obito, the Uchiha clan was embroiled in prolonged debate. Ultimately, it was only after a discussion between Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha that they reluctantly consented, considering the personal nature of Obito's gift and the reputations of the third Hokage and Minato. However, they stipulated that when Kakashi nears death, the eyes must be returned. At this moment, as Sharon observes Shursui collecting Sharingan, he recalls his earlier thoughts, especially after witnessing the impact of the Sharingan's Genjutsu on the battlefield. He too desires to acquire an eye for his own use. However, the effects of a 1-tomo or 2-tomo Sharingan do not hold much allure for him. Only the 3-tomo and Manjiki Sharingan pique his interest. Yet, it seems that no one has awakened the Manjiki yet. He wonders if Fugaku has. Retracting his gaze from Shursui, Sharon makes his way towards the Hyuga clan members. He is in no rush for the Sharingan, but he can certainly begin collecting the genes and cells from the Hyuga branch family. After all, these elements are the closest to him, and the battlefield provides an opportune moment to gather them. With this clarity in mind, Sharon begins to collect the bodies of the Hyuga clan members on the battlefield. In the Sand-Hidden Village's main camp at Takajang Mountain, Raza's expression darkens as he witnesses the complete annihilation of the team dispatched to support the flanks, which have been torn apart by Konoha. Faced with this scene, Chiyo, having endured several great battles, makes a swift decision. Raza, it's time to act. Let us proceed as previously discussed. Very well. Let Konoha revel for a moment longer. We shall undoubtedly win this war, Raza asserts resolutely, rising from his seat. He then strides out of the tent, leading his selected elite team directly towards Konoha's command post. Meanwhile, not far from the sand camp, figures of considerable strength emerge from the Cloud-Hidden Village's tent. They move in tandem with the sand forces, marching robustly towards the direction of Konoha's command post under Raza's leadership. As Raza initiates his assault, the vigilant ninjas of the Oil Woman clan in Konoha detect his movements and promptly relay the information to Shizum and others. Shizum, Leader Hyuga, we rely on you. Hachi, there is no need for further commands. We shall join the fray. The battle lines are drawn, pitting soldier against soldier and general against general. Following the earlier distribution by Kakashi, Hinata Hizashi and Shizum of the Oil Woman clan rally their respective clans to confront their adversaries. Konoha understands that neither Hizashi nor Shizum can contain Raza on their own, especially with the assistance of the Cloud Ninjas. Thus, the Inoshikacho trio must also lend their strength. At this moment, aside from the yet-to-appear Hiruzen Sarutobi and the potential threat posed by Orochimaru from Iwagakure, all of Konoha's forces had been mobilized. The outcome has truly alleviated the anxieties of Chiyo and the third Hokage, instilling in them a sense of impending victory. Chapter 64, Scorch Release. Leaf Warehouse. Several thousand ninjas from the Leaf Village, having breached the flanks, gradually divided into 3 squads, encircling the coalition forces at Mount Orange Stem. Observing this scene, Rasha remained unfazed, continuing to direct his troops towards the heart of the Leaf Village. Before even approaching the Leaf Command Center, he had already sensed the full-scale engagement of Leaf personnel. I thought you could hold out longer. The third Sarutobi should be losing patience by now. Let me add some pressure. Rasha promptly began to rearrange his forces. Chiyo was unable to move, as she needed to maintain her position on the battlefield to bolster troop morale. Meanwhile, Rasha's coordination with Yakura required more agility, particularly from Yakura. He intended to launch an assault on the central area of the Leaf Village, necessitating Yakura to shield him from the enemy on the flanks. Every moment of delay would alleviate some of Rasha's burden. Although Rasha harbored a dislike for Yakura, who contested for the position of Kazekage, she was far from an ordinary elite jonin. 4th Elite Unit, proceed to support Yakura and ensure she holds the left flank. He commanded. The remaining forces moved out with him in swift advance, as the magnetic release of his Kekiai Jinkai stirred a storm of golden sand towards the Leaf army. In an instant, a massive swarm of black insects surged forth from the direction of the Leaf. The gold-eating insects, led by the oil user Shimi, accompanied by several elite ninjas of the oil user clan, intervened to confront Rasha. On the battlefield's flanks, after finally catching their breath, the Sand Village launched another assault. As the Sand Ninjas closed in, Shirin caught sight of the newcomer, the Scorch Release user, Yakura. The exquisite features and unparalleled elegance of the opponent were unmistakable, causing Shirin to take a deep breath, feeling the weight of pressure. Not far from him, Uchiha Shursui activated his Sharingan, the Tomo rapidly spinning. He, too, recognized Yakura's identity. As a hero of the Sand Village, her fame rivaled that of the legendary Konoha White Fang. After all, the title of hero is not one that everyone can bear. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, neither Shirin nor Shursui chose to retreat. Though the Sand Village was outnumbered compared to the Leaf, they fought as a coalition, effectively fracturing the formation of the Leaf forces once more. Thus, the numbers of Konoha and Sunagakure appear to be somewhat comparable at this moment. Should Shirin and Shursui falter, Yakura would dare to immediately turn back to support Rasha, resulting in severe casualties for the first unit. Prepare for water release. A glimmer of determination flashed in Shirin's eyes as he assertively reclaimed command of the second combat team. Yakura possesses the unique Kekiai Jinkai of Scorch Release, being the sole wielder of such power in the ninja world. Scorch Release, a fusion of wind and fire release, is most effectively countered by water and earth release. Although these two elements are not the forte of the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, it is certain that the common ninjas of Konoha have practitioners among them. Previously, when they launched their assault here, the casualties among the Hyuga and Uchiha forces were significant. Yet the common ninjas suffered even greater losses. However, with the reunion of the main forces, their ranks of common ninjas have been replenished. Many Konoha ninjas witnessed Shirin's recent slaughter on the battlefield, thus they promptly obeyed his orders. Upon hearing Shirin's command, several ninjas skilled in water release leaped to the forefront. With hands forming seals, they intoned, "Water release, water chaos wave." Numerous streams of water gradually converged, resembling a surging tide. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, fireball. A resounding explosion ensued as water, wind, and fire clashed, enveloping the area in droplets and mist. While the land of wind may not excel in water release, it certainly boasts prowess in wind and fire release. Earth release, earth flow wall. Thanks to Shirin's timely warning, several ninjas swiftly crouched and struck the ground, raising a wall of earth several meters high. The wind blades generated by wind release relentlessly sliced through the earthen barrier, and those sheltered behind the earth flow wall could feel the combined force of the assault. Are they intent on exhausting us? As the smoke dissipated, Shirin fixed his gaze on Yakura in the distance, evidently more intrigued by her than anyone else. Scatter. Do not allow them the opportunity to concentrate their fire. With a wave of his hand, the Konoha ninjas behind him began to disperse in an orderly fashion. Maintaining this spread formation would prevent obstructed vision from hindering their reactions while allowing for support of one another. As for Shirin himself, he glanced at Shursui beside him before stepping forward. With his current puppet body, he felt no fear of being slain by Yakura, yet to truly contend with her, he required the assistance of Uchiha Shursui. Although Rasha and Yakura individually may not seem on par with the true Kage, together they could confront any Kage-level opponent, their combined strength surpassing that of even typical elite Genin. Additionally, Rasha's proficiency in magnet release with large-scale ninjutsu enabled him to suppress the one-tail Shikaku without relying on external assistance. Conversely, Yakura's strength lay primarily in combat against other ninjas. The offensive and destructive capabilities of Scorch Release would deter even the formidable Third Raikage from directly engaging. Today, the Hyuga and Uchiha geniuses shall remain here. A flicker of malice crossed Yakura's eyes. She had witnessed the complete annihilation of her support team at the hands of the two. Now, she aimed to avenge her fallen comrades. Bang! Scorch Release. With her hair billowing, 5 fireballs, so hot they could ignite the very air, manifested around her, significantly amplifying her aura. Beware of her Scorch Release. Do not let any part of your body touch her. As Shirin's warning echoed, he and Shursui swiftly split apart, charging toward Yakura from different directions. Yakura faced Shirin's advance with composure, despite perceiving him as a member of the Hyuga clan. Her prior encounters with him had shown her that their gentle fist technique posed no real threat. However, as she clashed with Sharon, his martial prowess exceeded her expectations. Furthermore, with Shursui, a master of the Uchiha's fluid techniques, assisting him, Yakura soon found herself at a disadvantage in their physical confrontation. Recognizing the escalating ferocity of their attacks, she understood that she could not resolve this with mere taijutsu. Fortunately, she was not reliant on physical combat. Suddenly, Yakura halted her advance, raising her hands. 3 fireballs encircled her in a protective formation, while 2 landed in her grasp. Scorch Release. Overheating Kill. Chapter 65. Golden Scorch Release. The Jinchuriki strikes Scorch Release. Overheating Kill. As Sharon launched yet another attack, propelled by momentum, his body surged to Yakura's side. However, with the eruption of Scorch Release, a wave of searing heat surged forth, causing Sharon's eyes to narrow as he swiftly evaded. The terrifying heat swept over the spot where he had just stood, vaporizing the moisture in the air and earth. Even the grass on the ground withered and turned to ash. Waves of heat radiated from Yakura's body, and the 5 basketball-sized fireballs, after passing over Sharon, swiftly returned to her side. Recognizing Sharon's tenacity, Yakura quickly recalibrated her strategy. Unable to eliminate Sharon and Shursui in a short span, she directed her control over the fireballs toward the surrounding Konoha ninjas. The fireballs radiated intense heat, igniting the very air around them. The Konoha ninjas nearby, caught unawares, were instantly reduced to lifeless husks. Everyone retreat. Following Sharon's command, the recently dodged Konoha ninjas swiftly withdrew, escaping the lethal range of Yakura's Scorch Release in a matter of moments. Damn Sunagakure, your existence poses the greatest threat to our village. Seizing the opportunity while Yakura's focus was on Sharon, Shursui's Sharingan spun rapidly, and he activated his own body flicker technique. In an instant, Uchiha Shursui's figure surrounded Yakura, with some illusions poised to strike while others began forming seals. Observing this scene, Yakura retracted her 5 fireballs to shield herself. Now's the chance. Empty palm. At a critical moment, the Byakugan of the Shinobi discerned the flow of chakra within Yetsong, revealing a slight flaw in her manipulation of the blazing fireball. A swift palm strike was executed, perfectly striking a fireball and causing it to momentarily halt. During the previous exchange, the Shinobi noted that Yetsong's scorching attacks manifested in various forms, one as a fireball, another as waves of heat radiating from her body, and even a searing sensation accompanying her every movement. However, all these transformations stemmed from the flow of chakra within her. A mere moment of delay could alter the frequency of her chakra fluctuations. Such a shift would unveil the most vital meridian hidden within her body. If this meridian were severed, the Shinobi reached the pinnacle of his speed, appearing beside Yetsong in less than a second. The blue-white glow of chakra erupted once more from his palm. Sensing imminent danger, Yetsong suddenly called out with a chilling voice. The taijutsu of the Hyuga and the fire techniques of the Uchiha are your greatest miscalculations in confronting me. Concurrently, the fire technique unleashed by Shursui arrived, yet Yetsong paid it no heed. With a frigid gaze, she clasped her hands before her chest, and the 3 fireballs surrounding her converged into one, enveloping her entirely. Subsequently, Yetsong seemed to transform into a colossal fireball. The Shinobi felt the moisture in his puppet body rapidly depleting and hastily withdrew his touch. Simultaneously, Shursui's fire technique was absorbed by the fireball. In the next moment, a faint golden spark flickered in the center of Yetsong's palm. It was golden flame. The Shinobi was taken aback and quickly retreated. The temperature of flames often dictates their color. Typically, fire techniques produce red or orange flames, which are merely the chakra transformed into fire attributes, common and ordinary. However, the color of the flame continued to change. For instance, the blue flames of the 2 tails exhibited a clearly superior potency. Yetsong's golden flames were no exception. Even as a mere flicker, their destructive power was astounding. The Shinobi's Byakugan could distinctly perceive the distortion of space surrounding the emerging flames from Yetsong's palm. As the golden flames spread across her chest, Yetsong charged toward the Shinobi. Clearly, in her mind, it would be easier to deal with a member of the Hyuga clan. The keen senses of the Shinobi detected a life-threatening danger, compelling him to continuously retreat while fixating his gaze on Yetsong. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, indicating the intensity of the heat she too struggled to withstand. Scorch Release. Solar Burst Kill. Realizing that closing the distance to the Shinobi was impossible, Yetsong's eyes flashed with a golden light. The fireball she had conjured surged forth like a miniature sun, propelled towards the ranks of Konoha's forces. An unimaginable wave of heat instantly engulfed all surrounding ninjas. Yetsong hastily retreated. What is this? Many Konoha ninjas, engaged in battle with enemies, caught a glimpse of a blinding sunlight in their peripheral vision. Boom. In the next instant, the faint golden spark erupted. As the fireball blossomed, the surrounding trees appeared to have their moisture drained in an instant, and the flowers and grasses on the ground withered, exposing the parched earth beneath. Following this, the shockwave swept through, and the soil directly began to erode. After several layers were stripped away, yellowish clumps of earth emerged, which subsequently carbonized under the searing heat. transforming from charred black to ashen white. Such an ability. How infuriating. The shinobi trembled inwardly, contemplating a direct confrontation. However, after just casting the fire rat cloak for defense, his chakra began to dwindle rapidly. Recognizing the perilous situation, the shinobi dared not withstand the assault and swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he desperately compressed the chakra within, not daring to halt. Should he run out of chakra to sustain the fire rat cloak, he would likely be obliterated upon mere contact with the golden flames. Retreat! 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 Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui was also shouting loudly. Such a terrifying technique. He couldn't fathom the devastation it would wreak upon Konoha's forces. The flames continued to spread. But the Sand Shinobi, already aware of Yetsong's terrifying prowess, had retreated in advance. The brilliance of the scorch release illuminated the battlefield's flanks. No, no, no. Lord Hyuga Akira. Save me. Save me. A ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector gazed in horror at the shinobi as he fled past. However, just as the shinobi turned his head, flames engulfed his body. In an instant, he was swept away by the scorching gust of flames, vanishing without a trace. Such circumstances are not an isolated incident. Numerous Leaf Village ninjas, unable to escape in time, were reduced to mere ashes. In an instant, nearly 100 members of the Leaf's flanking forces were annihilated. Such a scene not only left the individuals on the battlefield in shock, but also rendered Saratobi Izashi, who was observing from the rear, somewhat restless. Yet, none of these sentiments could compare to the profound impact felt by Saren, the first-hand witness. His gaze was fixed intently on the distant Yetsong, a chill creeping into his heart. Such power, one can hardly deny that, considering the sheer destructive force unleashed, she has truly entered a realm akin to that of shadows. After escaping the perilous zone, the flames surrounding Shiren dissipated, and upon gazing at the somewhat breathless Yitsong in the distance, a glimmer of understanding flickered in her heart. Such a formidable technique is likely not something Yetsong can wield at will. Of course, this conclusion is drawn from Shiren's ability to perceive the flow frequency of her chakra through his Byakugan. Others, however, hold a different perspective. Take Luosha, for instance, who is currently engaged in a fierce battle with several jonin from the Oilwoman clan. This is his first encounter witnessing Yetsong employ this move, and at this moment, his expression is as dark as water. The power displayed here is no less formidable than his sandstorm burial. In fact, in terms of lethality, it far surpasses it. With this thought, the unease in Rasha's heart deepened, wary that Yitsong would usurp the position of Wind Shadow. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. He must seize the admiration of the people and Sunagakure from Yitsong. He could no longer afford to be hindered by the ninjas of Konoha. With this in mind, Rasha intensified his assault on the oil girl Shimi and her companions. Subsequently, he unleashed his most powerful technique of magnet release, the sandstorm burial. In an instant, the forces of Konoha suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, on another front, Kurabi, entangled with Minato Namikaze, appeared to grow weary. Big brother, I can't hold back any longer. Let us go. Who? After once more fending off Minato's attack, Kurabi was enveloped in a crimson cloak of chakra, and a series of chakra bubbles began to emerge. Big brother, leave Minato Namikaze to me. You go assist elsewhere. At this moment, Kurabi had lost his interest in rapping, now adopting a grave demeanor. Understanding his character, decisively vacated the battlefield. As soon as Kurabi's words fell, he was entirely enveloped by the chakra of the tailed beast, with several tails and a skull manifesting behind him. However, Kurabi was not consumed by the will of the tailed beast. Seeing this transformation, Minato's expression grew serious. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to fight with all his might, a red figure swiftly approached from behind. It was Kushina Uzumaki, who, sensing the rapid expansion of the Eight Tails chakra and fearing for Minato's safety, could no longer remain idle. Diamond lock. Several golden chains extended from behind Kushina, encircling both her and Kurabi as if forming a barrier. Minato, leave the Eight Tails to me. You go provide support. The involvement of both Jinchuriki escalated the battle once more. Naturally, Minato had great confidence in Kushina. If it were against others, she might not possess such a clear advantage. Yet, when it came to dealing with tailed beasts, whether through the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan or her own status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she was unquestionably a specialist. Chapter 66. Joining forces against Yitsong in this situation. Is escape still an option? Observing the significant number of Konoha ninjas he had eliminated without being affected by the fiery onslaught, Yitsong's eyes reflected a sense of indignation. After all, the daylight explosive kill was a technique she had just recently devised, boasting the most formidable power. This technique, even for Yitsong, is exceedingly perilous. However, her utmost effort in executing this move surprisingly allowed her opponent to evade it, compelling Yitsong to reconsider whether this technique could serve as her trump card. After all, she harbors considerable animosity towards the ninjas of Konoha. Her previous instructor, Chisha Luiwe, was ruthlessly slain by Konoha's White Fang. Moreover, her former squad was annihilated by Sharon and Shursui. Thus, she held nothing back in her recent assault after unleashing the daylight explosive vapor kill. She expended more than half of her own chakra. Despite her resentment, Yitsong, seasoned in combat, displayed no outward signs of distress, seizing the opportunity to continuously refine her chakra. For a time, no one among the Konoha ninja dared to approach her. Even Shisui, after a moment of silence, approached Sharon's side. Senior Chio, this individual poses a significant threat. We must eliminate her, or she could inflict great harm upon Konoha. Uchiha Shisui, the most devoted to his village, spoke with unwavering intent for the village's welfare. Sharon was not taken aback by this. His Byakugan activated, allowing him to perceive Yitsong as she diligently refined her chakra. Yet, his thoughts were not solely on this matter. As a natural wielder of the ocular bloodline limit, he, like Uchiha Shisui beside him, dismissed other bloodline limits. After all, the so-called Hokage ninjas are, in essence, legends of their eyes. The ocular bloodline limits possess advantages that are hard to compare with other limits. However, after witnessing Anoki's dust release and Yitsong's scorch release, Sharon began to entertain different notions. Compared to mere ninjutsu attacks, the potency of bloodline limits is well known throughout the ninja world. Furthermore, beyond bloodline limits lies the concept of bloodline elimination, as well as the all-attribute fusion of bloodline gathering. Sharon holds more authority on the strength of bloodline gathering ninjutsu than others, as all of his cultivated divine techniques stem from the simplification of bloodline gathering ninjutsu. At present, it may be a pipe dream for him to study bloodline gathering, but the bloodline limits could indeed offer opportunities for exploration. This is an exceedingly significant topic. Although the secret of creating a bloodline limit is comprehensible only to those who have successfully manifested one, the ninja world is not devoid of individuals who engage in research in this domain. At the very least, Orochimaru has made notable advancements in this area. In the Sand Village, the second Kazekage harnessed his own creation of magnet release. As for Yakumo, despite being unable to cultivate magnet release, he successfully forged his own unique bloodline power, scorch release, by unraveling the secrets left behind by the second Kazekage. This is a unique bloodline limit within the ninja world, characterized solely by its aggressive nature. The formidable power of the blaze release has just been witnessed by all. Such a terrifying offensive power, though perhaps not on par with the devastating abilities of the bloodline limit, certainly surpasses the so-called lava and boil release techniques. Sharon's gaze remained fixed on the distant Yakura, nodding in agreement with Shirsue's idea to collaborate in eliminating her. As the searing heat gradually dissipated, the very center of the fiery explosion had transformed into a barren expanse. Under the might of the scorching release, even the earth had crystallized from the intense flames. Shirsue, I shall take the lead in the offensive. You seize the opportunity. Sharon once again took on the primary assault, not out of a desire to protect Shirsue, but to be the first to engage and ascertain whether he could gather Yakura's cellular genes. Exercise caution, Lord Aki. I shall capitalize on the chance you create. Shirsue did not dispute, recognizing that the battle was far from over. The recent cost inflicted upon Konoha by Yakura's single strike was monumental, and the potential for such destructive ninjutsu necessitated their utmost effort to resolve it. In many respects, Yakura's scorching release posed a significant threat to the majority of ninjas. It is no wonder that the conditions for the Mist Village's eventual peace talks with the Sand Shinobi included Yakura's demise. The ordinary Yakura, wielding the scorching release, was merely slightly superior to an average elite jonin. However, the Yakura who had just executed that technique was an entirely different entity compared to the jonin. Although her attack power had merely reached the level of a Kage, she possessed the capacity to alter the course of a small-scale war. Yet, it was evident that such a technique was not something she could invoke at will. Water Release Ninja. Sharon stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Yakura, calling out coldly. Yes. Behind him, a dozen ninjas proficient in water release surged to the forefront, their previous experiences in unified command allowing them to act without hesitation, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water surge. Streams of water erupted from the mouths of the Konoha ninjas, colliding with the searing white ground, producing a series of sizzling sounds. Under the intense heat, the interaction with the water generated a rapidly rising mist that engulfed the battlefield. While Sharon lacked the assassination techniques of the mist, he could still achieve a similar effect. With the ocular bloodline at his disposal, he and Shirsue could unleash their maximum potential under such conditions, given their ocular abilities. It was only natural to exploit such advantages when confronting formidable foes. Lord Third, it's dire. The chakra fluctuations of our village's ninjas have suddenly diminished significantly. At this moment, a degree of chaos erupted within the Konoha headquarters. The sensing ninja observed that the white water sphere had lost a considerable amount of chakra belonging to the Konoha ninjas in mere seconds, and the intelligence officer struggled to conceal his alarm. Notify Orochimaru. He may commence his actions. The rear is entrusted to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, discarding his pipe. Lord Third. You. Sarutobi looked around, his expression softening with a gentle smile. This war must come to an end, and as Hokage, I must fulfill my duty to protect the village. With a firm step, Sharon did not retreat as Yakura charged towards him. Instead, he advanced, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Empty palm, 8,000 spears. As Yakura was in motion, she suddenly felt a constricting sensation, an immense force momentarily binding her. Having faced multiple Hyuga before, Yukura quickly recognized this as the Hyuga's gentle fist technique. However, such a maneuver could not hope to restrain her. Even though she had recently expended considerable chakra, she was still an elite jonin. Utilizing her familiarity with the gentle fist and her quick reflexes, Yukura sidestepped Sharon's attack. Nevertheless, the terrifying presence emanating from the 8,000 spears sent chills down her spine. This Hyuga is rather peculiar. Yet before she could formulate a response, the perceptive Uchiha Shursui reappeared, manifesting directly behind Yukura. A wave of scorching energy erupted from within Yukura as she averted her gaze from Shursui, conjuring a fireball to intercept his assault. In the blink of an eye, Shursui vanished once more. Observing this, Yukura's lowered gaze reflected her seriousness. The synergy between Sharon and Shursui appeared flawless. She sensed that if she were even slightly careless, these two could very well end her life. She needed to resolve this quickly. If she were to be delayed by these two Konoha juniors, how could she provide support elsewhere? Chapter 67. Stalemate with a rustle. Clusters of fireballs reappeared around Yukura. Within Sharon's Byakugan vision, Yukura's aura remained unchanged, yet he distinctly observed the acceleration of chakra flow within her. Is she preparing to unleash her full power? The increased chakra flow indicated not only a rapid extraction of chakra but also a readiness to fight desperately. This signaled a heightened level of danger. Yukura, aware that she could not conceal her intentions from the Byakugan and Sharingan, resolved to fight with all her might. Only by swiftly eliminating Sharon and Shursui could she hope to aid her comrades elsewhere. Solar Flare, Explosive Vapor Kill. I can manage at most 2 more executions of this technique. To maximize its potency, I must engage with the Konoha forces during battle, otherwise I shall refrain from using it. Yukura deftly maneuvered, rapidly devising her combat strategy. Techniques such as the Solar Flare, Explosive Vapor Kill would remain in reserve unless absolutely necessary. The war was not yet concluded, and expending all her chakra prematurely would lead to peril. Moreover, battles against skilled opponents relied heavily on seizing the right moment to ensure successful strikes. Her Scorch Release, Overheating Kill possessed immense lethality once it connected with an adversary. This chakra flow resembles that of her previous technique. Sharon's eyes brightened. Through the Byakugan, although he could not discern Yukura's thoughts, the flow of her chakra revealed too much. Recognizing that Yukura would not deploy that formidable technique, he dashed forward. After the baptism of the water release, the ground's temperature had decreased. Sharon's Byakugan remained fixed on Yukura's every movement as he crossed his fingers to form a seal. At that moment, Yukura also advanced. 2 crimson fireballs circled her hands, hurtling toward Sharon. As she attacked, several fireballs continuously orbited her form, serving as her defense. Observing this integrated offensive and defensive technique, Sharon remained undeterred. His blue-white chakra sharpened to an acute edge as he aimed for Yukura's head, seemingly preparing to engage in a life-for-life exchange. Yet, Yukura's expression remained unchanged, without evasion. She positioned a fireball to obstruct Sharon's trajectory. The fireball swirling in her palm made contact with Sharon's chest a heartbeat before he vanished from sight. A genjutsu? Yitsong was somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated that the scholar, with his sunlit demeanor, could wield illusions. However, for someone as physically and mentally formidable as she was, ordinary illusions were of little consequence. As she concentrated, she sensed a faint ripple, which she swiftly seized upon. In response, 2 fireballs erupted, hurtling toward the source of her detection. 8 trigrams palm. Reversal of heaven. Upon witnessing the approaching fireballs, the scholar took a step, and a large 8 trigrams formation materialized beneath his feet as his chakra began to whirl rapidly. He managed to deflect the attack with a slight rebound. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui made his move once more, directing an action aimed at Yukura's throat. Bang! A plume of white mist ascended, revealing that the Yukura before them was, in fact, a mere clone. When had this occurred? Shursui was taken aback, yet Yukura's delicate voice rang out from behind him, compelling Shursui to employ the body replacement technique and shuriken arts to evade. Scorch Release, Overheating Kill. The searing wave of heat brushed against Shursui's garments, igniting a fierce blaze that erupted instantaneously. He hastily severed the burning sleeve with a swift motion, narrowly escaping the peril of being engulfed in flames. At that moment, the retreating Hyuga Shinobi sprang into action. Seizing the opportunity created by Yukura's attack, he reappeared beside her, just as Yukura anticipated another gentle fist technique. Intending to withstand it while dealing with Jisue, who had narrowly evaded her Scorch Release, the unexpected occurred. With rapid hand seals, the Hyuga ninja unleashed Water Release, Raging Wave. A torrent of water surged towards Yukura, catching her completely off guard and disrupting her stance. The Scorch Release fireballs collided with the water, causing the dissipating mist to rise once more. Her intended attack on Jisue was thwarted, allowing him to swiftly create distance. So, a Hyuga who has mastered chakra nature transformation, you've been concealing your abilities well. The Hyuga's water release technique, while not particularly potent, was deeply humiliating. Feeling thoroughly outmaneuvered and drenched, Yukura was consumed by fury. Her eyes bloodshot, Yukura's anger threatened to overwhelm her. but she swiftly suppressed it. A fireball materialized in her palm. Though enraged and surprised by the Hyuga's unique abilities, Yakura understood that emotional instability could lead to mistakes in battle. Regaining her composure, her eyes now gleaming with cold resolve, she attacked with renewed ferocity. Scorch release, vapor demise. Whoosh. The searing fireball hurtled towards the Hyuga, radiating an unsettling orange-gold light. The Hyuga delved into his pouch, retrieved a kunai, and vanished. In an instant, Jisui's illusory body flicker reappeared, and Yakura summoned another fireball, unleashing a wave of intense heat. Poof! The white mist dissipated, revealing the vanished illusion. Under the cover of the smoke, a glint of steel approached Yakura. The Hyuga, kunai in hand, aimed to strike at her neck. Yakura caught the Hyuga's gaze in her peripheral vision, a chilling, profound coldness within. Having resolved to eliminate his opponent, the Hyuga would not hesitate. With a flick of her fingers, Yakura raised a hand, and a nearby fireball abruptly expanded, engulfing the Hyuga. Damn, is this the only trick she knows? The Hyuga, caught in the kunai strike, grimaced. Yakura's scorch release was a quintessential example of a technique that, despite its simplicity, proved devastatingly effective. Its ability to evaporate all moisture from those it touched, turning them into desiccated husks, made it her most formidable asset. However, the Hyuga, fighting in concert with Jisue, was not without recourse. Water release, water formation wall. The Hyuga swiftly released the kunai and executed rapid hand seals, erecting a wall of water around himself. He manipulated the surging water, directing it toward Yakura. The scorch release was once again repelled, and as a vast cloud of mist arose, fire release, great dragon fire technique. 3 immense fire dragons, concealed by the mist, spiraled towards Yakura, using water release to create mist, then following up with fire release. A truly remarkable combination. Yakura merged the fireballs, repelling the encroaching fire dragons, and used the resulting force to retreat rapidly. For a time, the combined efforts of the Hyuga and Jisue managed to stall Yakura. She recognized this, finding it unacceptable. Casting a glance at the Sand Village ninjas embroiled in a bloody struggle in the distance, Yakura grew anxious. At that moment, Jisue swiftly approached the Hyuga, forming a triangle with Yakura. Seeing Yakura cease her attacks, the Hyuga retrieved 2 kunai with explosive tags attached to their hilts from his pouch. Yakura, abandon any thoughts of reinforcing the other sand ninjas. Remain here. Hearing the Hyuga's words, the exasperation on Yakura's face deepened. Humph, 2 mere leaf village brats. Chapter 68, Chiyo's intervention. The third Hokage Yakura, who had anticipated a swift victory, found herself unexpectedly stymied by 2 children. This predicament rendered the face of the sand-hidden hero somewhat unsightly. However, after their prolonged engagement, Yitsong had gained a thorough understanding of the strengths possessed by Shi-Rin and Jisue. Although they could not rival her prowess, they were capable of stalling her efforts. Even if she were to abandon the battlefield to dismantle the formations of Konoha's Chunin and Jinin, it would not prevent Shi-Rin and Jisue from decimating the sand-hidden's own elite. Moreover, as the stalemate between Shi-Rin, Jisue, and Yitsong persisted, Yitsong's keen senses began to stir with a foreboding intuition that the longer this impasse continued, the more perilous the situation would become for the opposing duo. In that fleeting moment, a tense standoff emerged among the 3 combatants. Having battled for so long, particularly through the fierce skirmishes that led them here, their chakra reserves were significantly depleted, especially after employing large-scale ninjutsu. Only Shi-Rin, with his puppet body continuously replenished with chakra, remained in the best condition. Nevertheless, Shi-Rin harbored no aspirations of becoming a hero of Konoha or of performing any grand feats that could alter the tide of battle. His sole desire was to blend in seamlessly with Konoha while securing his own interests whenever possible. The more ninjas fell in battle, the more advantageous the situation became for him. However, after engaging with Yitsong, Shi-Rin was acutely aware that the puppet he controlled could not hope to conquer Yitsong alone while revealing only a limited array of its abilities. The Hyuga clan's strength lay in close combat, and Yitsong's reflexes, coupled with her scorch-release bloodline, posed a formidable threat to melee encounters. Once in close quarters, faced with the menace of scorch release, Shi-Rin would have no choice but to retreat if he wished to avoid becoming a mere corpse or exposing his secrets. This is the reason why he sought an alliance with Uchiha Shisui. Only by enlisting Uchiha Shisui could he manage to hold on without revealing more of his cards. Uchiha Shisui, being merely 10 years old, had already attained the rank of Jonin, yet with only 3 tomo. His capabilities had not yet reached the zenith of the 3 tomo Sharingan. When confronted with a Jinchuriki, the overwhelming suppression of the tailed beasts by the Sharingan, coupled with his formidable Genjutsu, would certainly give Shisui the upper hand. However, facing someone like Yakura, who subtly exceeded the limits of an elite Jonin, maintaining the battlefield alongside Shurin had already pushed them to their limits. After all, individuals like Yakura had dealt with the Sharingan on multiple occasions, and she had long since developed her own countermeasures. Unless he activated the Manjiki Sharingan immediately, even if they managed to gain an advantage through their cooperation, it would be impossible to expand that advantage, let alone turn it into a decisive victory. For a moment, the battlefield that belonged to them fell into an eerie silence. On the battlefield ahead, a colossal meatball soared into the sky, propelled by the massive chakra of Yang release. Akimichi dings came crashing down heavily upon the sand-hidden forces. The terrifying force left the nearby sand shinobi trembling in fear. Seizing this opportunity, Inuzuka, who was well-versed in coordinating with the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, swiftly eliminated numerous sand shinobi. Humph. Konoha has reached its limits. In the sand-hidden camp, Chiyo surveyed the scene from a high vantage point, her expression grim. Although the numerical disparity was not vast. Most of the sand shinobi were seasoned nin. Conversely, many of the Konoha ninja, some even appearing as children, had entered the fray dressed as medical ninjas. Yet, the indomitable spirit instilled by the will of fire enabled the Konoha shinobi to withstand the combined assaults of the sand and cloud ninja. Suddenly, a cloud jonin appeared not far from Chiyo, bowing slightly before speaking. Elder Chiyo, Reikage-sama has given the order to proceed. Oh, has the Reikage grown impatient as well? It seems I shall have to stretch my limbs once more. Chiyo, well acquainted with the temperament of the third Reikage, turned her gaze towards the battlefield after the cloud ninja vanished. Lo Sha was being held in check by the Konoha forces, while Yakura stood firm. A Hyuga and an Uchiha, both prodigies, had somehow forced Yakura into a stalemate. Chiyo, dissatisfied with Yakura's progress, glanced at the distant figure of Yakura alongside Shurin before swiftly maneuvering towards the flanking battlefield. As she moved, Chiyo retrieved 2 scrolls from her bosom. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of sounds, 10 puppets materialized beside Chiyo. 5 strands of chakra emanated from her fingertips, linking her to the puppets. Subsequently, the 10 puppets sprang into action. Yakura, eliminate them and support Lo Sha. White's secret technique, 10 mechanisms of Chikamatsu. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the 10 puppets encircling him, even Shurin could not suppress a look of grave concern. The white-haired elderly woman following closely behind the puppets instilled a sense of dread in both Shurin and Shursui. Chiyo of the Sand Hidden. Uchiha Shursui gripped his tanto tightly, his heart racing with unease. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Shurin glanced at Shursui and spoke. He had no desire to confront them. However, Chiyo and Yakura would not grant him the luxury of escape. Just as Shurin attempted to move away, one of the puppets extended a hand, wielding a circular serrated blade that charged at him. In a flash of steel, Shurin drew a kunai to block the circular blade. Just as he intended to destroy the puppet, another puppet wielding a massive iron hammer descended from above. Boom. The overwhelming force struck the hard crystalline surface, creating a deep crater. The scene instantly ignited cheers among the sand-hidden ninjas on the flanks. We are on the brink of victory, Lord Chiyo. Lord Raza and Lady Yakura will undoubtedly lead us to triumph over Konoha. Let us exterminate this group of Konoha ninjas. Oh, victory belongs to the Sand-Hidden. With Chiyo effortlessly suppressing Shurin and Shursui, she dragged them into a life-threatening crisis. At last, Sans Yakura was liberated. Boom, boom, boom. As Yakura broke free from the flanks and carved a path with her blazing techniques, she effortlessly tore through Konoha's defenses. In an instant, the morale of the Sand Ninjas soared, while the Konoha ninjas appeared to be on the verge of collapse under the overwhelming heat wave. In this moment of peril, a flash of yellow illuminated the battlefield. The figure of Minato Namikaze abruptly appeared before Yakura, halting her advance with a single strike. Subsequently, a kunai soared towards Shurin. And in the next instant, Minato materialized in front of Shurin, swiftly pulling the incapacitated Shurin out of danger. Just as Shurin regained his footing, Minato vanished once more. At that moment, a piercing sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping pierced the air of the battlefield. A bolt of lightning surged towards the Sand-Hidden. Kakashi Hatake, protecting Kushina Uzumaki, had arrived. Summoning technique. 2 completely distinct voices resonated, as a massive toad suddenly appeared, blocking Chiyo's path. It was none other than Gamabunta. Another sound was that of a gigantic staff crashing down towards the Yungin camp from afar. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chiyo employed her puppets to deflect Gamabunta's attack, and swiftly distanced herself from the toad's range. However, her eyes widened in alarm upon spotting the ominous black staff. From the direction of the Yungin camp, an elderly yet resonant voice erupted. I've been waiting for you, third Hokage of Konoha. Hell's piercing technique, for Book's piercing hand. Boom. The staff of Hiruzen Sarutobi crashed down, directly meeting the attack. Chapter 69. The End of War. Third update. The final battle had commenced. The third Reikage, utilizing his formidable physique and exceptional offensive prowess, clashed head-on with Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, Chiyo no longer harbored intentions of entangling herself with Shurin and Shursui. Had Hiruzen arrived even a moment later, she would have recklessly eliminated the talented new generation of Konoha. However, with Minato summoning Gamabunta and Hiruzen appearing on the battlefield, the morale of Konoha surged, and the sand forces had been thoroughly scattered. Sensing danger, Chiyo swiftly tore through the encirclement and arrived at the battlefield where Raza was engaged with Konoha. After assisting Raza in disengaging from combat, Chiyo immediately shouted to him, Raza, do not let these ninjas hold you back any longer. I will assist the third Reikage in confronting Hiruzen. You must hurry and join Yakura and regroup our main forces. Yet before Raza could respond, Hiruzen Sarutobi, locked in battle with the third Raikage, executed a series of hand seals with blurring speed. In an instant, 5 figures wielding enormous black staffs materialized before everyone. You think you can hold me back, Chiyo, eh? Do you truly believe you can? The 5 Hiruzen Sarutobi surrounded the two, and then roared towards the sky. Orochimaru. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous rumble erupted from the opposite side of the Yangin Mountain. The summoning beast, Manda, from the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great sanctuaries, swiftly emerged from the base of the mountain, casting a colossal shadow over all. Sensei Sarutobi. How nostalgic it is to fight alongside you once more. Orochimaru's hoarse voice resonated from atop Manda's head. Manda then opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of toxic mist towards the Yangin forces. Following closely behind Manda were the troops responsible for guarding the IWA and Konoha front lines. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's arrival, the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Damn it, does Konoha no longer care about any other defenses? The 4th Raikage was acutely aware of Orochimaru's role. It was precisely because IWA could not afford to lose Orochimaru that they felt secure. After all, with Jiraiya and Tsunade having departed, Orochimaru's absence would mean severing one of Konoha's strongest arms. This is also the greatest confidence that they, the Cloud Village, have in provoking war. However, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled upon hearing this. As long as we can decisively eliminate you in this battle, our forces will have ample time to establish any defenses. In truth, giving the order for Orochimaru to withdraw from the front line against the Rock Village was not an easy task. He too was taking a gamble, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to gamble. Simultaneously, Inoki, in an effort to inflict greater damage upon the Cloud Village, had sent a peace letter to Sarutobi in advance to reassure him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware that Inoki's promises were unreliable, yet through decades of understanding Inoki, he discerned that the latter harbored ulterior motives. Nonetheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself powerless. As all the ninja villages believed, Konoha was indeed weakened. Therefore, even as other ninja villages, led by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, invaded deep into the land of fire to wreak havoc, he feigned ignorance. He merely dispatched newly graduated students, such as Might Guy and other lower-ranked ninjas, to shadow and harass them. His objective was to concentrate all forces on eliminating the alliances of the Cloud and Sand villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy was to exchange space for time, to vanquish the Cloud and Sand coalition, thereby instilling fear in the other ninja villages before he could turn his attention to other matters. Seemingly sensing the formidable aura of Konoha and the imminent collapse of the coalition, Rashi rushed out from around Yukumo and approached the battlefield of the shadows, exclaiming, Elder Chiyo, I come to assist you. If we can slay the 3rd Hokage here, victory in this war will be assured, and Konoha, bereft of its leader, will plunge into complete chaos. Rashi, do not speak foolishly, Chiyo retorted as she produced an exceptionally long sealing scroll, slamming it down onto the central seal. The 3rd Hokage was revered as a ninja champion precisely because he had never suffered defeat on the battlefield. As Chiyo's words faded, countless puppets emerged around her, momentarily blotting out the sky. This war is already lost. Let us break through with the seeds of our sand village. Yakumo implored, I will buy you time. Simultaneously, 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen split apart, 3 advancing towards the 3rd Raikage, while 2 charged towards Chiyo and Rashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands danced once more, creating phantoms. With a whoosh, a massive tornado ensnared the surrounding puppets within its tempestuous core, and then a surge of water erupted from the ground, merging into the storm, forming a water vortex. Under the tempest's guidance, the water transformed into countless blades, relentlessly slicing through Chiyo's puppets. Puppet technique, mechanized light shield. White secret technique, the 10 of Kinshu. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. Chiyo unleashed her fury, while the 3rd Raikage was equally relentless, the strongest spear and the strongest shield merging seamlessly within him. His formidable taijutsu and lightning-release chakra mode compelled Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon Orochimaru for assistance. Meanwhile, after a prolonged battle with the AB brothers, Namikaze Minato finally extricated himself, showcasing his prowess as the Yellow Flash. His presence was felt across every corner of the battlefield, drowning out all other ninja amidst the true chaos of shadow-level combat. This is the shadow level. This is the Hokage. Both Shiranui and Shursui simultaneously expressed their sentiments, yet the essence of their thoughts diverged. Shursui's was one of unwavering reverence for the Hokage, while Shiranui's was an obsession with such power. Nevertheless, the young Shursui remained oblivious to this distinction. Rising to his feet, Shiranui discreetly gathered the bandages that had just bound Shursui's wounds. Come, Shursui, the war is not yet over. Upon saying this, Shiranui vanished from his spot, seemingly traversing space to appear before 2 Cloud Village ninjas. With a swift motion of his kunai, a chilling light flashed, cleaving their defensive earthen wall in 2. Witnessing this, Uchiha Shursui regarded Shiranui with profound respect. Senior Akira, as I suspected, truly fights for Konoha's ninjas. I cannot fall behind. Shiranui and Shursui had already stirred considerable commotion, first dispatching the elite Sand Village squad, then engaging in successive battles with Yakumo and Chiyo. Despite being momentarily suppressed by Chiyo, their youth and current strength had drawn the attention of the Cloud and Sand Villages. Now, as they re-entered the fray, wreaking havoc amongst the ninja army, it left them in awe of Konoha's abundance of talent. Yakumo, stifling the urge to confront Shiranui and Shursui again, approached Rashi with a stern countenance. Withdraw, Rashi. Rashi, filled with fury, gazed at Chiyo, who was desperately holding off Sarutobi and Orochimaru, alongside Minato, who had seamlessly engaged with the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Rashi felt his own insignificance. Suppressing his rage, he bellowed, "Retreat." Almost simultaneously, a retreat order echoed from the Cloud Village's side. The Battle of the Tachikake Mountain came to a close. Chapter 70. Rewards and eye ointment. Watching the carnage wrought by several individuals, including his contemporaries like Minato, Rashi retreated with a heavy heart. Given Konoha's weakness, the opportunity to collaborate with the Cloud Village and strike a decisive blow had slipped away, making future chances even more elusive. However, even as the Sand and Cloud forces retreated, the pursuit by Konoha's ninjas would not cease. They aimed to expel the coalition entirely from the borders of the Land of Fire, eradicating all remnants. Shiranui, naturally, joined his fellow Konoha ninjas in this relentless pursuit. Yet, his enjoyment was short-lived. After Shiranui and Shursui collaborated to eliminate several Cloud ninjas, they received word from the headquarters. Shiranui had to abandon the task of pursuing the coalition and return to the main camp with Uchiha Shursui. At the camp, they were not greeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen or Orochimaru, but by Namikaze Minato and Narashikaku. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was still entangled with Orochimaru, the third Raikage, and Chiyo, unable to disengage. Moreover, he had intended to pass on the Hokage title to Minato after this war, so it was only natural for Minato, as the commander of the Tachikake Mountain battle, to convene Shiranui and Shursui. Upon entering the main tent, Hyuga Hizashi arrived with a family elder. Seeing Hizashi, Shiranui maintained his composure, offering a bow without casting a glance at the other elder. In this war, Shiranui had represented the Hyuga clan in competition with the Uchiha, significantly enhancing the clan's prestige. Consequently, the still youthful Hizashi paid little mind to the details. Good. Hizashi beamed, helping Shiranui to his feet and gripping his hand tightly, repeating the word good twice. Akira, you performed admirably this time. Hokage-sama, Minato-sama, and everyone in the village were watching. All thanks to the family's nurturing. Such trivial chatter had already been eloquently articulated by the speaker. Upon encountering him, Hinata Hizashi felt a sense of satisfaction, particularly as the Elder Zone, who appeared rather displeased, seemed to relax his demeanor somewhat. Let us proceed. We must not keep Lord Minato waiting too long. With that, Hizashi and Elder Zone entered the grand tent, closely followed by the speaker and Shursui. Minato Namikaze, now the prominent figure of the village, greeted the speaker and Shursui with customary pleasantries and encouragement. As the sole candidate for the fourth Hokage, Minato had begun to adopt the perspective of the Hokage in his deliberations. He lavished praise upon the speaker and Shursui while also commending their respective clans. Minato was acutely aware that the two great clans of Konoha, the Hyuga and Uchiha, were vital forces he needed to cultivate. His ties to the Uchiha were somewhat closer due to his relationship with Obito and Fugaku Uchiha. However, with Obito's death and Fugaku currently stationed at the front lines in the Land of Mist, Minato found himself reconsidering. Were it not for the need to be mindful of the higher-ups' opinions, he would have directly sought to incorporate Shursui into his team or the Umbu. Yet, reflecting on Danzo's sentiments towards the Uchiha, Minato decided against such a course of action. In truth, it was not only the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan had never been integrated into the Umbu either. Such understanding has been upheld by the village's leadership for decades. And Watergate can only comply for now. His status is changing, and thus every action he takes carries profound political significance. He can no longer act as he once did. Shursui, you are to lead the Uchiha clan members to support the battle at Orange Blossom Mountain from the Mist-hidden front. The third Hokage is quite pleased with you and your clan, and upon your return to the village, a reward awaits you. After contemplating all of this, Minato first reassured Shursui before shifting the conversation. The battle at Orange Blossom Mountain may have concluded, but this war among the ninja world is far from over. The Cloud and Sand villages are launching a joint offensive against us, and we must respond. At this point, Minato's tone grew unusually stern. The village has already declared war on the Sand and Cloud villages. Even if they wish to retreat, we must launch a full-scale attack. Shursui, you are to proceed to the Sand village and eliminate all their hidden bases and strongholds along the way, exerting pressure on their activities in the Land of Fire, and drive them out entirely. Upon hearing Minato assign him such a critical task, Uchiha Shursui felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. Yes, Lord Minato, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Seeing the determination in Shursui's eyes, Minato felt satisfied. Go forth, after the completion of this mission. The third Hokage will likely summon you, and I will request a reward. After receiving his orders, Shursui cast a glance at his companion, said nothing, and departed. Hinata Aki, After watching Uchiha Shursui leave, Minato turned his gaze toward his companion. Yes, Lord Minato. A radiant smile graced Minato's face as he continued. In this battle at Orange Blossom Mountain, your contributions were substantial. Whether in destroying the Cloud's logistical support in the Land of Water or tearing through the Sand's flanks alongside Shursui to eliminate an elite Sand team while engaging with the Sand's Yukura. These are commendable feats. Given your accomplishments, merely promoting you to Special Jonin to lead the Recon Team 9 is insufficient. A pensive look crossed Minato's face as he conferred briefly with Nara Shikaku, then turned to Hinata Hayashi. Lord Hinata, I propose appointing Hinata Aki as the vice captain of the Umbu's Recon team. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing Minato's proposal, Hinata Hayashi and the elder behind him were visibly pleased. Although serving under the Umbu does not equate to being a true Umbu member, it represents significant progress for the Hinata clan. However, after their moment of joy, the elder behind Hayashi furrowed his brow, expressing discontent regarding the branch family receiving such power. He whispered something to Hayashi, causing some displeasure that nearly led to a quarrel. Lord Minato, the Hinata clan is quite satisfied with this decision. But considering that Aki is from the branch family, should there be any other arrangements by the clan? Could this position be temporarily assumed by a Jonin from the main family? Hayashi's expression grew somewhat strained and awkward, yet as the clan head, he felt compelled to prioritize the interests of the family. At least, he reassured himself of this. Oh, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Minato's eyes. He was well aware of the intricacies among these prominent families, yet he lacked the power to alter the situation. Nevertheless, with Minato's consent, Hayashi's expression softened, while the elder behind him beamed with joy. Meanwhile, the companion, who had been ignored throughout the discussion, found himself disregarded, with no one consulting his opinion. Witnessing this, Minato felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he intended to reward the companion, yet after all was said and done, the only thing he received was the title of Jonin. Hinata Aki, I noticed you utilized earth and water release techniques on the battlefield. Have you completed the transformation of your chakra nature? Yes, Lord Minato. Very well, you may choose another B-rank ninjutsu or a sealing technique as your reward. Attempting to rectify the situation, Minato sought to salvage the oversight, but Aki looked up at Hayashi, adopting an increasingly formal demeanor. Thank you, Lord Minato. But the nature of the reward shall be determined solely by the clan head. The customs of the Hinata clan, as a prominent family, were distinctly evident in this moment. For to them, the village was secondary to the family's interests. At this moment, even someone as good-natured as Watergate found himself somewhat taken aback. However, before Watergate could utter a word, the perceptive Sunfoot admonished sharply, Autumn, Lord Watergate represents the village. Even I cannot be disrespectful. This time, the reward is yours to decide. Understood. At this moment, the individual known as Shirin appeared utterly unfazed, addressing the central figure, Hokage Minato Namikaze, with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Minato, for your generous bestowal. If possible, I would like to choose the sealing technique. The sealing technique can only be granted upon your return to the village. Now, off you go. The Hyuga clan must have other tasks arranged for you. I shall refrain from meddling this time. With that, Minato issued his parting words. Hyuga Hayashi, along with the elder behind him, bowed respectfully before signaling for Shirin to follow suit. Unperturbed by the thoughts of Minato or the village, Shirin was fully aware that his status as a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan commanded respect. If Uchiha Itachi could accomplish certain feats, he was equally capable, if not more so, of surpassing them. Just as Shirin was poised to exit the tent, a flash of lightning abruptly pierced through Hokage Minato's domain. The white-haired Kakashi bore an expression of acute urgency. Kakashi, what has transpired? Sensei Rin encountered the mist ninjas while tracking down the intruders in the Land of Fire. Her teammates were slain, and she was captured. I need to rush to the Land of Water for her rescue. Chapter 71. An important mission in his anxiety and tension. Kakashi failed to notice that his information had been overheard by others. For them, such news was of little consequence, yet for Shirin, who understood the gravity of the situation, his eyes brightened with insight. Rin's capture signified that Uchiha Obito was steering toward a path of utter darkness, orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. It was imperative to devise a plan to extricate himself from the squad and venture to the Land of Water. Where the power of the Manjiki Sharingan awaited, such a treasure would be squandered in Kakashi's hands. With his gaze lowered, Shirin trailed behind Hyuga Hayashi, maintaining a respectful distance. Before long, the trio arrived at the defensive stronghold of the Hyuga clan. At this juncture, most clan members had already departed with the main force, led by Hayashi, to hunt down the retreating ninjas of Sunagakure and Kumogakure. Consequently, the number of ninjas at the headquarters was sparse. As Hayashi and the clan's elder came to a halt and turned to face him, Shirin once again performed a deep bow. His demeanor and etiquette mirrored that which he exhibited before Minato, embodying the principles of respect and propriety instilled within him by his clan, esteemed head of the clan. Honored elder. Upon completing his bow, Shirin lowered his head, standing still with his hands clasped before him. With these rituals observed, even the most austere and traditional elder of the Hyuga clan could find no fault in his demeanor. Elder Hyuga Akira regarded him with evident satisfaction. Having contended for a considerable time, and at no small cost for the privilege of selecting his grandson's attendant, he felt justified. Truly, he embodies the essence of the Hyuga lineage. Though a branch family member, he has not tarnished the Hyuga bloodline, and his performance on the battlefield was indeed commendable. He paused momentarily, his tone suddenly turning icy. However, you must understand that as a branch family, you cannot bear the responsibilities and honors of our main family. A chuckle almost escaped the attendant's lips upon hearing such claims. Did he truly believe he carried the glory of the Hyuga? This is the first time he has heard it in a long while.